Chapter 918, Confrontation with the Masked Man, Part 1, Young man, if you wish to save this girl's life, follow me, the masked man declared, his demeanor entirely unfazed as he erupted into laughter. With a single arm, he seized Qi Yajing and attempted to make his escape through the door. Without hesitation, Hao Chen launched a powerful punch towards the masked figure. However, the masked man merely laughed heartily, refusing to yield. With a swift motion, he countered with a palm strike, a tremendous force colliding with Hao Chen's fist, allowing him to carry Qi Yajing out the door and flee. As their fists and palms clashed, Hao Chen sensed the profound strength of his adversary's strike. He contemplated calling for assistance, but the masked man coldly warned, if you wish for this girl to survive, do not shout foolishly, fight me one-on-one. For the sake of Qi Yajing's safety, Hao Chen refrained from calling out and decisively pursued the masked man. The masked figure sprinted ahead, with Hao Chen closely following. Qi Yajing, helplessly ensnared in his grasp, longed to cry out, but could not muster a sound. Do not fear, Yajing. I will ensure your safety. Hao Chen reassured her telepathically as he chased after them. In their rapid flight, they soon traversed 100 miles beyond the Maple Forest Canyon, arriving at the entrance of the Sheep Horn Valley's dense woods. Suddenly, the masked man halted, casting Qi Yajing to the ground beneath a large tree before turning to pounce on Hao Chen with a fierce intensity. Die! Upon witnessing the masked man's charge, Hao Chen sidestepped, retaliating with a punch, unleashing the demonic explosion fist, a massive dark attribute fist aimed at the masked man's body. The masked man swiftly pivoted, delivering a palm strike infused with intense fire attributes, shattering Hao Chen's demonic explosion fist with ease. The effortless manner in which he dispelled the attack, emitted from a mid-level martial sovereign, indicated that he possessed the strength of a martial emperor. Young man, mark this date next year. It shall be your day of reckoning. The masked man sneered, his fury palpable upon recognizing his opponent's mid-level martial sovereign cultivation. Danyan palm, the masked man roared, swinging his palm to conjure a colossal imprint of fiery essence, hurtling towards Hao Chen. Is this not a display of arrogance? I did not anticipate that this fellow would wield the Danyan fire. Let us see just how formidable the Danyan fire of the 7th layer truly is. As the palm imprint approached, it elevated the temperature within several yards to an extraordinary level, flames dancing chaotically, emanating tremendous force. Underneath the tree, Qi Yajing struggled fiercely against her bonds, her visage reflecting sheer terror. Why you are of martial emperor cultivation? Hao Chen feigned ignorance, deliberately tumbling near Qi Yajing amidst the surging heat, his expression one of alarm as he inquired. Indeed. I possess the strength of a mid-level martial emperor. Taking your life is as simple as reaching into a pocket. Prepare to meet your end, the masked man proclaimed, striking again with the Danyan fire, the heat crashing upon them, intent on claiming both their lives in one blow. To abduct Yajing is an unforgivable sin, even with your mid-level martial emperor power. I shall not show mercy, Hao Chen declared vehemently. Demonic explosion fist. Once more, Hao Chen invoked the demonic explosion fist, but this time, he secretly harnessed the power of a novice martial emperor to conjure a massive dark vortex, sweeping toward the masked man's fiery palm strike. Boom! Hao Chen resolutely withstood the impact of the Danyan palm, refusing to be thrown off balance. Instead, he gritted his teeth and advanced a step. Earth-shattering fist. Suddenly shifting his attribute, Hao Chen unleashed a powerful punch, his colossal fist hurtling towards the masked figure. The masked man, taken aback by Hao Chen's swift transition in martial arts, was unprepared for the relentless assault. The earth attribute-infused fist radiated forward, striking with incredible force. The masked man, a formidable opponent in his own right, did not flinch. Instead, he met the attack head-on with a palm strike. With a resounding crash, the force of the earth-shattering fist shattered upon impact. However, the masked man, acting hastily, failed to gather sufficient magical energy, resulting in him being pushed back several steps by the sheer might of the punch. Well done, young man. You truly possess some skill. Your dual attribute spell allows for seamless transitions without the need for a pause, and your audacity to withstand my Danyan palm with your body is commendable, the masked man exclaimed in admiration. Magic explosion fist. Without uttering a word, seeing the masked man retreat, Hao Chen seized the advantage and launched another attack. A dark attribute-infused fist surged forward like a small mountain, crashing towards the masked figure. Danyan palm. The masked man scoffed, once again countering, intent on shattering the dark attribute fist. Unbeknownst to him, Hao Chen seized the opportunity, stepping in with his dark attribute magic explosion fist. Fully committed to absorbing the impact of the Danyan palm, breaking free from the masked man's assault, and continuing his charge towards him. As the magic explosion fist drew near, the masked man had no choice but to meet it with another palm strike. Yet, unlike Hao Chen, he lacked the agility to follow up promptly, requiring time to regain his breath before executing a second strike. In his hasty attempt, the masked man's gathered celestial energy was insufficient to fully counteract Hao Chen's magic explosion fist, resulting in him being forced to retreat repeatedly. Devil-slaying hand. Seizing the initiative, Hao Chen swiftly changed his magical energy, employing the fire of Danyan to conjure a fierce handprint aimed squarely at the masked man. Danyan palm. The masked man hurriedly raised his palm to counter, but his hurried execution resulted in a lack of sufficient energy, rendering him unable to withstand Hao Chen's onslaught. To his shock, he was sent flying. Even at the mid-level of the martial emperor realm, he was overpowered by Hao Chen's might. Bound on the ground, Qi Yajing's eyes widened in astonishment, mingled with profound anticipation. Standing calmly, Hao Chen gazed at the fallen masked man, his internal energy surging, revealing the toll the battle had taken on him. Yet the masked man slowly rose, his black veil seemingly soaked with blood, indicating he had sustained injuries. Though he appeared unfazed, "You've actually wounded me with your mid-level martial emperor cultivation. You truly are formidable. However, it is unfortunate that you encounter me today. I am a mid-level martial emperor, far beyond your imagination. Do you understand what the martial emperor realm signifies? The body of a martial emperor is more robust, and my power is greatly enhanced. I can control the explosion of celestial energy. No one can withstand it." The masked man advanced slowly towards Hao Chen, a glint of ferocity in his eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Hao Chen's expression grew grave, his breath quickening as he pondered. What kind of spell is the explosion of celestial energy? Danyan palm. The masked figure abruptly halted, ceasing all movement, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. His entire being surged with celestial energy, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds from within. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a palm strike, igniting flames that transformed into a dragon's head, ferociously hurtling towards Hao Chen, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat. Devil-slaying hand. Hao Chen shouted back, as his own devil-slaying hand manifested as a colossal seal to meet the oncoming attack. The clash between the dark seal and the fiery dragon's head was fierce. At that moment, the masked man bellowed, "Dragon's head, explode." With a resounding boom, the dragon's head detonated, unleashing an immense force that sent Hao Chen flying once more. He crashed to the ground, his garments torn to shreds by the explosion, revealing a bloodied and mangled body. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stared in disbelief at the masked figure. Beside him, Qi Yajing, immobilized on the ground, wore a pale expression, her eyes vacant as she absorbed the horrific spectacle unfolding before her. Chapter 919, Battle with the Masked Man, Part 2. Hao Chen wiped the blood from his lips, murmuring to himself, "So this is the nature of celestial energy explosions." The masked man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Little brat, killing you outright would be far too dull. I shall relish torturing you slowly, allowing you to savor the taste of celestial energy explosions, bite by bite." He then raised his hand again, this time utilizing only a fraction of his power. A diminutive dragon's head surged forth towards the fallen Hao Chen, erupting with a deafening explosion that sent him careening through the air once more. Witnessing Hao Chen's utter inability to defend himself, the masked man became increasingly arrogant, refraining from delivering the final blow. Instead, he continued to unleash a barrage of small-scale energy dragon heads, each explosion propelling Hao Chen backward, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. Intent on torturing him to death, Qi Yajing appeared as though she had lost too much blood. Her once pale face now bore an even more terrifying hue. After a relentless series of strikes, with Hao Chen being blasted away repeatedly, the masked man began to lose patience as he observed Hao Chen's complete lack of resistance. "Little brat, this game has grown tiresome. It is time for you to meet your end. Next year on this day shall mark your death anniversary." The masked man began to gather a substantial amount of celestial energy, a cruel smile forming on his lips. As he prepared to unleash his full power, Hao Chen suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the masked man bewildered and momentarily halting his energy channeling. "You can still laugh when death is imminent?" The masked man questioned incredulously. "Thank you for teaching me the art of celestial energy explosions," Hao Chen proclaimed joyously, laughing heartily for a while before softly adding, "What?" The masked man was taken aback. "Devil-slaying hand," Hao Chen roared, rising suddenly and striking towards the masked man with a hand seal. "Not this again." Under the force of celestial energy explosions. "What can this possibly achieve?" The masked man bellowed with laughter, preparing to shatter the incoming hand seal. "Devil-slaying hand, thunderblast." Unexpectedly, Hao Chen shouted, revealing his ability to freely switch attributes. The dark nature of the devil-slaying hand concealed a dual explosive attribute of lightning. From blue, deeper blue emerged. And with a thunderous roar, the hand seal detonated. The masked man's eyes widened in shock, caught off guard, as the colossal force of the explosion ravaged his chest, sending blood and flesh flying. In the fleeting moment when the masked figure was momentarily stunned by the explosion, a sudden dark beam shot forth, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. The masked individual, still reeling from the blast, had no time to react as the dark beam pierced through his chest. A powerful gust of wind followed, and the dark beam ricocheted back, creating another gaping wound in the masked man's chest. It returned to the hands of Hao Chen, revealing itself to be the demon ensnared sword. With all his might, Hao Chen gripped the sword tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the masked figure. The masked figure stood frozen in place, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of his blood dripping to the ground. Lowering his head, he gazed at his chest, now a grotesque mess of flesh, with 2 fatal wounds, his eyes reflecting disbelief. "How could you, a cultivator of the martial emperor realm, wield the power of elemental explosion?" The cloaked man looked at Hao Chen with eyes wide in horror, as if he were gazing upon a monster. "I am indeed a cultivator of the martial emperor rank, but my cultivation involves the dark attribute, which can devour all. Had it not been for your repeated use of explosions against me, I would have never learned to manipulate elemental explosions. By consuming your elemental explosions, I have grasped their essence. I owe you my gratitude for teaching me the method of elemental detonation." The masked figure's expression transformed into one of incredulity as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Hao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the masked man, though formidable, was not invincible. As the masked figure fell, blood trickled from his lips, and he looked down at the 2 deadly wounds in his chest, inwardly lamenting, "Young Master Huolai, it seems I, Yu, have erred. Not only did I fail to decisively eliminate the enemy, but I also allowed this youth to learn the technique of elemental explosion. I am sorry for not living up to your expectations. Your foresight is indeed remarkable. This child has learned the art of elemental explosion amidst battle. Given time, he will surely become a formidable adversary to our Li Hua sect. I have failed in my duty by not eliminating him in his infancy. I apologize, young master." Hao Chen turned his attention to Qi Yajing, who was bound on the ground and still struggling. Noticing her improved complexion, he reassured her, "Do not fear, Qia. The villain has been vanquished. I shall come and free you." At that moment, the masked figure suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, striking his own body, and was instantly engulfed in flames. Igniting with a fierce blaze, amidst his anguished screams, he was quickly reduced to a pile of ashes by his own fire. Hao Chen was taken aback, unable to comprehend that the cloaked man would resort to self-immolation rather than reveal his identity. In the mining area of my Li Hua sect, I welcomed you as a distinguished guest, and yet you dared to abduct my disciple, Qia?" Just then, a loud shout echoed from afar. Hao Chen, momentarily stunned, watched as a figure dashed towards him with lightning speed, bellowing, "You dare to kidnap Qia? Prepare to pay with your life." With a thunderous roar, the newcomer unleashed a strike, a long sword slicing through the air towards Hao Chen with formidable intensity, clearly the work of a powerful adversary intent on delivering a lethal blow. As the sword light bore down on him, Hao Chen found himself on the verge of being slain, while Qi Yajing became increasingly terrified, struggling desperately. "Stop!" Once again, a resounding roar echoed through the air as another individual rushed in from behind, swiftly unleashing a powerful hand seal that instantly intercepted the sword light directed at Hao Chen. This newcomer arrived just in time. The hand seal collided with the sword light, causing it to dissipate. Upon closer inspection, Hao Chen recognized Huolai engaged in combat with a woman. Huolai unleashed a wave of sword energy, intent on slaying Hao Chen, but was thwarted by the woman's hand seal. With a cold gaze, Huolai questioned, "This brat has kidnapped Yajing and shows disrespect to my Li Hua sect. I intend to eliminate this menace. Why do you obstruct me?" The woman replied in a frosty tone, "This matter is quite intricate. That lad may not necessarily pose a threat to Yajing. She remains bound. Let us rescue her first, and the truth shall be revealed thereafter. At that moment, several figures arrived, revealing themselves to be a few stewards from the mining district. Huolai understood that he could no longer act against Hao Chen. He smiled and said, I was remiss. Saving Yajing takes precedence. The woman hurried forward, her expression anxious, and quickly began to release Yajing from her bindings. Noticing that Yajing was still hesitating and seemed eager to speak, she also unsealed Yajing's mute spell. Master, quickly save Hao Chen. It was he who rescued me. Had it not been for Hao Chen, I would have been slain by the masked assailants. Qi Yajing exclaimed urgently to her master, Hui Yunfeng. Hui Yunfeng, his expression grave, inquired, Yajing, do not rush. Where are the masked figures you speak of? The masked assailants? Qi Yajing replied, Hao Chen defeated them. They burned themselves to death. Hao Chen pointed toward a pile of ashes ahead and remarked, the masked assailants spontaneously combusted, quickly reducing themselves to ash. Chapter 920. Pursuing the lost souls, everyone turned to observe the heap of black ashes on the ground, finding nothing else and expressing their astonishment. Huolai approached to examine the remnants but discovered no traces, stating, it is likely the shadow assassins of the Eastern Emperor's court, having suffered defeat. They sought to abduct Yajing. Indeed, only the shadow assassins would self-immolate in the wake of a failed mission, leaving no trace behind, the others concurred. Huolai laughed heartily. Hao Chen, I initially perceived the situation as dire, with my junior sister in distress and you being the only one present. Thus, I acted against you, nearly committing a grave error by harming her savior. I, Hua, apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Hao Chen remained silent, reflecting inwardly. You acted without restraint. Had it not been for Yajing's master, Hui Yunfeng, I would not merely be injured, but likely dead. He turned to Hui Yunfeng. Bowing respectfully, thank you, senior, for your timely assistance. Hui Yunfeng regarded Hao Chen, stating, there is no need for thanks. Were it not for you, my disciple would surely have faced dire consequences. I owe you my gratitude. At that moment, Yajing rushed toward Hao Chen, tightly grasping his arm. Examining him closely and exclaiming in concern, why is your chest wound so severe? We must return quickly. I will assist you in healing. Hao Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Fortunately, the celestial essence of the masked assailant was formidable. Had a few more strikes landed, I would have truly met my end. Upon the return of the crowd to the Lihua sect's mining area, Qi Yajing hurriedly sought assistance from her master and ancestor. However, Hui Yunfeng and Hu Weilin refrained from intervening, instead providing Qi Yajing with a few healing elixirs. In truth, although Hao Chen had endured multiple blasts from the immortal essence, the black-clad assailants had not struck him fatally, leaving him with only superficial injuries. Qi Yajing intended to treat Hao Chen's wounds, but upon seeing him battered and bruised, Huoruoxuan felt a mix of urgency and anger, dismissing Qi Yajing to tend to Hao Chen herself with the healing salve. As she applied the medicine to his wounds, she cursed vehemently, cursed Lihua sect. Hao Chen, you risked your life to save Qi Yajing, and her senior brother actually attempted to kill you, truly heartless. Hao Chen replied with a smile, the situation was dire. Huolai may not have acted with malice. Bah, Ruoxuan retorted, that Huolai, appearing so virtuous. I doubt he is a good person. Perhaps he truly intended to kill you. Hao Chen fell silent, harboring his own doubts, but refraining from voicing them. Ruoxuan continued to grumble as she diligently applied the ointment, saying, humph, just wait and see. Will you dare to play the hero again? Thinking of saving a damsel. Bah, not even a damsel, just a dark-skinned girl. If you try to play the hero again, I wonder who will come to your rescue. Hao Chen laughed. Although Qi Yajing is a bit dark, she is rather charming. In any case, she is still a beauty. Ruoxuan, incensed by his words, pressed down on Hao Chen's injury, causing him to wince in pain. She tossed the salve onto the table and declared, humph, still going on about that dark-skinned girl? I won't help you anymore. You can apply it yourself. With that, she stormed out, leaving Hao Chen with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, concealed within the jade pendant space, chuckled mischievously, Master. You are quite the oddity, with a lovely girl tending to your wounds, yet you still mention other beauties. Are you seeking trouble? In truth, Hao Chen had already reached the pinnacle of the diamond body and could recover swiftly without ointment. He simply preferred to maintain the facade to captivate the eyes of others. As night fell, having fully regained his strength, Hao Chen felt a sense of restlessness and decided to step outside for some fresh air. Upon exiting, he noticed Qi Yajing sitting alone on the ground nearby, silently gazing at him. He approached her and gently inquired, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Qi Yajing shook her head, replying, "I cannot sleep knowing you were injured because of me." Her words were heartfelt, and Hao Chen could sense the sincerity behind them, causing a pang of emotion within him as he said, "You should rest early. Your health is more important." With a soft sigh, Qi Yajing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. "Hao Chen, you have been so kind to me. Since I left my parents, though my master treats me well, he always has his own worries. I never expected you would be so good to me." Moved, Hao Chen suggested, "Qi Yajing, I think you are wonderful. How about we swear an oath of brotherhood?" Initially beaming at the compliment, Qi Yajing's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing his proposal for brotherhood, causing her to stand up abruptly and respond, "Humph. If you wish to be someone's elder brother, go seek Ruoxuan." In a state of astonishment, Hao Chen watched as Qi Yajing stormed away in a fit of anger. At that moment, an eerie aura of death wafted by, causing Hao Chen to furrow his brow. The malevolent presence rushed toward him, and 4 shadowy figures flickered into his view. He beheld 4 specters gliding silently, passing before him and drifting into the inner courtyard. Startled, Hao Chen pondered who might possess the audacity to summon the dead and practice forbidden techniques within the confines of the Li Hua sect's mining area. It was late at night, and all the miners were fast asleep. Having already regained his strength, Hao Chen resolved to stealthily follow the specters into the inner courtyard. However, just then, a figure descended from above, landing silently beside him. The unexpected arrival startled Hao Chen, prompting an instinctive reaction to attack. Yet, the newcomer was swifter, pointing a finger at him with remarkable speed and formidable magical energy. In the heat of the moment, Hao Chen recognized the individual and exclaimed, "Instructor Huang?" The figure responded with surprise, retracting their hand and softly saying, "Hao Chen, is that you?" It was none other than Huang Xian, the instructor from the Immortal Academy's mining protection team. Overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and joy yet aware of the gravity of the situation, Hao Chen whispered, "We encountered a man named Hua Weilin during our patrol in the mining area, and were compelled to visit the Li Hua sect. What brings you here, Instructor Huang?" Huang Xian explained, "I have observed several instances of specters being summoned, only to vanish shortly thereafter. I suspected someone was practicing forbidden techniques, and, driven by curiosity, decided to follow these 4 specters today. I didn't expect to find myself within the Li Hua sect's mining area." Hao Chen replied solemnly, "Your suspicions are correct. Yesterday, I witnessed a masked figure in black practicing forbidden techniques and summoning spirits to devour." Huang Xian's expression darkened with anger as he declared, "Indeed, it is a case of summoning the dead for malevolent practices. I cannot believe someone dares to practice forbidden arts even within the Li Hua sect's territory. I will certainly unearth this individual." Hao Chen nodded in agreement, stating, "The absorption of spirits contravenes the natural order. I am willing to assist you, Instructor Huang, in bringing this person to justice." As the two exchanged words, the 4 specters had already drifted far away, splitting into 2 groups and moving in opposite directions. "You take the left side to investigate, and I will check the right. We must locate this practitioner of forbidden cults. But exercise caution. The Li Hua sect's mining area is their domain," Hao Chen advised quietly. "I will be careful. You must also remain vigilant," Huang Xian replied, nodding before vanishing into the left side. Once Huang Xian's figure disappeared, Hao Chen quickly departed, heading toward the right. Utilizing a momentary shift, he followed the lingering aura of the specters until he reached a building in the inner courtyard. Just then, he saw the specters abruptly pass through a wall, and without hesitation, he surged forward and broke down the door. Upon entering the room, he found the specters had vanished, leaving only Hua Weilin reclining quietly in a half-lounging chair. "I did not expect to see you, esteemed elder," Hao Chen exclaimed, shocked at having intruded upon Hua Weilin's chamber. He hurriedly offered his apologies. Hua Weilin remained silent, enveloped in a palpable tension. "I was unaware that my esteemed senior was resting here. My intrusion into the inner courtyard was a regrettable oversight. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness," Hao Chen expressed once more, bowing in apology. Yet, Hua Weilin remained unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, Hao Chen grew increasingly uneasy, standing anxiously beside him. Eventually, he found the situation peculiar and looked up, only to see Hua Weilin with his head bowed, completely motionless, emanating an aura of death. Hao Chen's heart raced as he hurried closer to investigate. "Senior," he called softly as he approached Hua Weilin. Still, there was no response. Hao Chen, astonished, gently placed a finger near Hua Weilin's nose but detected no breath. Alarmed, he pressed his hand against Hua Weilin's chest, finding no heartbeat. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a shroud of dark energy surrounding Hou Weilin, his essence utterly extinguished. He was indeed lifeless. Shock coursed through Hao Chen. There's been a murder. A murder. At that moment, a voice from the inner courtyard shouted. The commotion erupted, and soon torches illuminated the area. Hao Chen hastily exited the room, his footsteps echoing urgently as a group approached with torches, blocking his exit. Among them were Huo Lai and Hui Yunfeng, along with several overseers from the mining area. Their expressions fraught with tension, accompanied by a band of torch-bearing guards. Grandfather, Huo Lai shouted in desperation, pushing past Hao Chen to rush into the room, reaching for Hou Weilin, who lay motionless in the chair. Hui Yunfeng followed closely, positioning herself before Hou Weilin's chair. Qi Yajing and Hou Ruoxuan soon joined the crowd, astonished by the unfolding scene. Grandfather, Huo Lai cried out in anguish, spinning around, his eyes aflame with fury as he fixed his gaze on Hao Chen. Why did you kill my grandfather? The words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, their faces paling as they trembled with their torches, turning their eyes towards Hao Chen. Father, Hui Yunfeng lamented, suddenly confronting Hao Chen with a pained cry. My father invited you to the mine as a guest. Why have you conspired against him? Hao Chen's complexion paled, and he hurriedly protested. I did not harm Senior Hua. When I arrived, he was already in this state. Huo Lai scoffed coldly, his demeanor frigid. My grandfather was struck in the back, his organs shattered by dark forces, with a lingering aura of darkness within him. Who else possesses such dark attributes besides you? We all arrived here, and you were the only one present. It seems you were too pressed for time to escape. The evidence is irrefutable, and yet you dare to deny it. Hui Yunfeng, her face twisted in rage and regret, exclaimed, I truly regret it. When someone attempted to kill you, I foolishly intervened, allowing you the chance to harm my father. I am the sinner. Father, I am filled with remorse. Hao Chen stood dumbfounded as the crowd glared at him, some beginning to hurl accusations. You wretch, meet your end. Huo Lai suddenly drew his sword, pointing it threateningly at Hao Chen. With a swift motion, Huo Lai prepared to strike, but Hou Ruoxuan burst forth from the throng, grabbing Hao Chen's arm, urgently urging, Brother, run. It wasn't me. Why would I assassinate Elder Hua? Hao Chen shouted vehemently, his voice rising above the chaos. The Xian Academy mining area has always been at odds with our Lihua sect mining area. As a member of the Xian Academy, this serves as your justification for the assassination of my grandfather. With a thunderous roar, Huo Lai unleashed his full strength, swinging his sword forcefully towards Hao Chen. In the initial stage of martial emperor cultivation, Huo Lai, filled with rage, emanated a terrifying killing intent, his aura overwhelming. Under the oppressive sword energy, Hao Ruoxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Lia Yinshu, Hao Chen suddenly drew the Fei Huang sword, defiantly meeting the oncoming sword energy. With a resounding explosion, the sword energy shattered, and Hao Chen, impacted by the force, was forced to retreat several steps, dragging Hao Ruoxuan along. Furious, Huo Lai exclaimed, You little thief, you possess some skills after all. Able to withstand my sword technique. How intenso. At that moment, Hui Yunfeng also boldly intervened, his immense handprint, far more formidable than that of the masked assailant, conjured from the essence of celestial energy, lunged towards Hao Chen and Hao Ruoxuan. Lia Yunshu Bao. Hao Chen invoked the Lin Shu once more, directing the Fei Huang sword towards the overwhelming hand. And the fierce sword energy erupted, obliterating the handprint into fragments. The onlookers' expressions changed dramatically. Celestial energy explosion. Could this still be the prowess of a martial emperor? Is it not only the martial emperor who can wield such sorcery? How is this possible? Both Huo Lai and Hui Yunfeng were taken aback. But their astonishment was fleeting as they swiftly regained their fierce resolve, preparing to strike once more. Stop! A figure burst forth from the crowd, positioning herself in front of Hao Chen and Hao Ruoxuan, none other than Hui Yunfeng's disciple, Qi Yajing. Tears streaming down her face, Qi Yajing cried out, Master, I too mourn the passing of our ancestor, but I know Hao Chen's character. He would never harm our ancestor. Yajing, Hao Chen is from the Xian Academy mining area. On what grounds do you speak for him? Hui Yunfeng bellowed in anger. With tears cascading down her cheeks, Qi Yajing replied, Master, I believe in Hao Chen. If you wish to kill him, then you must first take my life. Hui Yunfeng, filled with rage, retorted, Yajing, do not act recklessly. Step aside at once. I must capture this scoundrel to avenge our ancestor. Qi Yajing, weeping profusely, insisted, Master, do not force Hao Chen. Let them go, or else you must kill me first. Hui Yunfeng was greatly alarmed, and the crowd around them turned pale. Just then, Huo Lai coldly snorted, Junior sister, I am sorry for this. Jin. Huolai suddenly acted, his sword spinning and slicing through the air, instantly enveloping Qi Yajing in a shimmering barrier, leaving her stunned as her entire body was ensnared by a web of celestial energy. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape. The tightening web left her feeling weak and helpless, panic overtaking her. Huolai swiftly approached, seizing the immobilized Qi Yajing and pushing her towards Hui Yunfeng, who hurriedly caught her. Aunt Feng, keep a close watch on Yajing. I will apprehend this little thief. Huolai's swift actions were astonishing, having bound Qi Yajing in an instant. Fun Tianjian. The expressions of Hao Chen and Hao Ruoxuan shifted drastically as Huolai unleashed his sword technique once more. Chapter 922. In the face of crisis, the sword light of the Fin Tianjian shot fiercely towards Hao Chen. Lia Yun Shu. Unwavering. Hao Chen immediately swung the Fei Huang sword in response. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the Fei Huang sword clashed against the Finshan sword in the void, shattering celestial energy. The residual celestial energy from the Finshan sword surged toward Hao Yin, instantly propelling him backward. Hao Yin crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. In a state of panic, Hao Ruoxuan rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, are you all right?" Hao Yin quickly rose, grasped Hao Ruoxuan's arm, and urged, "Huolai is formidable. We cannot contend with him. We must flee." In truth, it was not that Hao Yin was incapable of defeating Huolai, but rather that he was encumbered by Hao Ruoxuan's presence. Moreover, until the matter was thoroughly investigated, Hao Yin was reluctant to commit further acts of violence. On another front, he aimed to divert the attention of everyone in the Lihua sect's mining area, buying time for Mentor Huang Xin to investigate those practicing forbidden cultivation techniques. Thus, he deliberately feigned weakness, dragging Hao Ruoxuan as they made their escape. However, the guards of the Lihua sect's mining area quickly closed in, drawing forth their magical artifacts to obstruct their path. Fire feather arrows. Faced with this predicament, Hao Yin had no choice but to unleash his magical power, condensing celestial energy into myriad sword energies that surged forward with astonishing force, causing the guards to recoil in disarray. Hao Yin grasped Hao Ruoxuan's arm and fled, not toward the exit of the mining area, but deeper into the inner courtyard. The crowd relentlessly pursued them. As they dashed into the hall of the inner courtyard, just as they attempted to re-enter, a figure suddenly blocked their way, launching a powerful punch with incredible speed and force, infused with earth attribute celestial energy, aimed directly at Hao Yin. Recognizing the identity of the assailant, Hao Yin was taken aback and quickly pulled Hao Ruoxuan back. Huaheng. Hao Yin realized that the one obstructing them was none other than Huaheng, the personal guard of Huo Weilin. At this moment, the guards of the mining area had arrived, surrounding Hao Yin and Hao Ruoxuan entirely. "Well done, Huaheng." Huolai praised him. Huaheng nodded and then stood at attention to the side. The guards began to draw their magical artifacts, slowly closing in on Hao Yin and Hao Ruoxuan. Hui Yunfeng and Qi Yajing stood at the back of the crowd, with Hui Yunfeng glaring at Hao Yin, while Qi Yajing appeared anxious but was unable to move. Finshan sword. Huolai's expression turned cold as he unsheathed his sword, striking at Hao Yin before the guards could act. Phantom sword. Hao Yin wielded the Fei Huang sword in his right hand, while shielding Hao Ruoxuan with his left, sending forth a storm of phantom sword energies to meet the Finshan sword. The impact echoed with a tremendous roar. At this moment, even though Hao Yin had learned to unleash celestial energy explosions, he dared not do so recklessly, for such an act would annihilate everyone present. He could only feign weakness once more, pulling Hao Ruoxuan back a step, barely managing to stabilize himself. Huolai, undeterred, struck again with his sword, mercilessly aiming to eliminate Hao Yin on the spot. "Stop!" In a moment of crisis, a thunderous shout rang out as a figure descended from the skies, standing before Hao Yin and Hao Ruoxuan. With a swift motion of his sword, a beam of sword light cleaved toward the Finshan sword, instantly shattering its blade. "Mentor Huang." Both Hao Yin and Hao Ruoxuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Huang Xin." The elite figures of the Lihua sect's mining area cried out in unison. The person who arrived was none other than Huang Xin, the esteemed mentor of the Guardian Hall of the Hao Yin Immortal Academy, clad in gray robes and wielding the mad demon sword, exuding an aura of righteousness. The guards of the Lihua sect's mining area were instantly taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves. This was Mentor Huang Xin of the Immortal Academy. It is said that he has attained the late stage of human immortality. The prominent experts within the Lihua sect's mining area immediately ceased their actions. Hao Ruoxuan exclaimed, "Minter Huang Xin, it is fortuitous that you have arrived. Hao Chen and I have been falsely accused by the people of the Lihua sect's mining area. Please assist us." Minter Huang Xin glared at the experts of the Lihua sect's mining area and declared, "You are all immortals. Yet you dare to collude and attack disciples of the Immortal Academy? Have you no shame?" Huolai suddenly burst into laughter. So it is the Minter from the Haotian Immortal Academy coming to their aid. No wonder that little thief dares to commit murder in my Lihua sect's mining area. Minter Huang Xin replied coldly, "Huolai, do not slander without basis. Do you have any evidence that Hao Chen committed murder?" Huolai cackled, "Evidence? With so many eyes in the Lihua sect's mining area witnessing my grandfather's murder, and with only Hao Chen present at the scene, do I still need further proof?" Minter Huang Xin retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Hao Chen is merely at the martial emperor level, while Huo Weilin is a formidable opponent at the late stage of human immortality. The disparity between them is vast. How could Hao Chen possibly kill him? While in a direct confrontation, the little thief would undoubtedly fall short against my grandfather. A sneak attack from behind is something he could not anticipate." Huo Lai concluded, then turned to the guards of the mining area and commanded, "Seize Huang Xin, and I will deal with the little thief, Hao Chen." The guards nodded in agreement and advanced towards Huang Xin. Huo Lai also lunged at Hao Chen. Simultaneously, Huang Xin, Hao Chen, and Hao Ruoxuan unleashed a fierce counterattack. Together, Hao Chen and Hao Ruoxuan forced Huo Lai and the surrounding ordinary guards back in an instant. The several immortal deacons of the Lihua sect drew their swords with incredible force, launching a combined assault on Minter Huang Xin. The power was astonishing, causing Huang Xin and the others to retreat repeatedly. Hao Ruoxuan narrowly escaped injury multiple times, only to be saved by Hao Chen's timely intervention. Minter Huang Xin, "We cannot flee outward. We must push inward, back to the room where Huo Weilin was slain. If you can hold them off for a while, I will devise a means to uncover the true murderer." Realizing that breaking through was not a viable option, Hao Chen suddenly remembered the illusion technique. While desperately fending off the incoming attacks, he relayed his plan to Minter Huang Xin. Retreating back, Hao Ruoxuan gasped in surprise. "Very well, I trust you. Let us strike inward." Huang Xin did not hesitate. The trio abruptly changed direction, charging from the inner hall towards the eastern courtyard. Hao Chen invoked the phantom sword, unleashing a torrent of blades to clear their path. The individuals from the Lihua sect's mining area were utterly unprepared for the trio's return to the inner courtyard, and they were caught off guard, allowing the three to carve a bloody path. As they raced towards the inner courtyard, the individuals from the Lihua sect's mining area closely pursued them. Soon, they arrived once more outside the room where Huo Weilin had been murdered. Hao Chen strode into the room and swiftly shut the door behind him. "Minter Huang Xin, please hold them off for a while, and remember to ensure Ruoxuan's safety." Hao Chen instructed. "Understood." Huang Xin promptly positioned himself to shield Hao Ruoxuan as he affirmed. At that moment, Huang Xin summoned his celestial energy, transforming into a whirlwind of fury, wielding the mad demon sword with wild abandon. A torrent of formidable sword light surged forth like a tempest, striking the advancing guards with relentless ferocity. The foremost among them were instantly sent flying, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Hao Chen swiftly arrived beside the reclining Huo Weilin, retrieving a phantom stone from his storage ring. He invoked the death energy within his star core to cast an illusion, enabling communication with the departed. Outside, the cacophony of battle cries intertwined with the sharp screams of Hao Ruoxian and the furious shouts of Minter Huang Xin, filling Hao Chen's heart with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Chapter 923, Concealed Malice, Part 1. Hao Chen was compelled to shut off his hearing, focusing intently as he wielded his powers over space and time, reversing the flow of time to uncover the true perpetrator of the murder. Channeling all his strength into the manipulation of temporal attributes, he established a vortex of time reversal centered on Huo Weilin's body. Within the luminous circle, past scenes materialized, revealing two shadowy figures that Hao Chen scrutinized closely. Inside the swirling vortex, Huo Weilin's ethereal form lay upon the recliner, confronting a figure just a few steps away with palpable fury. "Do not presume that today's events will go unnoticed. Humph. You thought I wouldn't see through your scheme to abduct Yajing as a means to confront Hao Chen? It is a pity that Huoyu lost his life. Attaining the early stages of the martial emperor realm is no easy feat, yet your selfishness has cost him dearly, disregarding my commands. Do you truly believe you have become the overseer of the Li Hua sect's mining area? Huo Wei Lin's ire grew with each word, nearly erupting into a roar. Furthermore, cease your collusion with the Qi family. They possess celestial beings, and we, the Li Hua sect, are not on equal footing. How can any transaction be fair? Do you think the Qi family harbors good intentions? They merely seek to exploit us, instigating conflict between us and the Immortal Academy to reap the benefits. Your repeated defiance of my authority is intolerable. If you were not my grandson, I would have already ended your life. Should you continue to feign loyalty while plotting against me, I shall strip you of your status as heir. Huo Wei Lin admonished sternly. The figure across from him revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, radiating malice. As Hao Chen focused intently, he was taken aback to recognize none other than Huo Lai. Mentor Huang Xin, despite being at the late stage of the human immortal realm, was still bound by the constraints of the celestial realm, rendering him unable to fly as his cultivation fell short of the heavenly immortal level. Thus, he remained merely a martial cultivator. Although the prowess of human and earth immortals surpassed that of martial emperors to some extent, even the mightiest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Faced with the combined assault of 3 celestial beings at the Li Hua sect's mining area, Mentor Huang Xin had no choice but to unleash a frenzied barrage of sword strikes, fiercely rebuffing the onslaught of numerous assailants. The elite figures of the Li Hua sect were left secretly astounded. Witnessing Mentor Huang Xin's formidable display, Hao Ruoxian gasped in awe, offering her encouragement amidst the chaos. Yet, despite the strength of his relentless sword strikes, the exertion rapidly drained his celestial energy, leaving him inwardly lamenting his dwindling reserves. Observing Huang Xin's waning strength, Huo Lai bellowed, Huang Xin is exhausting too much energy. Fear not, everyone, let us unite and wear him down. With a fierce determination, Huo Lai initiated an attack with the burning sky sword, rallying the other celestial beings of the mining area to join in the assault. Suddenly, various magical artifacts surged towards Huang Xin in a fierce onslaught. In a fit of rage, the esteemed Mentor Huang Xin bellowed, and a torrent of celestial energy enveloped him. The ferocious sword technique was unleashed once more, casting brilliant sword light that shattered the chaotic encirclement of attacks. However, Huo Lai and his companions regrouped, clearly intent on wearing Huang Xin down, placing the situation in dire jeopardy, prompting continual cries of alarm from Hao Ruoxian. Cease at once. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out as Hao Chen kicked open the door, bursting forth and proclaiming loudly. Yet, Huo Lai and the others showed no inclination to relent. Hao Chen urgently called out, "Stop! I have uncovered the true culprit behind the murder of Elder Hua. Do you not wish to know the truth?" The crowd paused in astonishment, and Huo Lai hesitated briefly before preparing to strike again. Hui Yunfeng seized Qi Yajing, who had just arrived, and at that juncture, the magical restraints binding her dissipated, allowing her to speak and shout, "Do not fight. If you prevent Hao Chen from speaking, does that not reveal your own guilt?" Upon hearing this, Huo Lai finally ceased his attack. Hui Yunfeng coldly declared, "Everyone, stand down. My disciple makes a valid point. Let us allow this boy, Hao Chen, to clarify matters. With so many of us present, what do we have to fear from their escape?" Huo Lai snorted disdainfully and replied, "Very well. Let us hear what the little thief has to say." Leading the way, Huo Lai halted his assault, and the others followed suit, sheathing their weapons. Mentor Huang Xin regarded Hao Chen with curiosity, to which Hao Chen nodded before addressing the assembly. "First and foremost, I must convey the most critical point. Elder Hua was indeed slain by a dark celestial energy attack. However, I assure you, it was not I, Hao Chen, who committed this act. The reason is straightforward. Elder Hua was struck from behind, completely unprepared for such treachery. As Huo Lai has stated, I am a minor from the academy, and I had only met Elder Hua a mere 2 days prior. Would Elder Hua have trusted me enough to expose his back to me?" The crowd fell silent, and Huo Lai scoffed. "So, according to your assertion, does this imply that someone from within our ranks orchestrated this?" "Indeed," Hao Chen replied with unwavering conviction. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. "What nonsense! You are attempting to sow discord within the ranks of our mining sector," exclaimed a cultivator in charge. "Pray tell, esteemed steward," Hao Chen retorted, "did you ever have the opportunity to approach within 3 steps of Elder Hua while his back was turned?" Impudent brat. How dare you question me? Why would I wish to assassinate Elder Hua? Besides, I am merely a steward of the mining sector. The elder is always cautious. How could he ever turn his back to me, allowing me to come within 3 steps? The steward shouted in indignation. Well said, replied the steward. As one of several stewards, none can approach within 3 steps of Elder Hua's back, let alone a mere disciple of the academy. Hao Chen stated his reasoning clearly. That makes sense, Qi Yajing exclaimed emphatically. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Now, young man, tell us, who could possibly come within 3 steps of the elder's back? Hua Lai's eyes narrowed as he coldly inquired. Ordinary individuals are unlikely to approach the esteemed elder within 3 steps of his presence. However, there are exceptions, such as your direct relatives of the fire lineage, and, for instance, you, Hao Yen remarked pointedly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes toward Hua Lai. Young man, do not cast insinuations. Humph. I am the direct grandson of grandfather, indeed capable of standing within 3 steps behind him, and my cultivation is sufficiently formidable. Do you doubt my integrity? Hua Lai retorted, his anger palpable. Hao Yen chuckled softly, yet remained silent. You dare to challenge me? I am the legitimate grandson of grandfather. What motive would I have to harm him? Hua Lai glared at Hao Yen defiantly. I never claimed that it was you who acted. Your hasty attempts to clarify seem rather indicative of guilt, do they not? In truth, you might possess motive. Your arrogance has led you to arrange for assassins to abduct Qi Yajing and covertly attack me, likely detected by the elder, am I correct? Hao Yen scoffed, revealing Hua Lai's actions. Hua Lai, did you indeed orchestrate the abduction of Yajing? Hua Huyanfeng demanded, her eyes blazing with fury as she confronted Hua Lai. Aunt Feng, do not be swayed by provocation. With grandfather's passing, our priority is to uncover the true murderer. As for Yajing, we shall discuss that later. Hua Lai hastily diverted the topic. Chapter 924. Concealed Malice, Part 2. As Hua Lai's words lingered in the air, Hao Yen pressed on. Moreover, Hua Lai, you have secretly allied with the Qi family, seeking grandfather's approval, only to be reprimanded. Surely, I do not speak in vain. Hua Lai, you sought an alliance with the Qi family, which father forbade. Would you truly act out of anger against grandfather? The crowd gazed at Hua Lai, many wearing expressions of terror, while Hua Huyanfeng glared at him, demanding answers. How absurd. Do you believe Hua Lai would harm grandfather over a few harsh words? If anyone harbors motive, it is you, Aunt Feng, for you have long resented grandfather's actions that ruined your marriage. You are the most likely to wish him harm. Hua Lai laughed heartily, maintaining his composure. Hua Lai, your heart is far from noble. Your collaboration with the Qi family is driven by self-interest. And you surely harbor murderous intent. Initially, I merely spoke a few words, yet you reacted so vehemently. It is only that others have acted before you. Upon hearing Hua Lai's remarks, Hao Yen pondered silently. Hua Lai, with father deceased, do not act with such arrogance, slandering others. Hua Huyanfeng shouted furiously at Hua Lai, who met her glare defiantly. There is no need for your quarrel. The one who murdered grandfather is not either of you, but rather another. At that moment, Hao Yen stepped forward. The crowd gasped once more. Speak quickly. Who is the true murderer? Hua Lai inquired coldly, impatience evident in his eyes. Hao Yen huffed disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over several stewards. Under his icy stare, they involuntarily retreated a step, averting their eyes from the stewards and focusing on a particular direction within the crowd. The murderer is him. Hao Chen extended his finger and called out to a person. Everyone turned to look. In the direction Hao Chen pointed, a tall man stood resolutely. Hua Heng, Hao Chen exclaimed, it is you who killed old Master Hua. Hua Heng was taken aback, and the crowd retreated in fear, casting terrified glances at him. The pallor on everyone's faces was unmistakable. Hua Heng had been the devoted bodyguard of Hao Chen's grandfather for over 20 years, always within 3 steps of him. If he had intended to kill the old man, he had ample opportunities. Why would he act today? Hua Heng had always been fiercely loyal to the grandfather. Hao Chen, do not presume that Hua Heng is incapable of defending himself. Provide evidence. Hua Lai retorted coldly upon hearing Hao Chen accuse Hua Heng of murder. I am no oracle. I cannot fathom why Hua Heng would wish to kill old Master Hua, nor can I comprehend why he would strike today. However, when it comes to evidence, I do possess some. Hao Chen replied, his demeanor unwavering. Although the old master was ambushed, he did not entirely fail to resist. I just examined the room. The old master's left hand was tightly clutching a piece of fabric that perfectly matches the color of Hua Heng's clothing. The crowd gasped, looking towards Hao Chen as he calmly stated his reasoning. Glancing at one another in disbelief, Hua Lai and Hua Yunfeng entered the room, prying open the left hand of Hua Weiluan's corpse. Indeed, they retrieved a piece of fabric. Hua Lai emerged holding it aloft. Several individuals approached, raising torches to illuminate the fabric. As they gazed upon it, they noted that the frayed piece in Hua Lai's hand matched the shape of the tear in Hua Heng's garment. The crowd collectively turned their eyes towards Hua Heng, who remained unflinching, his gaze coldly fixed on Hao Chen. Hua Lai narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. Hua Heng, the old master grasped your fabric. After committing the murder, you had no time to change your clothes, or perhaps you were unaware that a piece had been torn away. In any case, this serves as your most significant piece of evidence, Hao Chen asserted earnestly. For a moment, the crowd was rendered speechless. Hua Heng, perhaps you feel unjustly accused and unable to speak for yourself. Allow me to voice your thoughts. You would claim that I tampered with the evidence to frame you. But from where would I have procured your fabric? Moreover, after death, the muscles tense. The old master's grip on that fabric would have been exceedingly difficult to pry open, an act I could not have accomplished after his demise. Hao Chen continued his analysis. Indeed, I struggled to pry open my father's fingers, nearly breaking them in the process. If it were a frame-up, such a feat would surely be impossible. Hua Yunfeng affirmed with a nod. The crowd murmured in agreement, many glaring at Hua Heng with murderous intent. Hao Chen pressed on. Hua Heng, do not dismiss this lightly. There is one final point. The old master died from an attack infused with dark elemental energy. Dark elemental power is not something I alone can wield. Recently, I discovered that masked figures in black were secretly absorbing souls to cultivate dark elemental energy. Together with Mentor Huangxin, we have been investigating and have finally identified the one responsible for absorbing souls and cultivating dark elemental energy. You, Hua Heng. Forbidden illusions? Hua Yunfeng was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim. Hua Heng, the dark celestial essence, if it encounters a similar dark energy attack entering your body, it will retaliate spontaneously, beyond human control. Do you dare to allow me to unleash the dark attribute celestial essence and invade your body? Whether you have cultivated dark celestial essence within you, I shall soon ascertain. Hua Heng remained unfazed, yet suddenly, Hao Chen shouted. The crowd turned their gazes toward Hua Heng, and Hua Lai coldly remarked, Hua Heng, let Hao Chen have a try. If you are innocent, I shall take Hao Chen down. All eyes fell upon Hua Heng. Unexpectedly, Hua Heng burst into a hearty laugh. His raucous laughter echoed throughout the mining area, leaving everyone astonished. You can speak? Qi Yajing exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Hua Heng's laughter continued unabated until he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I, Yin Tiangang, have been a servant of the Lihua sect for over 20 years. Today, I have finally found the perpetrator who annihilated my family. Swift retribution is in order. You are correct, I am the one who killed that old wretch, Hua Weilan. Aside from Hao Chen, Huang Xian, and Hao Ruoxuan, the rest were left speechless, astonished that Hua Heng, who had been silent for over 20 years, had finally spoken. His admission of killing Hua Weilan left the listeners in utter astonishment. Ha ha! Hua Heng laughed so heartily that tears nearly streamed down his face. Hao Chen, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have fully confirmed that it was indeed Hua Weilan who exterminated my Yin family. Hua Yunfeng and several attendants changed color, and Hua Yunfeng inquired, Yin family? Are you a remnant of the illusionist Yin family? Huang Xian, who had been silently recovering his celestial essence, was startled and asked, Illusionist? It truly is you, summoning the dead and practicing dark arts. Indeed, I am the young master of the illusionist sect, Yin Tiangang. Hua Heng declared loudly. It is I who summoned the dead and practiced the family's illusionary arts. The crowd gasped in astonishment at his words. Chapter 925. Enduring hardship and seeking revenge. Hua Heng laughed once more and began to recount his story. 20 years ago, my Yin family was slaughtered overnight. I was merely 12 years old at the time, and my parents hid me in a cellar to escape the disaster. Afterward, I wandered aimlessly, eventually arriving at Fenglin Gorge. It was there that the old rogue encountered me while fishing and took me in as his personal attendant. Having witnessed my family's tragic demise, I became withdrawn and chose to feign deafness and muteness after being taken in as a guard. All these years, I have secretly investigated the massacre of the Yin family, and all evidence pointed to the Li Hua sect's Hua family. Initially, I lacked absolute certainty until Hao Chen appeared, confirming that the culprit behind the annihilation of my Yin family was none other than that old rogue, Hua Weilin. What concern is it of yours to find the murderer? Hao Chen inquired, perplexed. Of course, it pertains to you. If you were not a practitioner of earth and dark attributes, how could the old rogue present you with half of the jade fish pendant, inviting you to attempt to unravel its secrets? Hua Hong produced the half jade fish pendant, recounting how Hao Chen attempted to unlock the mystery of the pendant. In truth, the jade fish pendant is a dual fish pendant, a gateway to another dimension, summoning the dead. Hua Hong withdrew from his bosom the jade pendant of the emerald fish, which Hua Weilin had once presented to Hao Chen while fishing, and remarked, "Is this the summoning talisman for the undead from an alternate dimension?" Hao Chen inquired in astonishment. Indeed, this is the treasured heirloom of the Yin family. The summoning talisman for the undead from an alternate dimension. That old scoundrel, all those years ago, sought this very talisman to secretly strike against my Yin family. How laughable that he possessed such a treasure for 20 years, yet remained ignorant of its use. Did you truly believe that the old rascal invited you to the Li Hua sect's mining district out of genuine fondness? Humph. He discovered your affinity for both earth and dark attributes, precisely mirroring the dual attribute practitioners of my Yin family from your. The old rogue suspects you to be a descendant of the Yin clan and wishes to leverage you to unveil the method of utilizing the summoning talisman for the undead from the alternate dimension. Yin Tiangang gradually unraveled Hua Weilin's conspiracy. Hao Chen, taken aback, reflected on the past 2 days' events and recognized that Hua Weilin's actions indeed aligned with Yin Tiangang's assertions. Hua Hong, it was you who assassinated my grandfather. Now that you have confessed, prepare to face the consequences of your deeds. Just as the crowd fell into stunned silence, Hua Lai coldly retorted to Yin Tiangang. Hua Lai brandished his sword, preparing to strike. Oh, the summoning talisman for the undead from an alternate dimension does indeed require dark elemental energy to wield. However, possessing only dark elemental energy without the essence of death or the requisite incantation renders the emerald fish jade pendant an ordinary trinket. I am the one who truly embodies both earth and dark attributes, having cultivated the essence of death, and I am well versed in the art of summoning the undead. Yin Tiangang proclaimed, raising the fragment of the jade pendant in his hand. Before his words could fully resonate, Yin Tiangang concentrated dark elemental energy, directing it towards the summoning talisman for the undead from the alternate dimension. Summon the spirits of the other world to aid me in vanquishing my foes, he silently intoned. Before the astonished audience, the half-piece of the emerald fish jade pendant began to emit swirling black mist from the fish's mouth, enveloped in dark elemental energy and the essence of death. In a dramatic display, 7 swirling black mists coalesced into formidable, semi-ethereal undead soldiers, each wielding arcane artifacts and exuding a menacing presence. Undead from the other world, annihilate those before us, commanded Yin Tiangang. The 7 undead brandished their dark artifacts, charging toward Hua Lai and his companions. How dare you, mere jesters! Li Hua's sword, cleave them. Hua Lai swung his sword, instantly severing one undead in 2. The crowd exhaled in relief, for the 7 semi-ethereal undead soldiers, though ominous in appearance, seemed less formidable than anticipated. However, to their astonishment, the slain undead swiftly reformed, brandishing their weapons anew to strike at Hua Lai. Startled, Hua Lai retreated, but a nearby mining guard screamed as he fell victim to the undead's assault. The beings of the other world cannot be underestimated, Yin Tiangang proclaimed. Undead are birthed from dark attributes and the essence of death. While your elemental attacks may fail to vanquish them, they can harness the essence of death to eliminate you. Alas, my cultivation is insufficient. Were I able to summon 100 or more undead soldiers, I would surely bring ruin to the Li Hua sect's mining district, Yin Tiangang lamented. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, and several attendants discreetly retreated a few paces. The ethereal soldiers of the otherworldly realm cannot be vanquished, yet surely you can be slain? Before the echoes of his voice faded, Hao Chen abruptly advanced, launching a fierce assault on Yin Tiangang, who had no choice but to hurriedly retaliate. Hao Chen, you are not from the Li Hua sect's mining district. We harbor no deep-seated enmity. Why must you force my hand? Yin Tiangang bellowed as he countered with a flurry of punches. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each delivering powerful strikes. You obstructed my entry into the inner hall, forcing me into the encirclement of the Li Hua sect's mining area, clearly intending to frame me and escape unscathed. Such treachery is despicable. You practice dark sorcery, obliterating the hope of reincarnation for the spirits, defying the natural order. Your heart is indeed venomous. You shall pay the price for the souls you have wronged. Hao Chen proclaimed fiercely as he battled Yin Tiangang. To demand a reckoning from me is sheer folly. The spirits of the other world will return to safeguard me, aiding my escape from this place. Yin Tiangang laughed heartily, raising a half-emerald fish pendant and shouting, 7 half-real. Half-illusory spectral soldiers pivoted and gathered around Yin Tiangang, shielding him at their center. With a triumphant stride, Yin Tiangang prepared to depart. Firelight gazed at him. His expression conflicted, gritting his teeth. Hao Chen stood resolutely before Yin Tiangang, refusing to yield. Spectral soldiers, slay this obstructing fool. Yin Tiangang thundered, brandishing half of the dimensional space command talisman. 2 spectral soldiers, wielding artifacts imbued with deathly energy, advanced step by step toward Hao Chen. Hao Chen glared defiantly at the approaching spectral soldiers, yet he did not retreat. At that moment, Yin Tiangang, observing the unfolding scene, erupted in maniacal laughter. Suddenly, a peculiar occurrence transpired. The 2 spectral soldiers halted just a few steps from Hao Chen, gazing at him in astonishment, frozen in place. Spectral soldiers, advance and slay this man. Yin Tiangang's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an enraged shout. Yet the 2 spectral soldiers remained utterly motionless. Hao Chen maintained a calm gaze upon the spectral soldiers, and an even stranger spectacle unfolded. The 2 spectral soldiers suddenly knelt on one knee, fear evident in their eyes, emitting squeaks of alarm. This is the spectral soldiers bowing down. How can this be? You possess the other half of the dimensional space summoning talisman. Yin Tiangang exclaimed, astonished. Is this what you mean? Hao Chen retrieved a jade fish pendant from his storage ring, inquiring. This jade fish pendant was indeed the one obtained at Li Family Fortress. Impossible. How could the other half be in your possession? Yin Tiangang's eyes widened in disbelief as he shrieked upon seeing the pendant in Hao Chen's hand. The 5 other spectral soldiers at Yin Tiangang's side, upon witnessing the pendant, also knelt in submission. A strange aura enveloped the scene. Flame sword. At that moment, Firelight suddenly struck, fiercely swinging his sword toward the dazed Yin Tiangang. Completely unprepared, Yin Tiangang found himself mercilessly struck by Firelight's flame sword. As all 7 spectral soldiers collapsed to the ground in reverence. With a piercing scream, Yin Tiangang was struck and sent flying by the blazing Li Hua sword. Chapter 926, Creation from Nothing. Li Hua is far too treacherous and malevolent. The Li Hua sect will inevitably meet its demise at your hands. Yin Tiangang spat blood and fell to the ground, roaring with rage. You assassinated my grandfather. I have every right to kill you. Li Hua chuckled coldly. Hao Chen, although you have exposed my assassination of Hua Weilan, in my heart, you are honorable and 100 times superior to those of the Li Hua sect. Regrettably, I dared not reveal my dark attributes that day, and thus could not engage you in a fair battle. How unfortunate. Now, the half-fish pendant order is in your possession, and the undead soldiers kneel before you. This is the will of heaven. You are destined to become the owner of the summoning insignia for the undead from another realm. Take my half-fish pendant order as well. Severely injured, Yin Tiangang, realizing his time was short, exerted his final ounce of strength to throw the half-fish pendant order toward Hao Chen. As Hao Chen caught the pendant, Yin Tiangang fell to the ground, laughing maniacally, and breathed his last. The area fell into an eerie silence, observing the peculiar gazes of the Li Hua sect miners. Mentor Huang Xin pulled on Ho Ruoxuan, and the 2 stealthily approached Hao Chen, forming a trio. The murderer of my grandfather has been vanquished. From this day forth, I shall be the new overseer of the Li Hua sect's mining area. The miners heeded the command. Mentor Huang Xin and Hao Chen infiltrated the inner sanctum of the mining area and colluded with monsters to slay the overseer. They must be punished. Let us unite and eradicate these aberrations from the immortal academy. At that moment, a glint of malice flashed in Li Hua's eyes as he suddenly shouted. He bizarrely thrust Ho Ruoxuan aside, knowing that the power behind her was not something he or the Li Hua sect could contend with. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen and Huang Xin's expressions changed dramatically. Hao Chen helped us identify the murderer of our ancestor. Must we repay gratitude with enmity? At this juncture, Qi Yajing hurriedly interjected. The Immortal Academy's mining area will inevitably go to war with us. Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate our formidable adversaries. Do not hesitate. Follow my orders and slay these two. Li Hua was the first to strike, charging toward Hao Chen and Huang Xian. The several overseers of the mining area exchanged glances and joined the fray, surrounding them. In a moment of crisis, Hao Chen ceased to act with restraint and suddenly combined the emerald fish pendant with the inked jade fish pendant, forming a complete yin-yang fish pendant. The dual pendants emanated an eerie dark aura, which swiftly enveloped the scene. The 7 kneeling undead soldiers abruptly rose, their eyes flickering with a spectral light, glaring fiercely at the encroaching miners of the Li Hua sect. Simultaneously, a surge of dark energy erupted from the dual pendants, instantly entering Hao Chen's consciousness. A sharp pain coursed through his head as a legacy was embedded in his mind. The summoning insignia for the undead resonated with his psyche, and he quickly absorbed its contents. Though the undead soldiers may be immortal, we can slay those who control them. Fear not, everyone. We must ensure that the 3 from the Immortal Academy do not escape today. Li Hua and the miners of the Li Hua sect, including several celestial overseers, exchanged grim looks, sparing no mercy for Ho Ruoxuan, and launched their assault on Hao Chen and the others. Hao Chen, commanding the undead shadow soldiers, charged forth alongside them. As Mentor Huang Xian cast celestial spells to fend off the attacks, he discreetly conveyed to Hao Chen, "Undead shadow soldiers from another realm, follow me and slay our foes." Hao Chen nodded to Mentor Huang Xian, realizing there was no time to further absorb the inheritance knowledge. He immediately recited the incantation to control the undead shadow soldiers. Under his command, 7 shadow soldiers brandished their dark artifacts and surged towards Hua Lai and several attendants. Hua Lai and the other celestial attendants unleashed their ultimate moves, entangling 3 of the shadow soldiers, while Mentor Huang Xian advanced with his sword, prompting the attendants to hastily retreat. Hua Lai swiftly closed the distance, wielding his sword to engage the attendants once more. "Master, refrain from fighting," Qi Yajing implored as she grasped her master Hui Yunfeng's arm. After a moment's hesitation, Hui Yunfeng nodded in agreement. At that moment, the freed undead shadow soldiers rejoined the fray, brandishing their spectral artifacts as they charged towards the guards of the Li Hua sect's mining area. Several guards were struck by the shadow soldiers' artifacts, falling to the ground in agony. One shadow soldier, however, was also shattered by a flurry of blades, its dark essence dispersing. Yet, the disintegrated shadow soldier slowly began to reform, instilling terror in the hearts of the Li Hua sect's guards as they witnessed this sight. Hao Chen, gripping Hao Ruoxuan, attempted to break through the outer encirclement but was intercepted by several guards from the Li Hua sect's mining area. At this juncture, Hao Chen chose not to engage in prolonged combat with them. Instead, he wielded the demon morning sword, cutting a path through the adversaries, who fell to the ground, wounded and crying out in pain. He did not deliver fatal blows, merely using the flat of his sword to incapacitate those who blocked his way. Mentor Huang Xian, battling multiple celestial attendants single-handedly, had expended an excessive amount of celestial essence and found himself entangled with Hua Lai and the attendants, unable to extricate himself. Hao Chen and Hao Ruoxuan had only made a few strides when they were once again surrounded by a multitude of guards. With no other options, Hao Chen resorted to wielding the demon morning sword fiercely. The 7 undead shadow soldiers plunged into the throng of guards from the Li Hua sect's mining area, wreaking havoc. 3 celestial attendants hastily employed their arcane techniques to dismantle the shadow soldiers. In an instant, the battle escalated into chaos, with neither side yielding. The situation was dire for Hao Chen and his companions, as the guards of the mining area significantly outnumbered them. Although aided by the undead shadow soldiers, these spectral beings, despite being immortal, were easily shattered, and their restoration required time. Hao Chen and his companions found themselves in a perilous predicament. "Everyone stop! Cease the fighting!" Qi Yajing cried out in desperation, unable to bear witnessing Hao Chen's repeated near-fatal injuries. Suddenly, she rushed into the crowd, shouting. Yet, the guards of the Li Hua sect showed no signs of halting their assault. "Master, if you do not command them to stop, I will take my own life here," Qi Yajing declared fiercely, brandishing a dagger against her throat. "Stop!" Hua Yunfeng, witnessing this distressing scene, summoned his celestial power, his voice resonating throughout the inner courtyard, startling many into momentarily ceasing their actions. Although Qi Yajing is my disciple, she also possesses the esteemed lineage of the Qi family from Haotian City. If Qi Yajing were to perish here, in the mining area of the Lihua sect, even the sect itself would be unable to withstand the wrath of the Qi family. However, Huolai remained indifferent, continuing his fierce combat with mentor Huang Xian. At that moment, Hui Yunfeng's eyes reddened, and she resolutely interposed herself between the sword energies of Huolai and mentor Huang Xian. A thunderous crash echoed, causing both Huolai and mentor Huang to cease their attacks. Several stewards exchanged glances and subsequently withdrew their hands, while Hao Chen also restrained the actions of the undead soldiers. Hao Chen has identified the true culprit behind the murder of our master. Should we choose to act against him now, it would be an act of ingratitude. Brother Huolai, you are destined to become the overseer of the mining area. Perhaps even the sect leader. No one contests that position with you. However, you must uphold your integrity. Qi Yajing pressed the dagger firmly against her throat, declaring, Yajing, do not be reckless. If we do not eliminate our formidable foes today, the Lihua sect shall never find peace. Huolai proclaimed with authority, observing the crowd's gaze upon him. Yet, he secretly gathered his celestial energy, intending to use his powers to bind Yajing. Brother, should you take action again, I shall take my own life. Qi Yajing's fingers tightened, drawing a trickle of blood from her throat. Although Huolai was formidable, Qi Yajing had prepared for this moment. If she truly desired death, Huolai's powers would be futile. Yajing, do not act rashly, Hui Yunfeng cried out desperately. Huolai, you must order them to cease. If you persist, I shall intervene and slay those in the mining area. The onlookers awaited Huolai's command. This matter is indeed complex. Let us all withdraw and clear a path for them to leave. Huolai finally relented, his expression a tumult of emotions. Upon hearing Huolai's command, the crowd retreated. Young one, today, thanks to Yajing, you have been fortunate, Huolai remarked, casting a displeased glance at Hao Chen. The three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yajing, I am truly grateful to you today. Hao Chen huffed, ignoring Huolai and turning to express his gratitude to Qi Yajing. Between us, there is no need for thanks. You must leave this place promptly and return to the mining area. Qi Yajing urged anxiously, stamping her foot. Hao Chen said little. Taking Hao Ruoxuan's hand as they departed, 7 undead soldiers closely following behind, while the guards of the Lihua sect made way for them. The trio hastened along, traveling for several dozen miles until they exited the confines of the Lihua sect's mining area. Today has been arduous, but the perpetrator of the vile deeds has been vanquished. How refreshing. Mentor Huang Xian laughed heartily upon entering the territory of the Immortal Academy's mining area. Fortunately, Hao Chen had a friend willing to risk their life to save him. Hao Ruoxuan teased playfully. Hao Chen's cheeks flushed, and he remained silent. It seems Qi Yajing harbors some feelings for you. She is quite amiable, unlike others from the Lihua sect, Mentor Huang Xian observed with a smile. Indeed. I noticed the two of you exchanging glances. I fear that once she leaves the Immortal Academy, your heart may be set on becoming a son-in-law to the Lihua sect. Hao Ruoxuan retorted, her cheeks puffed in irritation. Mentor Huang Xian laughed heartily, causing Hao Chen's face to redden even further. Hao Chen, the interdimensional summoning talisman in your possession is exceedingly enigmatic. Mastering this talisman could serve as a significant trump card in your endeavors. Thus, you must diligently study it and not squander this divine gift, admonished Mentor Huangxin gravely. The intricacies of the interdimensional summoning talisman are profound, requiring time to master. It is likely that this will demand a considerable duration. Observing the 7 spectral soldiers that adhered closely behind him, Hao Chen replied earnestly, Are you capable of summoning spectral soldiers akin to those from the Yin family? Mentor Huangxin inquired with utmost seriousness. I am not yet able to summon spectral soldiers, yet I am no stranger to them. I once encountered an illusionist and discovered that spectral soldiers are not entirely invincible. Sunlight serves as their greatest adversary. Before dawn, we must return them to their realm. I believe the interdimensional summoning talisman may be utilized in times of dire need to summon spectral soldiers for salvation. However, it ultimately relies on one's own strength. Only by enhancing my abilities can I face adversaries with composure, without relying on external aids. Hao Chen articulated his perspective with calm assurance. I am not yet capable of summoning spectral soldiers, but I can attempt to retract the 7 spectral soldiers behind me. As he spoke, Hao Chen held the summoning talisman aloft, and upon its sight, the 7 spectral soldiers stood respectfully in unison. With a wave of his hand, he successfully retracted them. Both Mentor Huangxin and Hao Ruoxuan marveled at the wondrous capabilities of the talisman. Alas, were I of the dark attribute, I would undoubtedly seize this summoning talisman as my cherished possession, joked Hao Ruoxuan. Hao Chen, Ruoxuan, the summoning talisman is a secret. You two must return swiftly to the Academy's mining district, commanded Mentor Huangxin. Mentor Huangxin, will you not accompany us back? Hao Chen asked with confusion. Today, I am tasked with perimeter vigilance. Thus, I shall not return with you. We part ways here, he declared, and before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished gracefully. Upon returning to the mining district, Hao Chen and Hao Ruoxuan found the members of Team 7 anxiously awaiting their arrival. Hao Ruoxuan recounted the harrowing events that transpired during their visit to the Lihua Sect's mining district, leaving the audience utterly captivated. After departing from the Lihua Sect's mining district, Hao Chen and Team 7 resumed their patrols within the Academy's mining area. Hao Chen had been forcibly invited as a guest, and subsequently wrongfully accused of murder. Even after the truth emerged, the individuals from the Lihua sect continued to pursue him relentlessly. Despite Hao Chen's repeated forbearance, Huolai pressed on unrelentingly. However, Hao Chen soon devised a plan. The unreasonable actions of the Lihua sect, particularly those of Huolai, incited a sense of indignation within him. He resolved to ensure that the Lihua sect and Huolai would pay dearly for their transgressions. Stealthily, Hao Chen dispatched his blood-poisoned spirit clone to survey the Lihua sect's mining district. As he prepared to seize their resources and pilfer the sect's celestial essence stones. In the ensuing days, Hao Chen meticulously compiled the footage relayed by his blood-poisoned spirit clone, creating an exhaustive map of the Lihua sect's mining district while detailing the yield and distribution of each mine. The spirit clone unexpectedly uncovered a hidden vein of celestial essence stones nestled in the northwestern region of the mining district. A small quantity does not denote a gentleman. Boundless excess does not define a true man, he mused. In the ensuing time, Hao Chen meticulously surveyed the guard situation surrounding the Lihua sect's mining area once more. Just as he was preparing to take action, he requested a few days off from his mentor, Huang Xian, under the pretense of infiltrating the Lihua sect's mining area to investigate the practice of nefarious arts. Given their shared experiences of life and death, Huang Xian discreetly supported Hao Chen's endeavors. Consequently, Hao Chen fabricated a reason for his mentor to assign him the task, stealthily making his way to the northwestern region of the mining area. At the front of the mining array, the blood-poisoned spirit doppelganger transformed into a shadowy figure, colliding with the grand formation, which silently revealed a breach. A figure swiftly entered through this opening, which immediately sealed itself as if it had never existed. At that moment, a patrol of the mining guard team passed by, entirely oblivious to the strange occurrence that had just transpired. In their eyes, it was inconceivable that anyone could breach the grand formation right under their noses. As the protective array of the Lihua sect was crafted by the most formidable array masters of the sect. These masters were renowned figures in the Beihao court, and the formations they devised were not easily penetrable by outsiders, guaranteed to create considerable commotion. Thus, to the guards, the entire Lihua sect mining area seemed impenetrable, and their patrols were merely a formality. The figure that had just entered the grand formation was none other than Hao Chen. Before long, he silently breached another layer of defense within the mining area and continued deeper into the interior. After a time equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, Hao Chen found himself in a concealed mining cave, where an entrance was enveloped in a milky white radiant array. At this entrance, no one was present. A glance at the entrance confirmed to Hao Chen that it was unguarded at that moment. The blood-poisoned spirit doppelganger had previously scouted the area and reported that only a formidable warrior at the martial emperor realm guarded the deeper veins of the Xianyuan stone. Hao Chen and his doppelganger swiftly approached the array's restrictions at the entrance. Standing beside the spirit doppelganger for protection, Hao Chen watched as it silently created a breach in the barrier. The mining cave extended dozens of feet deep, with numerous pathways sprawling like a labyrinth, all rich with Xianyuan stones. Without familiarity with these tunnels, an intruder would easily lose their way in the maze-like cave. Due to his thorough prior reconnaissance, Hao Chen quickly located the prosperous passage of Xianyuan stones within the Lihua sect mining area. The rocky walls of the passage were embedded with Xianyuan stones, resembling scattered gravel, albeit of inferior grade, exuding minimal Xianyuan energy. Nonetheless, Even these lesser stones contained a more concentrated essence of Xian Yuan than those found in other locations. Hesitant to excavate these scattered inferior Xian Yuan stones, Hao Chen understood he must first capture and restrain the guard stationed here before he could commence mining the Xian Yuan stones. Hao Chen continued his stealthy advance deeper into the passage. Upon reaching a distance of 1,000 feet, the quantity of Xian Yuan stones increased significantly, and the stones that entered Hao Chen's consciousness began to reveal a greater presence of medium-grade Xian Yuan stones. As he traversed the rich vein of the mineral passage, Hao Yin could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Such a treasure trove of celestial essence stones could sustain a sect for millennia. The Lihua sect, concealing such a bountiful resource, must undoubtedly have more formidable guardians than just a martial emperor overseeing it. Although Hao Yin was taken aback by the magnificence of the mine, his extensive experience allowed him to regain his composure in an instant. Noticing the profound concentration of celestial essence, he resolved to cultivate here for a time. The abundant energy would surely aid in restoring his realm. Employing his spiritual eye technique, he scanned the passage and suddenly discovered 2 training halls carved out just 10 zhang away. To his surprise, he recognized the cultivators within as attendants he had encountered in the Lihua sect's mining area, having previously crossed blades with these 2 early-stage celestial beings. In truth, the Lihua sect remained unaware of the existence of this vein. It was only after the mine's accidental discovery that the Hua family chose to conceal its wealth. Anyone involved in the excavation mysteriously vanished, with only the upper echelons of the Hua family privy to this secret, including Qi Yajing, who was also unaware of the vein's existence. This secret had endured for centuries, and Hua Lai's urgency to eliminate Hua Heng stemmed from the latter's knowledge of everything here. Each time Hua Weilin ventured to the secret mine for cultivation, he was accompanied by Hua Heng, who, being mute, posed no risk of revealing the secret. At this moment, Hao Yin noticed that the 2 early-stage celestial attendants were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, presenting him with an opportunity. For hundreds of years, those from the Hua family who cultivated here had never encountered mishaps, resulting in no defensive measures being established. Seizing this chance, Hao Yin successfully imprisoned the 2 early-stage celestial beings within the first level of the demon suppression tower. As he felt the rich celestial essence surrounding him, Hao Yin contemplated opening the jade pendant space, allowing the treasures within the tower to automatically absorb the energy, enabling those residing in the Treasure S realm to partake of the bestowed opportunities and adapt swiftly to the celestial realm. Simultaneously, he summoned several young human girls and handsome boys, gathering them in one training hall for cultivation. He then prepared to cultivate in another hall, abundant with celestial essence. At this juncture, his spiritual entity eagerly aspired to cultivate as well. However, due to a lack of orders from Hao Yin, it refrained from acting impulsively, fearing it might attract trouble. Thus, the spiritual entity subdued its eagerness. Our current situation is perilous, so while cultivating, you must exercise utmost caution and refrain from making any noise, Hao Yin said earnestly, casting a glance at the spiritual entity. His decision to allow the spiritual entity to cultivate here was made after considerable deliberation. As a metamorphic spirit, it required a level of celestial essence vastly exceeding that of any human to advance. If Hao Yin did not take the risk to permit its cultivation now, he might never encounter such a rich vein of celestial essence again. Insufficient celestial essence confines the avatar's prowess to the 5th stage of the transformation into a spirit emperor, rendering the ascension to the realm of immortals a daunting challenge for a lifetime. Although fraught with peril, this circumstance presents an undeniable opportunity, a chance for both Hao Yin and his spirit avatar. Hao Yin shares a profound mental connection with his avatar. Observing the earnest demeanor of his original self, the spirit avatar nodded in agreement before departing the secret chamber, positioning itself in the corridor not far from its origin, where it commenced the inhalation of celestial essence. Should Hao Yin and his avatar manage to cultivate seamlessly for 10 days, or perhaps even a mere 3 to 5 days, their strength would undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement. Soon, the spirit avatar entered a state of cultivation. Despite exercising caution during its practice, it inevitably created a considerable commotion. The avatar possessed a remarkable capacity to endure celestial essence, rarely facing any bottlenecks under normal circumstances. Provided that ample celestial essence is available, it could ascend without limit. As the avatar cultivated, the surrounding celestial essence surged towards it in overwhelming waves. In no time, the energy from the nearby celestial essence stones was entirely absorbed, rendering them ordinary gravel. Although the noise generated during the avatar's cultivation was significant, it fortunately did not attract the attention of any formidable beings, allowing Hao Yan's original self to enter a state of cultivation with peace of mind. Having previously practiced with celestial essence stones, Hao Yan found their energy limited, and given their scarcity, they offered little assistance in his cultivation. As he activated the Lesser Yang technique, he began to absorb the celestial essence from the mine with fervor. The richness of the celestial essence within this cavern was astonishing. Hao Yan felt as though his pores had expanded several-fold, and the speed of his absorption surpassed the commotion caused by his avatar. The celestial essence in the mine was not only dense, but also extraordinarily pure, making Hao Yan feel as if he were adrift in a crystalline ocean, ensnared within its depths, unable to extricate himself. He sensed the celestial essence within him growing increasingly robust. However, despite the passage of time, he exhibited no signs of impending breakthrough. What could be the reason for this? Sensing the peculiarity of the essence within him, Hao Yan furrowed his brow. In the past, sufficient celestial essence alone sufficed for a breakthrough. Why was it that after absorbing so much, no signs of advancement were apparent? His brow knitted in frustration, his expression bleak. Perhaps it was related to the jade pendant space. Only when this space absorbed enough celestial essence could it then meet the demands of his body, he pondered. Thus, Hao Yan resolved to cease his own absorption of celestial essence and fully activate the jade pendant's devouring function. Once the spirit within the pendant communicated that it had been sufficiently nourished, Hao Yan promptly employed the Lesser Yang technique once more to absorb the celestial essence within the cavern, along with the aura emanating from the jade pendant space. As the rich celestial essence flowed into his meridians and surged into his dantians, Hao Yan gradually became aware of astonishing transformations occurring within his 5 dantians. The 3 primordial spirits within the dantian are gradually maturing. In the Thunder Sea dantian, the 9 serpentine dragons have completely transformed into 4-clawed thunder dragons. Notably, the alchemical body within the stellar dantian has evolved into a celestial body, orbiting the chaotic energy mass in a harmonious pattern. The transformation of the alchemical body in the stellar dantian into a celestial body was an unexpected revelation for Hao Chen, who was on the verge of exclaiming in delight. Initially, he struggled with a multi-attribute dantian, inadvertently creating a unique multi-alchemical body dantian, which he aptly named the stellar dantian. To his astonishment, it had genuinely evolved into a celestial body. However, Hao Chen had no time to explore the formidable potential of the stellar dantian at that moment. The recent cultivation had brought him an astonishing surprise. After absorbing the celestial essence from the mine and receiving energy feedback from the stellar dantian, he felt his meridians suddenly becoming robust. With this newfound strength, the speed at which he absorbed celestial essence increased several-fold. The evolution of the stellar dantian had bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability. If this trend continues, his cultivation speed will accelerate even further. A smile of excitement illuminated Hao Chen's face as he reveled in the enhanced absorption rate of celestial essence, facilitated by the stellar dantian. The vast influx of celestial essence was almost instantaneously refined by the dantian's gravitational pull, and the abundant energy was subsequently redirected to other dantians, causing Hao Chen to feel a momentary throbbing in his meridians. However, this sensation was fleeting, as the celestial essence had already been devoured by the stellar dantian and was now in a cycle of feedback. The stellar dantian possessed such remarkable capabilities of absorption and feedback. Hao Chen had not anticipated this functionality, yet he did not dwell on it excessively. He could sense that he was on the brink of breaking through to the human immortal realm. Hao Chen let out a tremendous roar, his aura suddenly expanding outward. He had intended to break through quietly, having long suppressed his advancement. However, as the breakthrough drew near, the tumult of celestial essence intensified to an uncontainable degree, compelling Hao Chen to surrender to the natural flow. Today, he resolved to ascend to the human immortal realm, even if it meant being discovered by the formidable entities of the Lihua sect's mining area. Otherwise, possessing the strength of an immortal without the corresponding status would render him akin to an unrecognized alchemist lacking certification, a sentiment Hao Chen was all too familiar with. Especially as a stowaway, he felt an even greater impetus to become self-reliant. with a thunderous roar, as the internal restraints were lifted. The commotion from his breakthrough grew increasingly pronounced, and the celestial essence within him became more potent. The celestial essence from the rich veins of the celestial stone mine had been nearly depleted by Hao Chen. The others in the cultivation hall, along with the spiritual avatars, halted their training, forced to cease as the majority of the celestial essence in the vicinity had been consumed by Hao Chen. In the southeastern direction of the Lihua sect's mining area, two figures raced forward in quick succession. The one fleeing ahead was none other than the elusive Qi Yajing, whom Hao Chen had been seeking, while the shadowy figure in pursuit was a cloaked individual draped in black. In the late stage of her martial prowess, Qi Yajing's speed in fleeing was undoubtedly remarkable. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to escape the relentless pursuit of a masked figure clad in black. This enigmatic pursuer, also possessing the formidable cultivation of a martial emperor, matched Qi Yajing in prowess, persistently tailing her like a tenacious gum. Thus, a day passed with the two engaged in a continuous cat-and-mouse game. Qi Yajing, wishing to avoid bringing trouble to her master, Hui Yunfeng, and the miners of the Lihua sect, had fled to the verdant depths of the Yangjiao Valley, hoping to encounter the one who captured her affections once more. Come play with me, little girl. You have nothing to lose. Why must you be so unromantic? The masked figure rasped from behind, his voice echoing ominously. In response, Qi Yajing grimaced in disgust, her pace remaining unyielding. After such a prolonged standoff, she recognized her adversary's strength was on par with her own, and he was undeniably ruthless. Engaging him in combat would yield little advantage. Should she falter, only dire consequences awaited her. Since you lack appreciation for my intentions, do not blame me for being ruthless. The masked figure remarked with a sinister grin as he observed Qi Yajing's accelerating speed. Blood sacrifice. He swiftly drew a line across his arm, causing a torrent of blood to seep forth. Blood shadow hand, he intoned coldly. Alarm surged within Qi Yajing as she sensed a grave threat emanating from his actions. Come to me. The masked figure, previously distanced from her, instantly closed the gap, appearing at her side with alarming swiftness. The blood shadow hand reached for Qi Yajing's back, but she countered with a swift motion, conjuring a frigid hand of ice to intercept his attack. However, her hurried response lacked the necessary strength, and the potency of her icy strike was not fully realized. After the clash, Qi Yajing stumbled forward several paces before managing to regain her balance. Such incredible speed. How could he have surged forward so drastically? She pondered, her brow furrowing in contemplation. The masked figure was perplexed by her sudden shift in demeanor. Qi Yajing's defeat was not due to inferiority in skill. Rather, she was momentarily stunned by the might of the blood shadow hand. Their pursuit had persisted for several hours, during which they had gained some understanding of each other's capabilities. Qi Yajing had not anticipated that the masked figure could further elevate his strength at this juncture. Seizing the opportunity, the masked figure lunged forward as Qi Yajing turned. His speed surpassed her wildest expectations. Blood shadow hand, his blood-red handprints, akin to divine weapons, summoned the surrounding celestial energy as they surged toward Qi Yajing. Gazing at the masked figure clad in black, Qi Yajing felt an urgent surge of power course through her veins as she prepared to counter the formidable strike. In an instant, a shimmering handprint, radiating a cold light, took form, the ice hand. Unyielding, Qi Yajing unleashed her icy handprint to confront the blood shadow hand of the masked assailant. Boom! A flash of crimson light erupted, and Qi Yajing's ice hand was instantly shattered by the force of the blood shadow hand. The masked figure's attack pierced through her icy defense, its momentum unabated as it lunged toward her chest. Caught off guard by the masked figure's unexpected strength, Qi Yajing was struck once more. How could this be? The masked figure's power had seemingly surged to an astonishing degree. Clutching her chest, Qi Yajing looked at the masked figure with disbelief. Previously, their strengths had been evenly matched, and any confrontation between them would have likely ended in a stalemate. Yet now, she discerned that the masked figure's speed and strength were far superior to before. If you yield and join me in the clouds of Wushan, perhaps I may spare your life. Otherwise, well. The masked figure waved the blood shadow hand, leaving 5 deep marks on a nearby tree. Chapter 930, Undercurrents Rising Humph. Is this your trump card? Seeing the masked figure's threatening gesture, Qi Yajing could not suppress a laugh. My abilities are beyond your comprehension. At her dismissive words, a flicker of murderous intent crossed the masked figure's eyes. Is that so? Qi Yajing scoffed, her face twisted in disdain. You are merely a rat scorned by all. Do you truly think I fear you? Since you refuse to acknowledge your place, I shall enact justice upon you here. Once dealt with, you will obey. The masked figure unleashed a bloodshadow hand, exuding a palpable aura of menace, his presence intensifying. Humph! Qi Yajing retorted with a cold snort, resolutely summoning her ice hand to meet the masked figure's assault. Though he had augmented his prowess and speed through secret techniques, the outcome of a direct confrontation between them remained uncertain. Boom! As their powers clashed, a formidable energy enveloped the surroundings, swirling up branches and leaves in an instant. Such a display of raw strength alone generated immense turbulence. Had they truly engaged in battle within the mining area, it could have obliterated the stronghold of the Lihua sect. Both retreated several paces, preparing for another onslaught when suddenly, a distant rumble reverberated through the air. As they turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, both displayed expressions of intrigue. Qi Yajing recognized that direction as the location of the Lihua sect mining area, prompting her curiosity about what could have caused such a ruckus. While she was merely intrigued, the masked figure was genuinely incensed. He could not comprehend why so many events had transpired recently. The only plausible explanation was that the secret mine controlled by the Hua family had likely been exposed. Yet, he felt no concern, for he was aware that formidable guardians from the Hua family were stationed within that secret mine, not to mention beings of the immortal realm. Even those of the celestial realm would be unable to seize a single piece of celestial essence stone from the mine under the Hua family's dominion. Have you conspired with outsiders? It appears I have underestimated you. I did not anticipate you had accomplices. The masked figure scowled fiercely at Qi Yajing. However, a moment later, a look of realization crossed his face. Do you truly believe that by luring me here, you have succeeded? Do you genuinely think that for such a vast celestial essence mine, the Hua sect would dispatch merely a handful of cultivators of the immortal realm to guard it? I can assure you, the fate of your accomplices will be far worse than yours. Before he finished speaking, the masked figure had already appeared before Qi Yajing, unleashing a more ferocious assault than before. It seemed he had no desire to engage in prolonged combat with her, aiming instead for a swift resolution. However, he had gravely miscalculated. Qi Yajing, being a late-stage martial empress, was by no means inferior to the masked man in terms of cultivation. Her only slight disadvantage lay in her speed. In his haste for a quick victory, the masked man inevitably revealed numerous vulnerabilities, thus providing Qi Yajing with the opportunity she needed. In a swift motion, she dodged the masked man's attack and quickly leaped out of his striking range, fleeing without a backward glance. Qi Yajing understood that this was not the time to confront the masked figure. As he had stated, although they were on the outskirts of Maple Forest Gorge, any further commotion could attract unwanted attention, putting her in genuine peril. Trying to escape, recognizing her intentions, the masked figure bellowed and pursued her. Meanwhile, in a concealed grand formation to the northwest of the Hua sect's mining area, 2 men and 1 woman faced each other, their faces etched with concern. Another outsider has breached the secret realm, and they have successfully evaded the illusionary killing array, remarked a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. This individual is no ordinary foe. Upon finishing his statement, the middle-aged man, named Bei Shi, furrowed his brow, his face betraying a murderous intent. As a mid-stage Earth immortal and a 4th-level formation master, Bei Shi held a position of significant authority within the Hua sect, second only to the sect leader. And even in the Beihai celestial domain, he wielded considerable influence. This place is becoming increasingly perilous. Why has the family not dispatched personnel to extract the celestial essence stones, instead opting to send a few family members to guard this location in secrecy? Inquired an elder who appeared to be in his 50s. This elder, known as Nankuan, was a late-stage Earth immortal and the chief guardian of the Hua sect's mining area. The Lihua sect is endowed with numerous mining districts. Yet the Xian Yuan stone mining area is scarce. Among these, the Fenglin Canyon Xian Yuan stone mining area holds particular significance, not only due to its impressive quality and yield, but also because various sects vie for a share of its bounty. The Lihua sect's mining area is likewise coveted by other factions. Upon hearing of the death of Hua Wei Lin, many gathered at the Lihua sect's Xian Yuan stone mining area to pay their respects. The mining guard team is a formidable battalion of the Lihua sect, serving as a sharp blade for the sect. They report directly to the sect leader, and no one else has the authority to command them. Comprising roughly 800 elite members, Only those who have attained the martial emperor realm may join the mining guard team. The extraction of Xian Yuan stones is a serious endeavor. Without absolute certainty, we cannot risk exposing the veins, especially during this period of mourning for my father. The last to speak was the striking Hui Yunfeng, addressing the formation master Bei Xie and the mining guard captain Nankuan. Hui Yunfeng holds another title as the envoy of the Lihua sect, also known as the Special Commissioner. The sect has 9 envoys, including Ao Tian, Xiao Yao, Gue Mei, and Hua Feng, who solely adhere to the orders of the Elder Council, impervious even to the commands of the sect leader. Thus, Hui Yunfeng's status within the Lihua sect is undeniably significant. Brother, you should take a couple of people to investigate the commotion. Such a disturbance cannot be made by ordinary individuals, Bei Xie advised Nankuan. Very well, as my younger brother suggests. I shall take a few subordinates to see what's amiss, Nankuan replied boisterously. The mining guard team, directly under the sect leader's command, can only be ordered by Nankuan. However, before Nankuan departed the sect master specifically instructed that all must heed Bei Xie's commands. Another reason for Nankuan's compliance lies in Bei Xie's high standing within the Lihua sect, where he is genuinely respected and admired. Bei Xie, whose true name is Hui Yunbei, is the 3rd son of the Hua family. His esteem among the sect's members is profound. In contrast, Nankuan, whose real name is Hui Yunnan, is the 2nd son of the Hua family, characterized by his clear distinctions between love and hate, and deep filial piety towards his father, Hua Weilin. The eldest brother of the Hua family, Hui Yunpeng, is the grand elder of the Lihua sect, while Hua Lai, who stood by Hua Weilin in the Xian Yuan stone mining area, is Hui Yunpeng's 4th son. His firstborn is a prodigy. Famously known as the Gue Mei envoy of the Lihua sect, Hui Yunfeng is their sister, with a younger brother, Hui Yundong, the 4th son of the Hua family. The Hua family has deeply entrenched roots within the Lihua sect. Chapter 931. Deeply entrenched Hua Weilin, possessing the cultivation of the late Earth immortal realm, sought after the soul-summoning talisman of the Yin Tiangang family. In a surprise attack during the battle against the Yin family, he was incapacitated by the Death Scythe, a soul artifact wielded by the spectral soldiers, resulting in the loss of his legs and halting any further advancement in his cultivation. As the avatar that Hua Weilin secretly forged was injured by Hao Chen, Yin Tiangang seized the opportunity to imprison it. In the act of eliminating Hua Weilin, Yin Tiangang also clandestinely extinguished its life, thereby obliterating every fragment of Hua Weilin's soul. For over 20 years, Hua Weilin sought out capable beings from the celestial realm to restore his severed limbs, yet all endeavors ended in failure. Unless one possessed the attributes of darkness and death, which were essential for healing his dismemberment. Only individuals endowed with these 2 attributes, darkness and the essence of the departed, could eradicate the lingering remnants of the undead. However, such formidable entities were typically inhabitants of the underworld, and due to Hua Weilin's status and identity, he could not summon their aid, leaving his severed limbs unrepaired. Those who had not been severed by the scythe of death could simply consume a regeneration elixir to restore their bodies. Once the Hua family discovered the rich celestial essence stone veins in the Lihua sect's mining area, Hua Weilin volunteered to guard the precious resources. With his formidable cultivation, even in a state of disability, he was a match for most celestial beings, thus earning the position of overseer of the celestial essence stone mine. Not only was Hua Weilin the overseer, but he also commanded the shadow guards of the Lihua sect. His presence there was to secretly protect the Hua family's clandestine interests, while simultaneously seeking to study the half-emerald fish pendant in the depths of the mine. Yet, after 2 decades, he had made no progress. Unexpectedly, Hua Weilin stumbled upon Hao Chen's secret of possessing dark attributes and mistakenly believed him to be a remnant of the Yin family. He forcefully invited Hao Chen to visit the Lihua sect's mining area. During Hua Weilin's probing of Hao Chen, his attendant, Hua Hong, saw through his intentions and recognized him as the true culprit responsible for the massacre of the Yin family. In the grand design of fate, it is said that retribution comes in due time. Hua Weilin not only lost his life, but also had his avatar slain by Hua Hong, resulting in the complete annihilation of his soul. Very well, I shall take a few individuals to investigate. Nankuan nodded in agreement. Now that Yudong is absent, should any misfortune befall us, Feng Mei, as the sect's envoy, has the authority to mobilize the shadow guards here. As Nankuan spoke, he handed a token to Hui Yunfeng for safekeeping. Nan Kuan was not only the commander of the Li Hua sect's mining guard, but also the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards. Those in the Shadow Guard recognized the token rather than the individual. Aside from the Hua family, no one in the Li Hua sect knew who the deputy commander was, including the sect leader himself, showcasing Hua Weilin's astuteness. Lin Yudong served as the commanding officer of this mining area and was also the left deputy commander of the sect's Shadow Guards. The masked figure who pursued Qi Yajing was none other than Lin Yudong, whose true identity was Hua Yundong, the fourth son of the Hua family. To guard the celestial essence stone mine, Lin Yudong was reassigned to the Fenglin Gorge mining area under the mediation of Hua Yunpeng and Bai Xia, illustrating the significance placed on the secret caverns of the Hua family's celestial essence stone mine. However, most within the sect were unaware that Hua Weilin had been renamed and hidden away since the birth of his child, later assuming a different identity to join the Li Hua sect. Though Hua Weilin perished, he successfully transferred the authority of the Shadow Guards to his second son, Hua Yunnan, Nan Kuan, and his fourth son, Hua Yundong, Lin Yudong, ensuring that the Hua family maintained control over the very existence of the Li Hua sect. Should Nan Kuan be tasked with the act of murder, he would likely execute it with remarkable efficiency and alacrity. However, regarding the clandestine guardianship of the Xianyuan stone mine, Beijia harbored reservations about Nan Kuan's reliability. Instead, he discreetly orchestrated the appointment of the envoy Hua Yunfeng to reside beside Hua Weilin, thereby ensuring both the care of his father and the covert protection of the family's clandestine Xianyuan mine. Under Beijia's repeated instructions, Nan Kuan hastily led 3 Shadow Guards toward the secret mine of the Hua family, unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or accidental. The 3 individuals accompanying him were none other than 3 of the 4 personal guards who had previously served Hua Weilin, specifically the members of the Shadow Guard, Bing San and Bing Jiao, along with Ding Qi from the Ding team. At the inception of the Shadow Guards, to facilitate the memorization of each member's name, Hua Weilin had divided the 90 members into 10 small teams, aligned sequentially according to the heavenly stems, each comprising 9 individuals. Bing San and Bing Jiao belonged to the Bing team, while Ding Qi was part of the Ding team, and Hua Heng was ranked Ding heir within the same unit. Following the assassination of the overseer of the mining area and the commander of the Shadow Guards, Hua Weilin, they understood the gravity of the situation and promptly reported the details truthfully. Upon learning that Hua Weilin had been slain by Hua Heng, Beijia, Nan Kuan, Lin Yudong, Hua Yunpeng, and others displayed profound shock and fury. Particularly, Nan Kuan immediately summoned the 9 members of the Jia team, preparing to impose punishment on Bing San, Bing Jiao, and Ding Qi. However, for reasons unknown, he later rescinded this course of action, leaving Bing San, Bing Jiao, and Ding Qi perplexed. They were acutely aware of their subordinate status and that certain matters were beyond their purview. Yet the very fact that they were not privy to these details only heightened their curiosity. You previously mentioned that Hao Chen possesses attributes of darkness, earth, and fire. Is this true? Nan Kuan inquired, hastening his pace while questioning the 3. As the commander of the Li Hua sect's mining team and an elder of the sect, he exerted an undeniable pressure upon Bing San, Bing Jiao, and Ding Qi. Reporting back, this matter is undeniably true, though unsure why Nan Kuan was so invested. The 3 responded timidly. What cultivation level does that lad possess? Nan Kuan pressed further. His inquiry left the 3 bewildered, for they had previously provided a detailed report to Lin Yudong, the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards, without omitting any information. They had conveyed that Hao Chen was at the mid-level of the martial emperor realm, without embellishment or exaggeration, fully aware of the dire consequences of misreporting. When they briefed Lin Yudong, Hua Yunpeng, Beijia, Hua Yunfeng, and Nan Kuan had all been present. Logically, Nan Kuan should have already been aware of the entire sequence of events surrounding Hua Weilin's demise. However, his current line of questioning clearly indicated suspicion towards them, prompting a cold sweat to break out among the 3. It is well known that any Shadow Guard who becomes a subject of suspicion faces a grim fate. Commander, although that young man possesses slightly lower cultivation, his martial arts are exceedingly formidable. He fought to a standstill against Hua Lai and the 3 celestial stewards. Ding Qi, without the slightest hesitation, quickly began to explain. Silence. I merely inquired about that young man's level of cultivation. Facing Ding Qi's incessant chatter, Nan Kuan abruptly turned around, his eyes gleaming with menace as he scrutinized the 3. That young man is at the mid-level of the martial sovereign. Seeing Nan Kuan's fury, Ding Qi lowered his head in trepidation and cautiously replied, "Is he truly only at the mid-level of the martial sovereign?" Nankuan murmured softly, lost in contemplation. Observing Nankuan's sudden change in demeanor, the three wisely fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. Chapter 932, Surround and Eliminate, Part 1, Boom. With a resounding explosion within his body, Hao Chen swiftly emerged from his profound meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that everyone had ceased their cultivation, instead vigilantly guarding him from a short distance away. As Hao Chen activated the yin-yang technique, he sensed that his martial cultivation had returned to the late stage of the martial emperor, and his immortal cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, with his internal energy significantly heightened compared to before. Through several encounters with celestial beings, Hao Chen realized that the martial emperor wielding celestial essence was incomparably stronger than the martial emperor of true essence at the same Great Ascension level. With his advancement to the late stage of the martial emperor and the late stage of the Great Ascension, his strength was now sufficient to rival celestial beings of the earth immortal realm. Individuals born in the celestial realm, constrained by their environment, primarily focused on martial progression, with few choosing to cultivate spells. Those who practiced both martial and spell techniques were as rare as phoenix feathers. The simultaneous restoration of both martial and spell cultivation to their original states filled Hao Chen with exhilaration. Practitioners of the same level who cultivated both were far superior to those focused solely on martial arts. Even among celestial beings, dual practitioners were exceedingly uncommon. However, Hao Chen's excitement swiftly diminished due to a warning from his spirit clone. "Someone is approaching," the spirit clone exclaimed anxiously. Hearing this, Hao Chen abruptly recognized the danger of his situation. He could very well lose his life here. Regrettably, this opportunity had slipped away. Unable to utilize the resources in this location to ascend to the human immortal realm, he had no choice but to leave with a sense of disappointment. Hao Chen approached the crowd and suddenly waved his hand, drawing everyone into the demon suppression tower. Subsequently, the spirit clone transformed into a wisp of smoke, leading the way. Hao Chen cast a reluctant glance back at the celestial essence stone mine's cultivation hall before departing without a backward glance. Having thoroughly explored the mine's secret passages, the spirit clone was well acquainted with the layout, skillfully avoiding any triggering of defensive formations, and successfully led Hao Chen back to the surface. Upon exiting the secret mine, Hao Chen sensed 6 distinct auras approaching from 2 directions. The aura from the northwest was undoubtedly that of Nankuan and his 3 companions. Meanwhile, the aura from the southeast belonged to Qi Yajing and the masked figure, Lin Yudong, the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. Originally, Qi Yajing had no intention of returning to the Lihua sect's Xian Yuan mine area. She wished to shake off the masked figure in black and seek out Hao Chen in the Xian Academy mine district, hoping to distance herself from this place of turmoil. However, she did not anticipate that the masked figure would relentlessly pursue her, and she soon discovered that his speed had significantly increased. At times, when she let her guard down, she would fall prey to his ambushes. Hesitant and indecisive, Qi Yajing ultimately led the masked figure to the Lihua sect mine, intending to blend into the chaotic crowd to escape. Little did she know that the one causing a commotion here would be Hao Chen. Emerging from the secret cave, he concealed his aura without a moment's hesitation and ran in the opposite direction. Utilizing the dense vines and shrubs surrounding the Xian Yuan stone mine's secret cave to obstruct the view of any pursuers, Hao Chen easily slipped away. Just moments after Hao Chen departed the secret cave, Nankuan arrived with Ding Qi, Bing San, and Bing Jiu. Upon reaching the hidden mine, his spiritual sense swept over the area and detected 2 unfamiliar auras approaching. It was over. Fate had decreed it so. When Qi Yajing spotted Nankuan, her heart sank. She had anticipated a gathering of Lihua sect members here, believing the masked figure would refrain from acting in front of witnesses, but the reality was quite the opposite. Nankuan had once coveted Qi Yajing's beauty and had attempted to seize her in secret, but she had managed to evade him. Now, faced with Nankuan again, Qi Yajing felt as though she had walked into the jaws of a tiger. However, this time, Nankuan did not rush to confront her, as he had other matters to attend to. "You two stay behind and help capture this girl," Nankuan instructed Bing San and Bing Jiu. "You should let them accompany you. I can handle this girl alone," the masked figure retorted. Nankuan disregarded the masked figure's objections and insisted that Bing San and Bing Jiu remain. "This girl is difficult to deal with. I do not wish for any mistakes." If anything goes awry, it is a burden neither of us can bear, he stated firmly, then pursued Hao Chen in the direction he had vanished, confident that the masked figure was a disguise of his fourth brother, Hui Yundong. Once Nankuan departed, Qi Yajing finally breathed a sigh of relief. You too. Block the girl's escape route to prevent her from fleeing. If she attempts to escape, I will not spare you, the masked figure warned ominously. Hearing this, Bing San and Bing Ju nodded solemnly, positioning themselves to seal off Qi Yajing's path. With her escape route now blocked, Qi Yajing had no choice but to focus on the masked figure. She realized that if she could not defeat him at this moment, her chances of leaving this place were slim. At that instant, Qi Yajing's cultivation surged dramatically, propelling her into the early realm of martial emperor. She formed seals with her hands, instantly condensing a formidable handprint. Beidou seal. Qi Yajing let out a fierce shout and charged towards the masked figure in black, not far away. Without the slightest hesitation or any prior indication, her strike had already reached the masked man. Upon seeing the girl before him no longer fleeing, a bloodthirsty smile crept across the masked man's face. Blood Shadow Palm. The masked figure revealed his true strength, unleashing an aura of a martial emperor at the initial stage, instantly condensing a blood shadow palm to meet Qi Yajing's northern dipper seal. Both had concealed their powers, and at this moment, Qi Yajing and the masked man were evenly matched in cultivation and strength. The only notable difference was that the masked man's sudden burst of blood sacrifice was slightly faster than Qi Yajing's. Although Qi Yajing was a disciple of the Lihua sect, she was also the daughter of the Qi family in Beihai City, possessing numerous magical artifacts. Having left the Qi family to cultivate in the Lihua sect, the family, concerned for her safety, equipped her with many protective treasures. Despite her allegiance to the Lihua sect and her master being the Phoenix of Fire Cloud, her identity within the Qi family remained that of a secret envoy, tasked with monitoring the sect's every move. With years of experience navigating the celestial realm, she was not lacking in wisdom. Conversely, the masked man, as the deputy leader of the Shadow Guard, had instilled fear and trepidation in countless individuals through his ruthless methods. Thus, their confrontation, regardless of the outcome, would undoubtedly deplete both parties of substantial energy and stamina. If they were indeed resolute in engaging in a battle to the death, neither side would emerge unscathed. Moreover, Qi Yajing did not wish to become entangled with the masked man, so while she fought with all her might, she simultaneously sought an opportunity to escape. Chapter 933. The Encirclement and Interception, Part 2. Hao Chen left the secret mine, still suppressing his aura to resemble a mid-level martial emperor. As he fled, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, initially believing that with his concealment techniques and speed, no one would be able to catch up to him. However, he soon realized his overconfidence. There were many capable beings in the celestial realm, and despite his efforts to mask his presence, he was still detected. At this moment, Hao Chen sensed the presence of his pursuers, a celestial being at the Earth Immortal level and a guard beside Huo Weilin. For a moment, Hao Chen felt a sense of relief, dismissing the Earth Immortal as not worthy of concern. Currently, he had no intention of fleeing or shaking off his pursuers. Rather, he quietly instructed his spiritual clone to leave his main body and conceal itself nearby, waiting for the right moment to act. Remember, do not act impulsively. Prioritize your life above all else, Hao Chen advised his clone. No sooner had he spoken than the spiritual clone transformed into a streak of light and shot away. Nankuan, at the late Earth Immortal stage and the leader of the Lihua sect's Mind Guard, would have no place in the sect if he allowed a mid-level martial emperor to escape. Upon recognizing Hao Chen ahead, Ding Qi promptly relayed the details of Huo Weilin's invitation for Hao Chen to visit the mine to Nankuan. Had it not been for Hao Chen's resolute determination to uncover the true murderer of the Overseer and vindicate him, the Overseer would have likely remained restless in death. Ding Qi remarked to Nankuan, "He is indeed a friend and benefactor of the Overseer." Upon hearing Ding Qi's account, Nankuan found himself at a loss. After all, he was a friend of his father and had identified the murderer on the spot after his father was inexplicably assassinated. Such a favor warranted repayment from the Hua family. However, the jade pendant had fallen into Hao Chen's possession, and Hua Lai, coveting the treasure, repaid kindness with malice by killing Hao Chen to reclaim it. As Nankuan pondered, Hao Chen had already dashed several thousand paces away, only to suddenly halt and turn to face the slowly pursuing Nankuan. Although Nankuan had been closely trailing Hao Chen, upon realizing his identity, he seemed to deliberately maintain a distance. He neither allowed Hao Chen to escape nor made any effort to swiftly capture him. Hao Chen discerned that Nankuan was not exerting his full strength in the chase. Had he done so, it would have been impossible for him to lag behind for such an extended period. As for Nankuan's intentions, Hao Chen could easily surmise that he aimed to drive him away from the vicinity of the secret cave of the Xianyuan stone mine before taking further action. The rationale behind not ambushing Hao Chen within the mining area was likely due to the potential attention it would attract, thereby exposing the mine's secrets. Observing Hao Chen's sudden stop, Nankuan instinctively furrowed his brow. He had originally intended to use this method to compel Hao Chen away from the secret cave, knowing that a confrontation nearby would unveil the mine's mysteries. Moreover, to kill Hao Chen within the mining area would contradict the gratitude Hao Chen owed to the Hua family. By departing from the vicinity of the Xianyuan secret cave, Nankuan believed he would have granted Hao Chen an implicit reprieve, thus allowing him to kill Hao Chen with a clear conscience, reclaim the treasure belonging to the Hua family, and safeguard the secrets of the Xianyuan mine. However, he had not anticipated that Hao Chen would voluntarily come to a halt. Nankuan approached Hao Chen, unreservedly meeting his gaze. "You wish to force me to act away from the vicinity of the secret cave?" After a prolonged silence, Hao Chen could no longer contain his laughter, recognizing the strength of his pursuer. It was evident that this individual was significantly more powerful, at least 2 levels beyond his own capabilities. Even if he executed the stunning step to its utmost limit, escaping from this adversary would be exceedingly difficult. "Is this how you, the disciples of the Hua sect, treat your benefactors?" Hao Chen looked at Nankuan and Ding Qi, a hint of mockery in his voice. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Nankuan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Is it true that you possess the jade fish pendant of Overseer Hua Weilin from the mining area?" Nankuan's exterior remained as calm as a placid lake, yet internally, he was intensely coveting this artifact. He knew that his father, Hua Weilin, had devoted over 20 years to studying this treasure, although he had not made significant progress. It was undoubtedly a precious item, and Hua Heng had even utilized it to summon otherworldly spirits. Uncertain of the mindset required to confront Hao Chen, he pondered the implications of Hao Chen's involvement in unearthing the true culprit behind the events concerning the Hua family. Had he not been near the clandestine mine of the Hua clan, Nankuan would have undoubtedly struck him down without hesitation. Yet now, the thought of turning against his father's benefactor was utterly inconceivable, as it would also expose the secret of the Hua family's celestial essence stone mine. Upon hearing Nankuan's words, Hao Chen began to discern the identities of both Nankuan and Ding Qi. Aware that the emerald fish pendant was a treasure seized by Hua Weilin from the Yin family, and that Yin Tiangang had avenged his family's massacre by slaying Hua Weilin to reclaim what rightfully belonged to the Yin clan. He understood that the pendant had been bequeathed to him in front of witnesses just before Yin Tiangong's demise. Incorrect. The emerald fish pendant is a memento bestowed upon me by Yin Tiangang in his final moments. As for the item you reference, it belonged to Hua Weilin, the overseer of the mine. Those present at the scene from the Li Hua sect are well aware of the events that transpired, Hao Chen declared boldly, unafraid to voice his truth. Since Yin Tiangang had rightfully gifted the pendant to him, Hao Chen felt no trepidation regarding any potential harassment from the Li Hua sect. Though the strength of the Li Hua sect loomed large, should he truly desire to escape, they might find it challenging to capture him. His spiritual entity had already attained the pinnacle of human immortality after cultivating within the mine, and it would not be long before he ascended to the realm of earth immortals. Coupled with the fact that his spiritual entity was a blood-poisoned spirit transformed into a spiritual immortal, Hao Chen could evade capture with relative ease. Having only recently arrived in the celestial realm, he had already dispatched several individuals at the celestial immortal level using his mid-stage martial emperor prowess and hidden cards. Furthermore, now restored to the realm of the martial emperor, his dual mastery of martial and magical arts rendered him unimpressed by those of the earth immortal level. Hao Chen's arsenal extended beyond this. The starship, the Liaoyin Fabak, Liaoyin magical treasure, the Fontaine seal, the Jinma tower, and the Jianku, Qiankuan furnace, were all extraordinary artifacts. The devouring magic fly, along with numerous tamed beasts, were all formidable allies, and with the addition of the dimensional space talisman, he was inherently a master of illusions. However, should he reach that point, Hao Chen would inevitably attract the pursuit of even more formidable adversaries. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from taking reckless risks that might unveil his hidden strengths. Nankuan was left in contemplation by Hao Chen's assertions, well aware that the emerald fish pendant was indeed not seized from Huo Weilin, but rather a final gift from Yin Tiangang. Nevertheless, he understood that the Huo family would not relent, for the significance of this treasure to them was paramount. Had it not been for the intervention of Huo Yunfeng, Huo Lai would have already moved to eliminate Hao Chen and reclaim the emerald fish pendant. The emerald fish pendant is beyond your reach. Surrender it to me, and I can assure you of your safety, Nankuan implored, adopting a conciliatory tone to mitigate any hostility from Hao Chen. Impossible. Once it is in my possession, it is mine. Even the Li Hua family cannot hope to wrest the emerald fish pendant from my grasp, Hao Chen resolutely replied. The jade fish pendant serves as a talisman from another dimension, endowed with unparalleled power. Should he manage to wield the dual fish pendants to their full potential, it is conceivable that he could traverse the celestial realm with impunity. Such a precious artifact, how could Hao Yin so readily relinquish it? Hao Yin has silently resolved that should Nankuan and Ding Qi dare to forcibly seize it, he would unleash his magical prowess and swiftly annihilate Nankuan. The unwavering tone of his voice left Nankuan feeling perplexed. He had always known that persuading Hao Yin to voluntarily surrender the jade fish pendant would not be an easy task. Yet he did not anticipate Hao Yin's resolve to be so steadfast. The strength of the Hua family is beyond imagination. If they truly set their sights on hunting him down, escape would be impossible. In response to Nankuan's words, Hao Yin scoffed. What does the might of the Hua family matter? If you push me to the brink, I will not allow you to live in comfort. As the saying goes, the barefoot need not fear the shod, for Hao Yin is a solitary figure, even in flight. He is alone. However, the Li Hua sect and the Hua family are vastly different. Their resources are extensive, their influence pervasive throughout the northern Haoding celestial realm. If angered, Hao Yin could turn against his family and friends, targeting the subordinate forces of the Li Hua sect and the Hua family. While this may not pose a substantial threat to them, it would undoubtedly diminish their prestige. Chapter 934, The Counterattack, Part 1, Alas. Nankuan sighed, realizing that persuading Hao Yin to surrender the jade fish pendant was futile. Thus, he said, you may leave. Depart from the Li Hua sect's mining area with the treasure. At this moment, Nankuan understood that he had to make this temporary choice, for he did not wish to expose the secret mine. Once Hao Yin was a safe distance from the secret cavern, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Do you truly intend to let me go? Aren't you concerned about the Hua family's wrath? Hao Yin questioned, perplexed by Nankuan's intentions. This is my affair. You need not concern yourself. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave swiftly, Nankuan replied curtly. Nankuan had his own plans. He merely sought to have Hao Yin vacate the vicinity of the secret cavern before making his move. A mere mid-level martial emperor could hardly escape his grasp. Even if Hao Yin concealed his cultivation level and was indeed at the peak of the martial emperor stage, Nankuan possesses the means to eliminate him. The Hua family's treasure is merely a temporary custody for this individual. I will not depart from this place, nor do I wish to leave the area around the mine. Hao Yin insisted stubbornly, disregarding Nankuan's tone. What do you intend to do? Nankuan felt a surge of frustration at Hao Yin's obstinacy, and he could sense his anger rising. Since you have acquired what you sought, you should leave this place quickly. This mine is not a treasure you can covet, he stated, suppressing his irritation. He recognized that Hao Yin was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the guards of the secret cavern and breached the formation to enter. Yet, regardless of Hao Yin's capabilities, opposing the Hua family would only lead to one inevitable fate, death. I do not covet the wealth of the secret cavern. I seek a person. Hao Chen resolved to seek out Qi Yajing, sensing that perhaps Nankuan could provide him with assistance. He declared, I promise you, once I locate this person, I shall depart from the Li Hua sect's Xianyuan stone mining area without delay. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Nankuan's furrowed brow remained taut, not softening in the slightest, but rather forming a rigid line. Nankuan fixed a grim gaze upon Hao Chen and, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, You wish for me to aid you in rescuing that girl? Although he had not yet encountered Qi Yajing, Hao Chen had indeed sensed her presence moments ago. He surmised that Qi Yajing might have been drawn by the commotion he had caused, and he yearned for a brief meeting with her before they fled the Li Hua sect's Xianyuan stone mining area together. However, the word rescue from Nankuan's lips alerted Hao Chen to the possibility that Qi Yajing was in peril. Reflecting on this, Hao Chen felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Despite Qi Yajing's formidable cultivation at the late martial emperor stage, navigating conflicts with the Hua family was fraught with difficulty. The mining area was rife with hidden powerhouses, each possessing profound cultivation and formidable strength. Even Nankuan himself could easily intercept Qi Yajing. "Yes, that girl is my friend, and I must take her with me," Hao Chen stated with palpable urgency. His concern for Qi Yajing's current predicament weighed heavily on him. "You two are acquainted?" Nankuan could not help but question their relationship. Surrounding the secret mine of Xianyuan stones were layers of formations laid by Beixia, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach. Initially perplexed by Hao Chen's ability to pinpoint the exact location of the secret mine and breach the intricate formations, Nankuan's understanding shifted upon learning of his connection with Qi Yajing. It was no wonder that the fourth was pursuing the Hua family's girl. She had apparently conspired with outsiders to pilfer the secret mine's Xianyuan stones, prompting the fourth to uncover her whereabouts. Of course, this was merely Nankuan's self-serving conjecture. "Indeed, I must save her," Hao Chen candidly affirmed his relationship with Qi Yajing. "You cannot save her. Even if you go, it would merely be a death sentence." Nankuan's tone suddenly turned frigid. "Regardless, I shall take her away from here." Despite sensing the icy aura of impending danger, Hao Chen remained resolute and undeterred. "With me here, you cannot save her." Nankuan's voice became increasingly frigid, his aura intensifying. Observing Nankuan's abrupt change in demeanor, Hao Chen had no doubt that the man before him might suddenly strike him down. "No one can impede me," Hao Chen boldly retorted, undaunted by Nankuan's fierce tone. "Then do try and see if you can pass by me." Nankuan's imposing aura surged forth, bearing down upon Hao Chen. Nankuan had heard from Ding Qi about Hao Chen's prowess and was aware that, although Hao Chen appeared to be at the mid-martial emperor stage, he possessed strength comparable to that of the martial emperor realm. Thus, Nankuan merely unleashed the pressure of the human immortal realm, testing Hao Chen's resolve. As the intense pressure enveloped him, Hao Chen remained unperturbed. He suddenly erupted with the aura of a late martial emperor, countering Nankuan's human immortal realm pressure. In the shadows, the energy of the later stage of the martial emperor surged within, effortlessly dispelling the oppressive force exerted by Nankuan. "Step aside, or I shall not be merciful," Hao Chen declared, his expression icy. Nankuan felt as though the person before him had undergone a transformation. At that moment, Hao Chen's aura experienced a profound metamorphosis. When Ding Qi had previously described Hao Chen's prowess, Nankuan had harbored doubts. However, it was now evident that Ding Qi had spoken the truth. Yet, in Nankuan's eyes, no matter how formidable Hao Chen appeared, he was merely a practitioner at the late stage of the martial emperor. A late-stage martial emperor could not possibly triumph over a late-stage earth immortal. "I am eager to test your strength and see how you intend to kill me." Nankuan coldly regarded Hao Chen, suddenly unleashing the formidable aura of a late-stage earth immortal. "Humph, is that all?" Before his words faded, Hao Chen's body surged upward, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. So swift. Witnessing Hao Chen effortlessly break free from the shackles of his oppressive force, Nankuan was momentarily taken aback. Devil's burst fist. Without warning, Hao Chen launched a strike aimed at Nankuan's head. Unfazed by Hao Chen's assault, Nankuan met it with his own punch, choosing to confront Hao Chen head-on. The clash of their powers sent debris and withered leaves swirling into the air, obscuring the space around them. Without Nankuan's command, Ding Qi remained standing. His perception of Hao Chen's strength shattered. He had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Although Nankuan's strength surpassed Hao Chen's, he had not employed his full might in that punch. Yet Hao Chen had merely stumbled back 2 steps, with only a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, nonchalantly wiping the blood away. He invoked the stunning step once more and charged at Nankuan. Despite Nankuan's superior power, he too had suffered from Hao Chen's sudden strike, having been caught off guard. Having witnessed Hao Chen's strength, Nankuan understood that he could not afford to underestimate him any longer. Chapter 935, Desperate Counterattack, Part 2. Before Hao Chen could stabilize himself, he launched another attack, causing Nankuan's expression to darken. He recognized that without exerting his utmost effort, defeating the individual before him would be a formidable task. He could not allow Hao Chen to rescue Qi Yajing under any circumstances. Blazing flame dragonbind, Nankuan bellowed, enveloping Hao Chen in a swirling mist of blood-red haze. He did not wish to kill Hao Chen immediately, so the spell he cast was merely a binding barrier. The barrier posed no harm to Hao Chen. Nan Kuan aimed to trap him within, forcing Hao Chen to expend energy to break free and capture him when he was exhausted. However, this presumptuous tactic held little significance for Hao Chen. Devil's Burst Fist. Realizing Nan Kuan's intention to ensnare him, Hao Chen unleashed a punch imbued with power far beyond the ordinary. But to his astonishment, it failed to shatter the blazing flame dragonbind barrier that Nan Kuan had established. In a moment of impasse against the barrier, Hao Chen ceased his futile attempts and, without hesitation, settled into a meditative posture, utilizing his consciousness to analyze the barrier set by Nan Kuan. Observing Hao Chen's unexpected choice to meditate rather than continue his assault on the barrier, Nan Kuan felt a sense of perplexity regarding Hao Chen's actions. Initially, Nan Kuan had intended for Hao Chen to expend his energy in breaking the barrier, so that when he was utterly exhausted, he could easily subdue him and seize the treasured jade pendant. To his surprise, however, Hao Chen began to cultivate within the confines of the barrier. Was he perhaps hoping to make a breakthrough in his cultivation and then dismantle the barrier? As Hao Chen engaged in this seemingly theatrical display, Nan Kuan mused to himself that even if Hao Chen were to ascend to the late stage of the martial emperor, he would still be powerless. What Nan Kuan did not realize was that Hao Chen, intrigued by the barrier, was actually analyzing it in a life-or-death situation, seeking a method to unravel it. Seeing Hao Chen so calmly cultivating within the barrier, Nan Kuan reluctantly took a seat at a distance, passing the time. While Hao Chen practiced, Nan Kuan remained vigilant, continuously reinforcing the barrier to prevent any unforeseen escape by Hao Chen. Unbeknownst to him, his actions inadvertently served as a protective measure for Hao Chen's cultivation. This maneuver was anticipated by Hao Chen. Had Nan Kuan truly wished to eliminate him, he would not have confined himself. Hao Chen surmised that Nan Kuan intended to slowly conquer his opponent, akin to boiling a frog, ultimately acquiring the treasure in his possession. The strategy employed by Nan Kuan was meant to prevent a desperate struggle that could lead to the destruction of the treasure, ensuring that neither party would attain the coveted jade pendant. Understanding Nan Kuan's intentions, Hao Chen chose to trust that Nan Kuan would not strike at him unexpectedly, allowing him to cultivate in peace while studying the fiery dragon binding barrier. However, he was not completely unguarded. He had already issued commands to his spiritual avatars and Xiao Cui to act. Should Nan Kuan exhibit even the slightest intent to kill, they would be prepared to eliminate him without delay. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Nan Kuan remained vigilant, watching for any movements within the barrier. And when Hao Chen concluded his meditation, he immediately noticed his actions. "How about we have a proper discussion?" Nan Kuan inquired as he rose to his feet. "Very well," Hao Chen replied. "I was overly agitated earlier, so please do not take offense. Since you wish to proceed slowly, we must alter our strategy, no? It's of no consequence. I have not dwelled on earlier events," Nan Kuan responded nonchalantly. Although he remained uncertain of Hao Chen's true intentions, Nan Kuan was eager to obtain the treasure. "Once you hand over the jade pendant, I will allow you to leave this place. As for your companion, I will find a way to assist her," Nan Kuan declared as he suddenly dispelled the barrier. "Huh, I appreciate your kindness," Hao Chen said bitterly. "But even if I were to surrender the pendant, escaping would be impossible." Initially, Nan Kuan misinterpreted Hao Chen's words, believing he was stubbornly disregarding his advice to rescue his companion. However, it did not take long for Nan Kuan's expression to darken as he furrowed his brow. His spiritual sense detected several powerful auras rapidly approaching, and from the intensity of the energy, he discerned that they were indeed the party of Xie. Nan Kuan sought to coerce Hao Chen into surrendering the jade pendant, urging him to vacate the mining area with great haste. His intention was to clandestinely obtain the pendant and subsequently devise a plan to eliminate any witnesses. However, upon discovering that Xie and his companions were rapidly approaching, Nan Kuan realized that even if Hao Chen wished to flee, escape was futile given their speed. The arrival of these untimely intruders had thwarted his ambitions, filling him with resentment. Although he had not acquired the pendant, Nan Kuan was convinced that Hao Chen was trapped, and the pendant would ultimately fall into the hands of the Hua family, thus rendering his efforts to ensnare Hao Chen not entirely in vain. Yet, Hao Chen harbored different thoughts. He sensed that Qi Yajing was among the approaching auras, her energy notably weakened, indicating she had sustained injuries. Resolute in his decision, he planned to seize an opportunity to rescue Qi Yajing before swiftly departing the Li Hua sect's mining territory. Given the situation, he recognized that without utilizing his spatial artifact, not only would rescuing Qi Yajing be improbable, but his own escape would also be jeopardized. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the potential exposure of his spatial artifact. Within mere moments, several figures had darted into view. When Nan Cohen spotted a person clad in a black robe, their face obscured by an alluring mask, his heart involuntarily quaked. Initially, he had presumed that the newcomers were reinforcements led by Bei Xie from the Hua family, yet to his astonishment, it was a ghostly envoy from the sect, one of the top 3 among the special envoys. With their arrival, Nan Cohen felt that the jade pendant was now beyond his grasp. Hao Chen noted the change in Nan Cohen's demeanor and followed his gaze to the masked figure. Dressed entirely in black, with an enigmatic mask, Hao Chen found it impossible to discern the individual's gender solely based on their appearance. The masked individual sensed Hao Chen's scrutiny, casting a fleeting glance in his direction through the mask. Though it was but a brief moment, Hao Chen felt the terrifying aura emanating from the masked figure. Unable to detect any cultivation level from the masked individual, it was evident that the mask was an artifact designed to conceal one's presence. It was also plausible that this individual had mastered techniques to suppress their aura, akin to Hao Chen's own skill, the stealing heaven and changing day art. Unless the opponent's cultivation surpassed his by a considerable margin, he would remain oblivious to any fluctuations of celestial energy surrounding them. Trailing behind the masked figure were Bei Xie, Lin Yudong, and the likes of Bing San and Bing Jiao. At that moment, Bing San and Bing Jiao flanked Qi Yajing, who had been captured and restrained. Under the spells of Bing San and Bing Jiao, Qi Yajing exhibited no capacity for resistance. Although Hao Chen was unfamiliar with the group, he recognized Bing San and Bing Jiao, surprised to find that their auras revealed they had reached the late stages of martial emperor, yet among this assembly, they ranked as the least formidable. At this moment, even without employing his spiritual sense to probe the cultivation levels of the 3 individuals, Hao Chen could intuitively surmise that they were undoubtedly formidable practitioners, each at least of the celestial realm or higher. Even Ding Qi, who had been closely following Nan Cohen, emanated an aura characteristic of a late-stage martial emperor. The mere presence of such a formidable group standing opposite Hao Chen was enough to convey the immense pressure he felt. Silently, he circulated the Shaoyang technique, absorbing all this pressure into his starry dantian, where the diverse attributes of the stars took on the responsibility of digesting the energy. While he remained outwardly composed, gazing at his adversaries. Chapter 936. Ingenious maneuvering as the last rays of the setting sun succumbed to the encroaching night. A figure clad in black with a beguiling mask approached and stood 3 zhang away from Hao Chen. "Did you take the emerald fish pendant?" the masked man inquired, fixing his gaze upon Hao Chen. From the tone of the masked man's voice, Hao Chen deduced that he was a young man, likely in his 30s. Leading such a formidable assembly at this age suggested either exceptional talent or a profound background. Hao Chen surmised that this masked figure possessed both attributes. In response to the masked man's inquiry, Hao Chen did not deny it, but merely nodded slightly, acknowledging that he indeed possessed the emerald fish pendant. The masked man exhibited a calm demeanor, and Hao Chen sensed no traces of malice emanating from him. Hao Chen regarded the masked figure with a mix of confusion and intrigue. "You possess quite the audacity. Not only did you seize the Fire Clan's emerald fish pendant, but you also dare to covet the celestial Yuan stone mine. It appears you have little regard for the Fire Clan, and even less for the Lihua sect." The masked man's tone remained steady, devoid of rage or hostility, laced instead with a hint of mockery as he regarded Hao Chen. Perplexed by the masked man's words, Hao Chen scrutinized the eyes concealed beneath the mask. Those eyes were profound and clear, resembling an unfathomable abyss that instilled a deep-seated apprehension within him. Hao Chen understood that this individual was no ordinary foe. Even the intensity of those eyes could ensnare the hearts of many. "Although the emerald fish pendant is in my possession, it was not taken from a member of the Fire Clan," Hao Chen clarified, eager to avoid conflict before any lethal intentions were directed towards him. While the emerald fish pendant may not have been seized from the Fire Clan, it is nonetheless a treasure of our Lihua sect. Shouldn't you return what rightfully belongs to us?" the masked man declared with righteous conviction. His voice resonated with a potent, magical timbre that surged towards Hao Chen's spiritual sense. In response, Hao Chen secretly invoked the Lan Luo demon technique to fend off the encroaching magical sound, which constituted an assault on his consciousness. As Hao Chen valiantly defended against the onslaught of the demonic sound, the enigmatic figure cloaked in black and adorned with a sinister mask continued. Even if the emerald fish pendant was bestowed upon you by a disciple of the Li Hua sect without authorization, how do you justify your reckless intrusion into the secret mine of the celestial essence stone? Each word uttered by the masked figure struck at the very heart of Hao Chen, swiftly solidifying the evidence against him. Initially, Hao Chen maintained an indifferent demeanor. However, the masked man's accusations rendered him somewhat uneasy. If the disciples of the Li Hua sect were to confront him with hostility, he would not have felt such discomfort. Yet now, in the presence of the Hua family, he appeared distinctly out of place, particularly in the company of this mysterious figure. Upon hearing the masked man's words, not only did Nan Kuan display confusion, but even Bei Xie, who had remained silent thus far, regarded the figure with perplexity. Particularly, the imprisoned Qi Yajing felt a surge of anxiety for Hao Chen. She desperately wished to warn him to flee, yet no sound escaped her lips, as the masked man, Lin Yudong, had effectively silenced her with his arcane methods. It was not my fault that I stumbled into the celestial essence stone mine. Rather, it was the allure of the celestial essence vein that lured me in. Hao Chen retorted defensively. Until he comprehended the true intentions of the masked figure, he had no choice but to follow along with his narrative. Since the figure was intent on establishing his guilt, Hao Chen felt compelled to argue his case. Moreover, the situation indeed mirrored the masked man's assertions. Having erred, one must face the appropriate consequences. The masked figure's voice resonated with a calm, yet inescapable authority. You have not only claimed the Hua family's emerald fish pendant as your own, but you have also ravaged the celestial essence stone mine. Should you not accept the retribution of the Hua family and the Li Hua sect? The masked figure spoke with a logic that was hard to dispute. And pray tell, how do you intend to punish me? Hao Chen replied with a sardonic smile, astonished by the depths of the Hua family's audacity. At that moment, he surmised that this masked individual was indeed affiliated with the Hua family. The masked figure, satisfied with Hao Chen's response, nodded approvingly. I just inspected the situation, and you have expended no less than 100,000 units of celestial essence stone energy. The masked man calculated the losses based on the concentration of celestial essence in the secret cave. Listening to him, not only was Hao Chen taken aback, but even those from the Hua family present could hardly conceal their astonishment. 100,000 units of celestial essence stone represented nearly a year's expenditure for a third-tier sect. What was even more shocking to them was Hao Chen's ability to deplete such an immense amount of energy in such a brief span. However, the masked figure remained oblivious to Hao Chen's formidable devouring capacity. He merely observed the superficial outcomes of energy absorption practiced by many. Should the mining operations in Hao Chen's realm of cultivation be scrutinized, it would reveal that he had nearly obliterated the very essence of that vein. 100,000 celestial essence stones. It could very well exceed 1 million. In Hao Chen's estimation, the true value could be calculated in the tens of millions. Upon hearing the words of the enigmatic figure clad in a dark robe and adorned with a beguiling mask, both Bei Xie and Lin Yudong revealed a glimmer of murderous intent. The exquisite jade fish pendant could be seized. Yet the loss of 100,000 celestial essence stones was irrevocable. Were it not for the presence of the masked individual, they might have succumbed to their impulses long ago. You have no objections to my statements, do you? Inquired the masked figure, casting a glance at Hao Chen. Hao Chen nodded, tacitly acknowledging his expenditure of the celestial essence stones. Upon witnessing Hao Chen's admission, the members of the Hua family could scarcely contain their urge to unleash their spells upon him, yet they were halted by a mere glance from the masked figure. After restraining the restless Hua family members, the figure redirected his focus towards Hao Chen. Very well. Since you concede to having utilized the energy of 100,000 celestial essence stones, shall we meticulously settle this account? Spoke the masked individual with utmost seriousness. What are your intentions? Speak. If it lies within my means, I shall not refuse, replied Hao Chen, equally earnest in demeanor. At this juncture, it would be foolish for Hao Chen to remain oblivious to the masked figure's intentions. He could not help but admire the profound intellect of this enigmatic individual, who maintained such composure despite the significant loss of celestial essence stones. The figure adeptly minimized the damage, recognizing that pursuing the matter further would yield no benefit, and thus, he needed to stabilize Hao Chen to secure the necessary compensation. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Hao Chen. Were he alone, he would have already slipped away. Engaging with these individuals was futile. he understood that the Hua family would not forgive his actions. Once the Hua family reclaimed the jade fish pendant, they would ensure that Hao Chen would not survive to expose their covert secrets regarding the hidden celestial essence stone mines of the Lihua sect. Chapter 937. The Cat and the Mouse. With Qi Yajing under their control, Hao Chen lacked sufficient confidence to reclaim her from their grasp. Thus, he was left to maneuver with the Hua family, seeking an opportune moment to devise a plan for her rescue. Meanwhile, he had instructed the little sorceress and the handsome youth within the jade pendant space to prepare aboard the spaceship, ready to respond at his command. At the sound of his directive, the interstellar vessel would materialize before them, unleashing its formidable power capable of obliterating even the mightiest of golden immortals. As the sky gradually dimmed, the time had come. Hao Chen could no longer afford to linger in fruitless entanglements with the Hua family. With a thought, the concealed spirit embodiment moved into action. A dazzling beam of light surged forth from a distance, striking with the ferocity of a meteor, crashing down upon Bing San, Bing Jiu, and Ding Qi. The spirit embodiment unleashed 3 potent waves of venomous energy, striking the trio, while Qi Yajing, restrained and unable to maintain her footing, was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Simultaneously, Hao Chen seized the moment, executing the stunning step with a sudden burst of speed, channeling the long-prepared illusory finger technique. With a swift and unexpected motion, he directed his 10 fingers towards Bing San, Bing Jiu, Ding Qi, and the others. Hao Chen swiftly traversed past the 3 individuals, instantly losing sight of Qi Yajing. After unleashing a surge of ferocious power, he found himself 100 zhong away. A sense of dread washed over him as he sensed a terrifying fireball hurtling towards him. No matter how he zigzagged to evade it, the fireball, as if endowed with sentience, relentlessly pursued him. Having just unleashed the Wang Ning finger, with its residual energy yet to coalesce, Hao Chen had no choice but to draw forth the Fei Huang sword, applying the 5th technique of the Levexian swordplay within its swordsmanship. The 5th technique, Ruthless 5 Swords, comprises 5 distinct parts: scarlet at the brow, 2 dragons playing with pearls, 3 swords breaking the void, annihilating the soul, and burning heaven and destroying earth. With rapid footwork, he executed the scattering swallow step, akin to a bird darting into the woods, moving with astonishing speed. Surprisingly, at that moment, Hao Chen did not evade. Instead, he struck the fireball with his sword. With a resounding split, the fireball was cleaved in 2. Seizing the moment, Hao Chen fled at an incredible pace. In an instant, he and his spiritual doppelganger sprang into action, vanishing without a trace while the others remained momentarily stunned. Both he and the enigmatic figure in the dark attire excelled in concealing their presence, allowing Hao Chen to escape undetected by the Huijia clan. The remaining individuals, left with no choice, hastily reconfigured the formation to obscure the secret mine. Simultaneously, Nankoan seized the opportunity to send the blood-poisoned shadow guards Bing San, Bing Jiu, and Ding Qi to accompany the venerable Hu Weilan. As Hao Chen fled, he consumed the ancient stone stalactite essence. In the realm of immortals, constrained by spatial pressure, even peak Earth immortals were rendered incapable of flight, resembling ordinary practitioners. Hao Chen and the masked figure engaged in a relentless pursuit, with Hao Chen leveraging his dual mastery of martial arts and magic against his pursuer. The masked figure, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, followed closely behind, unhurried in his chase. No matter how swiftly Hao Chen ran, he could not shake off his relentless pursuer. Even when he slowed, the masked figure remained steadfastly behind him. To facilitate his concealment and escape, Hao Chen had long since sent his doppelganger into the demon suppression tower. Now on the 3rd day, the masked figure continued his relentless pursuit. Having rescued Qi Yajing, the animosity between Hao Chen and the Huijia clan had escalated to an irreconcilable enmity, destined for a bitter confrontation. In the brief span of 3 days, Hao Chen had clashed with the masked figure multiple times, now engaging in a game of hide-and-seek around the outskirts of the Maple Forest Gorge. As long as Hao Chen remained within the gorge, the masked figure dared not strike. This individual was none other than Hua Tian, the eldest son of the Hua Yunpeng, an enigmatic envoy of the Lihua sect, adorned with a mask that was a treasure of the immortal realm. Hua Tian, a prodigious talent, was fiercely rebellious, having attained the mid-stage of celestial immortal cultivation. He is a singular cultivator of the fire attribute, with a cultivation speed that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. His grandfather, the overseer of the celestial essence stone mine, Hua Weilan, provides him with a vast quantity of celestial essence stones, while the Grand Elder of the Lihua sect, Hui Yunpeng, bestows upon him countless rare materials. Thus, Huitian navigates his cultivation journey with remarkable ease. At this moment, Huitian suppresses his cultivation to the initial stage of the human realm. Engaging in a game of cat and mouse with Hao Chen, he intends to exhaust Hao Chen, seizing the opportunity to subdue him when he is weary. As long as he can retrieve his grandfather's heirloom, the jade fish pendant, Huitian is willing to pay any price to reclaim the treasure belonging to the Hua family. When Yin Tiangang casts a spell to activate the jade fish pendant, the Hua family realizes that the pendant, obtained through unscrupulous means by Hua Weilin, is indeed a priceless treasure. They also discover that Hao Chen possesses the other half of the inked jade fish pendant, causing their eyes to blaze with greed. How could they relinquish the chance to seize the dual fish pendants? After Hao Chen, along with his mentor Huang Xian and Hua Ruoxuan, departs from the mining area, Hua Lai promptly reports the details to his father, Hui Yunpeng. It is from that moment that the Hua family begins to monitor Hao Chen closely, seeking to control his every move. However, they are unable to discern Hao Chen's elusive whereabouts. Simultaneously, in order to prevent information leaks, only the upper echelons of the Hua family are permitted to remain, while others are temporarily barred from entering or leaving. Members such as Nan Kuan, Bai Xia, Hua Feng, Hua Lai, and Hua Tian all covet this invaluable treasure. Hua Feng allows Hao Chen to go, hoping to have her disciple Qi Yajing approach him to opportunistically steal the dual fish pendant. Nan Kuan engages with Hao Chen, assisting him in escaping perilous situations, intending to create a debt of gratitude that would allow him to later manipulate Hao Chen into relinquishing the pendant. Hua Lai employs overt force, while Hua Tian seeks to subjugate Hao Chen, desiring him to willingly surrender the dual fish pendant. Each member of the Hua family employs their own tactics, determined to prevent others from acquiring the pendant. After witnessing Hao Chen unleash astonishing spells and successfully escape the encirclement of the Hua family, it aligns perfectly with Hua Tian's desires. Others lack the qualifications to pursue Hao Chen, as he possesses the cultivation of the mid-stage celestial immortal, granting him the ability to fly. Aside from him, the treasures left behind by Hua Weilin are beyond the reach of the Hua family. At that moment, Hua Tian silently vowed that he would retrieve what belonged to him, even if it meant delving into the depths of the earth. As one fled and the other pursued, Hao Chen discovered, amidst his escape, that the aura of his pursuer fluctuated erratically. Although Hua Tian concealed himself adeptly, he had become somewhat overconfident. When Hao Chen employed the stunning step to teleport, Hua Tian suddenly leaped up to ascertain Hao Chen's whereabouts. Little did Hua Tian expect that this inadvertent action would reveal his true strength. Hao Chen then realized that the enigmatic figure cloaked in dark garments and a bewitching mask was, in fact, a mid-stage celestial immortal. In his imagination, he had presumed the formidable Hua Tian's cultivation to be merely that of a late-stage earthly immortal. Damn it, this fellow is even more monstrous than I am. Could he have been cultivating in the womb? As Hao Chen mentally cursed, he scurried about like a stray dog. Chapter 938. Ingenious escape in a heart-pounding flight. Hao Chen managed to evade his pursuer, Hua Tian, who was secretly astonished. Despite being merely a mid-stage martial emperor, Hao Chen consistently escaped from the clutches of a formidable celestial being like Hua Tian, which was nothing short of miraculous. Each time Hua Tian caught up to Hao Chen, the latter was mercilessly beaten, yet Hua Tian refrained from unleashing his full wrath in the Fenglin Gorge, fearing that he might corner Hao Chen into a desperate situation, leading to public accusations against the Hua family regarding the theft of the precious jade pendant, thereby attracting the attention of even more formidable adversaries. Furthermore, Hua Tian dreaded the possibility of Hao Chen destroying the treasure. Hao Chen possessed the extraordinary dual fish pendant, a treasure of immense power, known only to Huang Xian and Hua Ruoxuan, who had solemnly vowed to keep its existence a secret. He firmly believed in their promise. The Hua family would never disclose the pendant's existence. As long as Hao Chen remained at large, they would relentlessly pursue him. Should anyone discover that the Hua family's treasure had fallen into Hao Chen's hands, they would not hesitate to eliminate witnesses and silence those who coveted the artifact. Hua Tian pressed on relentlessly, anticipating that Hao Chen would soon be exhausted or gravely injured, thereby falling into his grasp. Yet, at every critical juncture, Hao Chen would consume miraculous elixirs, rejuvenating himself and swiftly escaping once more. Initially, Hua Tian treated the chase like a cat-and-mouse game, but his interest in Hao Chen grew with each encounter. Anyone who could cultivate to the celestial realm possessed a keen eye. And as a mid-stage martial emperor, Hao Chen would have perished long ago without potent healing and recovery elixirs. The efficacy of such potions was beyond Hua Tian's comprehension, prompting him to desire Hao Chen alive, to uncover the secrets concealed within him. With this thought in mind, Hua Tian found himself restrained, treading carefully. Whenever Hao Chen was cornered, he fought fiercely, embodying a spirit of defiance, resolutely preferring to shatter into pieces rather than be captured intact. Although Hua Tian was unafraid of being harmed by Hao Chen, he found the situation increasingly vexing. He could neither kill nor capture him, as Hao Chen was elusive, escaping at the slightest hint of danger. Adding to Hua Tian's frustration was the fact that each time Hao Chen sustained injuries, his cultivation did not decline. Rather, after consuming elixirs, it continued to ascend. Unbeknownst to Hua Tian, Hao Chen had recently absorbed an abundance of celestial essence, which had accumulated within his body without being released. After crossing into the celestial realm and suffering injuries from temporal turbulence, he had plummeted 2 realms, descending from the pinnacle of a dual-cultivating martial emperor to a mid-stage martial emperor. Since arriving in the celestial realm, various aspects of his body had been suppressed, preventing him from fully realizing his potential. Additionally, the essence of various heavenly and earthly treasures he had consumed during this period had also accumulated within him, remaining unrefined. Coupled with his continuous use of the miraculous 9 turns rebirth pill and the rapid recovery elixir, the million-year stone bamboo milk, under the relentless pressure of Hua Tian's pursuit, Hao Chen's cultivation not only remained intact, but steadily progressed. If Hua Tian were to realize that Hao Chen intended to use him as a stepping stone, he would undoubtedly be enraged to the point of vomiting blood, for his relentless pursuit had not harmed Hao Chen. Rather, it had sharpened him further, honing his skills like a blade. Several days later, battered and clad in tattered garments, Hao Chen once again arrived at the Yangjiao Valley. Since escaping from the mining area of the Li Hua sect, he had engaged in a game of cat and mouse with Hua Tian, circling around the Fenglin Gorge, using time as his ally. On this particular day, Hao Chen encountered a group of individuals hunting a white rhinoceros sacred beast, and he recognized them as the same people who had ambushed him alongside Hua Lai at the Li Hua sect's sacred stone mine. A plan quickly formed in Hao Chen's mind. Positioning himself at a distance, he feigned a casual interaction with Hua Tian while keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding hunt. As a 9th-tier white rhinoceros was struck down, Hao Chen seized the moment and dashed towards the fallen creature. "Second brother, I shall claim the prey. You cover my retreat," he shouted, swiftly maneuvering to the side of the white rhinoceros before making his escape. "How dare you steal my prey? You must have a death wish," the hunters cursed, preparing to teach this brash newcomer a lesson, only to find their quarry had vanished. The thief had disappeared like an arrow loosed from a bow. At that moment, Hao Chen unleashed his full speed, employing the stunning steps of the Jing Hong technique to flee, leaving the hunters in a haze of frustration as they stared at the dissipating smoke. "Quickly, we must intercept him and finish him off," one of them cried out. But before they could gather their wits, a voice erupted from the dense forest, filled with unrestrained joy. Reacting instinctively, the group converged on the source of the noise, unleashing their artifacts with reckless abandon, striking hard at the disturbances. Seeking death, came a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air like a celestial thunderclap. The hunters felt their hearts seize, as though struck by a mighty hammer, unable to contain themselves as they spat blood, their faces paling and their strength waning. Then, from the shadows of the forest, an enormous hand emerged, grasping their artifacts with ease, crushing them into dust. Soon after, a figure clad in black with a sinister mask materialized before them. "Please spare us. We were wrong." One of the members of the mining team, recognizing Hua Tian's identity, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The moment the masked figure appeared, he understood the gravity of their predicament. This individual was a sect envoy, a being of unfathomable power capable of dispatching them with a mere flick of his wrist. "Humph," Hua Tian scoffed, flicking his fingers, sending waves of energy piercing through the air, striking the hunters at their foreheads. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide in shock. Staring blankly at the overcast sky, each bore a finger-sized puncture on their foreheads, from which crimson blood flowed steadily. After taking action, Hua Tian did not even glance at the individuals behind him, moving fluidly like water as he continued to pursue the direction in which Hao Chen had vanished. While chasing, he shouted loudly, "You cannot escape my grasp. If you know what is good for you, stop immediately and kneel to beg for mercy, perhaps in a moment of compassion. I may let you go. Spare me your nonsense. I await your approach. Come, bite me if you dare." I am quaking in fear. Hao Chen, aware that he could not shake off Huatian immediately and unafraid of revealing his whereabouts, hurled insults back. "You faceless wretch, once I elevate my realm, I shall surely strip you of your mask. Surely you do not wear it even when engaging with your wife, do you? I will craft a replica and deliver a green hat to your home. Do be careful not to change the design of your mask. That would be the true fun. The mask you wear is akin to a green hat." Hao Chen spat out these words, venting his frustrations with abandon, unleashing a torrent of invective that darkened the sky and dimmed the sun. Alongside this, he also sent greetings to Huatian's wife. Chapter 939. Ruthlessness. Despite Huatian's thick skin, he was infuriated by Hao Chen's vile words, his anger boiling over. He longed to seize Hao Chen and exact a gruesome revenge. Hao Chen intended to provoke Huatian's fury, hoping to disrupt his calm and astute demeanor. Only by doing so would Hao Chen have the opportunity to inflict some cost upon Huatian. He realized that merely fleeing was not a viable strategy. A counterattack was essential when the moment and terrain were favorable. Thus, once the right time arrived, he would prepare a series of lethal traps, waiting for Huatian to fall into his snare. As Huatian relentlessly pursued, Hao Chen ceased to use him as a means of sharpening his skills. He was ready to act and escape Huatian's entanglement. By leveraging the presence of several hunters near the Li Huasec's celestial essence stone mine to distract Huatian, he managed to gain a fleeting moment of respite. Moreover, he took the opportunity to eliminate a few of the guards who had previously besieged him, alleviating some of his pent-up resentment. At that moment, Hao Chen executed a graceful step, suddenly departing from the Yangjiao Valley, moving like a wisp of smoke. Swiftly exiting the valley's mouth, he cleverly concealed a trap, covering a thunderous grenade with chili powder. Boom! With a resounding explosion, smoke engulfed the valley entrance. Huatian was overwhelmed by the chili powder-induced haze. While it did not claim lives, Huatian found himself in a dire situation, coughing uncontrollably, forcing him to remove his mask. True to his reputation as an alluring envoy, upon removing the mask, Huatian revealed a visage that bore an almost feminine charm, delicate brows framing enchanting almond-shaped eyes, exuding an irresistible allure. His long, unbound hair cascaded down, with a few strands gently brushing against his face, adding to his captivating demeanor. A malicious smile adorned his fair and exquisite features, resembling a reincarnation of a seductress. It is no wonder that Huatian frequently wore a mask. Otherwise, he would be relentlessly pursued by those oblivious to the truth. To evade unnecessary complications, he maintained the habit of donning a mask. The enchanting mask is indeed a treasure of celestial origin, possessing the ability to conceal one's cultivation, serving as a defensive shield, and functioning as a flying artifact. Coughing incessantly, Fire Tian, in a fit of irritation, cursed the heavens. Not far ahead, an expansive sea of forest loomed. As the two had traversed from the eastern maple valley of Tianyuan Forest to its southern reaches. With no time to investigate further, Hao Chen, eager and impatient, dashed forward, pursued closely by Fire Tian, who clung to him like an unyielding gum. Although Fire Tian appeared distant, safety was a mere illusion. A formidable aura emanating from the mid-stage of a celestial being brushed past, prompting Hao Chen to glance back at Fire Tian. Were it not for the unchanged aura, he might have mistaken the pursuer for a stunning beauty. Hao Chen, with his flowing black hair, unbound and gently swaying, navigated through the dense forest, his skin subtly gleaming, and his eyes sparkling with wisdom. His visage, strikingly handsome and almost ethereal, transcended the bounds of human charm. Such otherworldly beauty defied mere description. At that moment, anyone who chanced upon them would perceive the pair as a couple deeply enamored, frolicking in the depths of the forest. Upon entering this enigmatic woodland, Hao Chen sensed something amiss. However, a swift scan of his consciousness brought forth delight. This peculiar forest prohibited aerial travel and severed spiritual perception. Those who entered could only rely on their senses, sight, touch, hearing, and intuition, to navigate and discern their surroundings. Truly, fortune favored him, he thought to himself. Watch as I ensnare you, you abominable creature. As he plotted Fire Tion's demise in his mind, he refrained from setting traps at the forest's edge, choosing instead to plunge deeper into the woods. Hao Chen understood that deceitful tactics could not be reused. Once Fire Tian recognized the strangeness within the forest, he would be on high alert for any treachery on Hao Chen's part. It was only after delving several dozen miles into this bizarre woodland that Hao Chen slowed his pace and set about his preparations. When dealing with a formidable opponent, employing the most primitive tactics proved to be the most effective strategy. Hao Chen had long since prepared an array of concoctions for Fire Tian, including explosive devices such as thunder bombs, lightning shells, blood toxin bombs, and cluster spirit talismans, complemented by chili powder, drunken immortal powder, harmonizing powder, and various anesthetics, anything that could be used to ensnare his foe, not one to adhere to the principles of chivalry. Hao Chen piled these items at his feet and suddenly summoned the little lowly and the handsome youth from the jade pendant space. With a command, he directed them to utilize these items to craft various traps and mechanisms. Once all was in readiness, Hao Chen called back his companions, donned their self-made gas masks, and leapt into the trees, preparing to manipulate the traps they had set. Meanwhile, on the ground, the little lowly, the handsome youth, and others positioned powerful explosives, adorning each with a mix of pungent powders, creating a truly formidable explosive array. Once Fire Tian stepped into this realm, the little girl and the handsome youth would trigger explosives, ensuring Fire Tian would sustain injuries or instinctively evade in various directions. At that moment, it was precisely when these diverse traps would come into play. Furthermore, Hao Chen had laid down numerous entrapments, lethal formations, and illusion arrays, each intricately linked, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Hao Chen was confident that once fire entered the array, even someone of celestial stature would find it challenging to escape unscathed. Simultaneously, Hao Chen summoned Sun Yang, Yin Yu, and others to create confusion. Sun Yang utilized the mist to conjure thousands of illusory clones, while Yin Yu released the aura of the howling moon silver wolf, masking the presence of the little girl and the handsome youth. Hao Chen, concealed in a strategically advantageous position, awaited the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Fire Tian. He understood that, with his current cultivation, the only way to slay a being of celestial realm was to employ the devouring demon fly to claim its life. Hao Chen's intention was merely to severely wound Fire Tian, not to kill him, which is why he resorted to every conceivable tactic, laying down layer upon layer of traps. Although this preparation felt prolonged, it was accomplished in a remarkably brief span of time. Thanks to the involvement of the little girl, the handsome youth, and the existence of this peculiar forest, coupled with the earlier unintentional hindrance caused by the hunters and the ambush on Fire Tian as they departed from Goat Horn Valley, they secured a fleeting moment. Just as Hao Chen and his companions concealed their arrangements, Fire Tian entered the dense forest almost without pause. Upon his arrival, he drew upon his experience, opting not to recklessly delve deeper, but instead to use his consciousness to probe the surroundings. However, he soon discovered that his awareness could not extend in this place. A sense of dread momentarily enveloped Fire Tian, but it was swiftly dispelled. Under ordinary circumstances, with Fire Tian's sagacity, he would never have ventured into such an enigmatic forest without caution. However, after days of relentless pursuit spanning over 100,000 miles, Fire Tian convinced himself that he understood Hao Chen's strength well enough. Even if Hao Chen had set traps within this strange forest, they would not pose a significant threat. Yet, on this occasion, Fire Tian gravely miscalculated, unaware that the shadow of death loomed ominously above him. Chapter 940, Ruthlessness, Part 2, Feigning Complexity. Fire Tian tracked Hao Chen's aura, advancing cautiously along the trail of escape. Observing the traps and deceptive formations that Hao Chen had deliberately set, he found them all too familiar and trivial, provoking a sense of disdain within him. During this time, as Hao Chen fled, he continuously employed seemingly exquisite and clever methods, which in reality were clumsy and juvenile, to obscure his tracks. He aimed to gradually instill in Fire Tian the illusion that not only was the pursued individual lacking in strength, but also in maturity of mind. Only in this manner could Hao Chen deliver the most lethal strike at a crucial moment, leaving Fire Tian without a chance for resurgence. Yet again, another illusion array. Behind it lay a cascading, lethal formation. How tiresome this is. Fire Tian, having lost all sense of achievement in deciphering Hao Chen's tricks, proceeded with his customary nonchalance to swiftly dismantle the formations. As anticipated, behind one illusionary array lay a series of lethal traps. The power of these traps, set by Hao Chen, proved to be negligible, allowing Fire Tian to dismantle them with almost no effort. However, this encounter diverged from previous ones. Upon breaching several traps, yet another illusion and several more traps emerged. After once again dismantling the interconnected traps, the same illusion and traps reappeared. Each successive illusion and trap, though simple, stirred a growing exasperation within Fire Tian. His wrath towards Hao Chen had escalated to an unparalleled intensity, akin to an insatiable fire that could not be quenched even by the waters of the four seas. Boy, if I catch you this time, your demise is certain. Do not presume that I cannot find you just because you scurry away like a rabbit. This time, whether in heaven or on earth, I shall unearth you. Surrender the Pisces pendant and divulge all your secrets. Perhaps I might grant you a more merciful end. Why can't you employ a different formation? Enough is enough. At this moment, Fire Tian had lost all semblance of calm and caution, cursing as he pursued. His patience had been thoroughly worn down by the deceptions laid by Hao Chen, and his singular focus now was to capture Hao Chen swiftly, to exact a vengeance that would quell his seething anger. Meanwhile, the little girl, Yu Yao, concealed near one of her traps, sensed Fire Tian drawing ever closer, and a sense of triumph welled within her. 1 step, no problem. 2 steps, still no problem. 3 steps, still fine. 4 steps, she mentally counted, tracking Fire Tian's approach to her ambush point. Naturally, Hao Chen's gaze was also fixed on Yu Yao's situation. Boom. Just as Yu Yao counted the 7th step in her mind, a thunderous explosion erupted, instantaneously engulfing Fire Tian in a cloud of dust. Yes, I've blown that wretch away, Yu Yao exclaimed, leaping in joy. Little imp, are you courting death? Run. Suddenly, Xiao Chui transformed into a bluebird, swiftly grasping Yu Yao in her claws and taking flight. During the setup of the trap, Xiao Chui had been closely aligned with Yu Yao. Crack. The tree where Yu Yao had concealed herself was now reduced to splinters. At the moment Fire Tian stepped onto the trap set by Yu Yao, he sensed impending doom and immediately activated the alluring mask to shield his vital points. He then unleashed a finger sword, cleaving towards the tree where Yu Yao was hidden. Xiao Chui, still holding on to Yu Yao, did not ascend but maneuvered low in a serpentine flight. Fire Tian's finger swords followed closely behind, but despite 2 attempts, he found himself gradually succumbing to dizziness. It turned out that while setting the trap, Yu Yao, fearing the explosive power might be insufficient, had rigged an earth-shattering bomb and a thunderbolt, augmented by the assistance of the immortal's intoxication. As Huatian stepped into the intricate trap, the absence of celestial energy rendered an explosion improbable. It was only when he activated the alluring mask that the trap trembled with celestial force, triggering the thunderous blasts of heaven and the explosive projectiles. In a daze, Huatian flitted about, and suddenly, the depths of the forest were rife with lethal intent. One after another, colossal killing formations were activated, and the entire eerie forest seemed to plunge into a lifeless void, transforming into a desolate realm. Countless beams of light shot skyward, forming immense luminous domes that enveloped Huatian and a portion of the forest. A wave of alarm surged through Huatian's heart. How could he be so disoriented? Instinctively biting his tongue, clarity returned to him. At that moment, every hair on his body stood on end, compelling him to retreat hastily. However, as soon as Huatian lifted off the ground, towering beams of light appeared around him, constructing a vast dome that completely ensnared him. An invisible menace pervaded the air, intensifying with each passing moment. He had been deceived. Faced with such formidable peril, Huatian dared not underestimate the situation. Feeling a surge of regret wash over him, he had spent his days hunting geese, only to be blinded by one, the immortal trapping array. After ensnaring Huatian, Hao Chen issued a sharp command, activating the array's lethal intent. Although the immortal trapping array was not the most powerful among the formations, its activation could still inflict harm upon immortals, even severely wounding those of the heavenly immortal realm. Within the confines of the immortal trapping array, Huatian suddenly perceived a darkness enveloping him, as if the entire world had inverted. The solid ground beneath his feet vanished, replaced by an empty void devoid of any foothold. In the space where the sky should have been, an ocean emerged, with wave upon wave of tumultuous waters cascading from above, relentlessly pouring down upon Huatian. Moreover, the water was infused with dark energy and toxic mists. Laden with an aura of death, any contact with this lethal water would reduce even a heavenly immortal to mere bones, devoid of any hope of reincarnation. Fire clouds and flying haze. Sensing the impending doom, Huatian roared, unleashing a plume of fiery mist from his mouth. The mist thickened, gradually merging with the alluring mask, forming a red mist shield that enveloped him entirely, rendering him impervious to harm. The relentless deluge of water crashed down upon the surface of the mist shield, unable to penetrate even a fraction, kept at bay by the protective barrier. Hao Chen was not surprised that Huatian could withstand the onslaught of the immortal trapping array. Yet, Huatian could not perpetually maintain the mist shield. After all, human strength is finite, while the array could continue its assault indefinitely. If he did not swiftly dismantle the immortal trapping array, even with boundless strength, Huatian would not be able to endure for long. After fending off the array's most formidable wave of attacks, Huatian soared upward, delivering a powerful strike toward the southeastern exit of the immortal trapping array. As the wind swept through, it resembled a tremendous tempest, the sea recoiling and the sky darkening. With a sudden crack, the confinement array was forcefully breached by Huatian, who, without a moment's hesitation, floated through the opening. At that moment, the mist shield enveloping Huatian began to dissipate. In Chapter 941, By Any Means Necessary, Part 3, Huatian was oblivious to the fact that as he escaped the confinement array, he had inadvertently triggered another trap. The so-called escape route was merely a deliberate flaw left by Hao Chen. With a resounding boom, a figure erupted from the confinement array. A little girl and some handsome young men had set up another explosive trap, unleashing a barrage of thunderous blasts, lightning projectiles, and blood-poison magic orbs, which detonated in unison. The deafening explosion sent countless fragments of branches and soil raining down from above, and Huatian was violently thrown to the ground by the shockwave. His disheveled hair billowed with smoke, and his handsome face was marred. For Huatian, this was an unprecedented humiliation, igniting his fury to a boiling point as he rose and bellowed in rage. The flames had singed his once beautiful hair, leaving it in disarray, resembling a haphazardly shorn monk. Had he not been in this enchanted forest, where his divine sense could not be utilized, he would not have suffered such a great loss. I will not let this go unpunished. Huatian had never endured such a significant setback, especially at the hands of a mere martial emperor cultivator. His shame fueled an obsessive desire to find Hao Chen and exact revenge. While Huatian was consumed by fury, Hao Chen had already secured the little girl and the handsome young men within a jade pendant space, instructing the others to remain poised for battle. Subsequently, Hao Chen activated another formation, once again trapping Huatian within it, the Dan Yin array. This was a lethal confinement array, and upon activation, flames of alchemical fires surged from 8 directions, rapidly converging upon Huatian. Each flame flickered with a ghostly azure hue, invoking an involuntary sense of dread. Despite his intense hatred for Hao Chen, Huatian did not lose his composure. Realizing he was ensnared yet again, he swiftly unleashed a series of strikes to counter the raging alchemical flames. The collision between his fiery palm technique and the Dan Yin flames unleashed a ferocious energy that mercilessly radiated outward, reducing nearby trees to ash and cracking the very earth beneath him. In a furious display, Huatian brandished his fiery palms, launching a barrage of attacks. His palm shadows moved with such velocity that they resembled crashing waves, relentlessly bombarding the Dan Yin confinement array. Initially, the array radiated protective light, but under the unyielding force of Huatian's assaults, it ultimately crumbled. However, upon shattering the Dan Yin array, Huatian felt no triumph. He was acutely aware that Hao Chen had laid a genuine ambush, and it would not be so simple. The earlier explosive artifacts had already dealt him considerable suffering. Indeed, as Huatian took a step forward, the ground beneath him suddenly rippled like waves, and rows of sharp blades erupted from the earth, viciously aiming towards him. As he sprang into action, enormous trees materialized from the air, hurtling towards him. Charm Shield. In a moment of desperation, Huatian was compelled to cast the enigmatic mask, which conjured a vast wall of cloud that expanded rapidly, blocking all the colossal trees. With a thunderous crash, the trees collided violently with the illusory cloud barrier. The force of the impact reverberating through Huatian causing his vitality to surge painfully within him. After enduring several moments, the onslaught of the trees ceased, leaving the mountain before Huatian diminished to less than a yard in size after fending off the relentless assault. "Are you finished yet? I will kill you. I will kill you." Trapped within the treacherous forest, unable to utilize his divine sense or take flight, Huatian could not discern the whereabouts of Hao Chen. Intensifying his fury, just as he had managed to cleanse the soot from his face, it turned a shade of deep anger once more. The five elements formation. Hao Chen disregarded Huatian's shouts, concealed within a formation, continuing to manipulate the reversed yin-yang five elements formation against him. Having narrowly avoided the blades on the ground and withstanding the tree's assault, Huatian barely caught his breath when he noticed two swirling vortices of white and black materializing above him. As these vortices appeared, they entwined and resonated, ultimately forming a distinct and stable pattern that spun ceaselessly, emanating an aura capable of annihilating all. With a deafening roar, the center of the reversed yin-yang five elements formation began to collapse, fissures over a yard wide splitting open, voraciously consuming everything in proximity while summoning roaring flames and towering waves from the edges of the formation. Though water and fire are traditionally irreconcilable, Hao Chen, through his mastery of the Canli three mysteries, harmonized these opposing elements. Remarkably, as water doused the flames, they blazed even more fiercely, intensifying the monstrous waves that surged forth. The mist rising from their union exuding an aura of impending death. Faced with the successive lethal strikes of the reversed yin-yang five elements formation, Huatian, a mid-stage celestial immortal, could not help but silently lament his plight. At that moment, he found himself beset by the dual vortices of black and white above, a chasm capable of devouring all beneath, and an alternative lethal assault from the mingling of water and fire around him. One misstep led to another, and Huatian sighed in resignation. Suddenly, a radiant purple celestial artifact materialized in Huatian's grasp, transforming into a spear resembling a dragon's shadow. The ancient spear's body gleamed brilliantly, emanating a chilling light. A being of celestial immortal rank was compelled to resort to using a celestial weapon due to Hao Chen's relentless pressure. Huatian was indeed driven to the brink of madness. With the spear in hand, Huatian's aura began to ascend relentlessly. The surrounding celestial essence, previously confined by the formation, became chaotic upon his action, gradually converging towards him. Dragon Shadow Spear. Huatian bellowed, the purple spear quaking violently, resembling a purple dragon as it coiled around the weapon. With a swift flourish of the Dragon Shadow Spear, Huatian unleashed a fierce energy, manifesting as a colossal purple dragon that surged toward Hao Chen with ferocity. Concurrently, a swirling mass of violet gas emerged beneath Huatian, elevating him gently within the five elements array, distancing him from the gaping chasm below that threatened to consume everything. The dragon soared through the heavens. Yet, the encounter was far from over. As Huatian ascended within the array, he launched another assault with the Dragon Shadow Spear. A brilliant flash of purple light erupted, radiating a palpable aura of menace as the spectral dragon roared forth, charging at the void of yin and yang within the five elements array. Chapter 942. Practicing the array. Indeed, the power of a celestial being at the heavenly immortal realm was formidable. Witnessing this, Hao Chen could not help but let out a soft sigh, yet his own efforts remained undeterred. With a deft manipulation, he inverted the five elements, transforming the very essence of the array. The once familiar landscape within the array was now utterly altered. The ground bore no resemblance to its former self, and the elemental attacks shifted in their sequence. The force of the counterattack predominantly found its mark in empty space, leaving Huatian engulfed in frustration. As he struggled to regain his composure, while Hao Chen initiated the second wave of the five elements array's onslaught, the quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined, coalescing into vibrant torrents of energy that surged towards Huatian from all directions. The waves of energy, a kaleidoscope of colors, were breathtakingly beautiful yet wielded devastating might, capable of obliterating entire realms and eradicating all existence. In that moment, wherever the torrents passed, the earth fractured, the void collapsed, and a terrifying aura swept through the dense forest. Huatian had long since shed his initial calm, his handsome visage shifting through a myriad of expressions, fluctuating between hope and despair. Dragons soaring 9 heavens. At this critical juncture of life and death, Huitian could no longer afford to conserve his strength. He was left with no choice but to engage in a battle of mutual destruction. The prowess of a heavenly immortal was indeed extraordinary. When Hao Chen had once ventured into the northern Hao forest, he had managed to eliminate several beings of the heavenly immortal realm. But those encounters had been through stealthy ambushes, employing the deadly yuan-eating demonic flies. He had never faced a heavenly immortal directly until now. Intending to integrate the array knowledge acquired from the academy into real combat, leveraging Huitian's mid-heavenly immortal strength. Upon unleashing his full cultivation, Huitian radiated golden light, transforming into a blazing sun suspended in the air, exuding an aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Moreover, a massive golden dragon, born of celestial essence, coiled around him. Its grand head gazing toward the heavens, poised for ascension. Rise! Huitian bellowed, and with a deafening roar, the golden dragon soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the golden energy sphere surrounding him contracted suddenly before bursting forth in a radiant explosion. At that moment, the terrifying energy waves generated by the five elements array crashed into Huitian. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, akin to the very heavens and earth collapsing. The shockwave from their collision flattening the forest within several miles. Crack! Following a tempestuous storm, the five elements array shimmered like glass, its protective barrier fracturing incessantly. However, in the midst of the flames, Huitian found himself in a wretched state, his body marred with countless wounds, blood incessantly trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even celestial beings are still human. It was evident that Huitian, in his dire condition, retrieved several bottles of elixirs from his storage ring, desperately stuffing them into his mouth, indicative of his grievous injuries. At that very moment, a thought flickered in Hao Yan's mind, and suddenly, the little girl and the handsome boy materialized before Huitian, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, thunderous blasts, lightning projectiles, blood-poison magic balls, and converging spirit talismans, accompanied by the utilization of the cloud-splitting magical artifact. Amidst the cacophony of violent explosions, Huitian was sent sprawling to the ground. Poor Huitian was once again bombarded, brought to his knees, and just as he sighed in relief, believing he had narrowly escaped calamity, a sudden weight beneath him triggered another explosive sound. Instantly, he was hurled into the air by a tremendous force, his body feeling as though it were being torn apart, engulfed in excruciating agony. With a piercing scream, Huitian crashed heavily to the ground, his abdomen now marred by several ghastly wounds. Though the blood flowed sparingly, his innards were already visible. Even more grievously, one of his legs was nearly severed, its absence unknown until this moment. Huitian howled, the source of his anguish unclear, whether it was the pain or the fury that drove him. Celestial beings are typically resilient against injury, yet today, misfortune befell Huitian. Hao Yan's layered defenses inflicted further harm upon him, and even a body forged of iron could not withstand such a relentless onslaught. After laboriously rising and taking a few steps forward, Huitian felt a disorienting haze envelop him. Countless golden stars twinkling before his eyes, his steps wavering, and his entire body growing weak. Upon glancing at his hands, he noticed the tips of his fingers beginning to darken, the malady creeping up his arms. Poison. A sudden shock coursed through Huitian, prompting him to bite down on his tongue. Instantly, he regained his composure and seated himself upon the ground to expel the toxin. Although this venom posed no immediate fatal threat, prolonged exposure within his body could still claim his life. Huitian, do you yield? This is merely the beginning. At last, Hao Yan emerged from his concealed position, gazing at the disheveled Huitian with a smile and inquiring lightheartedly. Huitian cast a venomous glare at Hao Yan, his heart brimming with resentment, silently vowing, "Once I purge this poison, I shall capture you and render you helpless." As Huitian focused on detoxification, Hao Yan refrained from interfering, opting instead to sit upon a nearby stone, observing from a distance. After a while, Hao Yan mischievously addressed Huitian. "Huitian, have you nearly dispelled the poison? Do you not feel your body ablaze, your lower abdomen heating up? Below a fart?" Huitian retorted, but immediately sensed something amiss. At this moment, he felt more than just a heated sensation. Even his lower body was stirring restlessly, and his mind, a chaotic whirlpool, was consumed by insatiable desires. "What poison did you administer to me? Speak!" Huitian exclaimed, instinctively tugging at his garments while desperately attempting to suppress the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just a little something extra added during the poisoning process, if you catch my drift." Hao Chen laughed heartily, then sincerely remarked, "By the way, I forgot to remind you of something important. When detoxifying, do not excessively wield your celestial energy, or the toxicity will manifest more rapidly." "You are despicable," Hua Tian retorted bitterly. "Despicable? How did the Hua family treat me?" Hao Chen countered, gazing at Hua Tian. "What do you intend to do with me?" Hua Tian reluctantly softened his stance. "As long as the Hua family ceases to trouble me, that is sufficient." Hao Chen had no intention of slaying Hua Tian, for their enmity was not deep-rooted. "Is that all?" Hua Tian inquired. "Indeed, that is all. I have no further demands." Hao Chen nodded affirmatively. "I agree to your terms." Hua Tian swiftly acquiesced upon hearing Hao Chen's words. Hao Chen then tossed a detoxification pill to Hua Tian, followed by a regeneration pill. As Hua Tian detoxified and healed, Hao Chen sat nearby in meditation. Xiao Zui and the others had long since returned to the Jade Pendant space, awaiting on the starship. Should Hua Tian recover and renege on their agreement, Hao Chen would not hesitate to eliminate him. An hour later, Hua Tian's body had fully recovered. Suddenly rising, he deeply bowed to Hao Chen, expressing, "Thank you for sparing my life." Hao Chen responded, "In truth, your defeat was not unjust. I merely wished to leverage your strength to explore the practical application of formations. Even if I were to engage you in battle, I would not necessarily be at a disadvantage." With that, Hao Chen abruptly unleashed a formidable aura. Although Hua Tian sensed that this aura did not belong to the celestial realm, it possessed the energy of one. Hua Tian was left speechless in the face of Hao Chen's display of power. "We have both endured much over the past few days. After this phase of refinement, I believe we have both gained insights. It is best we part ways here, until we meet again." Before the words had fully left his lips, Hao Chen vanished in an instant. A jade vial was tossed toward Hua Tian, who instinctively caught it. To his astonishment, it was filled to the brim with a rare essence known as Millennium Stone Bamboo Milk, a treasure scarcely found even in the celestial realm. Hua Tian stood there, speechless for a long while. Chapter 943. Returned to the base after several days of trials, Hao Chen returned unscathed to the mining site of the Celestial Academy. Upon entering the mine, he summoned Qi Yajing from the Demon Suppression Tower. Qi Yajing merely felt as though she had been in a tranquil space, lost in a long dream. She did not ponder where she had been. The sight of her beloved unharmed was enough to bring her satisfaction. At this moment, Qi Yajing did not wish to leave Hao Chen's side again. The separation had left her restless and longing, haunting her dreams. Her family had sent her to the Li Hua sect to gather intelligence. Her closest master there sought to exploit her connection to Hao Chen to steal the twin fish pendant. Yet, during her darkest times, her family remained indifferent, and her master was oblivious. It was Hao Chen who risked his life to rescue her. Since meeting Hao Chen, the changes in her life had left Qi Yajing feeling cold and disheartened, yet they also brought her comfort. The series of upheavals not only taught her the ways of the world, but also introduced her to the man before her. Seeing Hao Chen standing before her, safe and sound, tears welled in Qi Yajing's eyes. Words failed her, and she suddenly threw herself into Hao Chen's embrace. The members of the 7th Squad, upon discovering that Hao Chen had returned, rushed towards him in a flurry. Hao Chen's residence, already modest in size, was soon filled to capacity as everyone clamored to inquire about his well-being and experiences. Patiently, he recounted his recent adventures during his leave from the mining district, where he sought opportunities to enhance his cultivation. Outside the Fenglin Gorge, in the Yangjiao Valley, he fortuitously encountered Qi Yajing and the members of the Li Hua sect engaged in a hunt, leading them to band together and slay a sacred beast. As he spoke, he invited everyone to step outside his quarters to inspect the fruits of their hunt. In a spacious area, Hao Chen waved his hand, casting a 9th-tier rhinoceros onto the ground. "Hiss, this is a 9th-tier sacred beast rhinoceros. Impressive. How did you manage to slay it?" "It was not solely my achievement. It required the collaborative efforts of both Qi Yajing and myself to capture this sacred creature," he replied, weaving a web of benevolent fabrications to satiate the curiosity of the 7th Squad, while simultaneously introducing Qi Yajing to his companions. However, Hao Ruoxuan was not deceived by Hao Chen's flawless deception. She was already familiar with Qi Yajing and had established a rapport with her at the Li Hua sect's mining district. That night, she and Luofier invited Qi Yajing to stay with them. Faced with the two whimsical girls, Qi Yajing reluctantly shared her story. Since the departure of Hao Chen, Hao Chen, and Minter Huang Xian from the mining district, the newly appointed guard captain, Lin Yudong, had grown suspicious of Qi Yajing, believing she had conspired with Hao Chen and the thief Hu Hong to harm the district's overseer, Hu Weilin. Consequently, he detained her for interrogation, intending to use her as bait to ensnare Hao Chen. Moreover, Lin Yudong harbored ulterior motives, seeking to exploit her beauty for his own gain. In a desperate bid for freedom, Qi Yajing cleverly maneuvered around him, feigning a need for a brief respite, which allowed her to escape the confines of the Lihua sect's mining district. Upon learning of her flight, Lin Yudong pursued her relentlessly, forcing her to circle around the district without allowing her entry, all the while aiming to lure Hao Chen out. With no means to access the sacred mining district, Qi Yajing, left with no choice, returned to the Lihua sect, hoping to find another opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Yet, fate was unkind, and she was soon recaptured by Lin Yudong and the district guards. In her moment of despair, Hao Chen appeared just in time to rescue her from the clutches of danger. As for how Hao Chen managed to escape from the formidable encirclement, Qi Yajing was unaware of the particulars. After hearing her tale, Hao Chen exclaimed, "I knew that deceitful rogue would only share good news, never the bad. Just wait until I teach him a lesson for underestimating my intelligence." Luofei chimed in indignantly, "Indeed. I was pursued by that scoundrel Lin Yudong for 2 or 3 days before he finally came to my aid. Tell me, doesn't it seem like he was just lurking around to enjoy the spectacle? How coincidental that he appeared the moment I was captured." As they conversed, Qi Yajing couldn't help but question whether Hao Chen had been shadowing her all along, only intervening when she was ensnared. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, leaving one to ponder their next thoughts. 3 women engaged in a lively discourse, continuing their conversation late into the night. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Luofei could no longer contain her impatience. She swiftly rose from her bed and pushed open the door. "Where are you going?" "Wait for me," inquired Hao Chen. "I'm off to relieve myself." Qi Yajing chimed in. "I am not merely seeking a restroom. I intend to find Hao Yin and ascertain what transpired, then return to inform you." Before her words had fully settled, Luofei dashed out of the room. "Wait for me." Hao Chen and Qi Yajing, equally eager to uncover the unfolding events, followed suit, their restlessness compelling them to seek answers. The twilight's obscurity could not quell the curiosity of the 3 women. They quietly departed their quarters and made their way to Hao Yin's residence. The members of Team 7 had returned late, and as the night deepened, Hao Yin remained wide awake, engrossed in the study of the Pisces pendant. He was comparing the summoning techniques of illusionists with the otherworldly spiritual symbols contained within the Pisces pendant, both employing dark attributes to summon entities from beyond. However, the distinction lay in the energy of the otherworldly realm embedded within the pendant, allowing for the summoning of spirits at any moment by harnessing one's consciousness. In contrast, the illusionist summoning required not only dark attributes, but also the formidable power of one's consciousness. As he contemplated a suitable location to practice, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. It was Minter Huang Xian, who had returned to the mining area, where the members of Team 7 had remained in Hao Yin's company. Minter Huang Xian, not wishing to disrupt their enthusiasm, had only just arrived at Hao Yin's abode. The persistent knocking broke the silence, prompting Hao Yin to set aside the Pisces pendant and rise to answer the door. Though night had fallen, his training in the secret caverns of the Lihua sect, coupled with the infusion of celestial energy, had restored his martial prowess to the late emperor realm, enhancing both his consciousness and spiritual sight. Through his heightened perception, Hao Yin discerned that it was Minter Huang Xian at the door. The latter stood outside clad in a blue robe. "Hao Yin, I am relieved to see you return unscathed," Minter Huang Xian exclaimed as he approached. "I'm fine. I apologize for causing you concern," Hao Yin replied gratefully. "I have come tonight to invite you to accompany me to the marketplace for some business," Minter Huang Xian stated directly. "To the marketplace? I was just lamenting my inability to find someone familiar with it to guide me," Hao Yin eagerly responded. "Shall we depart for the marketplace tonight?" "Yes. We must leave at once," Minter Huang Xian insisted. As the two were about to step outside, Luofei, Hao Chen, and Qi Yajing had quietly arrived at Hao Yin's door. "Tonight? To the marketplace? Take us with you," Luofei declared, stepping boldly over the threshold. "Indeed, I have longed for an opportunity to visit the marketplace," Hao added without hesitation. But we are attending to serious matters. Mentor Huang Xian quickly interjected. If you do not take us, I shall proclaim that you two men are sneaking about at night, engaged in nefarious activities. Hao threatened, having faced life-and-death situations with Mentor Huang Xian, regarding him as a friend, hence her audacity. Then let us include them. Hao Yin supported the notion. Very well. The Mentor Huang Xian reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 944, Journey to the Market. As dawn gradually broke, the five companions, wary of detection by others, chose to avoid the main roads and even the forest paths, traversing through uncharted territory. After departing from the mine area of the Immortal Academy, a distance of 100 miles, Hao Chen finally sent a sound transmission talisman. By the time Zhu Zhuangfei received the message, it was already the time of the auspicious purple aura rising from the east. To reach the market, they had to pass through the Tianyuan forest, traversing the territory of the Lihua sect, which was unavoidable. Thus the five had no choice but to navigate through desolate areas. Fortunately, those who practiced cultivation possessed robust physiques, enabling them to scale mountains and traverse valleys as if walking on level ground, albeit at a slightly slower pace. As they advanced, the mountains grew increasingly majestic, and the presence of celestial herbs and spirit medicines became more abundant. While walking, they gathered these precious resources. Amidst their journey, the sudden sound of cascading water caught their attention. Following the sound led them to a breathtaking waterfall. The water cascaded down in torrents, creating a mist that enveloped the air, plunging into a chasm that revealed a deep, bottomless pool below. Standing atop the ridge opposite the waterfall, they admired the stunning scenery for a moment before resuming their path towards the precipice. Upon reaching the waterfall's impact zone and flowing downstream, they soon left the waterfall far behind. Let me go, I don't want to go. Suddenly, a woman's voice cried out from the woods. Damn it, how ungrateful. What is wrong with the opportunity to join our Lihua sect? A rough male voice responded. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Hao Chen remarked. Let us investigate the woods and find out what is happening, Mentor Huang Xian suggested. They hastened towards the edge of the forest and soon spotted 7 individuals clad in Lihua sect attire, escorting a man and a woman from the depths of the thicket. The captives struggled relentlessly, but the disparity in their strengths rendered their resistance futile. As the group approached, the leader, a mid-stage martial emperor, instantly recognized Qi Yajing and exclaimed, Oh, how did you escape? This individual was Huiyu, the squad leader of the Lihua sect's mine guards, who had previously overseen Qi Yajing and had made attempts to violate her during his watch. You shameless scoundrel. Upon recognizing Huiyu, Qi Yajing retorted vehemently. How dare you speak to me like that, little girl? Since fate has brought us together again today, you shall submit to me willingly, or you will suffer the consequences. Huiyu, the mid-stage martial emperor and squad leader, mocked. And what if I refuse? Qi Yajing scoffed in response. Then I shall teach you a lesson for your ingratitude. Huiyu threatened. Among his 6 subordinates, 2 were at the early martial emperor stage, while the other 4 were at least mid-stage martial sovereigns. Observing that their opponents consisted of only 2 men and 3 women, with 1 man at the early martial emperor stage and another at the late martial sovereign stage, and all 3 women being mid-stage martial sovereigns, the mid-stage martial emperor Huiyu dismissed the 5 with contempt. Before he could finish speaking, Huiyu swung his arm, intending to bind them with his power. Yet how could he know that these individuals were merely pretending to be weak while concealing their true strength? Suddenly, the disguised Mentor Huang Xian seized Huiyu's hand and with a forceful toss, flung him onto the riverbank, leaving him in a state of disarray. Damn it! Are you seeking death? Huiyu exclaimed furiously as he clambered to his feet. In a fit of rage, he brandished his sword and charged at Huang Xian. At that moment, chaos erupted. Lafir and Hao each engaged a mid-stage martial emperor, while Qi Yajing single-handedly confronted 2 late-stage martial emperors. Huang Xian continued to duel Huiyu, while Hao Yin faced 2 early-stage martial emperors alone. Realizing the urgency of a swift resolution, Hao Yin resolved to end the confrontation quickly, otherwise his side would suffer significant losses. With this determination, he dismissed the need for further exchanges and unleashed a formidable flipping palm, sending 1 early-stage martial emperor crashing to the ground. As the second martial emperor was momentarily stunned, Hao Yin swiftly executed a void condensing finger, causing the early-stage martial emperor to collapse with a scream, a gaping wound appearing in his chest. Hao Yin had no intention of killing them. He merely sought to render them incapable of participating in the battle. Meanwhile, Hao Chen soared to Qi Yajing's side to assist against a late-stage martial emperor. Observing the predicament, the latter attempted to flee, but Hao Chen swiftly immobilized him. Subsequently, Hao Chen refrained from further combat and confined the three martial emperors within the demon suppression tower. He then stood guard nearby. While Huang Xian grappled with Huiyu, he kept a watchful eye on Hao Yen's every move. Upon witnessing Hao Yen's decisive tactics, he could not help but reflect, "It seems I have underestimated Hao Yen's capabilities. His prowess is on par with my own. If I were to face two early-stage martial emperors, I could not dispatch them so cleanly." Just as Huang Xian pondered this, Lefear decapitated her adversary, and as the spirit infant attempted to escape, Hao Chen raised his hand and captured it, imprisoning it as well. With Lefear's assistance, Hao Chen subdued her opponent, while Qi Yajing also triumphed over her mid-stage martial emperor. Noticing that the battles had concluded, Huang Xian delivered a kick that sent Huiyu sprawling before Qi Yajing. Seeing Huiyu on the ground, Qi Yajing angrily raised her palm to strike him, but Hao Chen intervened. "This individual may prove useful," he declared, before confining Huiyu within the demon suppression tower. The decapitated mid-stage martial emperor's body and head were also collected by Hao Chen, along with the spirit infant, to be sent into the Jade Pendant's alchemy space for the alchemists to conduct fusion experiments. After eliminating the mining team from the Lihua sect, Lefear, Hao Chen, and Qi Yajing, three enchanting women, busied themselves with tidying the battlefield and deciphering the spoils, including the seized storage rings. We are rich, Qi Yajing exclaimed joyfully. Accustomed to the Xian Yuan stones in the mining area, she was unfazed by their abundance. But the storage rings contained a wealth of Xian Ling herbs and medicinal plants, which she had never encountered before. Uninformed, Hao Chen remarked, pouting at Qi Yajing's exuberant cries. As the conversation unfolded, Hao Chen and Mentor Huang Xian, without reservation, revealed 4 additional heaps of items along the riverbank, forming mountains of treasures. Countless high-grade celestial herbs and elixirs were present, not to mention the abundant celestial essence stones. Moreover, several martial arts manuals, dozens of holy beast inner cores, and a few divine weapons lay scattered among them. The sight of these riches left the 3 women utterly mesmerized. Qi Yajing, after a considerable effort, found no one willing to open the storage ring of Huiyu, so she reluctantly handed it to Hao Chen. Upon opening the ring, even more items appeared along the riverbank, surpassing the combined total of the previous 6 individuals. It was evident that the small team leader Huiyu had amassed quite a fortune, and the guards of the Lihua sect's mining area certainly lived in luxury. Among these treasures, the most striking were the numerous martial arts manuals, divine weapons, and over 100 holy beast inner cores. "Let's divide these treasures," declared Luo Feier, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "I do not require much. I shall go first." Without waiting for a response, she selected several dozen holy beast inner cores and stowed them away. "All right, I have chosen. These are all I need. The rest is up to you." With that, she stepped aside. "Mentor Huang, please go ahead." The group, noticing Huang Xian's hesitation, felt reluctant to make a selection themselves. "I lack for nothing among these items. You may choose freely," Huang Xian remarked, casting a glance at the pile of treasures. Upon hearing Huang Xian's words, Hao Chen and Qi Yajing wasted no time in selecting items beneficial to them. The remaining treasures were then swiftly gathered by Hao Chen, who noticed the rescued couple gazing at the bounty with starry eyes. Ultimately, they left behind only a few items. Yet even this modest selection brought immense joy to the couple. Their outing to gather herbs had yielded an unexpected windfall. Soon, they collected all the items, marking the conclusion of the spoils distribution. Chapter 945, The Exploration of Ruins, Part 1. Through their conversations, it was revealed that the rescued pair were siblings. The elder brother was named Nan Fei, and the younger sister was Nan Yen. Though Nan Yen donned simple attire, it could not conceal her exquisite figure and enchanting beauty. Both siblings were independent cultivators, with Nan Fei at the early stage of martial sovereign and Nan Yen at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Residing within the influence of the Lihua sect, they held disdain for some of its practices, which was why they refrained from joining. "Esteemed benefactors, my sister and I are profoundly grateful for your rescue. We have no means to repay you, but yesterday, while foraging for herbs, we stumbled upon a site of ruins. Might you be interested in exploring?" Nan Fei said, clasping his hands in gratitude to the group. I am particularly fond of exploring ruins. Please, lead the way. Luo Feier exclaimed, her impatience palpable upon hearing of the discovery. With Luo Feier taking the lead, everyone was eager to join, and soon, they followed the Nan siblings towards the site of the ruins. Minter Huang Xin, wishing to accompany Hao Chen, found it necessary to postpone their visit to the market auction house, for the excitement of exploring the ruins far outweighed the curiosity of the auction. As the group traversed the riverbank and journeyed a distance upstream, they ascended a large mountain, revealing a spacious valley ahead. The picturesque valley appeared devoid of any structures. It is right there. We have arrived. Nan Fei pointed towards the heart of the valley. Under the guidance of Nan Fei, the group ventured deeper into the valley. Nan Yin had long since grown familiar with the three women, chattering incessantly behind the three men, their laughter echoing through the air. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the valley. A stone-paved path was now overgrown with lofty artemisia, and a dilapidated archway, shrouded in moss and entwined with vines, stood like two towering trees, supporting one another amidst the mournful winds. Atop the archway, the words Nanyu Men were barely discernible. The reasons for its abandonment or the demise of its sect a mystery. Upon seeing the three characters, Hao Chen felt a stir of recognition within. Could this be a branch of the Qianyuan sect? The Qianyuan sect boasted 5 branches: Dong Yuan Tang, Ninyu Tang, Shifeng Tang, Beidou Tang, and Zhong Yuan Tang. Historical records indicated that the formidable entities of the Qianyuan sect, those who established their sects beyond the fourth heaven, named their sects after these 5 halls. Was it possible that this was the Nanyu Tang of the Qianyuan sect, a sect established by ascended masters? Hao Chen stood before the archway, lost in thought. Brother Chen, shall we not proceed? Why do you linger in thought? Hao Ruoxian, noticing Hao Chen's immobility, urged him forward. The flowers bloom and wither, glory now a mere memory. Hao Chen lamented, gazing at the weathered archway and the scars of a bygone era. As they departed from the archway, the group traversed through it, ascending the weed-clad path. After covering a distance of 100 zhong, they reached a square, overrun with grass. In the center stood a moss-covered statue, its headless form and severed arm standing in solitude. Crossing the square, the landscape was dominated by crumbling walls. Engulfed by the encroaching forest, it appeared that centuries, if not millennia, had passed, leaving little of value behind. Hao Chen and his companions feared their journey might be in vain. Continuing onward, they were met with nothing but remnants of walls. The group had thoroughly explored the ruins of Nanyu Men, finding naught but ruin, not even a single intact room, yet their spirits remained undeterred as they pressed further. After a while, they reached the end of the crumbling walls, revealing a hillside. At the base stood a solitary, half-buried stone tablet, with only the word forbidden ground discernible when the two halves were combined. Ascending the steps, they were confronted by a sheer cliff, towering over a myriad of stone caves scattered across its face. These caves were likely once sanctuaries for the disciples of Nanyu Men to meditate and cultivate. To the left of the cliff, a winding stone path, overgrown with foliage and vines, extended weakly upwards. Cautiously, the group made their way along the stone path until they encountered an expansive graveyard. Every grave had been disturbed, leaving behind nothing but shallow pits or mounds of disturbed earth, overrun with vines, scattered bones, and broken tablets, painting a scene of desolation. What could have incited such animosity towards Nanyu Men? It seemed evident that the sect had faced complete annihilation, with every member slaughtered, their buildings razed, and even the deceased denied peace. Perhaps long ago, a brutal battle had unfolded here. As they traversed the graveyard, they encountered a sheer cliff, with no route save for a narrow fissure, 4 feet wide and several fathoms deep. Peering into the chasm, they found it empty, which elicited a sense of disappointment among the group, prompting them to consider retreating to the valley. This crevice possesses an enigma. Could it be an illusionary formation? Thought Hao Chen, standing before the cliff's gap. After a thorough investigation, he suddenly sat down on the ground, focusing intently on the fissure. Indeed, as he had surmised, the stone crevice concealed another realm. Utilizing his spirit eye technique to penetrate the illusion, he discerned a towering stone door within. This was an exceptionally sophisticated illusionary formation, concealing a hidden cave. After a brief moment, Hao Chen exhaled deeply, rising to address his companions. Illusionary formations are among the least perilous of arrays, primarily deceiving the observer's vision. obscuring the true nature of things. He urged his companions to remain outside as he ventured alone into the crevice to locate the formation's core. With a sudden movement, Hao Chen struck the formation's heart with his palm, and a resounding boom echoed, followed by a cloud of dust that enveloped the area. Once the haze dissipated, revealing clarity, he beckoned the group to enter the fissure. Before them loomed the imposing stone door. As it materialized, Nenfei stepped forward to push against it, but found it immovable. Mentor Huang Xian approached the door, declaring, "Step aside, let me demonstrate." No sooner had he spoken than he focused his energies, coalescing a force of celestial essence, and forcefully propelled it towards the stone door. A thunderous crack resonated as white light burst forth from the door, sending Mentor Huang Xian sprawling back several feet. Nanfei hurried to support him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Mentor Huang Xian replied, shaking his head. "Let us search for any mechanisms," suggested Luo Feier. "There must be a mechanism." The others chimed in, discussing fervently. Thus, several individuals approached, probing and examining the area for any hidden mechanisms. Upon discovering a protruding stone, they twisted and turned it, yet the door remained unyielding. Chapter 946. Exploration of the Ruins. Part 2. Everyone, cease your futile efforts. The sects of the celestial realm are unlikely to have any mechanisms, Hao Chen asserted. Designing such contraptions is labor-intensive and ungrateful, unable to withstand attacks. It is more likely a formation was laid, both convenient and secure. I have examined the stone door, but discerned no clear path. You should attempt to force it open while I investigate further. What if the one who laid the formation is a master beyond the golden immortal level? Would we then have no hope? Qi Yajing expressed her concerns anxiously. Given the passage of time, the formation should have weakened. It can be breached. Everyone, step back, and I shall try again. Mentor Huang Xian responded dismissively. The group retreated several paces, as Mentor Huang Xian eschewed his sword, instead producing a gleaming spear crackling with lightning from his storage ring. He harnessed his power at the peak of the human immortal stage, executing a swift strike with the spear towards the stone door. The thunderous spear transformed into a malevolent bolt of lightning, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, swiftly assaulted the stone gate. A flash of electric light flickered, followed by a sharp crack. However, after a brief pause, the sound abruptly ceased, and the stone gate stood unwavering, now adorned with numerous web-like fissures. With a clatter, stones of various sizes tumbled from the cliff, prompting the crowd to hastily evade. Again, Master Huang Xian bellowed, executing the technique Dragon Returns. The lightning spear morphed into a silver dragon, shimmering with electric energy, roaring towards the stone gate. A tremendous explosion resonated, enveloping the area in white mist and dust. Soon after, a collapse occurred near the gate, accompanied by continuous rumbling. The group retreated several dozen paces before halting. After a considerable time, the noise subsided, and the smoke dissipated, revealing the stone gate completely obstructed by a massive pile of debris, rendering entry impossible. The crowd approached, preparing to clear the stones by hand. For those who had attained the martial emperor realm, moving a few tons of rock posed little challenge. Yet, the sheer volume of stones meant that their combined efforts would require considerable time. "Do not panic, everyone step back," Master Huang Xian instructed. He then nodded towards Qi Yajing and the others. Understanding his intent, Qi Yajing responded with a nod, and together with Master Huang Xian, they invoked the technique of shifting mountains and overturning seas. Stones of all sizes began to soar outward in a continuous stream. Before long, a passageway emerged, and the stone gate was no more. Upon entering the passage, the removal of restrictions revealed a crevice that led directly to the mountain's peak, unveiling a narrow sky. This passage, approximately 10 feet wide, allowed the group to advance for over 100 paces before unfolding into a vast expanse. To their astonishment, this area measured nearly 1,000 feet in circumference, filled with an array of flowers and grasses, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air, invigorating the senses and quickening the pulse. Luo Feier and Nan Yin eagerly bent down to inhale deeply, their faces alight with delight. Hao Chen approached to observe several clusters of seemingly ordinary green plants, characterized by their slender leaves, each crowned with delicate white blossoms. Though small, the flowers exuded an enchanting fragrance that uplifted the spirits of those who inhaled it. Enchanting flower. Hao Chen recalled having seen these unassuming white blossoms on Flying Fish Island in the Qinyuan realm. When harvested and crafted into a fragrance, they possess the ability to disinfect, calm the mind, and dispel cold and wind. However, improper usage could lead to disorientation and hallucinations. Huang Xian, Nan Fei, quickly escort them to the passage. Hao Chen commanded without hesitation. With the assistance of Master Huang Xian and Nan Fei, they soon brought the entire group to the passage. Hao Chen waved his hand to temporarily seal the passage. Though these flowers were potentially harmful, they represented a rare medicinal resource when utilized correctly. Hao Chen mused. He then communicated with the Ziyu organization to prepare for the collection of the enchanting flowers, instructing them to cultivate what could be cultivated and to have the alchemy workshop create various potions from what could not be. He summoned Xiao Chui and several young companions to commence the harvest of the enchanting flowers, and within the span of a single incense stick, little remained of the enchanting flora across the vast expanse. A moment ago, danger lurked within, compelling everyone to seek refuge in the corridor. Now that the peril has subsided, you may enter, spoke Hao Chen after dispelling the barrier. As the group returned to the once fragrant realm of flowers and grasses, they were met with a disheartening sight, an expanse of charred earth. Confusion engulfed them. Wasn't this place once brimming with fragrant blooms? How had it been reduced to this desolate wasteland? Hao Chen, what on earth has transpired? Luo Feier could not contain her curiosity. This area was once adorned with enchanting passion flowers. Prolonged exposure to their fragrance could incite uncontrollable madness. Fortunately, you did not linger too long, or the consequences would have been dire. Upon hearing Hao Chen's explanation, the group fell into a contemplative silence, following him as they pressed onward. Traversing the scorched ground, they encountered a towering stone door, and this time, the group instinctively stepped back. Drawing from their previous experience with the shattered door, Hao Chen refrained from attempting to devise a solution, allowing Mentor Huang Xian to unleash his magical prowess. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning erupted in the form of a silver dragon, creating a gaping hole in the stone door. Thankfully, there was no subsequent collapse, saving them from further complications. Beyond the stone door lay a spacious chamber. Inside the chamber stood 2 shelves, one brimming with vials of potions, and the other laden with the inner cores of beasts, while the floor was strewn with celestial energy stones. Witnessing such a wealth of treasures, Mentor Huang Xian proposed an equal division, adhering to the customary practice of adventure distribution. Within a single day, they had encountered fortune twice, making it nearly impossible to suppress their joy. After a thorough search of the area yielded no further discoveries, it appeared that the South Feather Hall's resources were limited to this. Fortunately, this expedition had not left them disheartened. Gazing upward at the narrow sky, night had already descended. The group decided to rest for the night in the narrow passage, resuming their journey at dawn. Exhausted from the day's exertions, they felt both weary and hungry. Hao Chen produced provisions to treat everyone, and they eagerly partook, soon satiated. Subsequently, the South siblings presented a collection of wild fruits harvested during the day. Though not as exquisite as the spirit fruits, their flavor was delightful, and they were devoured with enthusiasm. After several hours of cultivation, they reaped substantial rewards. Nan Fei achieved the mid-stage of martial sovereign, while Nan Yen ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul. Upon concluding their training, the group exited the narrow passage and retraced their steps to the valley's entrance. May I inquire where you esteemed benefactors intend to go next? Nan Fei asked. We plan to explore the market district, Mentor Huang Xian replied. It would be fortuitous if you could visit my home, as it lies somewhat along your route. What say you, esteemed benefactors? Nan Fei extended a heartfelt invitation. Before anyone could respond, Luo Feier interjected, That sounds splendid. A visit along the way would be delightful. Seeing this, the others offered no further objections, allowing the South siblings to lead the way. The path was lined with endless mountainous woodlands, teeming with various low-tier spirit herbs and medicines. The South siblings collected an ample bounty, having long since lost interest in these lower-grade elixirs. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest, followed by the emergence of a colossal winged leopard, measuring over 10 feet in length, leaping forth from the thicket. The position that emerged was right beside Rofier. Out of fear, Rofier instinctively dashed into Hao Chen's embrace, seeking protection. Hao Chen, responding with instinct, held Rofier tightly, uncertain whether it was Rofier's intention or if Hao Chen was taking advantage of the moment. As Rofier pressed against Hao Chen's soft chest, he, disregarding the perilous situation, suddenly kissed her crimson lips. This theatrical display ignited intense jealousy in both Hao Ruoxuan and Nan Yan. Chapter 947. Team Trial. While Hao Chen and Rofier engaged in their display, Huang Xian remained unperturbed, aware of his responsibilities as a mentor to ensure everyone's safety. At the moment the flying winged leopard lunged at Rofier, Huang Xian swiftly aimed his lightning gun at the beast. With a fierce cry, the flying winged leopard was sent flying several feet away by the impact of Huang Xian's weapon. Struggling, the leopard managed to rise unsteadily, attempting to flee. Its anguished howl disrupted Rofier's reverie, causing her to blush furiously and abruptly exit Hao Chen's embrace, exclaiming, "You think you can escape? Not a chance." Before her words faded, her sword flew from her grasp, striking the flying winged leopard with precision. With a decisive thrust, Rofier effortlessly severed the creature's head. When did I become this powerful? Rofier pondered aloud, gazing at the slain leopard in bewilderment. You absorbed the inner core of the sacred beast and have been cultivating in Brother Chen's embrace for so long. Wouldn't it be a waste of resources not to make any progress? Hao Ruoxuan teased, admiring Rofier's newfound arrogance. What a pity for the blood of this sacred beast. Consuming it would be immensely beneficial, Nan Fei lamented. Subsequently, Nan Fei and Nan Yan stepped forward to gather the spoils from the flying winged leopard, finishing within the span of a short incense stick. Holding a golden inner core the size of an egg, Nan Fei hesitated, uncertain whether to present it to Huang Xian or Rofier. Observing this, Rofier snatched it from him, stating, "Let me decide, since it's difficult to allocate. Why not give it to Sister Nan Yan?" With that, she directly placed the inner core into Nan Yan's hands. "This, I can't accept." Nan Yan blushed, feeling embarrassed to refuse. "Just accept it. This is also my goodwill." Huang Xian interjected, "I'll handle the remaining meat. How about we make a barbecue?" Hao Chen suggested, slicing a large chunk of the leopard's flesh. Qi Yajing, witnessing this, clapped her hands against a dry branch, breaking it into several pieces, which ignited into a roaring fire in an instant. Everyone took turns cutting pieces of the leopard meat and began preparing for the barbecue. Before long, the golden, fragrant meat, seasoned and grilled by Hao Chen, was ready. Without hesitation, Hao Ruoxuan snatched the perfectly grilled piece from Hao Chen's hands, only to shove the charred remnants she held into his grasp as she scampered away. Having tasted Hao Chen's culinary skills in the Sheephorn Valley, Rofier, seeing Hao Ruoxuan act first, tossed her own piece of grilled meat to Hao Chen and rushed off to share her bounty with Rofier. Qi Yajing and Nan Yan were initially somewhat reserved, but soon could no longer resist the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. They handed the barbecue to Huang Xian and Nan Fei, then hurried to share Hao Chen's culinary skills with Ruoxian and Fei Er. After finishing the barbecue, Nan Fei collected the leftover leopard meat, and the group continued their journey. As the sun dipped below the mountains, Hao Chen and the others finally arrived at a picturesque valley, where wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys of quaint, rustic wooden cabins scattered throughout. "Here we are," Nan Fei announced, pointing to one of the cabins. Under the guidance of the Nan siblings, everyone entered the wooden house. "Father, Mother, we are back and have brought a few friends to visit," Nan Yan called out to the inner room. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged couple emerged from the cabin. Appearing surprisingly youthful, the years in the celestial realm had left little mark on their faces. "Greetings, uncle and aunt," everyone chorused in unison. "Welcome, make yourselves at home. Please, take a seat." Nan Fei and Nan Yan's parents invited the guests to sit down and then instructed their children to prepare dinner. Before long, the siblings had laid out a lavish feast. The table was filled not only with the leopard meat they had hunted that day, but also with various mountain delicacies, spirit fruits, and a large jar of homemade spirit fruit wine. Everyone was unreserved. The women heartily devoured the meat, while the men drank deeply from their bowls. "Oh, this wine is exquisite. The finest from Beihou City pales in comparison to this spirit fruit wine," exclaimed Mentor Huang Xian. "Indeed, I have never tasted such delightful wine," Hao Chen remarked as he savored the Nan family's brew. "Is it any wonder it is called celestial wine? There must be a distinction between celestial and ordinary wine." Nan Yan seized the opportunity to praise, "It truly is delightful. To my 3 elder sisters visiting my home, I raise a toast to you." "Then, shall I give it a try?" Ruoxian teased with a playful smile. "Drink up, it's perfectly fine. This wine aids in cultivation," Nan Fei encouraged them. "I'll take a couple of sips first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to get drunk," Ruoxian declared before downing a bowl of wine in one go. Seeing this, Luo Fei Er and Qi Yajing also cautiously took their drinks. The three women were not averse to drinking. Rather, they felt the need to maintain a degree of decorum as guests in the Nan household. As they dined, laughter and conversation filled the air. When Nan Yan's parents heard about the bountiful harvest of celestial herbs, spirit medicines, and the inner elixirs of holy beasts within just one day, they beamed with joy. Clearly, they would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. The meal was filled with warmth and camaraderie. The next morning, as everyone prepared to depart, Nan Fei and Nan Yin saw their guests to the mouth of the valley. As parting drew near, Ruo Xian, feeling reluctant to say goodbye to the younger Nan Yin, took her hand and said, "Come with me. Let us explore the world together." Nan Yin had long entertained the thought of following her, yet she hesitated, fearing that her companions might look down upon her for her lesser cultivation. Conversely, she feared missing this opportunity might mean never having such a chance again. The three women seemed to sense Nan Yan's inner conflict and chimed in, "Let us all go together. It's the same wherever we cultivate. And having more people makes it safer. Indeed, with just the two of you siblings, what would you do if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? This farewell might mean that we will no longer savor the delightful grilled delicacies prepared by Brother Hao Chen. How about we return and inform our parents, and then venture out together for some experience?" Nan Fei, perceiving his sister's thoughts and sharing a desire to accompany the group, addressed Nan Yan, "Let us heed my counsel." Nan Yan, feeling a bit shy, replied in agreement. Subsequently, the two siblings returned home to bid farewell to their parents, imparting all their recent gains to them. In the realm of immortals, unlike the mortal world, everyone possesses cultivation skills, and children are not required to remain at their parents' side constantly. Thus, embarking on adventures is a matter of spontaneity, exuding a sense of freedom. As Nan Fei and Nan Yan reached the mouth of the valley, they found the group awaiting their arrival, which touched their hearts. Initially, Minter Huangxin had intended only to take Hao Chen to explore the market in the celestial realm to broaden his horizons. Their conversation fortuitously caught the attention of three young women who insisted on joining. Now, with the addition of Nan Fei and Nan Yan, their party had expanded to 7 members, resembling a trial squad of disciples from a sect. Under Minter Huangxin's guidance, they continued their journey towards the market. The previously silent path now buzzed with lively conversations and laughter. The most vivacious among them was Luofir, whose incessant chatter often brought smiles to the group. Everyone occasionally chimed in, causing laughter to echo through the forest. During the day, they traveled while collecting celestial herbs, and at night, they divided into 2 groups to alternate in cultivation. Over several days, their journey proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen occurrences. Chapter 948, being followed one day. As they emerged from the forest, a narrow path appeared before them. A few pedestrians hurried along, and the group followed these passers-by for about 2 or 3 miles until they veered onto a broader road. The number of people gradually increased, all moving forward with haste. "Minter Huangxin, where are these individuals headed?" Hao Chen inquired with curiosity. "It seems the Qianhua market is opening," Minter Huangxin explained. "The Qianhua market opens once every half-month. It serves as a venue for cultivators and immortals to exchange resources. I have visited this market before. Is that how the market got its name? Is it jointly organized by the Qianyuan sect and the Lihua sect?" Hao Chen questioned. "You are indeed correct. It is a market organized by these 2 sects, initially intended to facilitate transactions for their disciples. However, soon the entire North Haoding celestial domain became involved, and the market has grown immensely, making it increasingly difficult to manage. As the saying goes, a larger forest attracts a greater variety of birds." Minter Huangxin elaborated on the situation of the Qianhua market. "Does this market also experience instances of unscrupulous dealings?" Hao Chen asked casually. "Quite so. In any case, it is advisable not to exchange valuable items here. They either engage in underpriced purchases or resort to violence to seize treasures afterward. I invited you to the market to procure some cultivation materials. You have fought alongside me. I trust you," Master Huang Xian said candidly to Hao Chen. "It's all right. We are not here to trade. Let's just take a look," Nan Fei replied nonchalantly. The so-called cities in the immortal realm are either the locations of sects or noble families, or they consist of marketplaces. Typically, sects and marketplaces are interconnected. Wherever there is a sect, there is usually a marketplace. Of course, these marketplaces are generally constructed by the sects, primarily to facilitate the acquisition of cultivation resources for their disciples. Marketplaces are usually situated at a certain distance from the sects. whether a few miles or 10 to 20 miles away, ensuring that cultivation is not disturbed while still allowing for convenient transactions. The open days of the marketplaces are akin to the market days for ordinary folks, where the number of buyers and sellers is particularly high. Although they are open at other times, it is mainly for inns and taverns to accommodate distant cultivators. As the group followed the flow of people, they soon came upon an archway. Qianhua Market. The four imposing characters inscribed on the archway announced, under the protection of the Qianyuan sect and the Lihua sect, Qianhua Market has established itself as a formidable entity. It could rightly be called a marketplace, or even Qianhua Gate, a place that no one dares to provoke. The crowd flowed along a broad path beside the mountain gate, and before long, the marketplace came into view. The bustling scene resembled the streets of the mortal realm, albeit with more opulent and beautiful architecture. The marketplace features both storefronts and stalls, with most stores established by sects selling an array of items, cultivation manuals, divine weapons, elixirs, and more. Stalls, on the other hand, are typically run by individual cultivators, offering items such as spirit herbs, divine medicines, and celestial fruits, often gathered from the mountains. Occasionally, one might find valuable items at these stalls. Observing this scene, Hao Chen reflected, how similar this is to the mortal realm, where the wealthy own shops, and the less fortunate set up stalls. It seems that no realm can escape the inherent hierarchy of society. As the group wandered, they found little to pique their interest. After all, they were relatively affluent themselves, and even a few items they casually displayed were of a higher caliber. When they passed by an inn, they all instinctively halted. Clearly, they were feeling a bit hungry and eager to sample the unique offerings of this establishment. Upon entering the inn, the two welcoming fairy maidens at the entrance exchanged faint frowns upon seeing the crowd, but greeted them with warm smiles, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests." Once inside, as everyone settled down, a serene fairy approached with a menu, inquiring, "What would you like to order?" The group perused the menu, which was quite simple, listing 3 categories. The first category featured meat dishes, such as steamed flying leopard wings and braised jiao dragon meat. The second category included high-grade spiritual fruits, like Qianyuan fruit and dragon spirit fruit. The third category showcased various wines, including celestial dew and longevity elixir. After each guest selected their preferred dishes, the serene fairy hesitated, saying, "Esteemed guests, due to the substantial order, we require payment in immortal stones in advance." At this moment, everyone realized that after departing from the Immortal Academy's Yuan stone mine and enduring a lengthy journey, their garments were quite tattered. Although they did not resemble beggars, their appearance was hardly commendable. Having grown accustomed to one another's casualness, they had not noticed their shabby attire. Upon arriving at the tavern, they feared being mistaken for mendicants, worried that they might not be able to settle the bill after their meal. "How many yuan stones do we have?" inquired Mentor Huang Xin. "A total of 3,000 yuan stones," replied the demure fairy, Wenjing. Typically, the circulating yuan stones were processed into sizes akin to lychee fruits for ease of counting. However, unrefined stones could also be used, albeit evaluated by the heap. With a thought, Mentor Huang summoned a pile of yuan stones before Wenjing. "Is this sufficient?" he asked. Yes. Thank you, esteemed guest." Wenjing beamed as she collected the yuan stones and departed joyfully. The yuan stones, once shaped, amounted to a generous 8,000. A sum that would pose a challenge for most noble families to procure. With the yuan stones in place, the service followed suit, and in no time, exquisite dishes were prepared. All of this was observed by a pair of shadowy eyes from a distance, while the group indulged in their feast. Oblivious to the lurking presence, Hao Chen remained vigilant, keenly attuned to his surroundings. He pinpointed the source of the aura but chose to ignore it, wishing to avoid any disruption to the merriment. After their hearty meal, the 7 emerged from the tavern, and Luo Feier exclaimed, "Let us go buy some clothing. We truly look rather unkempt. Indeed, we should procure some new garments. We are dirty, torn, and shabby," echoed the other 3 women in agreement. "Let us go? We should purchase several outfits," Qi Yajing urged, taking Nan Yan's hand. Thus, they began their search for a clothing store. After a brief stroll, they spotted a shop adorned with the auspicious sign of Yufeng. The 4 young women, disregarding the size or quality of the establishment, rushed inside, eager to select the most fashionable attire before it was claimed by others. The proprietor of Yufeng Clothing, upon witnessing the sudden influx of 4 stunning beauties, quickly rose to greet them, warmly introducing each style and its corresponding price. The shadowy figure from the tavern trailed behind, discreetly observing. Hao Chen had already detected this sneaky individual, but was preoccupied with shopping, lacking the time to attend to him. After a considerable while, the three men had chosen their outfits and stood aside, awaiting the women's selections. Half an hour passed before all four ladies finally settled on their garments. Each of them, without exception, had chosen several ensembles, and this time, it was Hao Chen who willingly approached the counter to settle the bill. "Why is this so expensive?" he remarked, casting a casual glance at the persistent observer as he ostentatiously produced a heap of yuan stones to pay. He chose not to reclaim the remaining yuan stones, but instructed the proprietor to wrap up one of each style available in the store, further purchasing a bulk of clothing. At this moment, the other six had already departed Yufeng, exploring other shops, while Hao Chen once again presented another pile of yuan stones to cover the total cost of his attire. His actions left the stalking individual feeling exasperated, silently cursing. What a wasteful spendthrift. Those yuan stones are truly regrettable. As Hao Chen departed from the Yufeng clothing store, for enchanting ladies, Rofier, Qi Yajing, and Nanyan had already entered the neighboring boutique. Only Minter Huangxin and Nanfei remained outside, awaiting Hao Chen's return. Upon seeing Hao Chen emerge from Yufeng, both Huangxin and Nanfei intended to join him in the adjacent store to reunite with the ladies. Just then, suddenly, Rofier, Qi Yajing, and Nanyan emerged from the store, their beauty accentuated by the exquisite garments they adorned. The group, comprised of 4 captivating women and 3 handsome men, navigated the bustling marketplace like a resplendent tableau, drawing the gaze of all passers-by. The young men, alongside the 4 ladies, explored the majority of the shops within the Qianhua market, with only the establishments selling elixirs and spiritual herbs left unvisited. Minter Huangxin sought to procure ingredients for concocting body-enhancing potions and suggested they venture into the market specializing in celestial herbs and medicines. Despite scouring every nook and cranny of the herbal market, Huangxin returned empty-handed. In contrast, Hao Chen rummaged through the stalls like a diligent merchant, collecting various items with ease. Aside from Rofier and Qi, the others were astonished to discover that Hao Chen was, in fact, a second-tier alchemist. The revelation left Huangxin, Qi Yajing, and the Nan siblings in awe. A casually made acquaintance turned out to be such a prodigious talent. Why search for body-enhancing herbs when a skilled alchemist stood before them? Huangxin mused internally. Alchemists are treasures coveted by various sects in the celestial realm, and a second-tier alchemist can navigate the north-houting celestial domain with confidence and thrive throughout the entire celestial world. As dusk approached, the group resolved to spend the night at a tavern in the market, continuing their journey at dawn. Upon arriving at the tavern, they ordered their favorite dishes, and soon, the table was laden with an array of delectable food. The atmosphere was lively as they indulged in hearty laughter and merriment. To my dear older brothers and sisters, I raise a toast in gratitude for your life-saving kindness, Nanyan said playfully, pouring a cup of wine for the others. Such a small gesture, no need for formality. The other 6 responded, raising their cups in a toast with Nanyan. After an hour of revelry, they requested a private room for the night, prioritizing safety. Unlike the mortal realm, rooms in the celestial world are not merely for slumber, but serve primarily for meditation and cultivation. Once inside, Minter Huangxin instructed the others to focus on their cultivation, leaving only Hao Chen to act as a protector alongside him. With some time on their hands, the two engaged in quiet conversation. However, Huangxin soon sensed an unsettling presence, as if someone were watching their room. Extending his spiritual awareness, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a figure clad in black, a man in his 30s, standing over 10 yards away, intently observing their every move. Huangxin continued to probe with his senses, noting that the figure showed no intention of departing. Hao Chen, we are being watched. The intentions of the observer may not be benevolent. Inform everyone to exercise caution and avoid venturing out alone, Minter Huangxin solemnly advised Hao Chen. If someone is scheming against us, they must be quite reckless. Hao Chen nodded in agreement. He remained silent about having already detected the tailing figure. Perhaps it was the extravagant fare at the restaurant, but after 2 hours of cultivation, Nanfei and Nanyan, the sibling duo, both ascended a level, with others also experiencing slight improvements. Nanfei broke through to the early stage of martial sovereign, and Nanyan reached the late stage of the nascent soul, indicating that their investment in celestial essence stones was indeed worthwhile. Due to their impoverished upbringing, Nanfei and Nanyan had long been deprived of sufficient cultivation resources, possessing remarkable potential, yet progressing slowly. During this period, Hao Chen learned that when the siblings left their parents, they had allocated their cultivation resources for their parents' use, thus entrusting their own cultivation supplies to Hao Chen. With ample resources and a secure environment for cultivation, their advancement became inevitable. After their training concluded, everyone became aware of the looming threat and adopted a vigilant stance. Fortunately, most had made breakthroughs, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Minter Huang Xin and Hao Chen, however, did not engage in cultivation. Instead, they devoted their attention to monitoring any unusual occurrences outside the room. Although they passed the night without incident, caution is the mother of safety. One must never venture out alone. Upon exiting the restaurant, the group continued their journey. Although they traveled along a major road, the vastness of the celestial realm rendered it nearly deserted. After several hours of travel, the main road gradually transformed into a narrow path. At this point, the mountains loomed increasingly majestic, and the boundless primordial forest stretched infinitely, with distant roars of beasts and calls of birds echoing through the air. "Look, a magnificent eagle," Nanyan suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the sky above. The group followed her gaze and indeed beheld a colossal golden eagle soaring swiftly overhead. "Is there someone riding on it? How delightful it would be to tame one as a steed in the future," Nanyan remarked, her tone tinged with envy. "Not a concern. I might have the opportunity to help you all tame a few small birds for fun. However, we must remain vigilant. The individual atop that golden eagle is the one who surveilled us last night," Hao Chen cautioned. "What should we do? Should we evade them?" Nanyan inquired anxiously. "It would be futile. If they have already set their sights on us, evasion is pointless. Moreover, no matter our route, the golden eagle can easily track our whereabouts." Minter Huang Xin replied calmly. "A confrontation is inevitable. If we must fight, let us do so," Qi Yajing declared nonchalantly. She then grasped her celestial sword, ready for battle, prompting the others to arm themselves with their magical artifacts, preparing for an imminent conflict. At that moment, Minter Huang Xin and Qi Yajing positioned themselves at the forefront, arranging the others in the middle, while Hao Chen took up the rear to provide support. Since discovering the figure in black trailing them, Minter Huang Xin had been quietly preparing for what lay ahead. At this moment, Huang Xin held a small orb of compressed celestial energy in his hand. Having inadvertently unleashed a similar orb in the past, he had been impressed by the explosive effects it produced. Now, it was perfectly timed to test the potency of such an explosion in combat. However, the compression had not lasted long, which might render the explosion's power somewhat limited. As the adversaries had yet to reveal themselves, Master Huang Xin had time to prepare. After advancing for a while, a Grand Canyon suddenly came into view. Chapter 950, Subjugating a Young Brother. Everyone be cautious. There may be an ambush, Master Huang Xin warned. "Too late, wealthy gentleman," a voice interjected just as he finished speaking. Immediately, a group of over 10 individuals appeared ahead, blocking their path. After a rustle of leaves, another group emerged from behind, sealing off their retreat. They were caught in a pincer movement, effectively surrounding them. "Leave all your belongings, and I assure you, no harm will come to you. You will be allowed to leave," stated a masked figure in black, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, in a calm and measured tone. Clearly, this masked individual was the leader of the band of robbers. Beside him stood a similarly garbed man, presumably a lookout, whose cultivation appeared to be merely at the early stage of the martial sovereign realm. The 10 or so individuals in front of them were mostly martial kings, with a few being saints, while the group blocking their retreat consisted of a similar majority of martial kings and a few martial saints. In terms of both numbers and strength, their opponents were evidently superior. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation, both sides would surely suffer casualties. It seemed that ensuring the safety of the 7 without injury would be quite challenging. They would either need to rely on wit or launch a surprise attack. As Master Huang Xin contemplated, "Who are you to dare lay claim to my belongings?" Qi Yajing stepped forward and demanded. "Whoever I may be is of no concern. I only require your possessions without harming anyone. Comply and leave all valuables behind," threatened the masked man. "And if we refuse to surrender our belongings?" Qi Yajing retorted. "Then all the men will be slain, and the women will be taken as my concubines. The spoils will still belong to me," the masked man lewdly declared. "Yajing, Quickly position yourself behind me to assist Hao Chen in safeguarding everyone. Master Huang Xin whispered to Qi Yajing. Understanding the urgency, Qi Yajing swiftly retreated to stand among the three women, with Hao Chen providing support from behind. Only then did Master Huang Xin feel a sense of relief. As soon as Qi Yajing had moved away, Master Huang Xin hurled the compressed celestial energy towards the group ahead. With a thunderous explosion, the compressed energy detonated among the crowd like a bomb. A cacophony of screams erupted, and the masked man's mask was blown away. Were it not for their familiarity with his aura, the crowd might have struggled to identify him amidst the chaos. Aside from 2 robbers who were at the mid to late stages of martial sovereign cultivation, and 2 others at the martial emperor level who managed to survive, the remainder were sent to another realm. The sound of the explosion served as the clarion call for battle. At that moment, chaos erupted behind them as well. It did not take long for Hao Chen to eliminate 2 of the martial sovereign robbers. Qi Yajing's sword was equally formidable, claiming 2 heads in the fray. Despite not having successfully eliminated the highwaymen, Luofier and Heruoxuan wreaked havoc upon their adversaries, leaving them in utter disarray. Meanwhile, Nanfei and his sister, Ningyan, managed to subdue several injured robbers. With no immediate threats remaining, Mentor Huang Xin turned his full attention to the 4 opponents before him. Witnessing more than 10 individuals being dispatched with a single blow, the remaining 4 were consumed by rage, unleashing a furious roar as they coordinated their attack on Mentor Huang Xin. In an instant, the atmosphere darkened, and 4 powerful energies surged towards him. Exuding an aura of peril, Mentor Huang Xin, refusing to underestimate the situation, unleashed his full might with a technique that turned the tides of battle. The clash of divine power wielded by the immortal and the forces of the 4 cultivators resulted in a cacophony of earth-shattering explosions. As the dust settled, the 4 adversaries revealed their disheveled forms. At that moment, Mentor Huang Xin and his companions were also caught in the aftermath of the shockwave, their garments marred with charred holes, rendering them akin to beggars. "Spare us, great immortal," pleaded the leader, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, as he clasped his hands in reverence. "Stop," commanded Mentor Huang Xin with a wave of his hand, prompting Hao Yin and the others to cease their conflict. However, among the bandits, only 2 remained alive, leaving a total of 6 ragged individuals awaiting their fate. The 4 women and Nanfei proceeded to clear the battlefield, while Mentor Huang Xin and Hao Yin encircled the 6 robbers. Hao Yin approached the leader and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Feng Lin, their leader," came the response from the mid-stage martial emperor unhesitatingly. "Why did you attempt to rob us?" Hao Yin asked, scrutinizing the leader, who appeared to be of similar age. "It was my younger brother, the 17th, who informed me that you were extravagant spenders at the tavern and lavish in the marketplace. I surmised that you were not mere scions of noble families, but rather wealthy second-generation heirs, undoubtedly laden with treasures. Thus, I followed you with my golden eagle as you departed the marketplace." Feng Lin confessed without reservation. "I apologize, brother. It was my folly to offend you all." At that moment, Nanfei and the 4 women had completed their task of cleaning the battlefield and approached the scene. "You are the leader of the masked figure in black, daring to harbor designs against my esteemed person," Qi Yajing declared, raising her sword to strike. "Spare me, esteemed lady," the leader pleaded in desperation. "Hold on, Yajing," Hao Yin interjected, blocking her arm. "For those who surrender, acknowledge their mistakes, and show a willingness to amend, we need not pursue their complete annihilation." "Thank you." Feng Lin quickly expressed his gratitude, relieved to have preserved his life. "Which sect do you belong to?" Hao Yin continued to question Feng Lin. "I was once a member of the Qinyu sect in Feng City, but feeling stifled within the sect, I sought an opportunity to leave. Not long ago, while wandering aimlessly, I encountered this band of robbers near the marketplace, subdued them, and embarked on this line of work, merely wishing to exploit them for cultivation resources." Feng Lin replied candidly. "Ah, this fellow hails from the Qinyu sect, which makes him one of your kin, Yajing. It seems none among them are virtuous," Luofier remarked, glancing at Qi Yajing. Qi Yajing remained silent, merely casting a glare at Luofier. "I believe it is better to eliminate them, for if you can betray the Qinyu sect, you are surely capable of betraying us as well," said Qi Yajing with a seasoned tone. Regarding the 6 individuals, Hao Chen employed the blood-poisoned spiritual entity to establish restrictions within their consciousness, thus subduing them. Consequently, Hao Chen gained several new subordinates in the celestial realm. His team had now expanded to 13 members, accompanied by an 8th-tier golden eagle sacred beast. Although Minter Huang Xin did not possess all the necessary celestial herbs and medicines for body refinement upon visiting the market town, his gains were substantial. He discovered that Hao Chen was a second-tier alchemist and forged several friendships worthy of trust in life and death. During the day, they resumed their journey back to the Celestial Academy's mining area, and at night, they gathered to meditate and cultivate. Occasionally, they foraged for spiritual fruits and hunted for game, amassing a considerable food supply over the days. One day, while exploring the scenic landscape, they suddenly spotted a dazzling golden light shimmering 1,000 feet away, accompanied by dense mist that obscured their view. They had arrived at the Mirage Desert, a place both humans and beasts shunned, for it was easy to become lost within its confines, ultimately leading to a demise within its depths. Therefore, they had no choice but to pause and rest. Chapter 951, The Trial of the Sand Sea, Part 1. If they were to circumvent the Mirage Desert and return the way they came, it would take half a month's journey to reach the Fenglin Gorge mining area. However, crossing the Mirage Desert would only require 3 days. Minter Huang Xin, having not previously disclosed this situation, now produced a map and stated, "Let us proceed according to my suggestion. Consider this a trial for our 7th squad of the Celestial Academy." Without a hint of hesitation, Hao Chen responded, "Such an opportunity for trial is rare to find. What I seek is tempering, to swiftly enhance my cultivation and protect my family and friends through the great calamity that spans the realms of immortals, demons, and spirits for millennia." Though the words of the alchemist guilds Luo Haoyan and Xiao Haoyan were vague, Hao Chen discerned from the events transpiring around him since arriving in the celestial realm that practitioners of demonic and spiritual arts were recklessly employing their sinister techniques, wreaking havoc within the celestial domain. "It is quite hot," remarked Ho Ruoxuan shortly after entering the Mirage Desert, feeling the oppressive heat. Indeed, the temperature in this desert was exceedingly high. Even before reaching the central area, it surpassed 40 degrees. For an ordinary person, it would be akin to being turned into jerky. Fortunately, after rigorous cultivation, their physical resilience had significantly improved, rendering the heat merely uncomfortable. "Channeling the celestial essence makes it much cooler," said Luo Feier to Ho Ruoxuan beside her. Heeding her advice, Ho Ruoxuan promptly circulated her energy to counteract the desert's heat. "Ah, this is truly wonderful. I feel much more refreshed," she exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing her words, the others began to channel their celestial essence to withstand the heat as well. "Everyone halt. Do not waste your internal celestial essence," Minter Huang Xin cautioned. "The desert is perilous, and battles are inevitable. Conserve your celestial essence for when we truly need it." Responding to his counsel, the group ceased their efforts to combat the heat, reassured that their endurance and resilience had vastly improved since their early days of cultivation. Although the heat in the desert is unbearable, everyone manages to endure it. Under the guidance of Minter Huang Xin, the group ventures deeper into the sands. Despite being a desert, the scenery remains breathtaking. Walking atop the sand ridges, the hidden depths of the sandy valleys below are unfathomable. A mere step can trigger a cascade of sand. The sight of the sand avalanches is quite spectacular, as a ridge vanishes instantaneously, enveloped by the endless golden sands that obscure the sky. The thunderous rumble resonates continuously, affecting the nearby ridges and creating a chain reaction of avalanches. Initially, the group is fascinated by the views and the playful sand collapses. However, as time passes, the novelty wears off, and they begin to focus solely on their journey. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoes from ahead, awe-inspiring and soul-stirring. A sandstorm approaches. "Everyone, be cautious and do not run with the wind," Minter Huang Xin warns as he dashes forward. At that moment, the horizon is filled with swirling clouds of sand, with countless sand devils rapidly spiraling through the air, intertwining and separating, drawing closer to the group. Mimicking Minter Huang Xin, everyone hastens forward to meet the oncoming storm. The sandstorm swiftly engulfs them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Through their spiritual senses, they perceive that they are all being swept into the air. Hao Chen attempts to soar forward using the wings of wind, but with little success. The less adept Nan Fei and Nan Yin find themselves in dire straits, struggling to maintain control amid the storm's tumult, colliding with one another and becoming disoriented. After what seemed like an eternity, the sandstorm finally subsides, and the group feels as though that brief moment lasted longer than a year. At this time, The highly skilled mentor Huang Xian and Hao Chen find themselves only slightly displaced from their original positions. The moderately skilled Qi Yajing, Feng Lin, and the early-stage martial Emperor Tong Bao are blown back 1,000 feet. Those less fortunate, including Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxuan, and 4 martial emperors under Feng Lin, are swept back 50 to 60 miles. Fortunately, being cultivators, they easily reconnect once they let go of their awareness. Before long, the group regathers. After enduring the scorching heat and fierce winds, everyone is significantly exhausted, prompting a well-deserved rest. Hao Chen retrieves a storage vial and pours a large bowl of spring water for each person. Brother Chun, what is this water? After drinking it, I feel invigorated and no longer thirsty. Nen inquires. This is divine spring water, accessible only to the fortunate. Hao Chen replies calmly. Thank you, big brother. I can't believe I've also had the divine spring. Feng Lin feels a surge of excitement upon realizing that Hao Chen treats them all equally. Enough chatter. Let us cultivate and absorb the energy. Hao Chen urges them to begin their practices. Hearing this, the others sit cross-legged and commence their cultivation. After half an hour, they conclude their training. At this point, the group has regained their vitality, and under mentor Huang Xian's direction, Hao Chen leads them onward. After walking for a while, a small oasis appears ahead. In such a harsh environment, the existence of an oasis is remarkable. These plants must be extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, they discover that nearly all the vegetation consists of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, the majority being over 1,000 years old. The group, unreservedly, advanced to commence the harvest. Suddenly, Hao Chen discovered an exceptionally valuable celestial herb, the exquisite linglong herb sought by mentor Huang Xian. Without hesitation, Hao Chen unearthed the entire linglong herb, along with the surrounding sandy soil, and stored it within his jade pendant space. Aware of Hao Chen's status as a second-tier alchemist, mentor Huang Xian entrusted him with the precious celestial herbs, deeming him the most suitable guardian for such treasures. Consequently, whenever rare celestial herbs were found, they were collected and safeguarded by Hao Chen. After gathering the celestial herbs, the group pressed onward. Suddenly, Nanfei pointed skyward and exclaimed, "Oh, could it be raining? Look, that dark cloud is drifting rapidly." Following Nanfei's gesture, the group beheld a large mass of dark cloud approaching swiftly. However, it was not a cloud, but rather a swarm of Moja spirit insects. Everyone prepared for battle, cautioning one another to avoid their bites, for a single sting could induce hallucinations, and multiple bites could prove fatal. Mentor Huang Xian, observing the approaching swarm, issued a warning. Upon hearing this, the group remained on high alert. Stay close behind me, and as long as you avoid their bites, we shall be fine. Mentor Huang Xian instructed once more. The ominous swarm of Moja spirit insects drew near, and mentor Huang Xian charged forward, raising his palms to unleash 2 fiery bursts. The air filled with the sound of explosions, accompanied by rising plumes of blue smoke and the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. At that moment, the group's divine weapons began to dance in their hands, creating a symphony of metallic clashes akin to the sounds of a blacksmith at work. These insects were exceptionally hard, hence their name, Moja spirit insects. They excelled in group attacks, and once they targeted a prey, escape was nearly impossible. Under the onslaught of mentor Huang Xian's enchanted sword in flames, countless spirit insects perished. Yet more continued to swarm in. Witnessing this, Hao Chen surged forward, deploying his Dan-burning illusory sea technique, instantly reducing the Moja spirit insects within a 1,000-foot radius to ashes. With this display, the pressure on his companions significantly diminished. However, in mere moments, the space that had just been cleared was promptly filled again by the incoming swarm. Hao Chen persisted in using the Dan-burning illusory sea, and after a series of dozens of strikes, the remaining Moja spirit insects fled in disarray. It seemed these creatures possessed a degree of intelligence, realizing that further combat would lead to their complete annihilation. As the Moja spirit insects retreated, the group breathed a sigh of relief, taking a brief respite before continuing their journey. Let us hope we do not encounter any more monsters, Luo Feier murmured to herself. Chapter 952, Trial of the Sandy Sea, Part 2. 2 hours passed without incident, and the group felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the sandy ground beneath Feng Lin and Tong Bao began to tremble. Could it be an earthquake? Tong Bao exclaimed in surprise. No sooner had he spoken than the sand beneath them gave way, and a colossal maw surged upward to devour Feng Lin and Tong Bao. Be cautious. This is the illusory sea sand dragon, Mentor Huang Xin suddenly warned. Heeding the warning, Feng Lin and Tong Bao leapt several feet away just in time. The next moment left the rest of the group astounded, as from the depths emerged a gigantic sand dragon, resembling an enormous earthworm. The monstrous sand dragon gaped its enormous maw, relentlessly lunging toward Feng Lin and Tong Bao, its body stretching endlessly, the extent of its length unknown. Witnessing this, Hao Chen unleashed a formidable demon-slaying technique, causing a torrent of flesh and viscous slime to splatter in all directions. Nan Yen, poised to strike with her whip, inadvertently found herself smeared with the grotesque mixture. What is this foul substance? The stench is unbearable, Nan Yen exclaimed, turning away to retch. Just as Feng Lin and Tong Bao landed, another sand dragon emerged nearby, raising its vast, circular jaws to attack them. How dare you? My flesh is far more delectable. Feng Lin roared in fury, thrusting his spear. A mournful cry erupted from the sand dragon as it was pierced, leaving a gaping hole in its body. Tong Bao, equally incensed, raised his hand and sent forth the star moon wheel, instantly severing the giant maw of the sand dragon. A large, grotesque ring of flesh lay upon the sandy ground. As soon as the severed mouth hit the earth, another sand dragon devoured it whole. These creatures are brutal, even consuming their kin. At that moment, within a radius of several dozen miles, countless colossal figures writhed, their gaping jaws in constant motion. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently stumbled into a nest of these creatures, and now, only fierce combat lay ahead. Each individual showcased their prowess, taking down sand dragons as bits of flesh and slime flew about. The foul odor was overwhelming, forcing everyone to hold their breath. Nan Yen, at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, was protected by Hao Chen, while Nan Fei, at the early stage of the martial sovereign realm, received assistance from Mentor Huang Xin. After a protracted battle, numerous sand dragons continued to thrash about, kicking up clouds of yellow sand that rendered the illusionary sea desert hazy. At this juncture, the physical exertion on everyone had become substantial. If they persisted, it could spell disaster, given the overwhelming number of dragons. To escape unscathed, they needed to eliminate the sand dragons. Although these beasts were classified as low-level sacred beasts, they exhibited no fear of death upon slaying one. It was immediately consumed by its kin, only to be replaced by even more assailants. This won't do. A swift resolution is imperative. Otherwise, prolonged engagement could lead to their demise. With this thought, Hao Chen abruptly withdrew Nan Yen, plunging into the fray alone, then unleashed the illusory sea of flame. Instantly, a sea of fire enveloped Hao Chen, accompanied by the eerie sound of buzzing insects. As the illusory sea of flame surged forth, the creatures lunged forward with greater fervor. Lo and behold, these beings are not deterred by fire. Allow me to introduce you to the taste of thunderstorm, Hao Chen declared, swiftly forming a hand seal of lightning directed at the advancing sand dragons. In an instant, a gargantuan imprint of lightning erupted into a multitude of bolts, detonating within the throng of sand dragons. Following a resounding boom, countless sand dragons were obliterated into nothingness. This technique proves effective, suitable for widespread devastation, Hao Chen mused, thoroughly satisfied. After this strike, he had dispatched nearly half of the sand dragons, and the relentless wave of attackers ceased. Only then did Hao Chen quietly summon Nan Yen from the demon suppression tower. She felt a sudden disorientation as the scene shifted back to the battlefield. Thanks to Hao Chen's relentless slaughter, the pressure on the remaining group diminished significantly, making their task considerably easier. It appeared that the lightning hand imprint was a formidable counter against these creatures, prompting Hao Chen to repeatedly employ the technique. After a series of thunderous explosions, the path ahead was finally cleared. The remaining remnants of the Mirage Sea Salon were no longer a concern for the group, who followed Hao Chen as they fought their way through the encirclement. After traveling for a while, the sun, resembling a fiery orb, gradually sank below the horizon. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, and with it, the temperature plummeted. Before long, as night fully descended, the temperature had fallen to a chilling -50 degrees. Those of lesser cultivation would likely have frozen solid by now. This wretched climate has an unbearable temperature swing between day and night. Luo Feier shivered as she spoke. Along the way, the occasional appearance of stark white animal skeletons added to the desolation and terror of the Mirage Desert. After advancing further, they arrived at an endless expanse of plain. The group halted on the plain, finally able to rest. After the fierce battle and relentless journey, everyone felt utterly exhausted. At dawn, when the sun dispelled the last remnants of the cold, an overwhelming heat followed. "Hey, have we finally exited the Mirage Desert?" Luo Feier exclaimed loudly. At that moment, ahead loomed misty mountains, with lush greenery swaying in the breeze. "We haven't even moved. How could we possibly be leaving the Mirage Desert? Is the ground shifting?" Feng Lin voiced his disbelief. "It's true, look ahead," Ningyan pointed out. "Indeed, it truly is." Feng Lin turned his head, and the scenery appeared strikingly close. "That cannot be real. It's merely an illusion," Master Huang Xian remarked, leading the group onward. "Oh, it's a mirage," Hao Ruoxuan commented as they walked. Even though the objects appeared just a few miles away, the group had traveled for several hours yet remained at the same distance. This astonishing phenomenon was truly incredible. It looked so vivid that even the occasional birds and beasts glimpsed in the woods were distinctly visible. In a short while, a faint azure mist rose ahead, causing the mountainous forest scenery to shimmer like reflections in water, gradually becoming obscured. After a moment, it vanished entirely. Ahead lay the undulating sand dunes and bottomless sand valleys. The group continued onward, the only sound being the rustling of sand beneath their feet, creating an unsettling silence. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, startling everyone. Turning to see the source of the commotion, they were indeed shocked. A colossal centipede, unnaturally elongated, had reared its upper body high, its jaws clamped tightly around Tong Bao. At that moment, only the lower half of Tong Bao was visible, his hands frantically wielding a sword, striking the creature's black fangs with a clanging noise. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him, otherwise, he would have been consumed. Feng Lin raised his palms, sending 2 bursts of white light toward the gigantic centipede. With a thud, 2 gaping wounds erupted from its body, spewing blood. Roar! As the centipede let out a horrific cry, Tong Bao fell to the ground. The massive creature twisted its head, opening its jaws wide, and lunged swiftly at its assailant. Feng Lin deftly sidestepped, leaping onto the centipede's head, and with a swift stroke of his sword, severed its head from its body, quickly grabbing Tong Bao and retreating. Chapter 953, The Trials of the Sandy Sea, Part 3. At this moment, beneath the Mirage Desert, numerous centipedes of varying sizes began to emerge from the sands. The group, sensing the danger, fled rapidly without hesitation. The centipedes that approached were swiftly dealt with by Mentor Huang Xian or vanquished by Hao Chen, while Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxian, Qi Yajing, and Nan Yin coordinated their attacks with remarkable precision. For the time being, the centipedes posed no significant threat to them. After sprinting for a while, they felt a semblance of safety and gradually slowed their pace. "Brother, please help save Tong Bao. He is on the verge of collapse," Wind Forest exclaimed, carrying Tong Bao on his back as he hurried to Hao Chen's side. Hao Chen gently took Tong Bao and laid him on the sandy ground. At that moment, Tong Bao's eyes were tightly shut, his jaw clenched, and his skin had taken on a purplish hue. 2 deep wounds marred his backside, the blood flowing from them now a dark crimson. The group quickly gathered around, forming a protective circle. "Mentor Huang Xian, we must remain vigilant. The centipedes may be in pursuit," Hao Chen cautioned. Mentor Huang Xian promptly organized the others to stand guard, fully alert. Hao Chen tore the fabric from Tong Bao's pants, revealing 2 deep bite marks that exposed the bone beneath. The black blood continued to seep from the wounds. "Tong Bao, can you hear me? If you can, channel your vital energy to protect your heart," Hao Chen called out loudly. He proceeded to cleanse the wounds, retrieving a detoxification pill to activate his powers. Gently prying open Tong Bao's mouth, he placed the pill inside and followed it with a small amount of water. After completing these urgent tasks, Hao Chen turned Tong Bao over, placing his palm against his back to employ the Shaoyang technique of absorption. Most of the toxins were drawn into Hao Chen's body, while some were neutralized by the detoxification pill, and a portion continued to seep from the wounds. After a brief interval, Tong Bao's complexion began to regain its color, and the blood flowing from his wounds turned red again. Hao Chen took a sip of the ancient stone bamboo spirit milk to restore his energy and offered some to Tong Bao to bolster his resistance. After half an hour, Tong Bao gradually regained consciousness, though he remained exceedingly weak, and the blood from his wounds had returned to normal. "Thank you, brother. From now on, my life belongs to you. I would do anything to repay your kindness," Tong Bao said sincerely, lying on the ground. Wind Forest and his companions, having been forcibly subdued by Hao Chen, initially held some resentment in their hearts. However, witnessing Hao Chen's unwavering commitment to saving Tong Bao, not only did Tong Bao accept him wholeheartedly, but so did the other 5. There is no need for such gratitude. Since we are all on the same side, I would extend my hand to anyone in need, Hao Chen reassured as he helped Tong Bao to his feet. Brother, your kindness is beyond words. From now on, our lives are in your hands. Wind Forest added, stepping forward. It was evident that Wind Forest valued loyalty, which had allowed him to rally a group of followers and assume the role of leader. Suddenly, Wind Forest's subordinate rushed to Hao Chen, exclaiming, "Bad news, brother. The centipedes are closing in." Turning to look, they saw a massive swarm of gigantic centipedes advancing rapidly, a cloud of dust swirling ominously in the air. Wind Forest, you and 3 of your men hold them off while I take care of the rear. Lu Jie, support Tong Bao, and retreat with Mentor Huang Xian and the others. Without hesitation, Hao Chen commanded. At this moment, Mentor Huang Xian had already discerned that although Hao Chen's cultivation level was low, his strength was formidable, rivaling her own. Thus, she acted accordingly, leading everyone swiftly away as per Hao Chen's instructions. Hao Chen then, accompanied by Feng Lin, Wansheng, Quan Weilan, and Li Li, obstructed the advance of the centipedes. Before long, a multitude of centipedes approached, their imposing numbers forming a colossal tide within the Mirage Sea Desert, surging towards Hao Chen and his companions. In this critical moment, rather than engaging the swarm directly, Hao Chen instructed Nan Lin and Wansheng to guard the left flank, while Li Li and Quan Weilan took position on the right. Positioned centrally, Hao Chen retreated while casting spells to establish a series of lethal formations. The foremost colossal centipedes, upon entering these deadly arrays, were instantaneously transformed into swirling flames. Hao Chen skillfully manipulated the interconnected killing formations, with waves of murderous intent emanating from each array. Soon, amidst the resounding explosions, enormous centipedes were annihilated. As the dense swarm surged towards the sequential fire separation array set by Hao Chen, he activated it with a mere thought. In an explosive roar, countless centipedes were reduced to ashes by the array's unleashed might, as clouds of dust billowed and a charred aroma filled the air. Hao Chen's tactics had already captivated Feng Lin and the others, who were awestruck by the efficacy of the formations in vanquishing foes without direct conflict. At this juncture, the majority of the centipedes had been eviscerated by the array, their relentless advance halted, some hesitated, while others began to flee. Observing the unfolding scene, Hao Chen addressed his companions. Let us gather our powers and strike together. I believe this will compel the centipedes to retreat. With a countdown of 3, 2, 1, they unleashed their formidable might upon the swarm. Under the combined onslaught, the centipedes could no longer withstand the assault and retreated in disarray. The 5 pursued for a while, until the centipedes hastily vanished from sight. Exhausted, Feng Lin and the others collapsed onto the ground, their energy nearly depleted. Hao Chen produced 4 small jade vials containing spiritual milk, distributing 1 to each, and urged them to drink. Subsequently, they began to cultivate and absorb the nourishment. After the passage of a joss stick's worth of time, they completed their cultivation. To Hao Chen's astonishment, after a prolonged period without any advancement, his cultivation unexpectedly soared to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Although the others did not achieve breakthroughs, they had all restored themselves to peak condition. Following the lingering aura left by Mentor Huang Xian, the 5 swiftly advanced. As long as they followed the scent, locating their mentor would require little effort. After an hour of rapid pursuit, they drew near to Huang Xian's group. Suddenly, the sound of clashing weapons echoed ahead. Had they encountered danger once more? Everyone, be cautious. Quicken pace. Hao Chen cautioned his companions. As they hastened forward, they crested a sand dune to behold Huang Xian's group ensnared by numerous red creatures of varying sizes. It became evident that they were surrounded by a horde of venomous scorpions, each member of Huang Xian's team valiantly wielding their divine weapons to fend off the attackers. Although everyone wielded their weapons with divine prowess, cutting down foes with each strike, the sheer number of scorpions proved overwhelming, their ranks not dwindling, but rather multiplying. Guard the flanks and strike at the opportune moment, commanded Hao Chen swiftly to his companions. Drawing from their previous battle experience, the group exhibited remarkable synergy. The 4 quickly dispersed to form a protective barrier around Hao Chen, granting him precious time to set up his formation. As the 3-layered trapping formation was completed, Hao Chen leaped into the first deadly array, scattering the alluring beast lure powder within. This powder, known for inciting the desires of demonic beasts, was a favorite among such creatures, including spirit insects. Chapter 954, Trial in the Sands, Part 4. Just after Hao Chen had spread the alluring powder, the scorpions surrounding Minter Huang Xin and his companions abandoned their prey. The frenzied swarm rushed toward the deadly formation he had established. In an instant, the trapping array was inundated with scorpions, thronging together, ensnared by desire. Minter Huang Xin and the others, witnessing the scorpions that had recently fought fiercely, were bewildered as the creatures converged on a vast arena ahead, oblivious to what had transpired. As the onlookers stood in astonishment, Hao Chen suddenly activated the first trapping formation, launching a fierce assault on the scorpion horde. Within the array, the fire of alchemical flames, empowered by the dense aura of celestial energy, transformed the formation into a colossal furnace. Under the relentless flames, the scorpions were utterly annihilated. Yet, the surrounding scorpions continued to surge forward, hastening toward their gathering point. At this moment, Hao Chen judiciously opened the second trapping formation, ensnaring yet another wave of scorpions captivated by desire. Through this repeated onslaught, Hao Chen had nearly eradicated the scorpion swarm using his formations. Those that remained either fled or burrowed into the sand. Brother Chen, had you arrived any later, we charming ladies might have become scorpion queens, laughed Luo Feier as she approached. Her words, though light-hearted, held a kernel of truth. Aside from a few with higher cultivation levels who had managed to survive, the others, exhausted from their long journey, found it difficult to escape the scorpion horde. Brother, saved twice in one day by you, I am immensely grateful, exclaimed Tong Bao, stepping forward with heartfelt appreciation. Among our own, there is no need for such formality. Here, everyone take an antidote pill. Those injured can counteract the poison, while the unscathed can purge any toxins absorbed and regain some vitality. As Hao Chen spoke, he produced 2 vials of pills. In a sudden move, Luo Feier snatched both vials, uncapping one and taking a pill herself, saying, "Let me try first. Who knows if you're just a street performer peddling miracle pills?" Being an alchemist herself, she jested at Hao Chen while distributing the antidote pills to each member of the group. Upon reaching the last of the 13, they found only 12 pills, one short. Hand it over, Luo Feier commanded Hao Chen. I will take my own antidote, replied Hao Chen, reaching for another vial. Just as he was about to extract a pill, Luo Feier swiftly seized the vial containing the antidotes. These antidote pills are issued by me. I will keep track of who has taken them and who has not, Rofier remarked without any hesitation. Oh, by the way, you are the only one who hasn't taken the detox pill. With that, she poured a detox pill from a vial and handed it to Hao Chen. Immediately consuming it, those who were injured could detoxify, while those uninjured could expel any absorbed toxins and regain some stamina. Before her words faded, laughter erupted among the crowd. Taking the opportunity, Rofier distributed the remaining 5 detox pills to Ruoxuan, Yajing, Nanyan, and Nanfeng, keeping one for herself. Stop staring at me. Women come first. And Nanfeng has a lower cultivation level, Rofier stated matter-of-factly. Amidst the merriment, everyone practiced to restore their bodies, and through this phase of bonding, the camaraderie among the 13 deepened. After a period of recuperation, with their physical strength restored to over 70%, they rose and continued their journey. When the last rays of sunlight vanished into the desert, the silhouette of a distant mountain became faintly visible. At last, we've escaped this cursed, illusory sea desert, the group exclaimed joyously. This time, it was truly not an illusion. It was a real mountain. They swiftly traversed the desert and returned to the long-lost highland forest. Breathing in the fragrant blossoms, a sense of relief washed over them. Although their stay in the illusory sea desert was brief, it felt as though they had endured a year. Under the guidance of Minter Huang Xin, after scaling several mountains, the group found a picturesque valley to rest. Without needing instruction, Feng Lin, Wancheng, Lin, and Li Li, along with Lu Jie and Tongbao, collaborated to gather firewood and prepare a barbecue. Feng Lin released the golden eagle from his beast-taming pouch to forage for food. By this time, Tongbao's body had fully recovered. With the efforts of Feng Lin, Tongbao, and several others, it wasn't long before delicious roasted meat was distributed. Minter Huang Xin, I asked the brothers to bring out all the wine. It's just enough for us to taste my selected brew, Feng Lin said, handing the wine to Minter Huang Xin. No worries, we have entered the territory of Xifengmen. There will be plenty to eat and drink there. Mentor Huang Xian replied. Tongbao, Lu Jie, and Wansheng, each holding pieces of roasted meat and 2 jugs of wine, joined Hao Chen and the 3 female classmates, as well as Nan Yin, sitting together. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, please go ahead. Tongbao said sincerely. No need for such formality, please. Hao Chen responded, clinking his jug with Tongbao's. After a few rounds of drinks, a slightly tipsy Nan Yin said to Hao Chen, I want to explore the immortal realm with you. Hao Chen glanced at Ruoxuan and then replied to Nan Yin, we'll see when the time comes. I don't want to wait. I want you to promise me right now. Nan Yin insisted, pressing him. All right, I promise you. Hao Chen sighed, conceding, flirting. Ruoxuan remarked with a hint of jealousy, observing Nan Yin's demeanor. As dawn broke, the group was already well rested, and under Mentor Huang Xian's guidance, the 13 ventured into the mountains. At this point, they had already entered the territory of Xifengmen. After a while, they encountered some mountain paths ahead. This is the territory of the Qianyuan sect. Crossing the Mirage Desert brings one far from the borders of the Lihua sect. Mentor Huang Xian leads the group along the mountain path. And as they follow the winding trail, they soon find themselves on a broad avenue, where disciples of the Shifeng sect occasionally pass by. Is this truly the Shifeng sect? Hao Chen inquired. What lies ahead is merely a branch of the Qianyuan sect, the Shifeng sect, Mentor Huang Xian clarified. Continuing along the avenue, they soon beheld a magnificent cluster of ancient buildings glimmering in gold and jade nestled halfway up a grand mountain. Upon reaching the foothills, a colossal stone archway stood majestically, its 3 characters reading Shifeng sect, exuding a formidable aura. Hao Chen was no stranger to the Qianyuan sect, which comprises 5 branches, Dongyuan Hall, Nanyu Hall, Shifeng Hall, Beidou Hall, and Zhongyuan Hall. In the celestial realm, these 5 halls are referred to as 5 gates. Hence, this must be the western branch of the Qianyuan sect. The Shifeng sect, Hao Chen surmised. Below, 8 disciples clad in resplendent purple robes stood with swords in hand, positioned on either side. The sight of the purple-clad disciples affirmed their identity as members of the Shifeng sect, with their distinctive garb reflecting the colors of the 4 directions, blue, white, purple, and brown. The Shifeng sect of the Qianyuan sect exhibited such grandeur even within its branches. The group passed beneath the stone archway and continued onward. After several hours of travel, the pathway widened further. At that moment, a white elk appeared, ambling leisurely towards them, startling Hao Chen. Could it be that his grandfather, Hao Yunlong's pet, had escaped? Typically, elk are brown, making this pure white elk a rare sight. Thus, people often regarded such albino creatures as spiritual beings, believed to be soul beasts. There is no need for alarm. This is the sacred elk of the Qianyuan sect, Mentor Huang Xian announced to the group, eliciting excitement at the sight of a soul beast. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, exuding an ethereal presence, approached with grace. I have met Elder Tsangyan. Mentor Huang Xian, shedding his previous demeanor of authority, respectfully bowed before the newcomer. The visitor turned out to be the renowned 3rd Elder Tsangyun of the Shifeng sect, whose cultivation had reached the late golden immortal stage, a being to whom the group could only look up in reverence. Ah, my dear Xian, you have entered the immortal academy and yet failed to return for a visit. Now that fate has brought me to you, quickly come back with me. 3rd Elder Tsangyun remarked. Uncle, I am here now, having brought the disciples of the academy for their trials, and stopped by to see you. Huang Xian gestured towards the group. It was revealed that Mentor Huang Xian was indeed the nephew of the 3rd Elder. Greetings, 3rd Elder. The others respectfully bowed in salutation. Ah, you young ones are quite impressive, true talents of the youth. 3rd Elder Tsangyan praised, nodding approvingly. He then beckoned Huang Xian and the others to advance together. As they continued their ascent, the terrain grew steeper, and the path wound upward along the mountainside. Halfway up the mountain stood a massive stone tablet, with the characters for Shifeng elegantly inscribed, radiating a force that seemed to strike out like a fist towards Hao Chen. Having encountered the 3rd Elder and the young sect leader, several disciples guarding the sect bowed respectfully to both the 3rd Elder and Mentor Huang Xian. Subsequently, the crowd parted in the middle of the archway, allowing passage for all. To her astonishment, Qi Yajing realized that this individual was none other than the young master. A similar surprise flickered through the minds of the others. Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxian initially thought that Mentor Huang Xian was merely aloof, unaware of the hidden depths of his identity. They ascended the broad stone steps leading up the mountain, where the scenery was breathtaking. The steps coiled like a colossal serpent through the mountain, flanked by towering ancient trees whose gnarled roots transformed the pathway into a shaded corridor. Occasionally, vibrant blossoms erupted in a riot of color, rendering the surroundings even more ancient and mysterious than renowned landmarks. Upon reaching a vast plateau halfway up the mountain, they were greeted by white jade railings, majestic trees, and exotic flora, all under the occasional drifting clouds, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of the celestial realm. On the plaza, several disciples were demonstrating their skills, the sounds of clashing blades echoing intermittently. When they saw a large group arrive, the practicing disciples immediately halted their training. Stepping forward to greet Elder San and Mentor Huang Xian respectfully, one enchanting disciple took Huang Xian's hand, exclaiming, "Cousin, it has been months since we last met, and you've made considerable progress in your cultivation, reaching the late stage of human immortality. How could I possibly compare to you, dear cousin? Who knows how much your skills have advanced in these few months?" As Huang Xian and his cousin Xingyi conversed, the others followed closely behind, all making their way toward the West Feng Hall. However, at that moment, Hao Ruoxian turned around and noticed that Hao Chen was missing from the group. Everyone was preoccupied with their surroundings, oblivious to his absence. "Brother, where is my brother Hao Chen?" Hao Ruoxian called out loudly upon realizing he was gone. "Oh, indeed. Where has Hao Chen gone?" Hearing her words, Mentor Huang Xian immediately ceased his conversation with Xingyi. At this moment, Hao Chen stood motionless before the West Feng stele at the foot of the mountain. He appeared as if he were a powerful figure from the celestial realm, effortlessly cleaving mountains and shattering stones with an exquisite technique that tore through the starry sky. Upon arriving at the training ground, the others were taken aback by Hao Ruoxian's exclamation, realizing that Hao Chen was indeed missing. Elder Song Yun, noticing the absence in their ranks, swiftly extended his consciousness to locate the lost individual. If a friend had inadvertently wandered off, he could simply be retrieved. However, if it were a spy, that would be a different matter entirely, and they would need to be interrogated thoroughly regarding their intentions. To Elder Song Yun's surprise, the individual had not strayed. Rather, he stood transfixed before the West Feng stele, seemingly in a state of enlightenment. Why? Why is it that this person can comprehend the stele? Song Yun pondered, astonished by Hao Chen's actions and filled with a multitude of questions about his origins. Although this young man was not a member of the West Feng sect, his rare moment of enlightenment caught Song Yun's attention, who was known to appreciate talent. He immediately transmitted a message to the mountain guardians, instructing them that within 100 feet of the stele, no one was to make noise or approach. At this juncture, the other 12 individuals who had ascended the mountain with Huang Xian also returned to the stele, complying with Elder Song Yun's orders to sit in a protective circle, keeping a respectful distance of 100 feet from Hao Chen. Before long, Hao Chen stood in a trance, suddenly leaping into action, conjuring a brush of considerable size, and inscribing the 2 grand characters of Shi Feng. The brush danced with the sound of the wind, enveloped in thunderous roars, transforming into a sword. With a swift stroke, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. With a second stroke, the wind swept away the clouds, and with a third, 9 swords converged into one, abruptly flinging into the sky. The brush, imbued with mystical power, erupted with a resounding blast, leaving Hao Chen momentarily dazed, standing in a stupor as time passed, an hour, then 3, without a single movement. Suddenly, Hao Chen appeared frenzied, circling the stone tablet incessantly. His pace quickened, becoming a blur, elusive as a shadow, with only the sound of the wind marking his presence. His practice had already attracted the attention of the esteemed figures of the Shi Feng sect, immortals of various ranks, from earthly to heavenly, and even golden immortals, alongside the watchful eyes of profound and respected immortals. The Shi Feng tablet, crafted by the great Emperor Xiao Hao, harbored unparalleled mystical power. For millennia, countless prodigies had sought its wisdom. With even a moment of enlightenment being a rare feat, each enlightened individual would leave behind their insights, shared with the Shi Feng sect. At midnight, once more, Hao Chen ascended into the air, unleashing a series of sky-rending fists, as they cascaded through the void, leaving trails of light, tearing the starry sky apart, and cleaving through the night. With his newfound understanding, Hao Chen integrated the cloud-rending fist into a more potent form, the cloud-rending hand, rendering this technique even more formidable and impactful. Through the resonance of the Tao left by his predecessors within the Shifeng tablet, he felt his own realm ascending. Having broken through to the later stages of the Martial Emperor and the Great Ascension, he slowly began to mend the many shortcomings in his comprehension. It was as if he had entered a realm of profound mystery. The paths within the cosmic order were countless. The great Tao extended far beyond merely 3,000. An infinite multitude of pathways formed the vast universe, with the great Tao of heaven and earth appearing boundless. His previous insights were merely a drop in the ocean of the infinite Tao, and the knowledge he had yet to grasp was immeasurable. Should he fully comprehend the resonances of the Tao left within the Shifeng tablet, his mastery would reach unfathomable depths. For a considerable duration, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation without the burden of refining his mindset. In an ascendant state of enlightenment, as he practiced the sky-rending hand, he achieved the transformation from a cultivator to an immortal. The winds surged, thunder cracked, and Hao Chen's form underwent yet another refinement. Awakening from his moment of enlightenment on that rainy night, he emerged with the accumulated essence of the celestial realm, bursting forth into the mid-stage of human immortality. Due to the rain, the aura of his advancement was scattered and shattered by the thunder, mingling with the falling droplets. Chapter 956. Neither arrogant nor impudent Hao Chen descended before the stone tablet, standing in quiet contemplation. After a while, his aura stabilized, firmly establishing himself in the mid-stage of human immortality. This breakthrough had allowed him to leap across two realms, one being a significant advancement. He had not anticipated that. Through the enlightenment gained from the Shifeng tablet, he could directly ascend to this level of human immortality. Initially, he had presumed that, given his foundation and understanding, he would at most reach the Martial Emperor's pinnacle after his moment of insight. Unexpectedly, I gleaned a more profound understanding of the Tao, absorbing a significant portion of the energy from the Western Monument, which ultimately enabled me to break through to the mid-stage of the human immortal realm. Feeling the majestic celestial essence and power surging within me like a roaring river, I instinctively clenched my fist, causing the abundant celestial essence to swiftly coalesce around it. Emanating an immense energy, the strength manifested by a mere thought surpassed that of my previous full-powered strike by several folds. Is this the might of the mid-stage human immortal? Truly extraordinary. Without the dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts, and the enhancements from human, demon, and monster prowess, challenging a mid-stage human immortal would indeed be implausible. With the current strength, I could annihilate even 10 peak martial emperors with a single blow. I murmured in astonishment. In the midst of my exhilaration, I did not forget to employ the method of stealing the heavens to change my cultivation and aura swiftly. It must be said that the cultivation technique, the Tai breath concealment art, is exceptional. I concealed my cultivation at the initial stage of the Martial Emperor realm. A momentous epiphany cannot yield no rewards. I chose to fix my cultivation at the initial stage of the Martial Emperor to prevent others from discovering my extraordinary rise. Ascending from the mid-stage of the Martial Sovereign to the initial stage of the Martial Emperor in a single leap would be astonishing. Progressing from the mid to the late stage of the Martial Sovereign, and then crossing another tier to enter the initial stage of the Martial Emperor would not raise any suspicions. At the mountain gate of others, I comprehended the treasures of the Western Monument, harnessing the vast powers contained within it to transcend the human immortal realm. Although this treasure was left by the ancestral Emperor Hao Chen, the people of the Western Hall are unaware of my origins. Should they discover that I not only grasped the essence of the Western Monument, but also utilized this understanding to ascend into the ranks of immortals, the Western Hall would not easily allow me to depart. I would be obliged to serve them for at least 100 or 80 years. Moreover, I would be required to share the techniques I comprehended, such as the Cloud Splitter Hand, Thunderstorm Sword, and Cloud Escape Steps, thereby binding me to the Western Gate. Upon the arrival of the purple Qi from the east, I stabilized my cultivation, which I maintained until the end of the hour. After concluding my practice, Elder Tsungyun directly invited me and my companions to the Grand Hall of the Western Gate. This was also the intent of the higher-ups of the Western Gate. Had I not comprehended the Western Monument, young Master Huang Xin could have arranged our schedule at his discretion, allowing for various activities such as spell duels and exchange of insights between trial students and disciples of the Western Gate. Under Huang Xin's guidance, we soon arrived before the majestic deliberation hall of the Western Gate, characterized by its gold and crimson hues. The 7-story hall, adorned with the 3 resplendent golden characters of Western Hall, exuded a formidable presence, accentuating the grandeur of the entire architectural complex. Upon encountering Elder Tsangyun, young Master Huang Xian, and Princess Xingyi, the guards stationed at the entrance of the deliberation hall greeted us in unison with respect. Elder Tsangyun led us into the spacious hall, which could accommodate 1,000 people. With only 13 of us entering, it felt rather empty. Please wait here for a moment while I report to the sect master, and we shall meet again soon. As soon as the words left his lips, Elder Tsangyun vanished from sight. After a brief interval, Elder Tsangyun returned to the assembly hall, instructing Huang Xian and Hao Chen to visit the sect master's abode for a discussion. Please remain here. Once Hao Chen and I return, we will arrange our itinerary. In the meantime, let my cousin Xingyi accompany you. Huang Xian addressed Luo Feier and the others. Hao Chen and I will be back shortly. Enjoy your time. Indulge in good food and merriment. Let everything flow naturally. Hao Chen reassured those around him. I will stay with you, and no one else will disturb, Xingyi added opportunely. After Hao Chen and Huang Xian departed from the crowd, Xingyi guided Luo Feier and the others to the guest chambers for rest. Soon, Xingyi found herself mingling with the 4 enchanting ladies, Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxuan, Qi Yajing, and Nan Yen. Does Huang Xian perhaps have an affection for you? The chatter among the women heightened. Hearing Elder Tsangyun's words, Hao Chen was taken aback, realizing that such sudden enlightenment had indeed stirred the higher echelons of Shifeng sect. The trio made their way directly to the sect master's abode, arriving swiftly at the entrance. At that moment, the guest hall of the sect master's abode was already filled with people, standing in rows on both sides, numbering at least several hundred. These were all elite disciples, stewards, and elders of the sect, none to be trifled with. Hao Chen inhaled sharply, taken aback by the magnitude of the scene. Typically, such a gathering would only occur during significant events. Steadying himself, he stepped into the grand hall, and countless gazes converged upon him. Surprise, envy, jealousy, and disdain. An array of emotions rendered Hao Chen the focal point of attention in an instant. Before the crowd, Hao Chen stepped forward, clasping his fists and bowing deeply. I am Hao Chen, a disciple of Hao Yin Academy, here to pay my respects to the sect master of Shifeng sect. The sect master, Huang Longfei, though past his 60s, appeared no older than 20, adorned in white garments reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any trace of worldly trivialities. However, to mistake him for a benign and harmless individual would be a grave error. In his earlier years as an elite disciple of Qianyuan sect, Huang Longfei roamed the realms of the celestial world, enduring numerous battles, having slain countless formidable foes. 50 years ago, a rebellion led by Elder Yun Hunan, in collusion with the forces of the demon realm, launched a surprise attack on Lin Yuan City, a territory of Shifeng sect. By chance, Huang Longfei was traversing this region and, alongside the adept warriors of Shifeng sect, vanquished the traitorous Elder Yun Hunan and numerous commanders from the demon realm, ultimately defeating their leader in a battle that darkened the heavens. After marrying Tsang Feixia, aunt of Xingyi, Huang Longfei assumed the role of protector of Shifeng sect, dedicating himself to internal affairs until he ascended to the position of sect master, never to wander far from the sect again. Decades have passed, and no one knows the extent of Huang Longfei's current strength, but it is believed that it has only grown since those earlier days. Huang Longfei observed Hao Yan's composed and dignified demeanor as he greeted him, feeling a deep sense of admiration in his heart. He nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "There is no need for excessive formalities." In Chapter 957, The Insights of Interpretation, Huang Longfei's eyes flickered with a subtle, yet unmistakable appreciation for Hao Yan's unyielding and poised conduct. Hao Yan, I am already aware of your enlightenment at the West Feng Monument. With such innate talent, not only have you grasped the 3 paramount techniques of the Emperor Hao Yan, but you are also a once-in-a-century prodigy. The disciples of the West Feng sect should take you as their exemplar. Although Huang Longfei's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Many disciples, including several stewards and elders, exhibited expressions of profound envy, their gazes towards Hao Yan growing increasingly fervent. To be regarded as a model by the disciples of the West Feng sect is an honor of the highest order. It is certain that before long, Hao Yan's name will reverberate throughout the entire West Feng sect, and he will undoubtedly become a public figure within the Qianyuan sect, perhaps even echoing through the North Haoding celestial realm. The potential that lies ahead for Hao Chen is boundless. Hao Chen immediately bowed, saying, "Master, you overstate my capabilities. I am unworthy of such praise. What merit is there in such modesty? Since the inception of the West Foam Monument, there have been no fewer than 1,000 who have achieved enlightenment, yet fewer than 100 have comprehended it for even an hour. Only around 20 have exceeded that duration, and a mere handful have attained understanding for an entire day, with only one having done so for a day and night. The North Haoding realm is replete with talent, with geniuses emerging in droves. To achieve enlightenment at such a young age, advancing from the mid-stage of martial sovereign to the late stage, and then to the initial stage of martial emperor, is truly remarkable. Within the Westfeng sect, few can rival such accomplishments. Hao Chen skillfully employed the Tai breath-holding technique to conceal his true cultivation level, managing to deceive Huang Longfei. The majority of those present were left astounded, many disciples scarcely believing their ears. To achieve not only advancement, but also a leap to the initial stage of martial emperor after enlightenment? This is nearly unfathomable, considering the insurmountable chasm that separates martial sovereigns from martial emperors. A warrior at the martial emperor level is exceedingly difficult to ambush, even under the most unsuspecting circumstances, let alone in direct confrontation. To reach the initial stage of martial emperor before the age of 30 is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, as the saying goes, flattery may conceal ulterior motives. After such extensive praise, Huang Longfei must surely have a request of Hao Chen. Hao Chen's suspicions were confirmed as Huang Longfei's tone shifted. "I have heard that you attained enlightenment before the West Foam Monument, mastering the split cloud hand, thunderstorm sword, and cloud escape step. The disciples of the West Foam sect wish to learn a few techniques from you, and hope you will generously impart your knowledge. Master, might it be possible for Xueping to first experience the techniques you have comprehended?" A woman dressed in purple, possessing the mid-stage of martial emperor, stepped forward to speak. "Certainly, but let it be a friendly exchange, and we shall keep it brief." Huang Longfei assented to the request of the woman in purple. At this moment, Mentor Huang Xin felt a tinge of unease in his heart, desiring to witness Hao Chen's post-enlightenment abilities firsthand, which would allow him to make timely arrangements for his forthcoming journey. As Snow Ping and the others engage in a friendly contest, the mentor Huang Xin suggested to Hao Chen that their comparable skills could provide an enlightening spectacle for the onlookers. Following Huang Xin's gaze, Hao Chen noticed that the woman's appearance and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Hao Ying, her icy visage befitting her name. Truth be told, Hao Chen harbored little enthusiasm for such a trivial sparring match. However, it would be inappropriate to openly contradict the sect leader and mentor Huang Xin in front of so many spectators, so he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. At that moment, Snow Ping cast a glance at Hao Chen, her eyes glinting with a hint of frost. Recognizing that a friendly match could not occur within the sect leader's abode, the assembly departed to an outdoor training ground situated 100 paces away. This venue, maintained by the sect leader Huang Longfei, served as a regular practice arena, complete with a designated platform. As Snow Ping and Hao Chen stepped onto the training platform, the woman in purple swiftly conjured a long, purple whip into her hand. Observing her actions, Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Upon his arrival at the Hao residence, Hao Ying had exhibited a similarly competitive spirit, and the treasures they wielded bore a remarkable resemblance, both utilizing whips as their chosen implements. "Remember, this is merely a friendly competition. Do not harm one another," cautioned Elder Tsang Yun, though his gaze remained fixed on his daughter, clearly confident in her abilities. Subsequently, several elders hastened to the training platform, collaboratively casting a complex and enigmatic formation to ensure the surroundings remained intact during the duel. Cloud Shadow Whip. As Hao Chen stood poised in the arena, preparing to greet his opponent, Snow Ping suddenly lashed out with her whip, aiming to strike him directly. Startled, Hao Chen narrowly evaded the fierce strike, feeling a surge of indignation. After all, he was a guest invited by mentor Huang Xin, and her unprovoked aggression caught him completely off guard. Determined to teach the woman in purple a lesson, he let out a light chuckle, unleashing a tremendous surge of celestial energy. Noticing the overwhelming aura emanating from Hao Chen, Elder Tsang Yun's expression shifted to one of surprise. The fluctuations in energy indicated that Hao Chen's prowess was indeed on par with Snow Ping's. Yet, he retained greater confidence in Snow Ping's capabilities, his demeanor reflecting satisfaction as he eagerly observed the contest unfold. Cloud traversing steps. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with Hao Chen refusing to allow Snow Ping to close the distance between them, deliberately employing the steps he had mastered at the Shifeng Monument. As he executed the cloud-traversing steps, transitioning from slow to swift and from simple to intricate, the spectators from Shifeng's sect watched in awe, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, after casting her ice spells, Snow Ping radiated an intense chill. Should her attack land, it was likely that her opponent would be reduced to a mere ice sculpture. Song Xueping's brows furrowed unconsciously. She had not anticipated that the person before her would be so elusive, no matter how fiercely she attacked. He always managed to evade her with ease. With each failed attempt, her mood inevitably soured, prompting her to exclaim, "If you are truly a man, stop running away. Is this not a spar? Hiding like this hardly qualifies you as a hero." Observing her vexation, Hao Chen could not help but chuckle softly. Yet, since Song Xueping had made her sentiments clear, he could no longer retreat and simply nodded, saying, "Then you must be cautious, my lady. Here comes the split cloud palm." Hao Chen suddenly accelerated his cloud step, his figure flickering erratically on the training platform, swiftly closing the distance between them. He then concentrated his celestial energy into his palm, striking heavily at Song Xueping's form. As their contact was made, Song Xueping let out a muffled grunt, quickly retreating. In Chapter 958, Sharing the Ultimate Technique, a single application of the split cloud palm could incapacitate an opponent, and if Hao Chen unleashed his full strength, Song Xueping would either perish or be left severely injured. However, Hao Chen felt a sudden numbness in his palm. The ice magic she wielded was extraordinarily potent. A chilling sensation crept from his hand, swiftly invading his bloodstream, causing the flow of celestial energy to stagnate significantly. This realization filled Hao Chen with delight. Song Xueping was merely at the mid-level of a martial emperor. Yet she possessed such formidable power, others would surely falter against her. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the Ice Spirit Avatar, which instantly consumed the ice element's celestial energy within him. Yet, the Ice Spirit Avatar, still insatiable, sought to absorb more of Song Xueping's ice energy. Meanwhile, Song Xueping, enraged by her disadvantage, was furious. Having always been the pride of the Shifeng sect, the upper echelon had high hopes for her. She dreamed of one day becoming the foremost lady of the Qianyuan sect, or even the most distinguished figure in the northern Haoding celestial domain. To find herself struggling against someone at the early stage of a martial emperor was infuriating beyond measure. Suddenly, Song Xueping spread her arms wide and pointed fiercely at Hao Chen, causing the temperature within the arena to plummet once more. Sharp ice feathers surged toward him like a storm. The sheer number of these icy projectiles completely sealed off Hao Chen's avenues of escape, leaving him no choice but to confront these formidable attacks head-on. "Bring it on," Hao Chen exclaimed with a grin. "Whatever you conjure, I shall devour it, plenty to spare." Before he could finish his words, he swiftly drew the Fei Huang sword, Wind and Thunder Sword. With his right hand gripping the sword, he struck relentlessly at the ice feathers, causing them to shatter midair and disperse into a flurry of icy mist. However, just as Hao Chen began to relax, he was startled to find that, at some point, Song Xueping had circled behind him. The whip in her hand had extended to ensnare his ankle, securing his foot in its grasp. However, Hao Chen remained remarkably composed, although Song Xueping had seemingly triumphed. No matter how vigorously she wielded her long whip, Hao Chen stood resolutely in the arena, unwavering. "What a tough-skinned and resilient fellow," Song Xueping exclaimed with a hint of frustration. "My dear girl, we are merely engaged in a friendly contest. It would be prudent to conclude this at this juncture," Hao Chen suggested with a smile, offering a graceful exit for both parties. It was evident to any discerning observer that he still possessed considerable restraint. Before Song Xueping could respond, a loud belch resonated in her ears. This fellow not only had thick skin, but was also eating, drinking, and fighting simultaneously? What a glutton, Song Xueping mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the training platform had dispelled its barrier, and applause erupted. Huang Longfei regarded Hao Chen with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth." And he does not shy away from showcasing his talents. Throughout the bout, he perfectly demonstrated the techniques of the Shifeng steel, flawlessly executing the cloud-splitting palm, the storm sword, and the cloud escape steps. Remarkable. Huang Longfei praised Hao Chen profusely. In truth, Hao Chen had intentionally displayed his prowess. His moment of enlightenment before the Shifeng steel was well known. During this period, the Shifeng sect had devoted themselves to safeguarding him, and Hao Chen felt a deep gratitude towards them. The insight he gained allowed him to master 3 unparalleled celestial techniques. With a spirit of reciprocity towards the Shifeng sect, he seized the opportunity to showcase the extraordinary skills he had comprehended during the duel. Mentor Huang Xin felt a pang of inadequacy witnessing Hao Chen's generosity, realizing that the Shifeng sect had underestimated his capabilities. Outside the barrier, the elite disciples and elders who were observing remained incredulous. How could the sect's carefully nurtured prodigy be defeated so easily? Father, I have not lost. Allow me to continue fighting him, and I am certain I shall win. Song Xueping implored the 3rd elder, Song Yun, her teeth clenched in determination, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. She could hardly believe that she had been bested by someone at the early stage of the martial emperor realm. In terms of talent and cultivation, she felt superior. How could she possibly lose to one who had merely just achieved enlightenment at the Shifeng steel, leaping from the mid-stage of martial sovereign to early-stage martial emperor? Xueping, cease this folly. If you continue, your defeat will be even more humiliating. I can see that young Hao Chen has many hidden techniques yet to be revealed. He has been utilizing you throughout, showcasing the techniques of the Shifeng steel. You cannot surpass him, admonished the 3rd elder, Song Yun, furrowing his brow. I too have many techniques yet to unveil. The outcome is far from certain, Song Xueping retorted, but under her father's stern gaze, she could only lower her head. However, her heart brimmed with resentment as she turned to Hao Chen, her eyes filled with bitterness. Subsequently, Hao Chen and mentor Huang Xin returned to the conference hall of the Shifeng sect, where their group of 13 gathered in joyous camaraderie with the elite disciples of the sect, exchanging experiences and honing their magical skills. Song Xueping found herself in the discussion hall of the Shifeng sect, merely exchanging glances with the assembly, feeling utterly embarrassed and unable to remain any longer. After greeting Huang Xin, she excused herself, citing a slight discomfort. My dear friend, my daughter possesses such a temperament, and it is indeed my fault for having indulged her over the years. Please do not take offense, the 3rd elder, Song Yun, said apologetically as he approached Hao Chen. The other elders hastily attempted to smooth over the situation, although they felt somewhat uncomfortable with Hao Chen's victory over Song Xueping. They were nonetheless pleased to witness his magnanimity in sharing his insights from the Shifeng steel. Over the years, the Shifeng sect had steadfastly defended the northwestern region of the immortal realm against the encroachments of the demon realm, which had been immensely beneficial for accumulating combat experience and enhancing their cultivation. However, they lacked formidable spells, and the talented individuals within the Shifeng sect and Qianyuan sect had diligently sought to comprehend the Shifeng steel in hopes of discovering powerful techniques. By chance, Hao Chen achieved enlightenment and devised 3 sets of techniques: the astonishing escape of clouds, the piercing split cloud hand, and the formidable wind and thunder sword. These extraordinary skills, which Hao Chen demonstrated without reservation during their sparring sessions, undoubtedly provided the disciples of the Shifeng sect with additional means to confront challenges. Huang Xion's cousin, Xingyi, had been accompanying Luo Feier and others. At this moment, upon hearing that Hao Chen had showcased the spells he comprehended before the sect master's training platform, she eagerly urged him to expand their horizons. At the behest of Xingyi and the others, Hao Chen once again performed the 3 sets of techniques in the hall, providing a detailed explanation of their execution. Whether one could grasp the essence of these techniques, however, varied from person to person. Chapter 959, Unreasonable Disturbance at Midnight. The banquet in the Shifeng sect's discussion hall finally came to a close. Some elite disciples of the sect followed Elder Huang Feng and Xingyi to a temporary resting area to cultivate. Under the starry sky, many elite disciples returned to their respective abodes, quietly absorbing the spells imparted by Hao Chen. Hao Chen and the members of the trial team were no exception, seizing the opportunity to engage in their cultivation. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. Although he possessed unparalleled talent, Hao Chen understood that he must also sweat and toil to transmute that talent into tangible strength. His dedication to cultivation was even more intense than that of his peers, as he harbored 5 extraordinary dantians within him, along with treasures like the jade pendant space. After practicing for over half an hour, Hao Chen felt a sense of restlessness and decided to take a stroll outside. Beyond the towering walls, a distinctive pagoda appeared before him, the demon suppression pagoda of the Shifeng sect. Hao Chen thought to take advantage of the tranquil night to ascend and behold the grandeur of the mountains. The tower's door stood slightly ajar, and Hao Chen entered with ease. A heavy, damp atmosphere enveloped him, causing him to furrow his brow. It was evident that the doors and windows had not been opened for several days, leaving behind a musty odor. However, none of these matters posed a challenge to Hao Chen. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 currents of refreshing air surged forth from his sleeves, swiftly traversing the tower and banishing the musty odor. Hao Chen, who relished the grandeur of lofty heights, ascended the staircase directly to the pinnacle. The highest level housed an expansive chamber, within which lay a dust-laden tome upon a table. Upon brushing off the dust, he discovered that the book held no significant merit. It merely chronicled peculiar tales from the celestial realm, likely left by previous inhabitants of this place. Hao Chen approached the railing outside, leaning against it as he gazed vacantly into the abyss beyond, a realm where the worlds of immortals and demons lay unguarded. It was not that the formidable beings of these realms were defenseless, but rather that the abyss had formed its own miniature universe. Throughout his life, he had tirelessly strived for strength, seemingly favored by fate, as fortune had favored him in his cultivation journey, allowing him to ascend to the martial emperor level in the great ascension realm, while encountering numerous fortuitous opportunities that led him to the celestial realm. Yet, at this moment, an urge surged within him. As Hao Chen indulged in his reverie, a shadow suddenly leapt up from below the tower. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhang Xueping. Clearly, the defeat she suffered earlier had left this proud daughter of heaven restless, prompting her to stealthily follow Hao Chen here, seeking another chance to compete with him. I did not exhaust my full strength earlier, so my father's judgment was rather unjust. If you possess the skill, shall we have another match? Zhang Xueping boldly articulated her intention for trailing Hao Chen. Hao Chen regarded her with a slight shake of his head, his mind not inclined to engage in a contest with this woman. His curiosity lay in exploring the abyss. Noticing Hao Chen turning back toward the tower, Zhang Xueping's tone rose slightly. Could it be that you are such a coward? If so, I truly overestimated you. Hao Chen turned his head, casting a glance at Zhang Xueping, and responded, You are being unreasonable. If you are not afraid, then let us settle this once and for all. To Zhang Xueping's surprise, Hao Chen readily acquiesced. The two swiftly departed from the lookout tower and positioned themselves 1,000 paces away. You wish to determine superiority, do you? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess, he declared. Before the words had left his lips, Hao Chen suddenly darted toward Zhang Xueping. With an unparalleled burst of speed, he swiftly reached her side, and in a moment of unexpected audacity, he delivered a resounding slap to her backside. The swiftness of his action left Zhang Xueping no time to react, sending her stumbling several paces away. It is generally inappropriate for a man to strike a woman in such a manner. However, faced with a delicate girl like Zhang Xueping, Hao Chen found himself at a loss for how to engage. Should he strike her face, leaving her unable to show her face to others? Or perhaps strike her chest? In yet another domain reserved for the fairer sex, there lingered an unspoken apprehension. Any strike delivered upon her corporeal form might shatter her fragile spirit. Hao Chen merely stood there in tranquil silence. Had the enchanting Zhang Xueping not been the beloved daughter of the third elder, her repeated intrusions would have long since earned her a sound reprimand. I do hope I did not strike too harshly. You are not injured, are you? Before the echoes of his words faded, Hao Chen stepped back into the tower, deftly sealing the entrance behind him, leaving Zhang Xueping alone to ponder in a daze. After a considerable pause, Zhang Xueping finally regained her composure, her face flushed with embarrassment, as she gingerly touched her stinging posterior. Her shoulders quivered, and to her astonishment, she began to weep. From the moment of her birth, she had been a cherished little princess, cradled by countless admirers. Never before had she encountered such a blow. Endowed with striking beauty, she had always been pursued by many a youthful suitor, yet it was the first time she had faced someone as unyielding as Hao Chen, especially in such a humiliating manner, feeling as though she had borne an unbearable injustice. Tears streamed down Zhang Xueping's cheeks as she cast an indignant glance at the demon suppression tower before hastily departing the scene. Inside the tower, Hao Chen sat at a table, engrossed in a tome of strange tales, discovering within its pages numerous rare accounts. The celestial treasures and earthly wonders described therein were entirely unfamiliar to him. Had he not perused this booklet, he would have likely dismissed them as mere common herbs should he encounter them in the future. As the night deepened, darkness enveloped the land, and the stars gradually faded from the sky. overshadowed by ominous clouds that silently gathered in the abyss above. A resounding thunderclap abruptly jolted Hao Chen from his reading, prompting him to lay the book upon the bed and saunter over to the railing, where he gazed skyward and murmured, "It appears rain is imminent." The rain began to fall, yet all droplets plunged into the abyss, leaving the vicinity of the demon suppression tower untouched by a single drop. With keen eyes, Hao Chen noticed a solitary figure clad in a dark, hooded cloak hastening towards the depths of the abyss. This sight was undeniably peculiar. Typically, few ventured out on such tempestuous nights. The hurried demeanor of the masked stranger suggested a pressing purpose. Hao Chen rose stealthily, concealing his presence and adopting a guise to ensure no sound escaped him as he trailed the cloaked figure. Chapter 960. The Conspiracy Unfolds. Part 1. The masked figure exhibited an extraordinary level of caution, weaving through the labyrinthine streets of Xifengmen, deliberately selecting seldom-trodden paths, clearly intent on avoiding detection. This heightened Hao Chen's vigilance. To his astonishment, as time progressed, the cloaked figure reached the very edge of the abyss, where they stood still as if awaiting the arrival of another. Hao Chen meticulously regulated his breathing, striving to remain undetected as he concealed himself behind a small mound of earth. After what seemed an eternity, a figure robed in black emerged from the depths of the abyss. The cloaked figure reprimanded the dark-robed man emerging from the abyss, exclaiming, "You possess an audacity beyond measure, summoning me at this juncture for a rendezvous. What shall we do if the sect discovers this?" In response to the masked man's rebuke, the dark-robed individual removed his mask, revealing a visage reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, and nonchalantly replied, "Ha ha, with you, an elder of the Shifeng sect, present, what cause do I have for concern? Spare me the pleasantries. How have you fared with the task I entrusted to you?" It was evident that the masked man harbored some compromising leverage over the dark-robed figure, for otherwise, he would not have emerged from the abyss into the territory of the Shifeng sect with such brazen confidence. The elder of the Shifeng sect, striving to maintain his composure, spoke with a tone laced with resignation. Crucial matters within the sect are typically deliberated by the Council of Elders, culminating in a decision made by the sect leader. How could I, alone, hope to sway their judgment? Upon hearing the elder's response, the dark-robed figure displayed visible displeasure, raising his voice in a threatening manner. "If you fail to fulfill the task I have assigned before the impending clash between the realms of immortals and demons, you know what fate awaits you." Before he finished speaking, the dark-robed man turned on his heel and, with a few flickers, leaped back into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. Left behind, the masked elder, now alone, slowly unveiled his face, revealing a countenance that took Hao Chen completely by surprise. The masked figure was none other than Huang Feiying, an elder of the Shifeng sect. The denizens of the Demon Abyss Valley are truly intolerable. Huang Feiying cast a resentful glance toward the spot where the dark-robed man had disappeared and, in a fit of anger, struck the ground with a powerful fist. However, despite her fury, she retained a semblance of rationality, and the celestial force she unleashed did not reach its full might. Though it lacked the thunderous roar of full power, the impacted ground bore numerous cracks. When Hao Chen heard the name Demon Abyss Valley, his heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated that its inhabitants had extended their reach into the Shifeng sect. Hao Chen was well aware of the sect's history. 50 years prior, the fifth elder, Yun Hunan, had colluded with individuals from the Demon Abyss Valley to ambush Lingyuan City, only to be slain by the sect leader, Huang Feilong. To his dismay, it seemed that another traitor had emerged after half a century. At this moment, Hao Chen's composure dissipated, and he found himself unconsciously deepening his breaths. Although he quickly regained his senses, the faint sound was akin to thunder in the ears of those at the celestial level. "Who goes there?" Huang Feiying called out softly, swiftly approaching the concealed position of Hao Chen. Sensing impending danger, Hao Chen had no intention of revealing himself to confront Huang Feiying. After all, he was present at the Shifeng sect as a guest. Should he recklessly engage in conflict with Huang Feiying, the numerous powerful figures within the sect would undoubtedly be skeptical of his claims. Above all, he could not resort to the spells and techniques he had previously wielded, for such actions would unmistakably expose his true identity. Before Hao Chen could make a move, Huang Feiying, positioned on the other side of the hill, suddenly halted. With a voice tinged with melancholy, she remarked, "Regardless of your identity, upon hearing this today, I implore you to keep it within the confines of your heart. I could never betray Xifengmen." The prolonged tranquility of the celestial realm has been hard-earned. How could I possibly jeopardize it? I have no desire to become a second Yin Hunan. As her words concluded, Huang Feng leapt into the air, swiftly departing from the scene. Hao Chen chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he waited a moment longer to ascertain that Huang Feng would not return to attack. Only then did he cautiously emerge. Furrowing his brow, Hao Chen was engulfed in contemplation. If Huang Feng had indeed allied herself with the Demon Abyss Valley, her status as an elder would undoubtedly afford significant advantages to that faction. As a mere trial disciple, his words would likely hold little weight. With a sigh, he prepared to leave his hiding place. Just as he was about to step out from behind the mound, a cold voice pierced the air. You possess remarkable patience. Since you have uncovered my secret, how could I allow you to leave this place alive? It turned out that the figure of Huang Feng he had seen departing was merely a clone. Her true self had been lying in ambush, poised to deliver a fatal blow as Hao Chen emerged. The gravity of Hao Chen's situation was stark. His adversary was a peak celestial being, capable of flight, posing a significant threat to him. Steeling himself, Hao Chen suddenly retrieved the long-unused cloud-rending gauntlets from his storage ring, donning them upon his right hand. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he readied himself for battle. However, at that moment, Huang Feng unexpectedly withdrew her attack, causing Hao Chen to curse inwardly. Perplexed by her intentions, might you reveal your true self? As long as you promise to keep what you have heard today to yourself, I assure you I shall not harm you. Huang Feng spoke softly, attempting to lower Hao Chen's guard. Your cunning is truly extraordinary. Who would have thought you would employ a clone as a ruse while your true self lay in ambush? Yet, do you take me for a child, believing I would be swayed by your words? Hao Chen replied, his voice hoarse, feigning a facade of indifference. A flicker of confusion crossed Huang Feng's mind. She was well acquainted with the higher-ups of Xifengmen and knew no such individual existed. Realizing her cover had been blown, she understood that she must exert all her strength to eliminate him to avert future complications. Old friend, if your power were indeed formidable, you would not need to lurk in secrecy. You could have revealed yourself to capture both of us when I met with the Demon Abyss Valley. Surely, that would have been a more advantageous course of action. It seems your prowess may not be as remarkable as you claim, Huang Feng coldly retorted. However, while Huang Feng spoke, her hands were not idle. She seized the opportunity to draw forth a sword, crafted entirely from icy essence. The moment this celestial blade appeared in her grasp, the temperature of the surrounding space plummeted significantly. Hao Chen understood that the sword wielded by his opponent was undoubtedly an exceedingly precious artifact of the celestial realm. Given the circumstances, Hao Chen had no choice but to brace himself for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 961, Conspiracy Infiltration, Part 2. Prior to revealing his presence, Hao Chen had employed a method akin to sleight of hand to disguise himself as an elderly man. Upon materializing before Huang Feng, he sought to extract some valuable information from her, initiating the conversation with a query. I did not anticipate that you would astutely discern the limits of my power. Indeed, my cultivation is rather modest. However, with your strength, it would be no simple task to eliminate me. Yet, I am quite curious, given that the Shifeng sect and the Demon Abyss Valley are sworn enemies. How is it that you have allied yourself with the denizens of the Demon Abyss? Such matters will be divulged only after your demise. Huang Feng had no time for idle banter and promptly launched her attack, directing a barrage of ice shards straight towards Hao Chen. Hao Chen's pupils constricted slightly, but he was not one to succumb easily. Besides, he had now attained the mid-stage of human immortality and was eager for a sparring match to test his newfound strength. With a firm grip of his right hand, the celestial energy within him surged, granting him an overwhelming sense of power. He stepped forward and extended his right fist, colliding perfectly with the ice shards, resulting in a cacophony of crackling sounds as ice debris filled the air. Yet, Hao Chen stood resolutely, unyielding amidst the chaos. Old man Huang, I must remind you, if you do not act swiftly, once the commotion of our battle reaches others, you will find it difficult to defend yourself. Hao Chen suddenly smirked, his tone laced with mockery. Stung by Hao Chen's words, Huang Feng felt a surge of anxiety. She was compelled to acknowledge the truth in his statement, which was precisely why she had come here in secrecy. Although this location was far from her sect, the sensitivity of those above the celestial realm meant that any disturbance could swiftly attract attention, and in moments, they could arrive in full force. Furthermore, Despite her esteemed position within the Shifeng sect, should the elder reveal her collusion with the demon Abyss Valley, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, complicating her mission assigned by the demon realm. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A glint of ferocity flashed in Huang Feiying's eyes as she retracted her celestial sword. Instantly, a shroud of black mist enveloped her form, transforming her aura into that of a demonic cultivator. With a silent reprimand in her heart, Huang Feiying's nails morphed into icy talons, sharp as a hawk's claws. Under the veil of mist, the temperature around her plummeted even further, intensifying the frigid atmosphere. At this moment, Hao Chen felt the tenacity of his opponent. Should the battle continue in this manner, he would inevitably have to reveal his full strength. Elder Huang, what are you doing? A voice suddenly echoed from the distant sky, causing both combatants to pause in surprise. This voice sounded somewhat familiar to Hao Chen. After careful contemplation, he recognized it to be none other than Song Xueping, the girl he had previously reprimanded. Elder Huang, it seems your situation is rather dire. Someone has noticed the commotion here. When the sect members arrive and see the black ice mist you have conjured, how will you explain that? Hao Chen said, a hint of relaxation in his tone. In stark contrast to Hao Chen's demeanor, Huang Feiying found himself engulfed in a web of conflict. Song Xueping was his sister-in-law's niece, and under no circumstances could she harm her own blood relation. Aunt, what has happened to you? In no time, Song Xueping appeared at the sight of their clash. Her gaze fixed on Huang Feiying, who was shrouded in black mist, her surprise evident. Alas, Huang Feiying could only sigh, helplessly retracting the dark mist enveloping him. He shot a resentful glare in Hao Chen's direction, only to discover that the latter had seized the opportunity to silently slip away. I just noticed someone acting suspiciously and followed them here. To my astonishment, I discovered they were in collusion with the people from the Demon Abyss Valley, so I prepared to apprehend them for interrogation. However, they managed to escape. Huang Feiying lied with a steady heart and face. He understood Song Xueping well. She had devoted her life to cultivation and was entirely oblivious to worldly affairs. Such a statement would surely assuage her suspicions. As expected, Song Xueping fully trusted her aunt's words, even forgetting the black mist that had previously surrounded Huang Feiying. We should hurry to report to the sect. I cannot believe that the Demon Abyss Valley would dare extend its claws to the Shifeng sect. Such audacity is outrageous. Song Xueping's voice carried a hint of loathing, her disdain for the demonic forces that thrived on instigating conflict palpable. Currently, we lack sufficient evidence, and we do not know who that elder truly is. I believe it would be prudent for us to keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Once you ascertain the identity of that individual, we can deliberate further, Huang Feiying said benevolently, casting a sympathetic glance at Song Xueping. Traditionally, various matters of the sect were adjudicated by the elders. Although Song Xueping had reached the mid-tier of martial emperor, she was disinterested in power struggles and had little inclination towards such intrigues. Thus, upon hearing Huang Feiying's words, she naturally found them quite reasonable. Seeing that he had successfully deceived Xueping, Huang Feiying let out a deep breath. However, at that moment, he was burdened with concern. Now that the situation had been exposed, failing to complete the mission assigned by the Demon Abyss Valley would indeed pose a significant threat. Hao Chen quietly returned to his temporary cultivation chamber, securely closing the door behind him. He then laid down a formation capable of serving as a warning system, before finally settling onto his bed, resting his chin in his hands and engaging in deep contemplation. For the past 50 years, the Shifeng sect has vigilantly guarded the abyss between the realms of immortals and demons, establishing intricate defensive formations to prevent incursions by denizens of the demon world. How did Elder Huang become entangled with these fiends? Hao Chen found himself perplexed, gradually untangling the various relationships within the Shifeng sect. It wasn't he entirely devoid of opportunity. According to the elders, the demon realm dispatches spies to the Shifeng territory each year to gather intelligence. It is conceivable that the demonic Abyss Valley left a hidden contingency during one of those visits. Yet, given Elder Huang Feiying's prowess, how could he possibly be so easily manipulated by those from the Abyss Valley? This was indeed baffling. The cloaked figure who met with Huang Feiying must be an adept in formations. Otherwise, they could not have so effortlessly breached the layers of protective arrays. It seems that tomorrow will necessitate a thorough examination of Elder Huang Feiying, if only to ascertain her circumstances more clearly. As Hao Chen pondered and speculated. Chapter 962. teaching by example. As dawn broke, Hao Chen awoke early from his meditation, and after a brief wash, he departed from his temporary cultivation site. Awaiting him were disciples of the Shifeng sect, who greeted him with smiles upon his emergence. "I hope you rested well here yesterday," one disciple inquired with utmost courtesy. "Thank you, I had a peaceful rest. May I ask how I should address you, junior brother?" Hao Chen replied, inclining his hand in a respectful gesture. "Junior brother is too much. If you do not mind my humble cultivation, you may simply call me Tianqing," the youth responded, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features. Yet his words exuded a powerful confidence. Under Tianqing's guidance, Hao Chen made his way to the dining hall, where others began to arrive, accompanied by Huang Xian and Xingyi. After a simple breakfast, they finally spotted Elder Huang Feiying. "Greetings, young friends. I am Huang Feiying from the External Affairs Hall of the Shifeng sect. Today, I have asked disciple Tsang Tianxing to escort you around our territory, allowing you to observe how our celestial realm differs from your own." At this moment, Elder Huang Feiying wore a warm smile as she addressed Hao Chen and the others. Grateful for the elder's arrangements, Hao Chen and his companions acknowledged her kindness. However, Huang Feiying appeared to have pressing matters, and after exchanging a few words with them, she hurriedly took her leave. "Dear friends, the geographical location of the Shifeng sect lies at the intersection of the northern Haoding celestial realm and the demon world. Aside from the demonic abyss, there are no particularly extraordinary sights. However, there exists a unique valley filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Would you be interested in visiting it?" Tianqing inquired, having led Hao Chen and the others away from the sect's residence, as they meandered aimlessly for a while, noticing the group's lack of enthusiasm. Upon arriving at Shifeng Gate, it is only natural for the guest to follow the host's lead. Given the enchanting beauty of this place, I kindly request you to guide me on a delightful exploration. Hearing that this location is adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Hao Chen readily agreed to embark on this journey. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Tianqing, a group of 11, including Hao Chen, set off to witness the extraordinary sights near the demon abyss. Along the way, Hao Chen and Tianqing became well acquainted, engaging in casual conversation. Through their dialogue, Hao Chen learned some intriguing details about Tianqing. He was, in fact, a brother to Tsang Xueping, sharing the same mother. However, their personalities were as different as night and day. Tsang Xueping pursued formidable martial prowess, while Tianqing seemed indifferent to cultivation, exhibiting a gentle demeanor towards everyone. Remarkably, at the age of 16, this young man from the immortal realm had only reached the initial stage of Yuan Dan. In the immortal realm, the cultivation stages below the realm of immortals are categorized into 9 levels: Foundation Establishment, Golden Dan, Yuan Ing, Martial Sect, Martial Sovereign, Martial Saint, Martial King, Martial Emperor, and Martial Monarch. Above the realm of immortals, the stages are divided into 9 levels as well: Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Golden Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Immortal Lord, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, and Immortal Monarch. It was evident that Tianqing had not devoted much effort to his cultivation. Otherwise, with his lineage, he would have easily attained the martial sovereign level even with occasional negligence. Hao Chen candidly remarked, "To be honest, I have always harbored admiration for those of profound strength like yourselves. However, one must possess self-awareness. I realize that no matter how diligently I strive, I could only aspire to the human immortal realm, a realm that seems far removed from true strength, and thus I have gradually relinquished that thought." A sigh escaped Tianqing's lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Fortunately, his sister possessed exceptional talent, capable of supporting the Tsang family in the future. Their father had allowed Tianqing to follow his own path. The thought of being forced into a grueling life of cultivation was a prospect that filled him with trepidation. A bitter smile graced Tianqing's face. "You need not belittle yourself. In truth, my cultivation talent back then was far inferior to yours. At least you were born in the immortal realm, where even a fool can become an immortal in a few decades. But do you know how much hardship I endured to reach this point? I have faced near-death experiences countless times in battle." Hao Yen's voice resonated with a tone of helplessness. Those walking beside him were intrigued by his words. Lafir quickened her pace and urged, "Hao Yen, do share your experiences. Indeed, we wish to hear your tale," Tianqing added, seizing the opportunity. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hao Yen began to recount his past struggles. "As someone burdened with a useless spiritual root, no sect would take me in, compelling me to persist in self-cultivation at home. By the age of 16, I was still merely an initial stage martial apprentice. However, those of my age, fortunate enough to enter the realm of cultivation, have all reached the mid to late stages of Qi refinement, some even standing at the pinnacle, poised for imminent breakthroughs. Reminiscing about those glorious years, I, Hao Chen, gently shook my head and continued. Later, I encountered an unexpected fortuity, which propelled my strength to unprecedented heights. It was by a stroke of serendipity that I joined the sect. Do you know where I was assigned upon entering the sect? Oh, pray, tell us more, Song Tianqing, captivated by my tale, inquired eagerly. Upon entering the sect, I was assigned to the Falling Feather Peak, a place designated for disciples to reflect on their past mistakes. Along with me, there were 3 others, and I, having inexplicably joined the sect, found myself in this predicament. At Falling Feather Peak, there was an elderly man, frail and feeble, possessing only the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and 2 disciples tasked with tending to the alchemical furnace, who had been punished for inadvertently knocking over a vessel and were sent here to contemplate their actions, both at the 2nd and 3rd levels of Qi refinement. Upon joining the sect, I made a few acquaintances, thus becoming a disciple of the sect without a mentor. Although Falling Feather Peak was a neglected corner, it served as a venting ground for some of the more arrogant disciples of the sect. I observe that you, Brother Hao Chen, conduct yourself with such grace and elegance. How could you possibly be associated with the notion of reflection? Song Tianqing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, I inadvertently came to the aid of a senior sister from the sect, who subsequently guided me into the fold. She is the granddaughter of the sect's elder, and after entrusting me to her parents, she departed to tend to her own injuries in her cultivation cave. Her parents then assigned her senior brother to assist me with the formalities of joining the sect. Seeing that I was merely at the 1st level of Qi refinement, he cast me aside to the evaluators without a word of farewell. The elder responsible for the evaluation, upon learning that I was introduced by the senior sister, conducted merely a token assessment for my admission into the sect, yet could not determine my subsequent assignment. This was due to the fact that the person who introduced me was the granddaughter of the elder, and the senior brother, delegated by her parents, did not specify my allocation. Her parents, being the peak masters of 2 prestigious cultivation sites within the sect, did not mention sending me there, thus leaving the evaluator unable to assign me properly, and I was temporarily placed at Falling Feather Peak. At Falling Feather Peak, I had no menial tasks to perform, nor was there anyone to oversee me. I was free to cultivate without restraint. As a disciple without a master, I practiced independently, finding a semblance of security in the sect. Yet, there are always those who delight in provoking others. It is human nature, when one feels powerful, to seek to bully the weaker in a bid to showcase their superiority. Upon my arrival at Falling Feather Peak, I encountered a particularly arrogant individual. And you can surely surmise what ensued next? I laughed heartily. Then that arrogant person was dealt with by this small figure, correct? Song Tianqing smiled. Tianqing, with your potential, if you diligently pursue your cultivation and hone your skills, it is entirely possible that you will achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Never underestimate yourself, otherwise, your journey in cultivation may very well come to a halt. Although Hao Chen spoke to Tianqing, he was also cautioning those around him. Chapter 963, Wishes Fulfilled, Part 1. Despite the brevity of his acquaintance with Tianqing, Hao Chen held a deep fondness for him, and thus his words were genuinely heartfelt. I yearn to venture out for training, yet my father forbids me from undertaking any trials, fearing that I might encounter unforeseen mishaps. Tianqing sighed ruefully. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. How can one ensure that all gaps are filled? Hao Chen gently encouraged. Alas, ever since my sister exhibited her unparalleled talent for cultivation, my father has paid me considerably less attention. I am acutely aware that I cannot surpass my sister's achievements in this regard, so I have turned my focus to exploring subjects of personal interest. Tianqing sighed again, his gaze suddenly dimming as he continued, yet no matter how hard I strive, my creations are merely seen as worthless scrap metal in my father's eyes. Discouraged, I gradually lost confidence in crafting things that once fascinated me. Oh, might I have the pleasure of admiring your masterpieces? Hao Chen resolved to help this young man regain his confidence. Please, do not mock me after you see them. Tianqing appeared somewhat bashful, yet he retrieved some of his works from his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, several items appeared on the ground. While others failed to discern their significance, Hao Chen recognized them immediately. A crossbow? Hao Chen recalled having used the bloodthirsty divine crossbow before. Brother Hao Chen, this is the Annihilation Immortal crossbow that I forged. By infusing it with celestial energy, one can unleash the power of a martial emperor. More importantly, as long as the wielder's cultivation reaches the human immortal realm, the might unleashed will be even greater. Tianxing's voice brimmed with pride as he turned to Hao Chen, seemingly seeking his affirmation. Unexpectedly, Hao Chen did not voice his approval, but instead seized the Annihilation Immortal crossbow, channeling celestial energy into it, and firing towards a distant hill. Boom! Following the thunderous sound, a deep pit was carved into the hillside. Hao Chen had merely utilized the strength of a martial emperor at the initial stage, infusing only a slight amount of celestial energy, as he did not wish to reveal his mid-human immortal cultivation before others. Even so, he found himself momentarily stunned, contemplating. If this weapon could be mass-produced by the artifact masters in the Jade Pendant space and equipped to my concealed forces, they could gain a surprising advantage in future battles. At that moment, the thought of uncovering talent began to blossom in Hao Chen's mind. Thus, he patted Tianxing on the shoulder, forcing himself to regain composure from the shock, and with words brimming with affirmation, he declared, "You are truly a rare genius. I firmly believe that if you continue your research along this path, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of your sister." Brother Hao Chen, do you truly mean that? Tianxing was clearly incredulous, yet upon witnessing Hao Chen's unwavering conviction, he shed his previously composed demeanor and began to celebrate like a child, filled with joy. As the sky quieted down, the exuberant Tianxing, accompanied by Hao Yin and others, finally arrived before the swirling black mists of the demon abyss. However, Hao Yin's thoughts were entirely consumed by the world-destroying divine crossbow. Having previously visited the demon abyss, nothing here piqued Hao Yin's interest in the slightest. Brother Hao Yin, do you know? The reason I have been able to create such an array of peculiar artifacts is that I discovered a tome in a verdant valley. Allow me to take you there. Tianxing proclaimed with an air of pride. The enchanting valley was indeed the focal point of Hao Yin's interest. Should he uncover anything within the valley and convey the crafting techniques to the artifact masters of the Jade Pendant space, it would undoubtedly forge an invincible army in the celestial realm. Very well. Let us explore the wondrous valley, Hao Yin replied, leading the way as he followed Tianxing through a narrow passage into the valley. Instantly, he felt a stark contrast between the surrounding natural environment and the desolation outside. It could be said that an ordinary person arriving near the demon abyss would find it exceedingly uncomfortable, as the area was rife with demonic energy, devoid of any respite. In contrast, the valley, encircled by mountains, truly resembled a paradise where spring reigned eternal. Gentle streams meandered through, where fish frolicked joyously, and birds sang merrily among the verdant branches, seemingly welcoming Hao Yin and his companions. Yet, Hao Yin's mind was clearly not on the scenery, but rather on the source of Tianxing's ability to forge powerful treasures. The Great Hall is just a short distance ahead, Tianxing announced, a smile gracing his face. I am the only one who frequents this nameless valley, as others from the sect detest the environment and seldom venture here, leaving this paradise undiscovered. To be honest, mastering the techniques for crafting celestial steeds would undoubtedly elevate Hao Yin's hidden strengths to new heights. I am genuinely eager to witness your creations, Hao Yin expressed diplomatically to Tianxing. Since you have no interest in the lovely surroundings, I shall lead you directly to the hall where I craft my trinkets. Tianxing instructed. Boys, stay vigilant. Girls, follow me to the hall. The alert boys were tasked with scouting the vicinity for any new discoveries. After issuing his orders, Hao Yin led the 4 girls as they followed Tianxing along a convoluted path, crossing 2 floating bridges and navigating a maze of winding trails. Nevertheless, Tianxing appeared to be well acquainted with the route, continuing forward without pause. Before long, the 5 of them arrived at the so-called Grand Hall. To their astonishment, it was merely a thatched cottage. One could hardly fathom how Tianxing could refer to it as a hall. Pushing open the door, Tianxing, like a child, reveled in showcasing his cherished toys. However, a musty odor emanated from within the cottage, causing the 4 accompanying girls to wrinkle their noses in distaste. You and your companions ventured outside to explore and discover new wonders. Upon noticing the 4 maidens, Hao Chen suggested they take a stroll. After the 4 girls departed from the thatched cottage, Tianxing deciphered the concealed array within the dwelling and pushed open the inner door. Pointing to the densely packed shelves of books within, he looked up at Hao Chen and remarked, "These are the entirety of the texts. Despite my diligent studies over the years, I have only managed to comprehend a mere fraction." Hao Chen stepped closer, casually picking up a tome and flipping through its pages, which filled him with exuberance. The contents detailed not only foundational techniques for artifact refinement from the celestial realm, but also an array of audacious concepts. For instance, it posited that the ultimate compression of celestial energy could create a singular point that, when explosively detonated, would unleash combat prowess surpassing its original confines. Furthermore, the accounts of various formations were exceptionally comprehensive. Hao Chen even discovered that the 5 elements formation, discussed previously in the Celestial Academy's Formation Research Hall, was prominently featured. According to the text, the so-called 5 elements formation is composed of the 5 fundamental elements of the universe: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These elements intertwine harmoniously. If they successfully converge, they could unleash unparalleled might. However, the book also noted that since ancient times, no one has been able to successfully refine a true 5 elements formation due to the exceedingly high requirements for the cultivator's innate talent. Moreover, the tome subtly indicated that to manifest the utmost power, one must possess a unique bloodline and affinity for the 5 elements. Observing Hao Chen deep in thought with a furrowed brow, Tianxing refrained from interrupting and instead stepped outside to join a few sisters in playful activities. Chapter 964, A Wish Fulfilled, Part 2. Hao Chen set down the secret manual in his hands and, with a casual motion, retrieved another tome on artifact refinement. This volume contained various constructions of magical treasures and their respective powers. Notably, it included the documentation of the wind-chasing crossbow, which Tianxing had previously crafted. As he flipped further through the pages, his astonishment grew. He had initially believed that such artifacts would only reach the pinnacle of human celestial combat prowess. However, the texts revealed that only those who attained the celestial realm could fully unleash their potential. The God-binding rope, forged from the extreme northern icy essence mixed with 9 Cloud Mother. This artifact possesses frigid power capable of significantly sealing a strong cultivator's abilities. However, it is advised that one should have strength surpassing the golden immortal realm, lest they risk self-harm from backlash. The cloud-chasing arrow. This arrow, designed for encounters with vast armies, is a consumable treasure. If wielded by a celestial cultivator during archery, it poses a considerable threat to those of the golden immortal tier. Hao Chen could not help but muse that his greatest reward from this journey to the Shifeng Gate was the fortunate opportunity to delve into these secret manuals. At this moment, he even forgot about the matter concerning Huang Feiying's collusion with the demon realm, utterly absorbed in the myriad of texts, imprinting the vast knowledge of the manuals into his consciousness. However, these exceptionally powerful treasures possess stringent requirements regarding their materials. And although there are indeed numerous skilled artisans within the realm of jade pendants, Hao Chen had yet to hear of any master craftsman capable of creating such exquisite works. Contemplating this, he suddenly recalled the blueprint of the Liyun treasure. While it originated from the imaginings of an artisan from the divine blood sect of the celestial realm, it was ultimately completed in his own hands. If memory served him correctly, the designer of that blueprint was a master of unparalleled skill in the art of crafting. Should he manage to locate this individual and enlist their aid, it was conceivable that the concepts within this secret tome could indeed materialize into reality. Yet, never mind that. He resolved to commit all these details to memory. Shaking his head, he offered a self-deprecating smile, reminding himself that one must not be overly greedy. This was already an unexpected boon, and to covet more would be rather insensible. Just as he intended to summon Yu Xiaolan, he sighed in resignation. At that moment, Yu Xiaolan was not by his side, nor were Yi Xiaohan and Fairy Weining. Thus, he called upon Mu Huinan, Yi Xiaoya, and Yun Luo. As the sun reached its zenith, a sudden rumble emanated from Hao Yen's stomach, reminding him that he had not eaten for quite some time. He realized he was quite hungry, and at that moment, Mu Huinan, Yun Luo, and Yi Xiaoya were also beginning to feel drowsy. Hao Yen instructed the 3 maidens to return to the jade pendant space to dine and rest. Exiting the thatched cottage, Hao Yen's consciousness swept across the surroundings. Locating the figure of Tsang Tianxing, who was currently frolicking by a small stream with 4 sisters. In a few flashes, Hao Yen arrived beside the 4 maidens and Tsang Tianxing. glancing at the sun and noting the brilliant rays illuminating the vibrant greenery adorned with blossoms, creating a breathtaking scene. He could hardly fathom how the valley felt like two disparate worlds, lush and thriving within, yet barren and desolate beyond its confines. Song Tianqing, having been here for some time, I am eager for you to witness my barbecuing skills, Hao Chen declared, retrieving an iron rack for grilling from his storage ring, along with several jars and bottles. Luo Feier and Ho Ruoxuan, aware of Hao Chen's intent to barbecue, beckoned Qi Yajing and Nan Yin to gather dry twigs for kindling. Once everything was prepared, Hao Chen suddenly unleashed his demon slayer's hand, plunging it into the water to capture a large white fish. Repeating this process until he had secured 6 such fish. By the stream's edge, he meticulously scaled the fish and cleaned out their entrails before extracting iron rods from his storage bag to skewer them thoroughly. At that moment, the fire had dwindled to glowing embers, and Hao Chen began to grill the fish. Before long, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, causing the 4 maidens and Song Tianqing, who were quietly observing, to salivate uncontrollably. Brother Hao Chen, it seems you excel at everything. Not only is your cultivation formidable, but your grilling skills are also exceptional. Song Tianqing remarked sincerely. Over the years, I have traversed far and wide, sometimes venturing deep into the mountains for months on end, where no small eateries exist. Consequently, I gradually taught myself some barbecue techniques. A smile graced Hao Chen's face as he evenly sprinkled the seasoning over the grilled fish. Before long, the fresh and tender fish was gradually cooked to perfection. The 4 girls, lacking any semblance of decorum, eagerly devoured the first 4 fish, leaving nothing behind. Song Tianqing observed them, his head bowed and eyes shut as he savored the grilled fish. Had it not been for his sense of masculinity, he would have seized a piece of meat to taste for himself. Fortunately, 2 more fish remained on the iron grill. Once the 5th fish was ready, Hao Chen retrieved a dagger, sliced off a portion of fish, and handed it to Song Tianqing, who, disregarding the heat, took a hearty bite. It was simply delicious. Hao Chen, this is so good. Why don't you teach me how to barbecue? Song Tianqing said, his mouth full of grilled fish, his eyes shining with anticipation. Hao Chen could only nod in reluctant agreement, as he genuinely liked the shy youth. In the midst of their conversation, the 6th fish had mysteriously vanished from the grill, with the 4 girls giggling as they shared the grilled delicacy. The 6 of them soon caught a considerable number of fish, and under Hao Chen's guidance, the girls and Song Tianqing began to learn the art of barbecuing. At first, their attempts were often charred, but with time and practice, their grilling skills improved remarkably. You 4 can practice slowly. Song Tianqing and I will enjoy a drink first, Hao Chen instructed, glancing at the girls. All right, just watch. Luo Feier replied on behalf of the others. Hao Chen retrieved 2 jars of fine wine from his storage ring, tossing one to Song Tianqing. He then raised the other jar to his lips and drank deeply, inviting Song Tianqing to join him. Come, savor the taste of this exquisite wine. How delightful it is to drink together. However, Song Tianqing, his face flushed and a bit shy, replied, I've never had wine before. Haha, a true man should enjoy life with wine and meat. How can one not drink? Come, follow my lead and down it in one go. Hao Chen beamed with a hearty laugh, continuously encouraging Song Tianqing to mimic him. It's so spicy, incredibly spicy. Song Tianqing, unable to refuse, took a small sip, only to feel his tongue tingle and breath quicken. Most of the fish grilled by the girls were consumed by Hao Chen, while Song Tianqing, having tasted a few, grimaced and only accepted the fish prepared by Hao Chen. After everyone had their fill, Hao Chen and Song Tianqing sat by the stream, removing their shoes and letting their feet bask in the warm water, while a few fish occasionally swam up to them. Song Tianqing, what kind of person do you wish to become in the future? Hao Chen broke the silence. After a moment's contemplation, Song Tianqing clenched his fist and spoke with confidence. As for the sect, I don't see myself as having a significant role. I simply wish to live freely, unbound, going wherever I please. And that would suffice for me. Life cannot be lived solely for oneself. It is essential to protect the people and matters that hold significance in one's heart. Hao Chen patiently engaged Song Tianqing in a discussion about life, sharing insights and wisdom. Chapter 965. The Return of the Shadow, accompanied by Tianqing. The 4 maidens roamed freely within the valley. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Hao Chen summoned Yun Luo, Yexiawei, and Mu Huinan once more. The 4 had largely engraved the contents of the books into their consciousness. Practitioners who have reached the Yuan-ing stage possess a remarkable gift, the ability to remember everything they see. When Kangxin led the four maidens back, Hao Chen and the others had already completed their reading of the collection. Hao Chen instructed Yun Luo, Yexiawei, and Mu Huinan to return to the jade pendant space and document what they had remembered, while he stepped out of the cottage to greet Kangxin and the maidens. We have lingered here long enough. It is time we return to the sect to alleviate the concerns of the sect master and mentor Huangxin, Hao Chen remarked to Kangxin. However, before they could make any move, a figure cloaked in black suddenly appeared in Wuming Valley. The figure was shrouded entirely in darkness, and Hao Chen instinctively recognized this person as the same black-clad figure he had encountered the previous day. Who are you? What brings you to the territory of Shifeng's sect? Kangxin demanded with an authoritative tone. He was well acquainted with those within the sect, and knew that the only recent visitors were Hao Chen and his companions. The black-clad figure appeared taken aback by Kangxin's unexpected arrival. He was aware that the latter rarely visited this place, preferring instead to remain in his cave dwelling, engrossed in his peculiar studies. As the black-clad figure momentarily faltered, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Hao Chen's eyes. The very fact that the figure had found this place suggested that he had likely perused the alchemical secrets left behind in the cottage. Should he manage to return to the outside world and divulge this information to the demons of Moyuan Valley, the situation in the North Haoding immortal domain, and perhaps the entire immortal realm, would become exceedingly perilous. Hao Chen subtly gestured for Kangxin to stand behind him, while the four maidens, already attuned to Hao Chen's intent, swiftly positioned themselves at his rear. In an instant, Hao Chen transformed into a soaring sword, exuding boundless sharpness. Such a sneaky presence, unwilling to reveal its true form, is undoubtedly up to no good. Before his words faded, he had already closed the distance to the black-clad figure. Standing less than a yard away, the black-clad figure, displaying remarkable composure, quickly assessed the situation. He realized that only by engaging Hao Chen could he hope to find an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself in a dire predicament. Enough with the pleasantries. Although your strength is commendable, you are still far from my equal, the black-clad figure scoffed disdainfully at Hao Chen. Thus began a fierce battle between the two amidst the valley. As Hao Chen clashed with the black-clad figure, Luo Feier seized the opportunity to send a signal to Feng Lin, summoning 6 others for support. In the midst of the confrontation between Hao Chen and the black-robed figure, the latter meticulously controlled the fluctuations of his celestial energy, refraining from utilizing his dark energy techniques, which rendered him rather beleaguered. If this is all you are capable of, it seems you may indeed meet your end here today, Hao Chen remarked. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the black-robed man, who was clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Upon entering the nameless valley, the black-robed man believed he had compromised his position and was being hunted by the Shifeng sect, leading him to panic and flee from his hiding place. Who would have thought that such a rising talent like you would emerge from the Shifeng sect? It appears that without exerting my full strength, I am indeed in peril today, the black-robed man conceded, no longer concealing his power, as he unleashed a torrent of dark energy that caused vegetation to wither and even the fish in the stream to float lifelessly on the surface, evidently poisoned by the malevolent aura. Kangxin, observing from a distance, felt an intense rage as he beheld the devastation unfolding before him. This place had always been like a second home, now ravaged by the black-clad assailant. The realization of the importance of strength struck him for the first time. No matter how profound his talent in artifact forging, without the requisite power, he remained vulnerable to being manipulated. Helplessly witnessing the tragic scene unfold, Kangxin clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood trickling down his wrists. Damn it, I will make you pay for this bloodshed, Kangxin roared, disregarding the pleas of the 4 women, as he retrieved the world-ending divine crossbow from his storage ring, launching a barrage of crossbow bolts towards the black-robed figure. Faced with the relentless onslaught of bolts, the black-robed man felt a surge of anxiety, unable to regard Hao Chen, and could only focus on defending against the projectiles. With a wealth of combat experience, Hao Chen seized the fleeting opportunity, swiftly maneuvering behind the black-robed man and delivering a powerful strike to his back. After an intense battle, Hao Chen fought with unrestrained vigor, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. The black-robed man's attire had become tattered, revealing large expanses of alabaster skin. prompting Hao Chen to ponder whether this enigmatic figure was, in fact, a woman. Just as Hao Chen prepared to capitalize on his advantage, a sudden cry echoed from afar. As a figure clad in Shifeng sect garb descended onto the battlefield, it was none other than Elder Huang Feiying. "Are you all unharmed?" he inquired. Casting a concerned smile towards Hao Chen, Kangshan Xingxing, and the four women, Luo Fei'er, Heirou Qi Yajing, and Nan Yan. Hao Chen's strength is formidable. He was on the verge of capturing him. "Aunt, you arrived just in time. Let us join forces to subdue this scoundrel. I am eager to discover who dares to wreak havoc on our Shifeng sect's territory," Kangshan Xingxing declared, his words laced with unquenchable fury. Huang Feiying met with Hao Chen and the others, disregarding Tianxing's words, and instead displayed a warm smile as he said, "Dear friends, since we are in the territory of Xifengmen, it would be best for me to handle this matter. You may simply observe from the sidelines." Hao Chen could not help but understand that Huang Feiying was in collusion with the opponent, and surely would find a way to aid them during the battle, providing an escape route. However, given that this was indeed Xifengmen, he, as an outsider, felt it inappropriate to voice his objections and could only nod in agreement with Huang Feiying's suggestion. He then stood aside with the four women and Song Tianxing, watching the unfolding conflict. Chapter 966. Earnest Instruction. Who are you? Daring to stealthily infiltrate Wuming Valley? Speak your intentions, or face certain death. Elder Huang Feiying pointed at the cloaked figure, inquiring with a voice that bore a veneer of authority. The cloaked figure, upon seeing Elder Huang Feiying arrive, could not help but show a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which he concealed well, yet Hao Chen perceived it clearly. They were merely putting on a performance. "With your demeanor, who shall live or die between us is yet to be determined," the cloaked figure retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Jiao Wu Jiu Xiao." With a sudden flourish, the cloaked figure emitted an endless mist of darkness, which he deftly manipulated to morph into a dragon, its form twisting and turning as it lunged toward Elder Huang Feiying. Witnessing this, Elder Huang Feiying's brows furrowed involuntarily. The ferocity of the attack was indeed formidable. Whip the mad dragon. In an instant, Elder Huang Feiying concentrated her celestial energy, conjuring a golden whip that crackled through the air, meeting the dark dragon head-on. With a resounding clash, the black mist dispersed, and both combatants staggered back a few steps, instinctively wiping the blood from their mouths. It was evident they had both sustained injuries. However, Elder Huang Feiying's wounds were merely for show, as she believed the onlookers were too inexperienced to discern her pretense. In her heart, Elder Huang Feiying mused, "This is advantageous. The greater the commotion of battle, the less likely the subsequent subterfuge will draw attention." Resolute in her decision, she intended to collaborate with the cloaked figure to execute a splendid performance, exerting herself fully in the mock skirmish. Hao Chen, watching from the sidelines, wore an expression of keen interest. He observed that despite the cloaked figure's evident inferiority to Elder Huang Feiying's prowess, their struggle appeared evenly matched. Elder Huang Feiying. This cloaked individual possesses merely the strength of an early celestial being. If you find yourself incapable of subduing him, perhaps I should step in to confront him. Hao Chen jested loudly, his tone laced with mockery. The self-satisfied Elder Huang Feiying's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, prompting her to intensify her efforts. Upon hearing Hao Chen's taunts, she inwardly cursed. This group led by Hao Chen is utterly detestable. "You deranged fiend. Today I shall rend your body to pieces." Elder Huang Feiying emitted a soft rebuke, and in an instant, boundless ice attribute spiritual energy began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a towering iceberg. It was evident that this attack drained a considerable amount of energy from Huang Feiying. With a wave of her hand, she directed the iceberg to crush the figure cloaked in black. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, the black-clad individual was suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Yet at that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. "The interior of the iceberg is hollow. If you penetrate within, its swift movement can carry you to safety." This voice unmistakably belonged to Huang Feiying's spiritual transmission. Upon hearing her subtle communication, the black-clad figure rejoiced, and a spear materialized in his grasp, piercing fiercely into the iceberg. As predicted by Elder Huang Feiying, the iceberg revealed a cavity sufficient for one person, and the black figure swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist, slipping inside and propelling away into the distance beneath the iceberg's cover. How infuriating it was to let this individual escape. Elder Huang Feiying stomped her foot in frustration. her tone laden with unutterable regret. However, within Hao Chen, a cold smile emerged. He had observed the entire scenario with clarity. Yet, outwardly, he could only accompany Elder Huang Feiying, performing a fine act of pretense. It was indeed a pity. But there was no need for the elder to be so hard on herself. I surmise that the black-clad figure shall find no refuge in the territory of Xifengmen. If we report this matter to the sect master, he will undoubtedly be exposed. Hao Chen, appearing benevolent, offered a suggestion to Elder Huang Feiying. Song Tianxing, standing nearby, nodded fervently and remarked, "Brother Hao Chen is correct. Within Xifengmen, the black-clad figure cannot possibly escape. This time, he is trapped with no means of flight." Elder Huang Feiying managed to muster a faint smile and nodded in agreement. "You all should return swiftly. I shall meet with the sect master to report the entirety of this incident." As her words fell, Elder Huang Feiying's figure once again sliced through the sky, departing from Hao Chen and the others. Witnessing the once picturesque landscape transformed into a scene of desolation, a flicker of anger crossed Song Tianxing's face. "Brother, from this day forth, I shall devote myself to rigorous training and will never again allow anyone to easily destroy what I hold dear." Song Tianxing suddenly raised his head and vowed to Hao Chen. Hao Chen, too, felt a sense of joy at Song Tianxing's transformation. Some lessons cannot be imparted solely through words. More often than not, it is only through personal experience that one grasps certain truths, thereby fortifying their confidence. Previously, Song Tianxing had believed himself devoid of talent and cultivation, leading to a lack of earnest effort, relying instead on the support of his sister. Now, with his home utterly devastated, a fervor had ignited within him, signaling a complete metamorphosis. Gazing at the surrounding ruins, a hint of melancholy glimmered in Hao Chen's eyes. Sometimes, circumstances unfold in such a manner that the most cherished aspects of our hearts must be fiercely defended, for otherwise, they may be effortlessly obliterated by others. Come now, a true man should not exhibit such a demeanor. Let us hasten to meet the sect leader, for there may be delightful occurrences awaiting us. Hao Chen offered a comforting word to Xixing, accompanied by a hint of a teasing smile. "Hao Chen, I shall not accompany you. My abilities are meager and I would be of no assistance. I intend to return to my cave and devote myself to cultivation, emerging only when I have attained the realm of human immortal," Xixing declared with resolute determination. However, Hao Chen playfully tapped Xixing on the forehead and said, "You foolish boy. Achieving a successful breakthrough to the human immortal realm requires more than mere seclusion. It demands a profound understanding of the heavenly principles. If you wait for such a breakthrough, you may find yourself in your twilight years. Once this matter is resolved, why not journey with me to explore various places? Such experiences are the swiftest path to enhancing your strength." Hao Chen continued to expound on the philosophies of cultivation, and ultimately, under his earnest guidance, Xixing lowered his gaze in contemplation. At that moment, Feng Lin and others joined Hao Chen, and together, the 11 of them departed from the nameless valley with Xixing. Chapter 967. Investigating Internal Traitors, Part 1. Upon Hao Chen and his companions returning to the discussion hall of the Xifeng sect, they discovered it already teeming with numerous individuals. The expressions of those within the hall bore hints of concern, revealing the considerable impact the appearance of the cloaked figure had inflicted upon them. "Sect leader, I believe we should immediately conduct a thorough search to uncover the cloaked figure," proposed Elder Tsangyun, the third elder. "Elder, I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. There are still many disciples within our sect, and if that individual chooses to remain hidden, what might happen if they are cornered? I believe our immediate priority should be to gather all the weaker disciples, enabling us to better capture the cloaked figure," voiced another strong member of the Xifeng sect. As various powerful figures within the discussion hall expressed their opinions, the sect leader, Huang Longfei, gestured for silence as Hao Chen and the others arrived. "Young friend Hao Chen, I have heard from Elder Huang Feiying that you had an encounter with the cloaked figure. What insights do you have regarding this matter?" Huang Longfei inquired. Turning his gaze toward Hao Chen glanced at Huang Xian, standing beside Huang Longfei, who nodded in encouragement. Shifting his attention from Huang Xian, Hao Chen nonchalantly surveyed the gathering, his gaze landing upon Elder Huang Feiying, who appeared lost in thought. "You may not be aware, but after my confrontation with that cloaked figure, I have come to ascertain that the dark magical arts employed by this individual have thoroughly corrupted the flora and fauna. I trust those present are somewhat familiar with the techniques of the denizens from the demon realm, and one need only visit the battlefield to witness the evidence, Hao Chen declared, bowing slightly to those around him before speaking with composure. Within the assembly hall, a sudden uproar ensued. This was utterly illogical. For many years, we have maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Abyssal Valley, so how could they have stealthily infiltrated our domain? A middle-aged man furrowed his brow and spoke. This man was Xing Hai, the fourth elder of the Shifeng sect and the father of Xing Yi. Without an insider guiding them, how could the cloaked figures breach our multiple layers of defensive arrays and enter the territory of the Shifeng sect? A young man clad in the garb of an elite disciple also voiced his doubts. Their remarks caused the grand hall to fall silent once more as the sect leader, Huang Longfei, sat above, gently tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair. The Shifeng sect guards a section of the celestial domain bordering the demon realm and is not unfamiliar with matters pertaining to it. The assertions made by the middle-aged man and the young disciple were indeed quite reasonable, implying only one possibility. There are spies from the Abyssal Valley within the Shifeng sect. The atmosphere in the assembly hall grew tense, as everyone cast suspicious glances at one another, seeking any signs of treachery. Enough, allow me to speak, the sect leader, Huang Longfei, declared in a resonant voice, prompting the elders below to straighten up and stand in two respectful lines. Setting aside whether the cloaked figures are indeed sent by the Abyssal Valley, if there is truly a traitor within the Shifeng sect, I shall undoubtedly unearth them and bring them to justice myself. We owe a debt of gratitude to young friend Hao Chen for his timely intervention, which spared my wife's nephew, Tian Xing, from an undeserved calamity. Huang Longfei's gaze upon Hao Chen softened considerably, revealing the deep affection he held for his wife's nephew. Tian Xing Hao Chen slightly inclined his body, reluctant to claim credit. Inwardly reflecting, Huang Feiying is the sister of the sect leader, Huang Longfei is the uncle of Tian Xing, thus mentor Huang Xin is Tian Xing's cousin, and Xing Yi is also Tian Xing's cousin. Consequently, Huang Feiying, the third elder Song Yun, sect leader Huang Longfei, and fourth elder Xing Hai are all interconnected by familial ties. This thought made Hao Chen's head throb. As for the notion of isolating disciples of lower cultivation levels, it need not be mentioned. If the Shifeng sect lacked even this minimal confidence, how could we have guarded the border between the celestial and demon realms for countless years? I have already scanned the entirety of the Shifeng sect's territory with my spiritual sense, yet I failed to detect the presence of that individual. He must be hiding within the dwelling of the traitor. Convey my orders, form groups of 3 and return immediately to your respective abodes for inspection. Should you discover any irregularities, you are authorized to take decisive action, Huang Longfei commanded, his words resonating and sending chills down the spines of the elders below. The individuals then began to gather in groups of 3 and exited in an orderly fashion. However, Hao Chen noticed with puzzlement that Elder Huang Feiying remained motionless, along with several others from the Shifeng sect, who appeared unconcerned and did not take action. Observing Hao Chen's bewildered expression, Huang Longfei chuckled softly. Huang Feiying is my biological sister. She resides nearby, and I doubt that the cloaked figure would possess the audacity to hide here. The third elder, Song Yun, is my uncle, and I have unwavering faith in him. As for the unfolding events, Hao Chen, who was already well aware, slowly shook his head. Perhaps this is what they call the darkness beneath the lamp. I wonder if Huang Longfei will still maintain his composure when the news from the elders arrives. At that moment, Song Yun noticed a peculiar change in his son, Tianxing. If the Tianxing of before resembled a book imbued with scholarly air, now he resembled a sword radiating sharpness. What has transpired, my boy? Such a significant transformation? Song Yun inquired with a hint of perplexity. Upon hearing Song Yun's words, both Huang Longfei and Huang Xin could not help but focus on the changes in Song Tianxing. Song Tianxing stepped forward, repeating the words Hao Chen had shared with him over the past 2 days, emphasizing his anger during the destruction of the Wuming Valley. This is what a true son of the Tsang family should be. No longer passive, you may pursue your cultivation with confidence. I shall provide you with all the resources you require, declared the third elder, Song Yun, with authority. However, Song Tianxing hesitated, mustering his courage to address his father, Song Yun, and his uncle, Huang Longfei. Father, sect master, I wish to embark on a journey through the immortal realm after investigating the matter concerning the black-clad figures. Remaining within the sect indefinitely may hinder my progress toward the human immortal realm. The current immortal realm is fraught with peril, given your abilities. Venturing forth could be quite dangerous. Song Yun expressed his reluctance to allow such travels. Indeed, your father is right. Traveling alone poses many inconveniences. It would be wiser to cultivate within the sect. I assure you that I will take care of your cultivation resources. Huang Longfei also encouraged Song Tianqing to remain within the confines of the Shifeng sect. A mighty eagle must endure trials to soar freely in the skies. I cannot remain sheltered beneath your wings forever. I am now of age and must make my own choices. I ask that you, father and sect master, grant me this opportunity, Song Tianqing said, determination flashing across his face as he knelt before his father and Huang Longfei, bowing deeply. Child, why do you insist on this path? Everything I do is for your own good. Song Yun, visibly angered, felt his son was being ungrateful. With the two realms of immortals and demons increasingly intertwining and local conflicts erupting, should his son become embroiled in such matters, even with his golden core cultivation, he could easily find himself in mortal peril. Yet, seeing the resolve in his son's eyes, Huang Longfei could not help but feel a string in his heart gently resonate. This child is indeed as stubborn as his mother, Song Feixia. Chapter 968. Investigating the Internal Traitor, Part 2. Huang Longfei and Song Yun, upon hearing Song Tianqing's heartfelt words, exchanged knowing nods. At that moment, they realized that Song Tianqing had truly grown up. Thus, Huang Longfei and Song Yun conferred telepathically, deciding to permit Tianqing to embark on his journey. After all, Song Tianqing was not only a disciple of the Shifeng sect, but also a member of their family. At last, Huang Longfei, representing Song Yun, spoke. You may venture into the outside world, but be mindful not to become embroiled in the battlefield of immortals and demons. And certainly do not reveal your connections to the upper echelons of the Shifeng sect. Upon hearing that the sect leader had granted permission for him to travel, King Shenzixing leapt with joy. For disciples prioritized by the sect to embark on journeys, the approval of the sect leader was paramount. Although King Shenzixing was not among the core disciples, he was undoubtedly a direct descendant of the leader, and any mishap could trigger a series of repercussions. At that moment, the sect's higher-ups, including elite disciples, returned to their abodes to search for the figure in black. Yet, despite their diligent efforts, they found not even a trace of the elusive figure, which brought them a sense of relief, albeit tinged with confusion. If the figure in black was not hidden among them, then where could he possibly be? Many of the elders cast their gazes far towards the area where the sect leader resided. Soon, the feedback from the search was relayed to Huang Longfei, who, in a fit of rage, reprimanded the gathered sect leaders in the conference hall. How is it that you cannot even locate a mere figure in black? Do you merely conduct a superficial search and consider it sufficient? At this, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward from the crowd, trembling as he addressed Huang Longfei. Sect leader, I believe there is still one place we have not searched. The other elders exchanged anxious glances, urging the old man to remain silent. If he suggested that any location outside the leader's area had been searched, it would imply a blatant suspicion towards the sect leader himself. Huang Longfei fell into deep contemplation. He had always believed that the figure in black could only be hiding in the abodes of others. But now he was compelled to turn his attention to those closest to him. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom why anyone among them would betray the sect. Calm yourselves. I shall conduct a thorough search now, Huang Longfei declared, closing his eyes. His formidable consciousness then spread across every corner of the sect leader's domain, searching relentlessly. After a considerable time, Huang Longfei suddenly vanished, only to reappear moments later, gripping the collar of a figure in black. After sealing the figure's powers, he unceremoniously threw him into the conference hall and turned his gaze toward Huang Feiying. Ingmei, this figure was discovered within your chambers. Do you have anything to say? Huang Feiying felt utterly disheartened. If not for unavoidable circumstances, she would never have allied herself with the treacherous individuals from the demon abyss. However, now that the truth had come to light, she found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Song Xueping gazed at Huang Feiying with disbelief. She vividly recalled that 3 days prior, Huang Feiying had explicitly stated her intention to personally capture the man in black. How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, her aunt had turned into a traitor? Master, there must be some misunderstanding. You must discern the truth, Song Xueping implored as she turned her gaze towards their master. Huang Longfei, pleading for her aunt's sake. Whether there was indeed a misunderstanding was something that needed to be addressed by Huang Feiying herself. Master Huang Longfei let out a cold snort, his gaze turning icy as it fell upon his sister, Huang Feiying. This revelation was a considerable blow to him. He had never anticipated that his own flesh and blood would betray him. Elder Huang Feiying suddenly knelt on both knees and bowed deeply to the surrounding elders. Esteemed ones, I am fully aware that my actions warrant the gravest of punishments, yet I hope this matter can conclude here. She then turned to her brother, saying, If it is at all possible, I implore you to spare the man in black. Have you truly lost your mind? Huang Longfei's voice was laced with anger. If there are matters you cannot speak of, you should reveal them. I and the esteemed elders present will certainly advocate for you. With a sudden surge of emotion, Master Huang Longfei rose from his seat, his imposing presence filling the hall, suffocating all present under its weight. Huang Feiying forced a bitter smile and shook her head, pleading with Huang Longfei, Brother, I beg you, do not press further, just execute me, if you must. Witnessing his sister's pitiful state, Huang Longfei felt a softening in his heart. His tone became gentler as he looked at her. Sistering, we have grown up together, and I have always cared for you. Whatever troubles you face, tell me, and I will stand by you. Under the warmth of Huang Longfei's gaze, Elder Huang Feiying could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Brother, do you remember? When I first entered the realm of martial emperors, I was too enamored with adventure and traveled far and wide. In Lin Yuan City, I met a man named Hai Yun, and we fell deeply in love, ultimately conceiving a child. Huang Feiying, with tears streaming down her face, recounted, I had only confided in you about this in secret. Yet you forcibly brought me back to Shifeng sect, separating me from Hai Yun and our child, Hai Feishuang. However, not long ago, among the visitors, someone discreetly informed me that my poor child, Hai Feishuang, had been captured and taken to the demon realm's Demon Abyss Valley. If I wished to ensure his safety, I would need to persuade Shifeng sect to covertly assist the Demon Abyss Valley. Huang Feiying's shoulders trembled slightly. Unable to meet her brother's gaze or the eyes of the surrounding elders, her head bowed low. As for the man in black, though his powers were sealed, he was still able to speak. Observing the sorrowful figure of Elder Huang Feiying, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Since you so effortlessly betrayed me, your son shall have no hope of survival. With a swift motion, Huang Longfei suddenly appeared before the cloaked figure and delivered a resounding slap. For years, our Shifeng sect has endured in silence, striving to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yet you have truly crossed my threshold. A tempest of fury surged within Huang Longfei. Yet he could never have anticipated that the denizens of the Abyssal Valley would resort to using his sister's child as leverage, attempting to ensnare the entire Shifeng sect within the clutches of the demonic realm. Chapter 969, Journey Through the Demon Realm, Part 1. Tell me the truth. Where is the child taken by the demon realm? I shall spare your life. Huang Longfei, the leader of Shifeng sect, fixed a fierce gaze upon the cloaked figure and bellowed. Since the matter is already exposed, I shall meet my demise. And that child shall accompany me to the grave. A semblance of relief washed over the cloaked figure's face. In an instant, he convulsed, foam escaping his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, those in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Alas, the denizens of Abyssal Valley would rather perish than divulge secrets. The poison concealed within the cloaked figure's teeth had been unleashed as he bit down on the venomous pouch in a final act of defiance. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, approached to examine the lifeless figure and sighed deeply. Brother, with the information now severed, what shall we do? You must find a way to save my poor son, Huang Feiying implored, tugging at Huang Longfei's sleeve with a mournful expression. Given that the denizens of Abyssal Valley are capable of such treachery, it appears that our continued forbearance is no longer an option. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the entirety of Shifeng sect shall enter a state of preparedness, and when the opportune moment arises, we shall strike a decisive blow against Abyssal Valley. Huang Longfei announced with resolute authority to those gathered in the council hall. Ingmei, the events that have just unfolded were too sudden. The cloaked figure was unable to relay information to the outside world, so for the time being, the child remains safe. You need not worry, Huang Longfei reassured his sister, a glint of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he turned to glance at Hao Chen, who stood in the corner of the grand hall, a stirring thought igniting within him. Very well, everyone, it is best you return now, as I have matters to discuss with this young friend. Huang Longfei addressed those remaining in the hall. At this juncture, only Huang Xian, Hao Chen, and the 11 who accompanied Hao Chen remained, all others having departed. Hao Chen, to speak candidly, I had no intention of allowing Shifeng sect to be prematurely drawn into the conflicts of the two realms. However, the insidious infiltration by the demon realm's abyssal valley is utterly disgraceful. I require a pact with you, should war arise. You must do everything in your power to ensure their safety, Huang Longfei stated with grave sincerity. Before he could finish, Xingyi, Song Xueping, and Song Tianxing emerged from a hidden door, entering the council hall to pay their respects to Huang Longfei and acknowledge Hao Chen and the others. Master, I possess only mid-level martial emperor cultivation. Such a request is indeed beyond my capabilities, Hao Chen replied, a troubled expression crossing his face. Rest assured, I have traversed many years of life, yet I have never witnessed anyone attain such a level of cultivation at such a tender age. I hold great expectations for you. I perceive in you a remarkably unique aura, and I firmly believe that in the days to come, you will undoubtedly make significant contributions to the celestial realm, remarked Huang Longfei, the esteemed leader of Shifeng Gate, with unwavering confidence. Hao Chen could only solemnly nod. He knew he must not betray the trust placed in him, especially since this was also a branch of the Qinyuan sect. After departing the assembly hall, Xingyi led Luo Feier and the other three back to their guest quarters, while Song Tianxing escorted Feng Lin and others to their cave for cultivation. As Hao Chen finally exited the assembly hall, he contemplated a visit to the Demon Abyss Valley to assess the situation there. Suddenly, a figure clad in an ice-blue gown appeared before him, her back turned toward him. Earlier, the leader had conveyed all the details to me. I am ready to depart with you at any time. When shall we leave this place? The newcomer was none other than Song Xueping, who, having experienced a tumultuous day, felt exceedingly restless and had been wandering aimlessly in the streets, unexpectedly encountering Hao Chen here. If possible, I wish to set out tomorrow, Hao Chen said, first bowing respectfully to Song Xueping before speaking. Agreed. The next day, as dawn broke, Hao Chen and his companions proceeded to the assembly hall to resign. To their surprise, Elder Song Yun, Mentor Huang Xian, Song Tianxing, Xingyi, Song Xueping, and others were all present. Mentor Huang Xian had matters to attend to and could not escort them back to the Celestial Academy's mining area, thus repeatedly advising Hao Chen to act with caution along the journey. Please take care of the three of them during your travels, Huang Longfei earnestly implored. Thank you. Elder Song Yun expressed his gratitude to Hao Chen. This is no trouble at all. As long as the elder is not concerned about my influence on Tianxing, I will certainly treat him as my own brother. As they prepared to part ways, the group exchanged a few pleasantries before Hao Chen. Accompanied by the disciples from the Celestial Academy, his subordinates, along with Xingyi, Xueping, and Tianxing, departed from Shifeng Gate. They journeyed northeast towards the Shifeng Gate region, where Xueping retrieved a token from her storage ring and directly infused it into the void before them, causing a portal of array formation to materialize. Upon passing through this portal, they merely exited the vicinity of Shifeng Gate's entrance, not yet leaving the territory of Shifeng Gate. The Celestial Academy's domain was merely 1,000 miles away from here. However, Hao Chen had no intention of returning. Having arrived at the edge of the realms of both celestial and demonic worlds, he was eager to witness what the demon realm was truly like. He had long harbored a desire to observe the dwelling places of the demon race in the mortal realm of the Qinyuan world, a wish that had yet to be fulfilled, constantly lingering in his thoughts. Now, having reached the junction of the celestial and demon realms, with only a single step separating him from crossing over, Hao Chen was unwilling to depart so easily. He had come to the Qinyuan realm and wished to see what the realms of celestial, demon, and spirit beings truly entailed. His curiosity piqued. If the cloaked figures of the demon realm could infiltrate Shifeng Gate through the Demon Abyss Valley, then why could not the inhabitants of Shifeng Gate enter the Demon Abyss Valley for a visit? As the crowd departed from Shifeng Gate, more than 100 miles away, Hao Chen began to recount to the 6 women, Luo Feier, Ruoxuan, Qi Yajing, Nan Yin, Xingyi, and Song Xueping, the hardships of traversing the desolate desert. Crossing the vast expanse of sand offers little in the way of adventure. The endless clouds of yellow dust not only coat one's body in sand, but also pose the threat of encountering snakes and scorpions. It would be wiser to enter a magical artifact. I shall guide you through the desert, and, once we have emerged, we can embark on true exploration. Hao Yan's ominous warning resonated with the women. Although Xingyi and Song Xueping had yet to experience such trials, The vivid descriptions from Lu Fei'er, Qi Yajing, and Nan Yin sent shivers down their spines. Yielding to Hao Yin's words, the 6 women were enveloped into the first level of the demon-suppressing tower. The very space where Dailin and Xiaowen had once resided, a mere storeroom filled with broken relics. Had Hao Yin not mentioned it, they would have assumed they were merely contained within a storage ring. Without hesitation, Hao Yin also gathered Nanfei, Kangshenxing, and Feng Lin into the Qiankuan furnace. Subsequently, Hao Yin abruptly altered his course, concealing his presence and altering his appearance to quietly return to Shifeng Gate. In less than half a day, he arrived near the abyssal demon valley, intent on exploring the demon realm. Chapter 970, Journey Through the Demon Realm, Part 2. On the opposite side of the abyssal demon valley lies the demon realm. The inhabitants of the demon realm share a living environment akin to that of the celestial realm, characterized by numerous cities and delineated territorial divisions. The human settlements in the celestial realm are partitioned into 5 factions: the Eastern Emperor's Court, Southern Luan Court, Western King S Court, Northern Hao Court, and the Central Zy Court. In the demon realm, dominance is held by the Southern and Northern Demon Emperors, beneath whom lie the Lords, with the demon populace subsisting under the Lord's rule. The Lord's Manor functions as an independent kingdom, comprising 2 courts, 3 offices, 3 halls, and 3 workshops. The 2 courts are the Elder Court and the Clan Court. The 3 offices are the Political and Educational Office, the Punishment Office, and the Military Office. The 3 halls include the Sacrificial Hall, the Martial Arts Hall, and the Transmission Hall. The 3 workshops consist of the Rite and Music Workshop, the Ceremony Workshop, and the Record Workshop. The Military Office encompasses the Administrative Division, Military Division, and Supervision Division. The Military Division is structured under several commanders, each commanding a military unit, overseeing several garrison leaders, with each leader managing between 8,000 to 10,000 troops. Each garrison leader supervises several battalions, each consisting of approximately 1,000 men, which are further divided into squads of about 100 individuals, with each squad containing around 10 members. A command office governs not only 100,000 officials and soldiers, but also countless civilians within its jurisdiction. If one considers the Lord as the highest administrative authority of an autonomous region, then the command office serves as the overseer of a state, while the garrison leader functions as the administrator of a county-level jurisdiction. The demon realm is a militaristic society, with the implementation of a military governance system deemed essential for maintaining social order. The Southern Emperor, Nangguang Yongye, commands 9 major lords, among whom the most powerful is the Nangguang family, which occupies half of the southern territory of the demon realm, characterized by favorable geographical conditions and living environments. In contrast, the Northern Emperor, Beigong Feiyue, also commands 9 major lords, with the most formidable being the Beigong family, residing in the northern expanse of the demon realm, where the geographical conditions and living environments are considerably poorer. The abyss of magic lies at the juncture of the northwest of the celestial realm and the northeast of the demon realm, under the dominion of the Northern Emperor, Feiyue, and governed by the Lord of Moonlit Rampart. This region serves as a buffer zone between the 2 realms, its true name being the City of Celestial Demonic Convergence. Initially, this territory was an undecided region between the 2 realms, which often led to conflicts as both sides vied for control over the abyss of magic. Moreover, the Lord of Moonlit Rampart not only renamed the City of Celestial Demonic Convergence to the Abyss of Magic, but also incorporated the surrounding expanse into the domain of the demon realm. Humans, demons, and beasts coexist in this enchanting land known as the 7 Heavens Spirit Realm. The human race refers to it as the Celestial Origin Realm, while the demon race terms it the Demonic Origin Realm, and the beast race calls it the Beast Origin Realm, commonly abbreviated as the Celestial Realm, Demon Realm, and Beast Realm. While it is generally believed that each area of the spirit realm possesses its own merits, once the intelligent beings discovered this coveted land, they engaged in years of contention, ultimately seizing their respective territories and building their own enclosures. Coveting is an innate instinct of all sentient beings, leading to skirmishes over land acquisition. To defend against ambushes, they resort to formations and barriers to isolate the realms from one another. In order to ensure their survival and protect their environment, the human race established a series of stringent regulations. Within the celestial domain, a prohibition against aerial activities is enforced, and the use of celestial spells to harm the environment is strictly forbidden. Any transgression, regardless of the involved party's culpability, is met with lethal consequences. In the celestial realm, over 90% of the population consists of those below the level of celestial immortal. The imposed aerial prohibition primarily targets this demographic, and the humans are collectively vigilant in adhering to the celestial realm's ironclad laws. These environmental protection measures have allowed the celestial realm to maintain favorable living conditions. Conversely, the majority of the beast realm's inhabitants lack the ability to wield spells, relying instead on martial prowess and physical strength, thus achieving even greater success in environmental conservation than their human counterparts. However, the demon race is inherently belligerent, engaging in reckless combat without regard for consequences, which has resulted in a severely damaged living environment and a growing desire to encroach upon neighboring lands. Consequently, they periodically succumb to their avarice, plundering and seizing from their neighbors. The humans and beasts naturally do not remain passive, rising in resistance. For the safety of the celestial domain, the Qinyuan sect was commissioned by the Northern Hao court to establish the Shifeng Gate to guard the northwestern frontier. The Lord of Moonlit Rampart, governing the northeastern sector of the demon realm, and the Lord of Night Blue Sea from the northern domain, are perpetually restless. 50 years ago, the two demon lords allied to invade the northwestern celestial domain, but were decisively defeated by Huang Longfei and the celestial realm's powerful warriors at the Shifeng Gate. Retreating in disgrace to the demon realm's Blue Sea City, adjacent to the celestial realm's Linyuan City. Henceforth, as long as the demon realm refrains from aggression and the celestial realm does not provoke, a temporary truce may be maintained with the demon occupation of the abyss of magic, and the celestial realm would acquiesce to the name change and the expulsion of human residents. In recent years, Moonlit Rampart's ambitions have grown bolder, prompting Huang Longfei to prepare for war, ready to strike back at the opportune moment. One day, within the city where the Left Guard's headquarters is located in the abyss of magic, a young man with a strikingly handsome visage arrived. His mischievous smile, accompanied by subtly arched brows, seemed perpetually infused with mirth, and his long, dark hair cascaded down, exuding an air of charming recklessness. The individual in question is the enigmatic Hao Chen, who refrained from entering the demon realm through the commercial route of Linyuan City. Instead, he deftly breached layers of intricate formations and barriers, stealthily infiltrating the demon realm where shadowy figures roamed. Upon his arrival, Hao Chen observed a stark contrast between the women of this realm and the robust demon men. The women were universally striking, particularly those of the demon emperor lineage, renowned for their unparalleled beauty. Even the males of the demon emperor clan were not to be outdone when compared to the handsome men of the celestial realm. The females of the demon emperor clan naturally embodied all the exquisite qualities of the demon domain, while the males, being predominantly of mixed blood, also possessed notable attributes. Not long after entering the city, Hao Chen witnessed the splendor of the demon emperor men and women. Yet he also encountered several instances of ordinary demons engaged in fierce disputes and violent skirmishes. The majority of practitioners in the seventh heaven of the demon realm possess cultivation at or above the demon Dan level. Unlike the practitioners in the cultivation realm, demonic cultivators must undergo the processes of refining and condensing their demonic essence to achieve the physical prowess characteristic of the demon race. Following this, they progress to the demon Dan level, while the demons inherently possess a talent for physical capabilities, allowing them to advance to the demon Dan realm with relative ease. Beyond the demon Dan level, the stages include demon infant, demon sovereign, demon saint, demon king, demon emperor, and demon monarch, with those capable of cultivation being classified as dual practitioners of law and martial arts. Ordinary individuals unable to cultivate can only pursue martial studies, where demon soldiers parallel the strength of human martial masters, while demon generals equate to great martial masters, Jindan and Demon Dan levels. And demon commanders correspond to martial sect leaders, Yuan Ing and demon infant levels. Those above the rank of commander share a common nomenclature with practitioners of the demon realm. Above ordinary practitioners, the classification of demon immortals is akin to that of celestial beings, delineated into ranks such as demon immortal, earth demon immortal, sky demon immortal, true demon immortal, profound demon immortal, and so forth. Yu Kuanglan, a lord within the demon realm, boasts a cultivation level akin to that of Huang Longfei, the master of the Shifeng sect, though the true extent of Huang Longfei's power remains a mystery. For the demons, congregating and causing disturbances is a commonplace occurrence. Their ability to dominate a realm stems from such a culture of valor and aggression. The Demon Abyss Valley itself serves as a buffer city between the realms of celestials and demons, once known as the Celestial Demon City. To maintain their long-term dominion over this territory, the demon Lord Yu Quanglon transformed it into the Demon Abyss Valley, establishing 2 command offices to safeguard the region. The formations set by the celestial demon realms were, to Hao Chen, as insubstantial as air, allowing him to effortlessly penetrate the barriers and enter what is now known as the Demon Abyss Valley. Employing a technique of deception, he transformed his dark aura to masquerade as a flamboyant young demon general of the Emperor lineage, navigating the streets of the celestial demon city. Though the city bore the marks of disarray, it was not entirely unkempt, as the demons, despite their nature, were not oblivious to the importance of sanitation. As Hao Chen approached the fringes of the celestial demon realm, his curiosity compelled him to explore the depths of the demon realm. His intention in entering was not merely to wander, but also to contribute in some capacity to the Shifeng sect. Upon hearing the news of Huang Fei's son being abducted, the despicable individuals from the Abyssal Valley shamelessly resorted to using hostages as leverage, coercing the mother into submission to their might. The influence of the Abyssal Valley had audaciously extended its reach into the Shifeng Gate. Could I not venture into this place for amusement? Ordinary individuals are unable to enter the demon realm, as their essence significantly differs from that of the demon race. However, Hao Chen is an exception. He is proficient in both martial and magical arts, having delved into the studies of human, demon, and demonic techniques. As one who can transform into a member of the demon race, he possesses a stellar dantian as his foundation and carries the precious illusion lotus seed of the demon lineage. Disguised as a member of the demon race, he embodies dark attributes, practicing the blue thread demon technique, and wields the blood shadow divine pearl along with the treasured demon morning sword from the demon realm. Naturally, he is adept at masquerading as a demon or a demon cultivator, never having been recognized for what he truly is. Chapter 971, The Rescue of the Hostage, Part 1. Bathed in the warm glow of the Cloud Sea Tavern, it gradually came into Hao Chen's view. The name of the tavern evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth within him. Without hesitation, he stepped into this establishment, which bore a name akin to that of his sect. Taverns and inns serve as vital hubs for the dissemination of information. Thus, upon arriving in unfamiliar territories, Hao Chen invariably frequents such places. At this moment, Hao Chen was merely a young nobleman with the cultivation of a demon general, donned in white garments that he had purchased on the street, and his sword was an item exchanged for at a market stall in the demon realm. Though he lacked for magical artifacts, the contents of his storage ring were treasures he could not readily display. For a demon general to wield high-grade magical artifacts would be tantamount to flaunting wealth, practically courting disaster. Thus, maintaining a low profile is Hao Chen's consistent approach. The tavern's hall was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds. Noticing the arrival of a young master, a server promptly rushed over with a beaming smile, inquiring, would the esteemed guest prefer lodging or a meal? After surveying the hall, Hao Chen replied calmly, both, please. Very well. The server responded cheerfully, leading Hao Chen to a secluded corner before proceeding to the kitchen to place the order. In no time, the table before Hao Chen was laden with an array of dishes, a jar of aged wine, and several pounds of demon beast meat. He mimicked the others, tearing or slicing the meat with his hands, indulging in hearty gulps of wine and generous bites of meat. Hey, have you heard? A bald man in the hall, one foot propped on a stool, boisterously addressed his companions at the table. Heard what? His companions inquired, intrigued by his proclamation. Have you all been so preoccupied with women that you missed the news? The left commander of the Abyssal Valley, the third young master of the Yu family, recently led a group to the immortal realm and brought back a young man, along with several maidens as offerings to their ancestors. It is said that after the young man was captured, the seventh princess took a liking to him, yet he remained indifferent. In a fit of anger, the third young master injured the young man. The seventh princess attempted to take him away from the commander's residence, but her efforts were thwarted, leading to a heated argument. In her fury, she sought the leader's intervention. The third young master, feeling aggrieved, plotted to conduct a soul-summoning ritual at midnight to use the young man and the maidens as offerings to honor the ancestors of the Yu family. The bald man cast a disdainful glance at his companion and coldly remarked, "Can you believe it? Such an amusing affair. The young man is foolish, the seventh princess. In her youthful bloom, breathtakingly beautiful, dares to refuse her gracious offer. What a foolhardy act. Indeed, the Yu family wields considerable power in the Abyssal Valley. And the seventh princess is the apple of the Lord's eye. Who possesses such audacity to spurn her? Truly, they must be courting death. If I were favored by the seventh princess, I would comply willingly, no matter the cost. With your disposition, resembling a black donkey, do you think she would lay her eyes on you? Dream on. The burly men chuckled mockingly, their curiosity piqued. I recall that young man's name. Was it Hai Fei Shuang? He seems to be a young master at the nascent soul stage, while the seventh princess has just come of age, her cultivation at the demon infant stage. The young man, gentle and handsome, yet he lacks awareness, foolishly attempting to escape the commander's manner. How laughable! The bald man erupted into hearty laughter. Seated in the hall, indulging in meat and wine, Hao Chen's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically as his gaze turned sharp. In a whirlwind of fury, he propelled himself toward the bald man, seizing him by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. Tell me, where is the left guard commander's manor? Hao Chen had overheard clearly that Hai Fei Shuang was indeed within the manor, embroiled in a dispute with the third young master, all while being favored by the seventh princess. Bring forth those on the altar and incinerate them as an offering to the demon ancestor, commanded an elderly man clad in white, his countenance icy and his voice deep. A demon soldier obeyed, brandishing a torch as he ascended the altar. The torch ignited the kindling beneath the feet of those on the altar, flames soaring to envelop them. Forgive me, dear parents, I must depart first. We shall meet again in the next life, where? At that moment, Hai Fei Shuang shut his eyes, guilt etched upon his face. Regrettably, he would die without ever seeing his mother again or having a final meeting with his beloved. Meanwhile, several girls on the altar had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as the flames threatened to consume Hai Fei Shuang, a sudden gust of wind swept through the vicinity. What is happening? The expressions of those from the left guard commander's manor shifted as they looked around in confusion, utterly bewildered by the unexpected tempest. Could it be that someone was meddling? Dare to harm my people? You seek to erase yourselves from the Abyssal Valley. A young man, clad in white and exuding an aura of a demon general, strode forward through the tempest, each step reverberating with power, causing the very earth to tremble. The heartbeat of all present synchronized with the rhythm of his approach. The seventh princess? No, it is not she. Who, then, is this demon general? Hai Fei Shuang, bound to the wooden stake, opened his eyes. Upon seeing the visage of the young man in white, confusion washed over him as he realized he did not recognize this figure. Who dares to intrude upon the commander's estate and disrupt the ancestral tribute ceremony? You seek your own demise. A demon general glared at Hao Chen, his voice cold as ice. Begone. Before the demon general could make a move, Hao Chen's gaze intensified, and he uttered a chilling command. The single word, imbued with overwhelming power, surged forth like a colossal wave, sweeping outward in a tumultuous torrent. Boom. Many bystanders were flung 100 paces away by the terrifying force. With some meeting a gruesome fate, their bodies shattered and bloodied, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Presumptuous. How dare you kill one of my people during the ancestral tribute ceremony at the commander's estate? You are courting death. The demon general, witnessing this brazen act before his eyes, bellowed in cold fury. Transforming into a streak of black light, he surged toward Hao Chen. Just as the demon general was about to seize Hao Chen, a massive hand grasped him firmly in its palm. What? How is this possible? The demon general from the left guard's estate paled, fear overtaking him. Hao Chen, as if hoisting a mere beast, lifted the elder of the left guard's estate. Under the elder's terrified gaze, he tightened his grip. Crack! The elder's neck burst like a ripe cucumber, his head rolling to the ground. Smack! Hao Chen stepped forward, crushing the head underfoot as if it were a watermelon. Dare to lay a hand on my friend, and today I shall remove you from the Abyssal Valley. Hao Chen's face darkened as he cast a glance at the gravely injured Hai Fei Shuang, his murderous intent palpable. Where does this arrogant child come from? Do you think the left guard's estate can be extinguished at your whim? I shall teach you a lesson. An elder with the cultivation of a demon commander, enraged, brandished his demonic sword, unleashing a formidable black sword energy that surged toward Hao Chen. Behold the sword, the elder shouted coldly, as the demonic sword pierced the void, aimed directly at Hao Chen's throat. Preposterous. A faint smile graced Hao Chen's lips as he unsheathed a sword purchased from a street vendor, which suddenly radiated a brilliant light. With a deft maneuver, he deflected the oncoming sword energy, mindful not to clash blade against blade, knowing his weapon was of inferior quality. Infuriating. The elder's expression darkened upon witnessing that his attack had been thwarted. In the next moment, Hao Chen struck. A surge of mental force silently emerged, akin to an exceedingly sharp blade, piercing into the elder's consciousness. What? The elder felt as if his mind had been pierced, leaving him in a daze. Just then, Hao Chen vanished once more. This is bad. The elder's face changed dramatically as he forced himself to regain clarity. With a flick of his finger, he prepared to unleash a deadly wave of demonic poison. But Hao Chen's sword struck, severing the elder's right arm, sending the blade tumbling to the ground. Damn you, wretched spawn! The elder roared in rage, attempting to retaliate. Suddenly, he unleashed the aura of a demon sovereign. Yet, even this formidable energy could not withstand Hao Chen's sword intent. This is infused with the essence of the sword domain. Though Hao Chen suppressed his aura to that of a demon general, his strength remained undiminished. With one final stroke, I shall send you on your way. Hao Chen smiled faintly, delivering a decisive blow. No. At this moment, although the demon commander had fully regained his consciousness, it was of no avail. His head had been severed by a single strike. Instantly, countless onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief and shock. A lone figure wielding a sword had stormed the commander's mansion, slaying the demon generals, and after an intense battle, shattered the century-long tranquility of the Abyssal Valley's stronghold. The commander has arrived. Let us see how audacious you remain. Commander, please save us. Just after eliminating one demon commander, two formidable demon kings suddenly emerged. These two were the commander's deputy and assistant. As Hao Chen observed the approach of the two mid-stage demon kings, he swiftly unleashed a devastating technique. A terrifying force, capable of suppressing all things in the universe, swept forth, and a colossal palm descended from the heavens, enveloping the two demon kings in an instant. This is bad. The two commanders turned pale, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the overwhelming palm looming above them. Boom! As the gigantic palm struck down, the earth trembled violently, the very fabric of space shattered, and the ground began to collapse. This single blow created a deep pit, shrouded in dust and obscured from view. Yet, Hao Chen was acutely aware that this strike had reduced the two demon kings to mere pulp, their remains obliterated. In that fleeting moment when the palm descended, any being at the peak of the martial emperor realm, let alone a demon king, would be incapable of withstanding such might. When the dust settled, the crowd peered into the depths of the pit, only to find no trace of the two commanders. Where have they gone? This can't be true. The members of the left guard stronghold gazed anxiously at the pit and its surroundings, utterly bewildered by the absence of their leaders. Surely, the commander could not have perished from that strike. Impossible. His strength is unmatched. It cannot be. They were unwilling to accept this dreadful reality, their voices rising in disbelief. With the commander dead, what hope remained for their survival? Stop your lamentations. Your commander has descended below to negotiate on your behalf. You might as well join him. Hao Chen coldly regarded the members of the commander's mansion, his tone chilling. No. They could not have anticipated that the ritual using the blood of the human race would mark their own demise. Go and accompany your ancestors. Before his words had fully dissipated, he swept his palm outward, claiming the lives of hundreds. As a mid-stage celestial being, dispatching these foes was merely a trifling task. Though it defied the natural order, the demons had already crossed Hao Chen's threshold by burning living beings from the celestial realm for their ancestral rites. His palm swept through, leaving only a few noble youths from the commander's mansion alive. Hao Chen deliberately spared them, unwilling to grant them a swift demise. Please spare us. Yes, Great One. Have mercy and let us live. The remaining noble youths, trembling with fear, gazed imploringly at Hao Chen. Your audacity is truly remarkable. The individuals from the commander's mansion are below, awaiting your company, yet you dare to linger on? Hao Chen let out a cold laugh. Regarding the young masters of the commander's mansion, speak, which one of you is the third? Hao Chen fixed his gaze upon the young masters, inquiring icily. It's him. The first and second quickly pointed at the third, terrified of incurring Hao Chen's wrath. Huh? Are you the one who abducted individuals from the celestial realm to use as hostages? forcing their friends and family to provide you with information? Then why did you still execute them? A sinister expression crept across Hao Chen's face as he coldly stared at the youngest among them. No, this is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. The third young master trembled violently, stammering in disarray. There is no need for explanations. I shall allow you to experience the taste of torment. After annihilating all the members of the left guard commander's mansion, Hao Chen ascended the altar to rescue Hai Fei Shuang and several young women. Greetings. I am from the celestial realm. My name is Hao Chen. Hao Chen glanced at Hai Fei Shuang and the 5 maidens, nodding in acknowledgement as he introduced himself. Thank you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have already been en route to the underworld. Hai Fei Shuang bowed deeply in gratitude. Had it not been for Hao Chen's intervention, he would indeed have perished by now. You are Hao Chen, the Hao Chen from Class 7 of the Celestial Academy? A girl inquired upon hearing the youth's name. Yes, I am Hao Chen from the new students of Class 7 at the Celestial Academy. Hao Chen detected the underlying tone in her words. Hee. We are from the new students of Class 9. My name is Weining. Weining confirmed Hao Chen's identity with a bright smile. Are you all from the Celestial Academy? Hao Chen inquired eagerly. How were you captured? We were in the northern Hao Forest trial when I, along with Hao Ruoxi, Tianyi, Zhang Na, and Luo Qian, were abducted to the demon realm. Weining recounted. Huh. What a stroke of luck to encounter fellow classmates in a foreign land. Time is of the essence. We shall converse further later. Hao Chen jested. He then turned his attention back to Hai Fei Shuang, curious to ask, do you have any idea why the people from the abyss of demons sought to capture you? I am uncertain, but I suspect it may be related to my mother. 50 years ago, my mother and uncle decisively defeated those from the abyss of demons who invaded the celestial realm. Their descendants would naturally seek retribution against me. Hai Fei Shuang speculated. Hao Chen nodded inwardly, recognizing that this young man possessed considerable insight. I have been entrusted by your uncle and mother to infiltrate the abyss of demons and await the opportunity to rescue you. It appears that fate has favored us in this encounter. Although the left guard commander's mansion has been obliterated, we are undoubtedly still within the demon realm. Should they learn of this, we may face relentless pursuit from demonic forces in the future. Hao Chen spoke earnestly to Hai Fei Shuang. At this point, life and death hold little significance for me. If they wish to come, I shall meet them in kind. Hai Fei Shuang replied, his expression somber. Someone is approaching. Just then, a flurry of dark figures suddenly swept across the distant sky, menacingly closing in on Hao Chen and the others. Chapter 973, The Rescue of the Hostages, Part 3, Someone is Coming. As Hao Chen conversed with Hai Fei Shuang and the others, a sudden flurry of dark shadows descended from the distant sky, menacingly approaching them. When several powerful individuals from the left guard of the Lord's mansion and the third young master were slain, their soul tokens shattered within the dark chamber of the Lord's estate. Those who dare to harm my Moon Quanglan deserve nothing less than death. Upon learning of this, Lord Moon Quanglan slammed the table in fury. He promptly dispatched the ethereal warrior, Yu Wuying, accompanied by 4 subordinates at the level of demon emperors, to investigate the situation at the left guard of the Demon Abyss Valley, a practitioner of the demon immortal realm. Hao Chen squinted, uttering softly, Demon immortal? The expressions of Hai Fei Shuang and the 5 young women shifted dramatically, revealing a grave concern. Under comparable circumstances, the strength of a demon immortal far exceeds that of an ordinary immortal practitioner from the celestial realm. Even a junior demon immortal could rival the peak of a human immortal. Who dares to slay the members of my Demon Abyss Valley's governing office? What audacity do you possess? The white-haired elder leading the group narrowed his eyes, coldly fixated on Hao Chen and the others, his voice laced with authority. An overwhelming aura emanating from the initial stage of the demon immortal enveloped the sky like a colossal wave, rendering the martial kings Hai Fei Shuang and the 5 martial kings powerless to move, their faces contorted with unease. Before the might of a demon immortal, they were incapable of even the slightest resistance. 1 at the initial stage of the demon immortal, and 4 at the mid-stage of the demon emperor. Hao Chen's gaze swept over the 5 individuals cloaked in black robes. He remarked nonchalantly. With just a single glance, Hao Chen discerned their levels of cultivation. To perceive our strength is quite impressive. However, knowing our capabilities does not absolve you from explaining what transpired at the governing office. Was it your doing? The white-haired elder at the late stage of the demon immortal, Yu Wuying, inquired with a sinister expression. If I claim innocence, would you believe me? Hao Chen. with his hands clasped behind his back, wore a playful grin as he regarded his adversaries. The 5 individuals scoffed derisively, glaring at Hao Chen. For no one had ever spoken to them in such a manner. "Spare us your flattery. Confess honestly, or none of you shall leave here alive." The white-haired elder narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with murderous intent as he glared at Hao Chen. "Are you suggesting that if we comply, we shall be permitted to leave unharmed?" Hao Chen, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, regarded the 5 with an air of amusement, resembling a hunter sizing up his prey. "Humph, elder. Cease wasting time with this ignorant child. We should eliminate the 2 men first. The 5 women will surely divulge the truth afterward," suggested one of the others. "Indeed, an excellent idea. Let us first dispose of this loquacious brat and the other man. We shall then interrogate the remaining 5 women separately." The white-haired elder Yu Wuing grinned wickedly, nodding in agreement. "Ignorant child, prepare to meet your demise." One of the mid-stage demon emperors shouted coldly, without further ado. Lunging at Hao Chen. To resort to murder at the slightest provocation is one matter. The real question is, can you truly kill us? As the menacing aura approached, Hao Chen shook his head and let out a cold smirk. How foolish, to flaunt power when facing imminent death. Truly laughable. The mid-level martial emperor, noticing Hao Chen's apparent lack of intent to evade, scoffed disdainfully and lunged toward his throat with a clawed hand. Just as the lethal talon was about to grasp his neck, Hao Chen effortlessly extended his hand and seized the man's arm, firmly restraining him. "How could you possibly discern the trajectory of my attack? How can you possess such strength?" The mid-level martial emperor, struggling with all his might, found himself unable to break free from Hao Chen's grip, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "What a fuss! If I lacked even this modicum of strength, how could I have annihilated the left guard commander's estate?" Hao Chen remarked with palpable disdain, gazing at the astonished man before him. "What did you say? You destroyed the left guard commander's estate?" The mid-level martial emperor's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. The left guard commander was protected by a ruler of demonic stature. The notion that this seemingly inconspicuous youth could single-handedly obliterate the estate was utterly preposterous. "Indeed, it was I who did it. Is there a problem with that? The people of the commander's estate brazenly abducted my wives, and I was not permitted to reclaim them." Hao Chen, still gripping the martial emperor's arm with a mocking demeanor, displayed a casual disregard for his opponent. "You seek death." The martial emperor, caught in Hao Chen's grasp, managed to retort coldly. "Who truly seeks death is still uncertain," Hao Chen replied with a mocking smile. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as the martial emperor's arm was crushed to bits. "Ah!" The martial emperor cried out in agony. "Die!" Hao Chen swiftly seized the man by the throat, and before he could react further, he tightened his grip, severing the martial emperor's head from his body. "Bold audacity! To destroy my commander's estate and dare to kill my subordinate before my eyes. None of you 7 shall leave today," thundered the white-haired elder, Yu Wuing, his voice resounding like thunder, brimming with murderous intent. "This is a matter for me to address. You 5 shall not leave alive today." Hao Chen, hands clasped behind his back, regarded the furious elder with a sardonic smile. "You seek death," Yu Wuing, enraged, commanded. "You 3, join me in striking down this arrogant youth." "Kill." The 3 mid-level martial emperors followed Yu Wuing, for figures charging forward, exuding a menacing aura as they bore down on Hao Chen. "Hao Chen, be careful. Stay vigilant." Hao Chen. At that moment, Hai Fei Shuang and the 5 girls wore grave expressions, their concern for Hao Chen evident as they urged him to be cautious. In the face of the 3 mid-level martial emperors and a powerful celestial demon, Hai Fei Shuang and the girls possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. All depended on Hao Chen. "Do not worry, merely a celestial demon at the initial stage." Hao Chen turned to them with a confident smile, radiating assurance. Witnessing Hao Chen's unwavering confidence, the 6 felt their tense hearts ease slightly. Given his words, they had no choice but to place their trust in him. "Humph! Who bestowed upon you such audacity to disregard the denizens of the Abyss Valley, you wretched creature? You are so oblivious that you do not even comprehend your impending demise. Yet you continue to boast." The elderly figure, Moonless Shadow, was consumed by rage upon witnessing such disdain. He swung his sword with ferocity, aiming directly at Hao Chen's form. The blade, seemingly invincible and capable of obliterating all, in my eyes, is merely a tool for slicing tofu. Hao Chen scoffed as he observed the four assailants approaching with swords drawn. Before his words could fade, he unleashed a piercing beam of sword light that flickered through the sky. Chapter 974. The Search for Weir, Part 1. What is this? The elder, moonless shadow, gasped in shock, his pupils narrowing as his expression transformed. In an instant, the right arms of three martial emperors were severed by the terrifying sword light, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Are you a celestial being? The elder's face twisted in horror as he struggled to believe what he beheld. Whether I am or not is inconsequential. What matters is that all four of you shall perish here. Hao Chen transformed once more into a formidable beam of sword light, radiating an overwhelming force as he surged towards the four adversaries. How infuriating! How can this brat possess such incredible speed? At that moment, the countenance of the four men darkened, for Hao Chen's might exceeded their expectations, leaving them utterly unprepared. You scoundrel, I shall slay you. The anguished cries echoed through the command hall as the left arms of the three martial emperors were severed by that dreadful sword light. In mere moments, both arms of the three martial emperors lay severed. You seek death. The elder, moonless shadow, raged as he witnessed his opponents disregarding him, his fury erupting. With a flourish of his sword, he unleashed his most potent killing move, shattering the void as he struck towards Hao Chen. Observing the elder's lethal strike, Hao Chen grinned coldly and, with a casual wave of his hand, enveloped the three martial emperors in a formidable force, hurling them before moonless shadow. Beware! You three fools, quickly evade. The elder's assault could not be halted. His countenance suddenly shifted as he shouted in alarm. Yet in the next moment, moonless shadow's sword cleaved his three subordinates into mere fragments. No, you wretched brat. You have compelled me to slay my own subordinates with my own hands. I shall ensure your demise. The elder's fury surged, his wrath igniting like wildfire. If you truly possessed the capability to kill me, would I be forced to such extremes? Hao Chen shook his head dismissively, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Die. The elder unleashed his full prowess, sparing no effort, as he thrust his sword through the void, vanishing with astonishing speed to strike at Hao Chen. It appears you remain oblivious to the disparity between us. Well then, allow me to demonstrate my strength. As the elder charged forth with a roar, Hao Chen shook his head with a cold chuckle, a glint of chilling light flashing in his obsidian eyes. He then sheathed the flying phoenix sword and drew forth the demonic morning sword, a torrent of overwhelming dark energy surging forth like a flood. The demonic morning sword. The elder, moonless shadow, recognized the treasured weapon of the demon realm. Under the astonished gaze of the shadowless moon, Hao Chen wielded his sword, shattering the void and launching a devastating strike. Not good, exclaimed the elderly man with white hair, Yu Wuing, as he sensed the terrifying sword Qi of the demon sorrow sword, his pupils contracting in alarm. However, that dreadful sword Qi had already locked onto Yu Wuing, leaving him no chance to evade. Damn it, I must fight back. Realizing he could not dodge this strike, the old man steeled himself, gritting his teeth and charging forward recklessly. Bang! The moment the demon sorrow sword made contact with Yu Wuing's blade, it reduced it to dust. Yet, the sword Qi surged forth unimpeded, striking Yu Wuing directly. In a heart-wrenching cry, the old man was obliterated by the sword Qi, vanishing completely from existence. With Yu Wuing's demise, the restraints binding Hai Fei Shuang and the five girls naturally dissipated. Simultaneously, Hao Chen retrieved the corpses of the five girls and a boy, casting them onto the altar to replace Hai Fei Shuang and the others for ancestral offerings before setting them ablaze. At this moment, Hai Fei Shuang and the five girls widened their eyes, unable to fathom Hao Chen's every move. After vanquishing the white-haired elder and the others, Hao Chen then devised another ruse, finally approaching Hai Fei Shuang and the five girls. Noticing their astonished expressions, Hao Chen smiled and addressed them. Today a secret must be kept by you all. Upon hearing this, Hai Fei Shuang and the five girls snapped back to their senses, nodding vigorously, fully understanding the gravity of Hao Chen's statement. A mere individual seemingly at the pinnacle of the demon pill stage had slain someone of the demon immortal realm. Who is Weir? Hao Chen inquired, having heard Hai Fei Shuang mention her name upon his arrival at the Commander's mansion. Weir is my childhood cousin. When I was captured, she was with me, and after arriving in the demon realm, she was taken to the Lord's mansion by the seventh princess. Come, I will take you to find Weir at the Lord's mansion, Hao Chen replied, looking at Hai Fei Shuang. Thank you. But what about them? Hai Fei Shuang asked, glancing at the 5 girls. At that moment, the 5 girls from the Immortal Academy hoped Hao Chen would lead them away from the demon realm. Back to the immortal realm, back to the academy, back home. Observing the sorrowful expressions of the girls, Hao Chen decided not to ponder further. Fear not, for I am here, he declared, producing the demon-suppressing tower. I shall place you within this treasure for your safety. Without hesitation, he stored the 5 girls inside and then, alongside Hai Fei Shuang, concealed their presence and departed the Left Commander's mansion quietly. The Lord's mansion, situated in the Demon Abyss Valley, stretched for thousands of miles and served as the base for the Westfeng sect, located in the northwest of the Immortal Realm. Correspondingly, it was under the dominion of the Moon Quanlan Lord in the Demon Realm, with the right and left Commander's mansions positioned in the northeast of the Demon Realm. The Lord's mansion in the Demon Realm was separated by the abyss from the city of Lin Yuan in the Immortal Realm, which belonged to the Westfeng sect. Hao Chen and Hai Fei Shuang, having altered their appearances multiple times, left the Demon Abyss Valley and arrived at the location of the Moon Quanlan Lord's mansion in Quanlan City. The city is named Quanlan, sprawling over 1,000 miles, making it a rather grand metropolis. Within its walls, prosperity flourishes, with a dense population and a multitude of shops. The inhabitants of this city generally possess considerable prowess, with many reaching the realm of the demonic infant, and a significant number of demon kings and demon emperors among them. Occasionally, one might even catch a glimpse of a demon emperor's formidable presence, and even the demonic immortals are known to frequent the mortal realm. Hao Chen, having sensed a trace of Wire's essence from Hai Fei Shuang, cast his gaze and spiritual perception over the entire city, yet found no sign of Wire. Not here. She must be concealed by some magical means. Hao Chen furrowed his brow. However, he did detect the presence of a profound demonic immortal, who seemed to be the most powerful individual in the city, presumably the Lord, Yu Quanlan. Thus, he and Hai Fei Shuang made their way towards the location of this individual. Before long, they arrived at an imposing estate. The walls of the mansion towered 5 zhang high and covered a vast area of several thousand zhang, resembling a colossal castle. Numerous guards stood before the entrance, where the words Lord's Mansion were boldly inscribed. The grandiosity of those 3 characters struck a chord of awe within Hao Chen. This is indeed the Lord's Mansion, he exclaimed, realizing he had not erred in his assumptions. The resident was none other than the city's ruler, Yu Quanlan. How strange. Why can I not sense Wire's presence at all? Hai Fei Shuang queried, a look of doubt etched upon his face. Could it be that Wire is not in the Lord's Mansion? Hao Chen too sensed the absence of Wire's aura in the courtyard. Common folk are forbidden from lingering before the Lord's Mansion. A commanding voice rang out, as the guards at the entrance addressed Hao Chen and Hai Fei Shuang with authority. You must leave this place. Hao Chen tugged at Hai Fei Shuang's sleeve, urging him to depart. As they traversed the spacious streets of Quanlan, they paid no heed to the stalls and shops lining the way. After crossing several streets, they finally arrived at a secluded inn. They chose a street-side table, ordered 2 pots of wine and several dishes, and engaged in conversation while dining. Chapter 975, The Search for Wire, Part 2, at the adjacent table. A few rogue demonic beings and staff from the mansion dined. The 2 men had come to this establishment primarily to listen to their discussions. For Hao Chen understood that taverns and inns serve as the most vibrant conduits of information, where one can glean much about current events in the martial world. As noon approached, the Maoyuan saw an influx of idle individuals, gathering in groups of 3 to 5, discussing the recent happenings in the demon realm. Hao Chen and Hai Fei Shuang found themselves captivated by their tales, always eavesdropping on the conversations, and once the patrons had departed, they would engage in their own discussions. Hao Chen sought to comprehensively understand the events transpiring within Yu Quanlan's domain, while Hai Fei Shuang was primarily interested in uncovering any clues regarding Wire. Each harbored their own intentions, but as long as they remained unobtrusive, they were content to absorb the fresh gossip. Have you heard? The July 7th Demon Monarch Tournament has concluded. Lu Wei, aren't you stating the obvious? Today is already the 9th. Qing Lu, don't interrupt. I haven't finished yet. This time, the Demon Monarch Tournament was extraordinary. There was an impressive woman who emerged victorious. On the grand stage of the Demon Emperor's contest, she stood alone, achieving an unprecedented 12 consecutive victories, thus setting a new record. Oh, what a remarkable tale. Pray do share. 12 victories in a row. Surely, that cannot be true. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Lu Wei, do not keep us in suspense. Enlighten us. Indeed, do tell. Ahem, my throat feels a bit parched. How I wish for a cup of tea. Waiter, bring a pot of tea, on my tab, exclaimed Hao Chen suddenly. The waiter promptly arrived, carrying a pot of tea, placing it before Lu Wei. With a beaming smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, Lu Wei lifted the cup, blew gently upon it, and took a small sip. Setting down the cup, he smacked his lips, proclaiming, "The spiritual tea from Maoyuan and is truly delightful. No wonder it costs a magic stone per pot." The magic stone, a crystal that emanates a dark luster, harbors immense magical energy. Its function is akin to that of the celestial stone, even as a resource for cultivation. It serves as currency. One superior magic stone can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade stones, one medium-grade stone for 100 inferior ones. And a single inferior stone is sufficient for a common family in the demon realm to sustain themselves for a year. Having quenched his thirst, Hao Chen urged, "Now, please continue with your tale." Regarding the valiant girl in question, everyone recognized her as Princess Yu Bixia, the 7th princess of Quanlan City. On the 7th day of the 7th month, she ventured alone to Bailanshan, situated 100 miles beyond Quanlan City. The mention of Princess Yu Bixia, who has taken to the stage, delighted both Hao Chen and Hai Fei, especially with the news of her remarkable 12 victories. The Demon Emperor's contest, although not explicitly regulated, is such that those lacking strength cannot maintain their position upon the stage. Therefore, participants must possess at least mid-level magic emperor prowess. Once one steps onto the stage, they cannot descend unless they achieve 3 consecutive victories, thereby successfully defending their position. Upon successful defense, Emperor Beigong bestows rewards, naturally, after 10 victories. Should one continue to triumph on stage, the rewards increase significantly. This initiative by Beigong Feiyue aims to inspire cultivators in the northern region of the demon realm to continually challenge their limits. That girl is quite formidable. If only I could. Old Wang, do not interrupt. Lu Wei, please continue, urged another. After the contest concluded, Warner accompanied the 7th princess to the Left Guard Commander's residence in Maoyuan Valley. Lu Wei, it sounds as if you witnessed it all firsthand. Were you beneath the stage? Someone queried, puzzled. I did not attend, but my sister, Lu Warner, did. She is a close friend of the 7th princess. And this is all first-hand information from her, guaranteed to be the latest news from the contest, Lu Wei proclaimed, thumping his chest. It is said that the Left Guard Commander's residence in Maoyuan Valley was obliterated 3 days ago by a group of unidentified assailants. The commander and vice-commander were unable to escape the clutches of doom, leaving one to wonder which demon deity they had offended. My sister and the 7th princess had only just departed from the Left Guard Commander's residence when the attack occurred. Aside from women and children, none survived. Lu Wei sighed deeply. What a coincidence, remarked a man ambiguously. Indeed, is it not? Warner accompanied the 7th princess to the Left Guard Commander's residence in the Abyssal Valley, where a dispute with the 3rd young master ensued. In a fit of anger, she returned to Quanlan City. Before Warner and the 7th princess could reach the city, news of the annihilation of the Left Guard Commander's residence reached them. Upon their return to the site, all had been irrevocably decided, and the identity of the assailants remained a mystery, along with the disappearance of those intended for ancestor worship. Once back at the princess's residence, both Warner and the 7th princess chose to remain silent regarding the events at the Left Guard Commander's residence. The princess's residence. The absence of Weir's presence at the commander's estate suggested that she may be concealed within the princess's residence. As night descended, 2 shadowy figures stealthily departed from the inn, Hao Chen and Hai Fei Shuang. At this hour, the streets were sparsely populated, save for the night market. The pair nimbly traversed rooftops, cloaked in the shroud of darkness, making their way toward the princess's abode. Quanlan City, being a part of the northern realm of the demon world, harbored countless powerful beings within the commander's estate, prompting Hao Chen and Hai Fei Shuang to suppress their auras and disguise themselves as ordinary individuals devoid of any cultivation. This precaution effectively mitigated the peril of detection by practitioners. Fortunately, Hao Chen, seasoned by countless battles, possessed a physique honed to perfection, his agility and dexterity unparalleled. After half an hour, they found themselves atop a humble dwelling adjacent to the 7th princess's residence, where a centuries-old tree cast a shadow, concealing them entirely from view. How shall we enter? Hai Fei Shuang conveyed telepathically to Hao Chen, their proximity rendering their communication undetectable to any practitioners nearby. After all, this is the princess's residence, likely guarded by formidable individuals. We must rely solely on our physical abilities, Hao Chen cautioned in response. We must also avoid making too much noise. Even sound can attract trouble, Hai Feishuang added. It seems our only option is to investigate the back entrance, Hao Chen suggested. The grand entrance of the princess's residence was impressive, leading into a spacious garden that would not favor stealthy entry. Moreover, armored guards were stationed at both the entrance and within the courtyard, patrolling the area. It would be foolish to enter through the front. Thus, Hao Chen and Hai Feishuang quietly made their way to the back street of the princess's residence. The street leading to the back entrance was comparatively modest, yet it was lined with more residences, providing better cover for their stealthy approach. They once again chose a rooftop adjacent to a tall tree for concealment. Chapter 976, The Search for Weir, Part 3. At this moment, Hao Chen and Hai Feishuang selected a neighboring rooftop hidden by tall trees. The area near the back entrance of the princess's residence was indeed more secluded, comprising only a small courtyard surrounded by various buildings. Hao Chen strained to listen, detecting voices emanating from some of the rooms, likely the quarters of the princess's servants. Peering further inward, he observed increasingly exquisite pavilions and towers, indicating their proximity to the heart of the princess's estate. You can hear such things from this distance? Hai Feishuang inquired, astonished, through their mental link. I've learned a few secret techniques, Hao Chen replied with a chuckle. Hao Chen discerned Hai Feishuang's curiosity and, with a smile, conveyed telepathically, rest assured. I shall impart the secret technique to you when the opportunity arises. Hai Feishuang nodded with a smile, understanding that there was no rush regarding this matter. We will have a greater chance of success if we infiltrate from here, Hao Chen communicated, pointing towards the back entrance of the princess's residence. What if we encounter someone? Hai Feishuang inquired through thought. We must incapacitate them. Under no circumstances should we take a life. If they die and possess a soul token, the shattering of that token would pose significant trouble. We must refrain from employing any spells and ensure that not a whisper escapes our lips, Hao Chen replied. Even if we are swift, if the distance is too great, we cannot guarantee silence. Hai Feishuang expressed his concern. Indeed, without the utilization of magic, no matter how agile one might be, should someone in the princess's residence happen to catch sight of their figures from afar, they would be unable to prevent the other from raising an alarm. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen's eyes flickered with a spark of inspiration. Wait for me, he conveyed mentally before vanishing in a flash. Hai Feishuang, being in close proximity, clearly observed that Hao Chen had infiltrated a nearby dwelling. What could he be doing there? Hai Feishuang pondered in confusion. Nevertheless, he had faith in Hao Chen's judgment and patiently awaited his return. In a short while, Hao Chen reappeared, smiling as he transmitted, "This will suffice." He revealed a few yellow beans from his storage ring, which he intended to use as projectiles. Hai Feishuang immediately grasped the situation. Hao Chen was using the beans as darts. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Hao Chen was adept at hitting targets with stones, hunting beasts, and shooting birds with a slingshot, achieving remarkable mastery. Over the years, it could be said without exaggeration that anything placed in Hao Chen's hands could be transformed into a skill of unparalleled precision. As practitioners of our craft, we are well versed in the human body's acupoints and meridians, knowing exactly where to strike to induce unconsciousness or worse. With these yellow beans, I can ensure that even those at a distance will be unable to utter a sound, Hao Chen conveyed with confidence. Are there enough beans? Hai Feishuang voiced his final concern. Rest easy. I have scavenged all the yellow beans from the tofu shops on this street. As Hao Chen transmitted this, he cast a reassuring glance at Hai Feishuang. Oh, it seems the residents of this street will be deprived of tofu for quite some time, Hai Feishuang thought to himself with a wry smile. Let us proceed, Hao Chen immediately transmitted. At this, Hai Feishuang's body tensed, entering a state of absolute readiness. Wait, Hao Chen suddenly interrupted, placing his hand on Hai Feishuang's shoulder. What is it? Hai Feishuang sensed that Hao Chen had detected something and quickly inquired mentally. Someone approaches. Hao Chen gestured towards the end of the street. I see nothing, Hai Feishuang replied after scanning the empty street. I'm listening, Hao Chen clarified telepathically. Understanding Hao Chen's explanation, Hai Feishuang wisely fell silent. Although he could hear nothing, he trusted in Hao Chen's abilities. Moreover, his curiosity was piqued, and he silently resolved to master the art of the wind-listening spell in the future. At that moment, shadows indeed appeared at the end of the street, and there were not just one but several figures, at least a dozen, lining both sides of the road, accompanying a cloud-treading carriage. This carriage was named so because it was drawn not by horses, but by the ethereal cloud beasts of the celestial realm. Just then, Hao Chen's ears perked up as he turned to glance at the small courtyard behind the princess's residence. He noticed a figure resembling a steward in azure attire hastily making his way toward the back door. As the cloud-treading carriage arrived at the princess's back entrance, the steward reached it just in time, opening the door to welcome the carriage. By this point, the carriage had already come to a halt in the back courtyard of the princess's residence. A servant who had accompanied the carriage approached the front and respectfully lifted the curtain. A dapper young man clad in white stepped down from the carriage. Guided by the azure steward, the young man in white traversed the back courtyard, heading towards the central area of the princess's residence, where the opulent pavilions and towers awaited. However, due to the dense eaves of the corridors, their figures were soon obscured, leaving Hao Chen in the dark regarding their destination. Alas, how unfortunate it is that the spirit eye technique cannot be used. Hao Chen sighed inwardly. The spirit eye technique possesses the ability to see through obstacles. Had it been employed, he could have discerned the whereabouts of the young man in white, thus ensuring he could track down the seventh princess. After the young man's attendants watched him depart, they casually entered the small courtyard, presumably into a designated room for the young man's attendants to rest. It seems this young man is a frequent visitor to the princess's residence, and his attendants appear to feel at home here, Hao Chen conveyed through thought. If only we could follow the trail of that young man in white, we might just uncover the whereabouts of the seventh princess. Hai Feishuang replied telepathically. You make a valid point. However, we have no knowledge of the depth of their strength. If the young man in white were to discover our presence, the consequences within the palace would be unimaginable. Moreover, now that the figures have vanished, where shall we pursue them? Hao Chen glanced at Hai Feishuang, expressing his helplessness. Forget I said anything. Hai Feishuang rolled his eyes in silence, internally lamenting. Just as Hao Chen was about to summon Hai Feishuang to seize this opportunity to traverse the small courtyard and enter the heart of the princess's residence, several individuals suddenly darted out from the room where the young man's attendants were staying, swiftly dispersing into other rooms within the back courtyard of the princess's residence. Hao Chen listened attentively for a moment, and indeed, he could hear a cacophony of sounds emanating from those rooms. These individuals must be engaged in gambling. Hao Chen conveyed through thought. Now is the time to slip in. Hai Feishuang, being astute, recognized that this was a golden opportunity to infiltrate the princess's residence. With mutual understanding exchanged through a glance, they swiftly moved like phantoms to the edge of the courtyard wall. With a gentle push of their hands against the wall, they quietly descended into the princess's residence, as silent as feathers. Chapter 977. Princess Bixia, come, once bought, it's yours to keep. At this proximity, Hao Chen could hear clearly that indeed, the room was alive with gambling activity, and there were no fewer than 10 participants. In the depths of his mind, Hao Chen speculated that the individuals within the room were likely the guards and servants of the princess's residence. This modest courtyard served as their abode. It was evident that the gentleman clad in white was a frequent visitor here, as even his attendants appeared to be well acquainted with the personnel of the princess's estate. Amidst the cacophony of gambling, Hao Chen and Hai Feishuang effortlessly traversed the courtyard, stealthily advancing toward the central area of the princess's palace. Though unaware of which palace housed the seventh princess, it was reasonable to assume that, as a princess, she resided in the most central and opulent palace. Conceal yourselves. Hao Chen transmitted a message, simultaneously vanishing into the shadow cast by a pillar, akin to a specter. In that very moment, Hai Feishuang nimbly leapt, as light as a feather, into the darkness of the corridor's ceiling. Almost immediately after the two concealed themselves, a small patrol team emerged at the end of the corridor. The 10-member patrol marched in perfect unison, passing by Hao Chen and Hai Feishuang, and vanished from sight after a brief interval. At the instant the patrol team disappeared from view, Hao Chen and Hai Feishuang re-emerged like phantoms. This marked the third patrol they had encountered since entering the courtyard. Is it merely a small princess's residence? Why are there so many patrols? Hao Chen sighed, rolling his eyes. Despite the deepening night and dim light, he refrained from using his spiritual eye technique, relying solely on his instinctive vision. Indeed, it was rather surprising. Hai Feishuang concurred with Hao Chen's assessment. Based on Hao Chen's deductions, even if the lord of Quanglan City, Yu Quanglan, had 10 daughters and established 10 princesses' residences, the security forces allocated to each should not be overly robust. Yet, they had scarcely advanced 100 paces before encountering 3 patrols, an indication of an extraordinary level of vigilance. In the demon realm, having daughters is advantageous. They not only serve as valuable assets, but also possess significant potential. Bei Gong Feiyue commands a substantial portion of the demon realm, which explains why Yu Quanglan would invest such effort in safeguarding his precious daughters. Hao Chen inwardly ridiculed Yu Quanglan, finding a semblance of psychological balance before continuing his stealthy approach toward the heart of the princess's residence. Deep within the princess's estate, in a spacious courtyard, a woman dressed as a gentleman in white was instructing a young lady in her training. This white-clad figure had reverted to her alluring feminine visage, appearing no more than 27 or 28 years of age. She was none other than Yu Bixia's master, the mid-stage demon fairy Feiyue. The young woman, appearing to be around 18 or 19, possessed a stunning beauty that could captivate nations. Dressed in a light green gown, she was the 7th princess, Yu Bixia. Bixia, upon your return from Bailanshan, how have you achieved the early stages of both the Demon Emperor and Martial Emperor realms so swiftly through dual cultivation? Your talent is among the finest in the northern region of the Demon Realm, and even in the northern region of the Immortal Realm. You are not inferior to those top-tier prodigies in Beigong City. In the midst of the chaos, the celestial sorceress Fei Yue sat gracefully upon a stone bench, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke to her disciple. Rest assured, Master, I am no less capable than anyone else. I yearn to leave the turbulent demon domain and venture into the world beyond to broaden my horizons. The young woman, exuding confidence, addressed another strikingly beautiful lady. At barely 20 years of age, she had already attained the dual cultivation of both Demon Emperor and Martial Emperor, rendering the turbulent demon domain unsuitable for her growth. Only by honing her skills in the celestial realm could she truly flourish. Moon Bixia, too, was eager to witness whether the prodigies of the outside world were indeed as exceptional as rumored, for she could hardly believe that any of these external talents could surpass her own prowess. Perhaps in a while, Fei Yue replied, shaking her head. Currently, due to an incident at the Left Guard leader's estate in the Demon Abyss Valley, the passage out of the demon domain has been sealed. When will we be able to leave? Bixiao inquired, furrowing her brow. The connection between the turbulent demon domain and the outside world had always been open. As the Moon family belonged to the royal lineage of demons, with most of its members being dual cultivators. As long as one reached the Martial Emperor realm and obtained the Lord's permission, passage to the celestial realm was granted. The sudden closure of the passage was indeed alarming. It won't be long. Fei Yue began to explain when her expression shifted abruptly. She turned sharply, her eyes flashing with intensity as she demanded, "Who goes there?" At the far end of the courtyard, a young man clad in a black long robe stood silently by the wall, having appeared there unnoticed. Fei Yue's eyes narrowed with a chilling glare. It was unacceptable for an outsider to infiltrate the princess's estate without detection. Moon Bixia was taken aback, realizing that she had not sensed another presence in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Hai Feishuang, per the arrangement of Hao Chen, remained concealed in the shadows, poised to assist. Hao Chen, observing the stern expressions of the white-clad young gentleman and the 7th princess, approached them slowly. Though he had only just arrived, he had already discerned that the young man who entered through the back door was a woman in disguise. He also recognized the 7th princess's capabilities as a dual cultivator, now having reached the initial stages of both Demon Emperor and Martial Emperor, prompting him to elevate his own cultivation to the same level. "Forgive my intrusion," Hao Chen said, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. He felt it only right to apologize for trespassing into another's residence. "Who are you to dare invade the princess's estate? Have you a death wish?" Fei Yue exclaimed with authority. The expression of the 7th princess, Moon Bixia, also turned cold, noting the audacity of this intruder, and reflecting on the inadequate defenses of the estate. Yet, she observed that this individual was young and possessed cultivation equivalent to her own, having also reached the Martial Emperor realm. "I am Chun Hao, and I come with a matter to discuss," Hao Chen said solemnly. Chun Hao was a name he often used, as he wished to keep his true identity concealed, avoiding notoriety in the demon realm that could lead to pursuit into the celestial city of Beihai. "What matter do you bring?" Fei Yue inquired icily, not rushing to act, curious about the intentions of the person before her. Is there, by chance, a woman named Wei from the celestial realm residing in your estate? Hao Chen asked candidly. Wei, Fei Yui, he was momentarily taken aback by the words, and then couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. You, young man, daring to trespass into the princess's residence, yet you still seek to find women here? It is truly laughable. With that, Fei Yui swiftly launched an attack, reaching for Hao Chen midair. Surrender. Her voice thundered. She intended to capture Hao Chen first before inquiring about his identity. The individual before her, though young, had already attained the realm of the Demon Emperor, indicating a potentially significant background. Regardless, anyone who dared to intrude upon the princess's abode deserved a thorough lesson. Yu Bixiao watched quietly, knowing that with her master present, subduing this person would be a mere matter of a flick of her wrist. Chapter 978, Mutual Benefit, Part 1. In an instant, a colossal hand of demonic essence, imbued with formidable might, lunged towards Hao Chen like a massive beast's claw. Upon witnessing this, Hao Chen's expression hardened. It was evident that without displaying some of his own power, a fair dialogue with the opponent was impossible. With a flick of his finger, akin to the strike of a sword, Hao Chen unleashed a piercing attack infused with dark energy. In a flash, a razor-sharp beam of black light, resembling a blade, directly struck the demonic hand. With a resounding crash, the demonic hand crumbled like tofu, instantly collapsing and transforming into a vast shockwave that radiated outward. However, quick-witted, Hao Chen activated the devouring function of the Shaoyang technique, absorbing the dissipating energy to prevent the residents from being reduced to rubble. The beam of light, after piercing through the demonic hand, surged toward Fei Yui, reaching her in the blink of an eye. What? Fei Yui gasped in shock, unable to fathom that the young man before her, merely at the early stage of the Demon Emperor realm, possessed such formidable strength. It was well known that her earlier strike, though casual, could not have been withstood even by those at the late stage of the Demon Emperor realm. As the beam approached, the Earth Demon Fairy Fei Yui, caught off guard, retaliated with a powerful palm strike aimed at the beam. The force of her strike was immense, akin to a volcano erupting, sending tremors throughout the entire princess's residence and showcasing the might of the Earth Demon Fairy. However, the strength of that beam exceeded her expectations. With a sickening sound, akin to a blade slicing through flesh, the grayish-white beam pierced through Fei Yui's palm, continuing onward to strike the wall behind her, the destination unknown. Ah! Fei Yui, he cried out in pain as blood flowed from her hand, and she was propelled backward several meters. How is this possible? Her face was etched with disbelief, astonished that this young man, merely at the first level of the Demon Emperor realm, surpassed her in strength. When had such a prodigious figure emerged in the turbulent realm? Could he be a genius from another demon territory? Beside her, Yu Bixiao was equally astonished, her mouth agape as she beheld the scene with incredulity. Her master, the Earth Demon Fairy, had been defeated by someone at the early stage of the Demon Emperor realm. How could this be? Now, can we have a proper conversation? After a single strike, Hao Chen refrained from further aggression, gazing at Fei Yui with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Fei Yui's expression shifted, and she nodded slightly, gesturing towards the stone bench beside her. Please, my friend, take a seat. With a smile, Hao Chen recognized that only those with true strength could engage in such an egalitarian dialogue. He strode forward and seated himself upon the stone bench. At that moment, the guards from the princess's residence were alerted and rushed over, but they were promptly dismissed by Fei Yui and Yu Bixiao. What may I call you? Hao Chen inquired, fixing his gaze upon Fei Yui with a serious tone. I am Fei Yui, she replied, then gestured to the seventh princess behind her, stating, This is the seventh princess of the Quanlan domain, Yu Bixiao, who is also my disciple. Hao Chen nodded and got straight to the point. Seventh princess. Is there a young woman named Wei in your residence? Wei is indeed within the estate, Fei Yui responded, her eyes sparkling with a sudden glimmer, mirrored by Yu Bixiao's brightening gaze. As long as Wei is here, that is sufficient. I wish to take her with me. You may stipulate any conditions you desire. Hao Chen's heart surged with relief, knowing that as long as he found Wei, his journey would not be in vain. Huh? What gives you the right to take Wei at will? Fei Yui retorted coldly. Hao Chen chuckled at her words, sensing that she must have demands, or she would not be so inquisitive. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Should I choose to, I could reduce your princess's residence to ashes in an instant. His words, though delivered with a calm demeanor, carried an air of formidable confidence. You. Fei Yui's expression darkened with anger, but recalling Hao Chen's formidable strength, she swiftly suppressed her ire. This young man had an enigmatic background. She could not afford to provoke him recklessly. Such arrogance. Are you not afraid of your own bravado? The voice of Yu Bixia pierced the air, her annoyance evident. Unable to tolerate Hao Chen's audacity, she mockingly challenged. You really think you could annihilate the princess's residence with a mere breath? Do you consider yourself a golden immortal? Hao Chen cast a sidelong glance at the seventh princess, disregarding her taunts, and stated solemnly, My patience is limited. I hope you do not compel me to resort to force. How outrageous. Yu Bixia was thoroughly incensed. She had never encountered someone so audacious as to threaten her royal residence. Bixia. Just as Yu Bixia prepared to take action, Fei Yui intervened, halting her. She then turned to Hao Chen and inquired, If your terms are agreeable to me, I shall hand over this individual to you. She wished to avoid conflict with Hao Chen, aware of his overwhelming combat prowess and suspecting that he might be masking his true abilities. Furthermore, she sensed that there were others outside the princess's residence ready to assist him. Very well, may I see her first? Hao Chen nodded in response. Although this request seemed somewhat excessive, he did not mind. If they refused to hand over Wei'er after seeing the treasures, he would not hesitate to act without mercy. Bring Wei'er here, the seventh princess commanded. Shortly thereafter, a girl with sparkling, bright eyes and an intelligent demeanor entered Hao Chen's line of sight. With her flowing black hair framing her face and delicate crescent-shaped eyebrows, her radiant smile, complete with a row of pearly white teeth, was utterly endearing. According to Hai Fei Shuang's description, this girl could undoubtedly be Wei'er. What is your name? Nevertheless, Hao Chen needed to confirm the girl's identity. My name is Wei'er. Upon hearing Hao Chen's inquiry, Wei'er responded calmly. Do you know where Hai Fei Shuang has gone? Hao Chen suddenly asked. At the mention of Shuanger, Wei'er's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. Hao Chen casually produced a jade slip and tossed it to Fei Yui. This jade slip bore the name Blue Thread Demon Technique, which was indeed the secret manual for the demonic arts that Hao Chen practiced. Its true name was Demon God Method. Hao Chen had discovered this rare tome among the spoils from the storage ring of Yu Wuing, and upon studying it, he found it to be remarkably similar to the Blue Thread Demon Technique. Consequently, he copied the Blue Thread Demon Technique onto the jade slip and handed it to Fei Yui for her perusal. As soon as the jade slip was in her hands, Fei Yui began to examine it eagerly. Upon inspection, she was thoroughly excited to find it was indeed the profound Demon God Method, perfectly suited for both her and her disciples' water-based abilities. Hao Chen smiled, aware that Fei Yui's earlier display of magic power had clearly indicated a water attribute, prompting him to present her with an appropriate technique. How is it? Are you satisfied? Hao Chen asked with a smile. Fei Yui, upon hearing this, slowly withdrew her consciousness from the jade slip and nodded with a smile, saying, I am very satisfied. Master, is this truly the Demon God Method? The seventh princess, Yu Bixia, inquired with a look of astonishment. The Demon God Method, such a rare secret manual in the entire demon realm. Indeed, Fei Yui affirmed with utmost certainty, confident in her experience that this technique was undoubtedly authentic. She casually handed the manual to the seventh princess for her inspection. After briefly reviewing the jade slip, the seventh princess was completely astonished and turned to her master, exclaiming, It is indeed the secret manual of the Demon God Method. Internally, she rejoiced at the fortuitous occurrence of receiving such a remarkable gift. Yu Bixia couldn't help but glance at Hao Chen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, wondering who this person was that could so effortlessly produce the Demon God Method. Bring Wei'er over. Hao Chen nodded at the seventh princess, knowing that if she had seen the technique, he would have to resort to more drastic measures if she were not released. Release her. Both Fei Yui and the seventh princess had no intention of coveting Hao Chen's technique and immediately waved their hands to set her free. Chapter 979, Mutual Benefit, Part 2. Well, I shall take my leave. Hao Chen drew Wei'er close to him, nodded, and then stood up. After rescuing Wei'er, he intended to explore other areas of the demon realm, as he did not wish to linger here unnecessarily. Wait a moment, Chen Hao. Fei Yui called out again, signaling for Hao Chen to pause. What is it? Hao Chen asked, perplexed. You are from the outside world, aren't you? Fei Yui inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Hao Chen nodded, not concealing the truth. Fei Yui's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. Her suspicions were confirmed, and she realized that this young man truly hailed from the outside world, a realm known for its exceptional talents. After a brief contemplation, Fei Yue continued, "Friend, is there anything else I can assist you with? Please do not hesitate to ask." Having gained significant benefits, Fei Yue was eager to seek even greater advantages, well aware that individuals from the outside world were immensely wealthy. She yearned for the outside world. Yet due to her status among the formidable beings of the chaotic waves domain, Beigong Fei Yu permitted her to venture forth only once every 100 years. And only those of demonic or celestial prowess were allowed to leave. Furthermore, they were required to notify the Lord's manor and submit a report to Beigong City, where the Armament Inspection Bureau would register it, all pending Beigong Fei Yu's approval, and they must undertake specific tasks. Help! Hao Chen was taken aback by the suggestion, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. He had never considered seeking assistance. However, since it had been proposed, he pondered whether there were areas in which he might require aid. Recently, numerous outsiders have entered the chaotic waves demon domain, and several astonishing battles have erupted. Fei Yui remarked. Not long ago, news had spread that a decree from the chaotic waves demon domain had been issued. Many outsiders had entered, and for the time being, they should not engage in conflict with them, nor involve themselves in the disputes of outsiders. All arrangements would be orchestrated by the Lord's manor. Although Fei Yui was unaware of the identities or intentions of these individuals, she sought to gain some advantage from Hao Chen, hence her inquiry about his need for assistance. "Oh, what level of battles are we discussing?" A glimmer of intensity ignited in Hao Chen's eyes as he inquired gravely. "There are battles of the Demon Emperor level, as well as those of the Celestial Sovereign level," Fei Yui replied. Hao Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It was likely that the two powerful factions, the Westfeng sect and the Celestial Academy, were making their moves. If the news of Hai Fei Shuang and the 5 women from the Celestial Academy being rescued was not relayed promptly, it could potentially incite a conflict between the two realms, thereby igniting a celestial demonic war, which would be quite troublesome. Moreover, individuals from these two factions entering the demon realm were surely not ordinary beings, but rather formidable prodigies. After a moment of reflection, Hao Chen spoke. "Fei Yui, as a powerful being of the chaotic waves demon domain, you must have quite a few acquaintances here, correct?" "Indeed." Fei Yui nodded affirmatively. "Did they witness these battles?" Hao Chen asked without hesitation. "They did. Countless individuals bore witness." Fei Yui stated candidly. "Very well. I require recordings of these battles," Hao Chen said solemnly. He could not recklessly venture into the Demon Abyss Valley without understanding who had arrived in the demon realm. "That is quite simple." Fei Yui responded with a nod, though a hint of hesitation crossed her features. "However, rest assured, the benefits will not be scarce for you." Hao Chen shook his head in resignation. "Ah, how refreshing!" Fei Yui exclaimed with delight, then turned to the 7th princess beside her and said, "Bai Xia, please entertain this friend, Chen Hao. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for the 7th princess to respond, Fei Yui vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Hao Chen understood that Fei Yui was not merely acting on his behalf. She was merely stalling for time until the assailants arrived, during which she would provide him with some genuine information. Yet, Hao Chen was fully aware of her intentions. What he needed was merely a fragment of information during this delay. An ambush on Hao Chen. Such a notion was inconceivable. After Fei Yui departed, only the 7th princess, Wei Er, and Hao Chen remained, and the courtyard fell into a serene silence. The 7th princess gazed at Hao Chen with wide eyes, her curiosity evident. Are all the talents from the outside world this formidable? The 7th princess longed to speak, yet upon witnessing the indifferent expression on Hao Chen's face, she found herself at a loss for words. "Chen Hao, are you truly at the initial stage of the Demon Emperor's cultivation?" After a brief pause, the 7th princess summoned her courage and inquired softly, her heart filled with disbelief. How could one at the initial stage of the Demon Emperor possess such formidable strength? "No," Hao Chen replied with a slight shake of his head. At this, the 7th princess realized the truth. It was evident that he was not at the initial stage of the Demon Emperor, which explained his extraordinary prowess. "Then what is your cultivation level, esteemed sir?" she asked once more, noting that Hao Chen appeared quite youthful, seemingly even younger than herself, leading her to assume that his cultivation could not be particularly high. "Perhaps around the mid-stage of the Demon Emperor." "Mid-stage of the Demon Immortal," Hao Chen stated calmly, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of relaying this information back to the Immortal Academy and the Shifeng sect, rather than engaging in idle conversation. Ah, the seventh princess gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. You are at the mid-stage of the demon immortal? That level of cultivation is comparable to that of my haughty elder sister, the Grand Princess. Indeed, Hao Chen nodded slightly, revealing no secrets about his own cultivation, which was at the mid-stage of the human immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the seventh princess pouted, unable to accept that he would dare to venture here alone to exchange hostages with such a level of cultivation. Surely, there must be more to the story. You must be mistaken, she thought to herself, her eyes glinting with mischief. In her view, Hao Chen was undoubtedly more than just a mid-stage demon immortal. Considering his prowess, he must be an extraordinary talent from the outside world. Defeating her master would be somewhat plausible. However, her master was at the mid-stage of the Earth demon immortal realm. Could it be that he was concealing even greater strength? If so, he would indeed be a prodigious anomaly. Gasping at the thought, the seventh princess took note of his youthful appearance. Analyzing his cultivation level, she pondered whether he might be a transformed ancient monster. Esteemed sir, do you have other matters to attend to in the chaotic demon domain? What level of genius do you belong to in the outside world? I have heard that there are many formidable beings out there. Is that true? The seventh princess, resembling an insatiably curious child, bombarded him with questions, addressing him as esteemed sir while neglecting to mention Chun Hao's name. Her inquisitiveness left Hao Chen somewhat speechless. Was this a reception or an interrogation? Nevertheless, these questions were not secrets, and he answered many of them truthfully. Soon enough, as the incense burned down, just as Hao Chen was preparing to take his leave, he finally returned. Chen Hao, I have obtained the images, she announced with a smile, striding confidently towards Hao Chen. Acquiring these images was remarkably simple, as the materials for the phantom stone used to record images were already within Feiwei's storage ring. She had received the data long ago. When outsiders clashed in the demon domain, the secret camp guards would promptly locate those who had witnessed the events and imprint the images they had seen in their minds through thought. For Feiwei, who possesses the prowess of a demon fairy, receiving the illusion stone was a foregone conclusion. Upon discovering outsiders within the illusion stone, capturing or eliminating them is customary in the wild magic domain. Oh, do show me, exclaimed Hao Chen, his eyes alight with intrigue. What about the matter of the reward? Chen Hao? Fei Yui's face flushed with embarrassment, refraining from immediately retrieving the image. Hao Chen couldn't help but scoff. This woman was indeed quite greedy. Yet he would not allow her efforts to go unrewarded. With a decisive gesture, he pointed sharply, his finger landing squarely on her forehead. Fei Yui felt a jolt, her face turning crimson, but as the information flooded into her mind, her joy was palpable. It was the demon-burst fist. Of course, Hao Chen was not foolish. He imparted only a suitably altered version of certain critical techniques to outsiders. The images were contained within the illusion stone, and with a surge of magical energy, they could be viewed. Blushing with embarrassment, Fei Yui handed 3 illusion stones to Hao Chen. As he accepted the stones, he promptly infused one with a trace of magical energy. Instantly, a phantasmagorical image began to materialize from the illusion stone. Chapter 980, The Princess's Affection, Part 1. Mentor Huang Xian? Upon seeing the figure within the image, Hao Chen's gaze sharpened, for one of the individuals depicted was indeed Mentor Huang Xian. It appeared he had not returned to the Immortal Academy, but had come to the demon realm in search of Hai Fei Shuang. Observing the other figure in the image, Hao Chen's expression turned grave. It was none other than Huo Lai, the overseer of the Fire Sect's Immortal Stone Mine. Following the demise of Huo Weilin, Huo Lai had ascended to this position under the auspices of his father, Hui Yunpeng. After all, Hui Yunpeng was a venerable elder of the Fire Sect at the Golden Immortal level, and facilitating Huo Lai's rise to oversee the mine was merely a trifling matter. At this moment, Huo Lai in the image displayed an astonishing surge in power, having achieved the pinnacle of the early human immortal stage. The footage revealed a fierce battle between Huo Lai and Huang Xian, both unleashing frantic assaults upon one another, causing the very fabric of space to shatter and nature to lay in ruins. According to the battle depicted, although Mentor Huang Xian was at the mid-human immortal level, Huo Lai had also reached the pinnacle of the early human immortal stage, rendering them evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, it seemed Huang Xian held an advantage due to a treasured weapon, a spear of extraordinary might, allowing him to contend with Huo Lai without succumbing. In contrast, Huo Lai fought barehanded. The two engaged in a fierce clash for an extended duration, exchanging hundreds of blows without a decisive victor, until Hua Lai eventually withdrew, causing the image to fade. It seems he is merely at the mid-human immortal level. Hao Chen mused inwardly. Based on the power exhibited by both individuals in the footage, they were not at the late human immortal stage. Subsequently, Hao Chen infused another illusion stone with a trace of magical energy, and another image began to rise. This second image featured Huang Xin and Hua Lai once more. However, this time both had attained the pinnacle of the mid-human immortal stage, their strength magnified exponentially. The ensuing battle was earth-shattering, with both wielding long spears, engaging in a fierce contest that lasted for over 1,000 exchanges, yet still, no victor emerged when the image finally dissipated. Subsequently, Hao Chen scrutinized the imagery of the third phantom stone. This vision revealed not only Hua Lai and Huang Xin, but also a robust black demon with long, flowing black hair, a gaunt elder, a girl disguised as a boy, and a celestial being. The black demon brandished a pitch-black spear, exuding an imposing presence. Initially, it was Huang Xin who engaged in combat with this formidable black demon, resulting in a spectacular clash that resonated through the heavens. Soon after, Hua Lai attempted to ambush Hao Chen, but his efforts were thwarted, leading to an intense three-way melee. Moments later, the vision dissipated, leaving Hao Chen in contemplative silence. However, while reviewing these visual records, he discreetly activated the Jade Pendant's spatial magic mirror, instructing Mu Huinan and Gu Yun to replicate all the imagery. All three top-tier prodigies possessed celestial cultivation, yet the identity of the demon realm individual remained unknown. Their combat prowess astonishingly formidable. Hao Chen, are you satisfied? Fei Yue inquired with a smile, curious about his reaction. While she was quite pleased herself, she was uncertain of his sentiments. Hao Chen, however, remained silent, his brow furrowed. He understood the implications of the celestial prodigy's skirmishes within the turbulent demon domain. He recognized Hua Lai's intentions, but sensed a connection between him and the black demon. Deploy personnel to locate the three. Hao Chen commanded, his right hand gesturing emphatically. Fei Yue, unexpectedly blushing, leaned forward, obediently enduring, suspecting this might lead to another technique. To her surprise, the imagery of the three individuals entered her consciousness. Subsequently, Fei Yue departed once more, leaving only Hao Chen, the seventh princess, and Wei Er in the courtyard. Young master, the seventh princess began, her gaze intense, ready to inquire further. But her words were abruptly cut off by Hao Chen's dismissive gesture. Stop. I need some peace. He interrupted, unwilling to entertain her incessant questioning. He was preoccupied with strategizing against Hua Lai and the armored warrior. Surely, these three would not depart from the turbulent demon domain just yet. Observing this, the seventh princess could not help but pout. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared interrupt her, yet before Hao Chen, she felt no anger. Nevertheless, respecting his request, she swallowed her myriad thoughts. Hao Chen sat quietly on a stone bench, deep in contemplation while awaiting news from Fei Yue. The presence of many individuals facilitated matters. Fei Yue's allies were all adept, possessing formidable mental strength and vast vision. After merely half an hour, they finally located one of the individuals Hao Chen sought. In the courtyard, as Hao Chen awaited patiently, the jade communication talisman in his hand began to tremble. He promptly checked it, and Fei Yue's voice emerged. Hao Chen, one of my friends has discovered the person you are searching for. This individual is located in the southeastern region of the turbulent demon domain, specifically in Baihai City, governed by the realm of Baihai, 100,000 miles away. Excellent. Hao Chen exclaimed joyfully, hastening to rise. However, he refrained from acting impulsively and immediately queried Fei Yue about the individual's cultivation level in the realm of demon immortals. Shortly thereafter, Fei Yue's message arrived once more. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. Hao Chen once more transmitted a message, grasping Wei Er's hand, and with a flicker of his form, he swiftly darted towards the concealed refuge of Hai Fei Shuang. Upon locating the sanctuary, he abruptly enveloped the two within the confines of the demon suppression tower. Young master, wait for me. The seventh princess, Yu Bai Xia, exclaimed, immediately following suit with a swift motion, racing after Hao Chen's departing figure. This lad is remarkably cautious. There must be hidden assistance. How daring of him not to head directly to the location I provided. A prodigious talent, both brave and cunning. The observations of Fei Yue, who was covertly tracking Hao Chen, filled her with profound reflection on his actions. Had Hao Chen ventured straight to the distant Baihai city in the Devil's Sea, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. For the demon realm is known to employ all means to eradicate any genius daring to encroach upon their territory, ensuring no future threats arise. Watching Hao Chen's swift silhouette, Fei Yue's expression darkened. She had already informed the inspection division of the Northern Palace in the North region, dispatching assassins to eliminate him along the way. From the traces of Wei air that Hao Chen sought, Fei Yue deduced that he was indeed the perpetrator behind the downfall of the Left Guard commander's residence in the Abyss of Demons. Hao Chen hurried onward, skillfully maneuvering towards the direction of Baihai City. He was acutely aware that Fei Yue would not extend her benevolence. He cleverly played upon her greed to mislead her into assisting him in the search for the 3 individuals concealed within the Phantom Stone. The denizens of the demon realm are not fools. They would undoubtedly lay ambush along the route. For Hao Chen, the expanse of 100,000 miles was negligible. He could traverse it in mere moments. Casting a glance at the 7th Princess Yu Baixia beside him, he felt a touch of helplessness. As she had kept pace with him quite well, were he alone, he could utilize tools such as the wings of wind or the flying shuttle for swifter travel. Whoosh! As he sped along, Hao Chen took care to navigate carefully, employing his spiritual eye technique and divine sense to detect the assassins lurking ahead. Opting to take a longer, more circuitous route, he avoided the ambushes, leaving the concealed assassins seething with frustration. Hao Chen refrained from entering the city or any towns, even steering clear of villages. Alas! Young master, may we pause for a moment? I am weary and famished. The 7th Princess, Yu Baixia, panted as she trailed behind him, earnestly pleading. It was her first experience of traveling alone with a man. Usually, she was chauffeured wherever she went. Even when she had clandestinely attended the martial sovereign's contest at Bailan Mountain, accompanied by her close friend, Lu Wan. Very well. I too am fatigued. Hao Chen, recognizing the potential utility of Yu Baixia as a guide when necessary, decided against shaking her off. Thus, he led her to a serene creek at a distance of a myriad of miles. Chapter 981. The Princess's Affection, Part 2. Hao Chen discreetly summoned the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar, positioning it 1,000 zhang away from where they planned to rest for vigilance. This ensured he could sleep soundly through the night. Though summer had not yet arrived, the nights remained chilly. Fortunately, the 7th Princess was also a cultivator. She relaxed, unreservedly leaning against Hao Chen's side to rest, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping her. From the moment she laid eyes on Hao Yin, she found herself enchanted by this man of similar age. An uncontrollable desire to draw closer to him took root in her heart, and Hao Yin, in turn, felt no aversion towards the 7th Princess. In fact, he harbored a fondness for her. Her kindness in protecting Wire, who was the cousin of Heifi Shuang, the beloved son of Huang Feiying, who himself was the uncle of Huang Exine, a mentor at the Xian Academy and a friend of Hao Yin, endeared her further to him. As he gazed at the moonlit Baixia nestled against him, an indescribable warmth enveloped Hao Yin. In moments of parting sorrow, having such a companion by his side significantly lightened his spirits. Though he was not lacking in friends and his family resided within the confines of his jade pendant space, the unwavering loyalty of a princess amidst perilous circumstances was a profound bond indeed. Baixia, please rest for a while. I shall prepare some delectable food, Hao Yin declared as he retrieved a small tent from his storage ring for the 7th Princess. After settling her comfortably and soothing her worries, he extracted a wild boar, already skinned and cleaned, which they had hunted along their journey. Hao Yin had prudently preserved a substantial amount of it to avoid the discomfort of enduring the elements without sustenance. He was not one to subject himself to unnecessary hardship. The trials of travel were arduous enough, hence he believed in finding joy even amidst struggles. Over the years, Hao Yin had diligently crafted numerous fine items and unearthed many treasures from various markets, which were now of great use. With a triumphant smile, he announced to Baixia, "You are in for a treat. Tonight we shall feast on roasted delicacies." Instantly invigorated, Baixia's fatigue vanished at the thought of the meal, and she emerged from the tent, her mouth watering in anticipation. Hao Yin chuckled heartily at her eager expression as he began to produce an array of items from his storage ring. A small table, a cutting board, seasonings, a grill, iron rods, and plates, truly a comprehensive collection. To the onlooker, It appeared as though Hao Chen was conjuring these items from thin air, all in this desolate wilderness devoid of civilization. He placed the previously clean boar on the cutting board and skillfully sliced it into evenly thick strips. His knife skills were remarkable, deftly avoiding the bones while ensuring uniformity in size. With precision and agility, he worked the blade, and the succulent strips of meat were tossed onto the oiled grill, sizzling with enticing sounds. The fluidity of his movements left the seventh princess utterly astonished. Once the grill was filled, Hao Chen paused his slicing, while Bai Xia remained entranced. Setting aside the knife, he picked up a pair of tongs and began to turn the meat, brushing each piece with oil and sprinkling his special barbecue seasoning. The moment these ingredients met the meat, an irresistibly tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Bai Xia to fervently inhale the scent, her mouth watering uncontrollably. After a few turns, the first batch of barbecued meat was ready. Bai Xia, unable to contain her excitement, swiftly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth, causing the seventh princess to tear up from the heat. As Hao Chen continued to grill, he explained to Bai Xia, such a method requires a thicker cut. In winter, if the meat is frozen beforehand, one can slice it into translucent, gossamer thin pieces. When grilled on a hot iron plate or stone, it cooks to perfection. Paired with a sauce and a cup of wine, it surpasses this dish by far. He urged her to wait a moment before eating, warning her to be cautious of burning her throat. I won't compete with you for food. Even what you desire in the future, I won't snatch away from you. Yet, Bai Xia paid no heed to Hao Chen's cautions. While indulging in the delectable morsels, she contemplated the method he described. Despite Hao Chen's endless admonishments, he could not restrain Bai Xia's voracious appetite. Today, the normally graceful eater transformed into a little glutton, relishing every bite with unrestrained delight. Just as Hao Chen was offering his myriad of reassurances to Bai Xia, he suddenly moved away from the grill, several paces distant. At that moment, a slender figure clad in black, a dark-clad assassin, burst forth from the thicket by the stream. Kill! The assassin's eyes glinted menacingly upon spotting Hao Chen. Feeling an ominous surge of intent, Hao Chen recognized the encroaching threat. While he was grilling, the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar had already detected the assassin infiltrating their perimeter. With Bai Xia at his side, it was evident that the denizens of the demon realm had tracked him down. Prepared for battle, Hao Chen showed no mercy. A killer must always be prepared to kill. With the spirit avatar guarding him, he felt emboldened. The black-clad assassin, realizing that Hao Chen was ready, quickly retreated. Although Hao Chen appeared to be merely an early-stage demon emperor, the assassin sensed a formidable aura emanating from him that was impossible to ignore. Huh, you can't catch me. Demon assassin Chu Chong. He laughed, confident that no mere demon emperor could pursue him. Die! Hao Chen roared, his hand wielding the demon wound sword with sudden ferocity. In an instant, the sword unleashed a brilliant black energy, akin to the power emitted by a celestial artifact, striking directly at the assassin's back. Chu Chong, taken aback, felt the force of the attack, akin to a lightning-fast demonic staff hurtling towards him. He attempted to evade, but in that moment, an overwhelming force of devouring power enveloped him, halting his movements. Not good. Panic surged through Chu Chong as the shadow of death loomed over him. With a piercing scream, the dark-clad assassin erupted, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist, leaving no trace of his existence. A powerful dark energy surged forth, shattering the dark-clad assassin Chu Chong of the demon fairy, and traversing the forest, it finally exploded 1,000 feet away, vanishing amidst the heavens and earth. With a single strike, the dark-clad assassin Chu Chong was utterly annihilated. Chapter 982, A Brush with Death, Part 1, Hiss. The seventh princess, Yu Bixia, was rendered speechless, as she could distinctly sense the immense power of Hao Chen's strike, infused with an aura reminiscent of a demonic deity. If one were to encapsulate it in 2 words, it would be terrifying. So terrifying indeed. Yet, in the next moment, Bixia's mouth gaped wide open, as if she were witnessing the most unbelievable spectacle in the world. She beheld Hao Chen's aura swelling, rising infinitely. Mid-stage Demon Emperor. Late-stage Demon Emperor. Pinnacle of the Demon Emperor. In the blink of an eye, Hao Chen's aura surged to the peak of the late-stage Demon Emperor realm. He stood proudly by the creek, his long black hair dancing in the wind, a formidable imperial pressure enveloping the area for miles. At the pinnacle of the late-stage Demon Emperor, the seventh princess, Yu Bixia, could not help but exclaim, her face a tapestry of shock interwoven with intrigue. She understood that this was not Hao Chen's true strength. He still held back. Could it be that his words were indeed true? Was he truly of mid-stage demon fairy cultivation? Yet, considering his youthful appearance, hardly 28 or 29 years old, how could he possess such elevated prowess? Yu Bixia's heart brimmed with endless curiosity, yet no one answered her unspoken questions. Bixia, we must part ways here. Your master has come to fetch you, until fate brings us together again. After obliterating the dark-clad assassin of the demon fairy, Hao Chen sensed the presence of 9 formidable demon fairy beings pursuing him. He swiftly gathered his grilling tools and tent, promptly fleeing the scene. As the 7th princess, Yu Bixia, gazed at Hao Chen's vanishing figure, she fell into a daze, her worldview nearly shattered. Were all the prodigies from the outside world this formidable? Or was it solely this individual who was so extraordinary? The 9 demon fairy beings swept past the 7th princess, hastening towards the direction in which Hao Chen had disappeared. Whoosh! Fei Yue, accompanied by a group from the Lord's manor, arrived at the side of the 7th princess, albeit a moment late. Xiar, he didn't take advantage of you, did he? Fei Yue inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed upon the 7th princess. No, the princess replied, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she shook her head. Let us also proceed to Beihai City and follow them. Before she finished speaking, Fei Yue flickered away, trailing behind the 9 demon fairy beings in hot pursuit of Hao Chen. The 7th princess, Yu Bixia, hesitated not for an instant, hastily following suit. At that moment, her concerns regarding her master's comments on seeking remuneration for techniques had faded. She was solely intent on witnessing what this extraordinary individual would do next. Meanwhile, within the secret camp of the Lord's manor, a cacophony of astonishment erupted. Dead. The demon fairy assassin Chu Chong has utterly perished, not even affording his soul a chance to escape. This individual is truly ruthless. Could it be that he also resides within the realm of the demon fairy? The members of the secret guard are abuzz with conversation, for thus far, this marks the first fall of a demonic assassin in the realm of Quanglan, and notably, at the hands of those from the outside world. The black-clad assassin was meticulously selected by Lord Yu Quanglan to form the secret guard, with each member possessing at least the prowess of a demon king, while the demonic assassins represent his finest talents nurtured through his own blood. Such an act is tantamount to seeking death. The head of the secret guard, Yu Quangping, wore a grim expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he thundered. It is utterly intolerable for this man to escape death. At a stream 100 miles from the princess's residence, Hao Chen, after slaying the black-clad assassin Chu Chong from the secret guard of Quanglan City, abandoned the 7th princess, Yu Bixia, and raced towards Beihai City alone. Although he had only met her once, he felt a lingering attachment to her. Nevertheless, Hao Chen understood the perilous nature of the demon realm. She was the 7th princess, and he wished neither to endanger her nor to drag her into a life of flight in a foreign land. Thus, he resolutely left Yu Bixia behind and journeyed towards Beihai City. With 90,000 miles still to traverse, Hao Chen could only travel on foot. Although he aimed to rendezvous with his mentor Huang Xian in Beihai City, he was acutely aware that using the wings of wind or employing a flying shuttle or starship would only attract the attention of his pursuers. You must successfully break through the encirclement. At this moment, as she dashed forward, the 7th princess, Yu Bixia, was consumed by thoughts of Hao Chen. She had lost the aloof elegance of a princess, and her composure had crumbled. She was now in a state of disarray, her heart solely concerned for Hao Chen's safety, and she fervently prayed for him. Humans are such unpredictable creatures. They fall in love at first sight and throw caution to the wind. Confirming that Hao Chen was the one who had annihilated the left guard command of the Demon Abyss Valley, and during his flight had also slain members of the secret guard of Quanglan City, his actions have ignited the wrath of the head of the secret guard, Yu Quangping, who personally set out to capture this rogue from another realm and flay him alive. Beigong Feiyue rules the northern part of the demon realm, and his name has evolved into 6 surnames: Beigong, Feiyue, Bei, Gong, Fei, and Yu, forming a vast demon royal lineage. The left guard command of the Demon Abyss Valley is a branch of the royal family. To dare to slay members of the demon royal family is to commit an act of treason, leading to complete annihilation of one's clan. With a command from Lord Yu Quanglan of the Quanglan Demon Domain, all the formidable beings within the realm are now in pursuit of Chen Hao. Even with unmatched intelligence and strategic acumen, Hao Chen stands little chance. Who can withstand the frenzied pursuit of the entire demon realm and its countless powerful beings? The seventh princess's concerns are not unfounded. Even celestial beings at the pinnacle of their realm cannot evade the relentless hunt of the demon domain. Moreover, while one might dodge overt threats, hidden dangers lurk everywhere, as countless assassins, lured by the exorbitant bounty, join in the hunt for Hao Chen. This time, Hao Chen faces a dire fate. With survival seeming almost impossible, even the slightest glimmer of hope is but a minuscule possibility, often referred to as a miracle. As the wind rises and rain lashes down, the sky darkens ominously, resembling a scene of malevolent spirits at play. It seems this night is destined to be tumultuous, claiming many lives and summoning countless wandering souls. Princess Yu Bixiao was enveloped in a profound gloom. Whoosh! A winged beast, racing through the stormy night, carried a shadowy figure on its back, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages as it sped with astonishing velocity, far surpassing even the strongest of the demon realm. The young man clinging to the creature was seemingly in a deep slumber, yet his hands were tightly grasping the long fur around the beast's neck, and his legs were firmly wrapped around its back, preventing him from being thrown off by the beast's relentless pace. The torrential rain poured down upon him, its icy chill nearly rendering him immobile, while the beast, seemingly indifferent, possessed a pair of slightly crimson eyes that reflected a faint detachment. Despite carrying the young man, it exuded an air of contradiction and strangeness in its lack of concern. Suddenly, the young man stirred, letting out a muffled groan. Moments later, he slowly lifted his face from the beast's fur, glancing ahead. The darkness of the stormy night obscured his features, yet he spoke. "Tianxing, do not continue northward. Swiftly change direction to the west. Otherwise, the formidable beings of the wild demon domain will soon detect and pursue us." Chapter 983, A Life and Death Struggle, Part 2. Tianxing, of course, referred to the pet winged tiger of Xiaozui. Once transformed, the winged Tianxing presented a strikingly elegant appearance. Following Xiaozui, every time Hao Yan borrowed its strength, Xiaozui would invariably extort some of Hao Yan's prized possessions. And this occasion was no exception. She sought to explore the demon realm without peril, repeatedly proposing her desire, yet Hao Yan had neglected her wishes, much to Xiaozui's vexation. Amidst the downpour, Hao Yan felt the difficulty of traversing the terrain and remembered to enlist the aid of the winged tiger. Xiaozui seized the opportunity to exploit the situation. Turn. The voice belonged to the elusive Hao Yan, who was now precariously positioned atop the back of a flying beast, referring to it as Tianxing, clearly indicating it was the winged tiger. Whoosh! The winged tiger, adhering to Hao Yan's command, maintained its breakneck speed but executed a sharp 90-degree turn, tracing a flawless arc as it instantly redirected from due north to due west. As the winged tiger pivoted abruptly, Hao Yan inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace and let out a pained cry. He thought to himself that he needed to find a dry place to tend to his injuries, lest infection ensue. Thus, he instructed the winged tiger, "Tianxing, run for another instance's worth of time and find a secluded spot. I need to heal." This time, the winged tiger, having evolved into a 9th-tier sacred beast, remained silent, as if it had not heard. Its formidable and wild nature was evident. At that moment, Hao Yan could not help but recall the perilous battle from a recent stormy night. It was after he had slain the black-clad assassin Chu Chong from the secret camp that he had to flee at full speed. Yet, he was pursued by the powerful celestial assassin, Yi Wuhuan, forcing Hao Yan to turn back and engage in a fierce battle. The celestial demon slayer, Yi Wuhuan, stands at the pinnacle of the late celestial demon realm, merely a catalyst away from transcending into the golden demon realm. Despite the immense capabilities of Hao Chen, he finds himself no match for Yi Wuhuan. In a moment of desperation, Hao Chen discreetly unleashes 9 thunder dragons, alongside his blood-poisoned doppelganger. While the heavenly spirit, Xianbing doppelganger lurks nearby, preparing for a life-or-death confrontation. However, in a single exchange, he is sent flying 1,000 zhang away by Yi Wuhuan's formidable skyward palm. Were it not for Hao Chen's rigorous training amidst lightning, fortifying his body to the point of achieving a consummate state, he would have been reduced to fragments by that single strike. Like a mere polo ball, he is propelled away by the overwhelming might of Yi Wuhuan, rendering all his strategies and external aids utterly insignificant. Though he is injured and his body bears the brunt of the impact, he dares not confront his adversary directly. With the imminent arrival of reinforcements from the demon realm, he resolves to employ a stealthy approach, hoping to outmaneuver the celestial demon slayer Yi Wuhuan and buy himself a fleeting moment to escape. Yet, Yi Wuhuan remains vigilant. Upon observing Hao Chen, who lies on the ground, still alive and even sporting an enigmatic smile, he refrains from delivering the final blow. Instead, he instinctively conjures a protective barrier of demonic energy. Yi Wuhuan does not underestimate Hao Chen, and his cautious demeanor leaves Hao Chen at a loss. What was intended to be a tactic involving the heavenly spirit Xianbing doppelganger to freeze Yi Wuhuan has been utterly obliterated by a mere smile. The might of Yi Wuhuan instills within Hao Chen a profound sense of dread and trepidation. At this juncture, Hao Chen is far from being a match for the late-stage celestial demon Yi Wuhuan, had it not been for his extraordinary physical resilience. Allowing him to evade a fatal strike by a mere twist of his body, he would have long since met his demise. However, his right shoulder bears the grievous injury inflicted by Yi Wuhuan's terrifying force, fracturing bones that pierce flesh and even damaging some internal organs, leaving the cultivator Hao Chen gravely wounded. Having readied himself defensively, Yi Wuhuan approaches the incapacitated Hao Chen, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he prepares to enact his cruel intentions. But just as he is about to execute Hao Chen in a multitude of ways, the 9 thunder dragons, hidden in the void, transform into 9 streaks of lightning that surge towards the unsuspecting Yi Wuhuan. As the bolts descend, Yi Wuhuan is struck by an overwhelming sense of terror, his countenance shifting in alarm. Am I to break through to the golden demon realm on this stormy night? He seems to sense the impending specter of death, frantically attempting to evade the onslaught, yet time is not on his side. For the speed of the 9 thunder dragons exceeds his wildest imaginings. He barely manages to twist his head back and hastily raises his hands to strike at the formidable presence assailing him, only to feel a searing pain in his consciousness, as if his very spirit has been pierced. In that moment, Yi Wuhuan hazily perceives the 9 thunder dragons closing in on him, plunging him into despair as they ensnare his limbs in a tempest of lightning. In that fleeting instant, he is consumed by regret for his arrogance and carelessness, having neglected the dangers lurking nearby. Though he considers activating his demonic armor, it is evidently too late, for within his consciousness, the blood-poisoned doppelganger has devoured all that he once held dear. Severely wounded, Hao Chen stowed away the thunder dragon, the blood-poisoned spirit avatar, the celestial ice spirit, and the body of the nightless soul of the heavenly demon, along with all his spoils, before daringly summoning the feathered tiger to make his escape. He refrained from entering any treasures to heal or cultivate, for the celestial essence emitted upon activating such artifacts would surely draw the attention of his pursuers, risking entrapment. In the realms of humans, demons, and monsters, many formidable beings possessed spatial treasures, with a keen sense for high-level artifacts and an even stronger desire to covet them. Should they discover that Hao Chen bore such a treasure, they would undoubtedly swarm him. Suddenly, amidst his reverie, Hao Chen, having lost considerable blood, felt a bit dazed. His mind clouded. He could not tell how much time had passed when he sensed the feathered tiger had come to a halt. Realizing that he was no longer exposed to the rain, he mustered the strength to open his heavy eyelids. Upon raising his gaze, he understood. The feathered tiger had brought him into a cave. With great difficulty, Hao Chen crawled down from the feathered tiger's back. But his weakened state caused him to wobble and fall, landing hard on the cold, unforgiving stone slab with a loud thud. Tianxing, guard the cave. Blood-poisoned spirit. Celestial ice spirit, stand watch 1,000 feet away. Hao Chen grimaced in pain, his face turning pale. Not bothering to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and settled into a meditative posture, addressing the feathered tiger and the 2 summoned spirit avatars. He swiftly closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation to expedite his healing, fully aware that it wouldn't be long before his pursuers might track him down. The formidable feathered tiger, its fur bristling with intensity, cast a dispassionate glance at the motionless Hao Chen before moving aside. With a tremor, its massive form swiftly shrank, transforming into an unremarkable little dog, a stark contrast to its previous awe-inspiring presence. Curling up, the feathered tiger apathetically surveyed the rainy night outside the cave, before burying its head within its body and drifting off to sleep, hardly embodying the essence of a guardian. Though Hao Chen realized the feathered tiger was sound asleep and could not be bothered, he was gravely injured and had endured nearly 2 hours of rain. Even with his robust constitution, he could not withstand such a trial. Weakened to the brink of collapse, he knew that without immediate healing and proper recuperation, his life would be at stake. Chapter 984, A Life-and-Death Situation, Part 3. Time flew by, and soon an hour had passed. Hao Chen's body began to recover swiftly. His injuries were effectively under control, the wounds no longer oozing blood but instead forming scabs. A hint of color returned to his face, and his breathing steadied. Given sufficient time to heal, he believed he would soon make a full recovery. After consuming the last of the regeneration pills, Hao Chen reflected on his condition. He had fractured 3 bones and sustained severe muscular damage, yet fortunately, his internal organs had remained largely intact, preserving his life. With the aid of the regeneration pill, he employed the Qingmu technique to mend his broken bones, nourish his flesh, and regulate his meridians, witnessing his injuries heal at a visibly rapid pace. The feathered tiger remained curled up in the corner of the stone cave like a lifeless dog, soundly asleep, seemingly exhausted from its long journey of over 1,000 miles. However, given its prowess, it could effortlessly traverse even 10,000 miles without a second thought. Its propensity for slumber indeed marked it as an extraordinary creature. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, as if vowing not to cease until the entire continent was submerged. Meanwhile, a throng of several thousand, braving the torrential downpour, advanced at full speed toward the cave where Hao Chen was recuperating, seemingly aware of his presence ahead, creating an eerie atmosphere. Leading the charge was the formidable middle-aged man, Yu Quanping. Surprisingly, just a few steps behind him were Fei Yue and the 7th princess, Yu Bixia. Both women were intent on apprehending Hao Chen, who had previously evaded them, seemingly eager to redeem themselves for their earlier failures. Yu Bixia's pursuit of Hao Chen was driven by her concern for his safety. Should any misfortune befall him, she wished to provide him with an opportunity to escape. However, it was perplexing how Fei Yue could maintain such proximity to Yu Quanping. Could it be that Fei Yue possessed the ability to assist Yu Quanping in locating the elusive Hao Chen? The direction they were heading appeared to be well considered. Lord Supervisor, if all goes as planned, that brat Chun Hao is hiding somewhere in the mountains ahead, having traversed about 7 or 8 li, Fei Yue suddenly remarked to Yu Quanping. At that moment, Fei Yue wore a sycophantic expression, which made Yu Bixia feel a twinge of revulsion. Since entering the demon pill stage, Yu Bixia had always been accompanied by a mentor appointed by the Lord's manor at each level of her cultivation. Fei Yue was the 7th mentor assigned to her when she reached the initial stage of the martial emperor realm, and she had spent the least amount of time with her compared to the others. Yu Quanping abruptly halted, raising his right hand to signal the following contingent to stop. His piercing gaze scanned the few low-lying hills ahead as he solemnly inquired, Yue, are you certain there is no mistake? My soul hound senses that Chun Hao is not far ahead. It must be correct, right? Fei Yue, hesitant to speak definitively, turned her gaze toward the soul hound resting on her left shoulder and replied cautiously. Upon hearing her uncertainty, Yu Quanping's brows furrowed slightly. After casting a glance at the soul hound, his expression relaxed into one of satisfaction as he affirmed, yes, the soul hound's instincts should be quite accurate. If we truly locate Chun Hao, you will have achieved a great feat. Rewards will be bestowed for merit and punishment for failure. Once we have dealt with that wretch Chun Hao, I shall grant you a divine skill. Thank you, Lord Supervisor. Although Fei Yue dared not exhibit excessive emotion, her heart swelled with joy as she hastily expressed her gratitude. Yu Quanping disregarded her thanks and shifted his focus forward, his voice booming with murderous intent as he commanded. All members of the secret camp guard, heed my orders. Form a fan-shaped formation and encircle the hills ahead, engaging the otherworldly beings with full force. Kill without mercy. Yes. Thousands of formidable warriors from the secret guard responded in solemn unison. The members of the secret guard quietly drew forth their treasures, spreading out like an expansive net. Yu Quanping, taking the lead, raced amidst the ranks with the commanding presence of a powerful general. Keep up, Fei Yue exclaimed with a triumphant smile. Addressing the 7th princess behind her, she surged forward, accompanied by hundreds of powerful individuals from Quanglan City, joining forces with the secret guard to hunt down Hao Chen. The net had been cast. They awaited the capture of Hao Chen, the elusive fish. A sudden bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night as if it were day, while the rain above sparkled in a dreamlike manner. The slumbering feathered tiger jolted awake. rising abruptly to emit a low growl of warning towards the cave entrance. Its fur bristled, and its form rapidly expanded. In an instant, the small dog transformed into a towering feathered tiger, measuring 3 zhang in length and exceeding 1 zhang in height, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. Our pursuers approaching? Hao Chen, engaged in healing, was startled by the unusual behavior of the feathered tiger, compelling him to withdraw from his meditative state and rise, albeit somewhat unsteadily. At this moment, the vigilant manifestations of blood-poisoned spirit and Xianbing spirit, stationed 1,000 zhang away, relayed the unusual situation. Casting a glance at the transformed feathered tiger, Hao Chen followed its gaze into the now pitch-black, rain-drenched night. His expression turned grave. Although he sensed no immediate threat outside, he trusted the tiger's acute perception, which surpassed even that of hounds. Flee. The tiger's alert demeanor indicated the imminent arrival of a formidable enemy. Otherwise, it would not have deemed transformation necessary. Fearing that it might be the Lord's manner in pursuit, Hao Chen's countenance paled. With a sharp command, he abandoned his healing and plunged into the rain, following the feathered tiger. Delay could render the cave his tomb. Despite the tiger's might, he was injured and unable to engage in battle. Summoning the thunder dragon, the devouring demon fly, or employing his dual fish pendant to call forth spirits from another realm all required magical power, and he found himself unable to access any of his spatial treasures, such as the demon suppression tower or the jade pendant space. Should he be cornered in the confines of the cave, he would surely meet his demise. With renewed vigor, Hao Chen sprinted, the movement causing slight stinging to his wounds, yet remaining bearable. He did not ride the feathered tiger, but instead followed closely behind. It was not a matter of desire. The proud creature refused to allow him to mount unless he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Especially on a rainy night, Hao Chen preferred not to risk slipping off the wet, slippery back of the tiger, which could lead to a painful fall. Why are there so many? He pondered. Does the Lord's manner hold me in such high regard? As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Hao Chen, accompanied by the winged tiger, raced southward. Soon, he sensed a formidable net woven by a powerful foe approaching from the northwest. A flicker of alarm crossed his mind, swiftly replaced by a cold smirk. Chapter 985, Flight to the Ends of the Earth. After a brief moment, Hao Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He pondered to himself, how could the pursuers from the Lord's mansion have located my trail so swiftly? It seems implausible. Do they possess the infernal tracking abilities of the Soul Hound? Since entering the celestial realm, Hao Chen had voraciously consumed knowledge, meticulously studying the behaviors of various celestial beasts, demonic creatures, and holy beasts from the realms of immortals, demons, and gods. He was acutely aware of the Soul Hound's unparalleled tracking prowess. This realization deepened his unease. Encountering such relentless trackers was indeed dire. Cursing under his breath, he concluded, it must be the Soul Hounds. Otherwise, the denizens of the demon realm would not have discovered my whereabouts. Tianqing, shift eastward and plunge into the mountains. Otherwise, we shall never evade their pursuit. Unable to suppress his frustration, he urged Tianqing to dash deeper into the forested wilderness. With a swift motion, the man and beast altered their course toward the distant mountains. Hao Chen summoned his celestial energy to enhance his speed, yet the lingering injuries and inclement weather gradually impeded his pace. Someone is ahead. It must be Chen Hao. Quick, pursue. A voice rang out from behind, confirming that the pursuers had caught wind of Hao Chen's essence. Boy, the demon realm is not your backyard, where you can come and go as you please. You think you can escape? My wrath shall not be quelled until you are torn asunder. If you slip away, what of my dignity as the moon-crazed Peng? What of the Lord's mansion's reputation? You cannot flee. Await your doom. A thunderous roar erupted from an elder pursuing him, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on Hao Chen's heart. The urgency of his condition intensified, his injuries were worsening, and he could scarcely endure any longer. The winged tiger glanced back at the struggling Hao Chen, sensing his distress, and slowed its pace. Up! Hao Chen understood the unspoken cue and abruptly surged forward, leaping onto the expansive back of the winged tiger, gripping the long fur around its neck with both hands and securing his legs against its sides. He commanded with a determined voice, if we do not depart now, when shall we? With a powerful leap, the winged tiger ascended into the air, rapidly reaching its maximum velocity. As a demigod beast endowed with remarkable intelligence, it had previously concealed its wings, playing a game of cat and mouse with their pursuers. Hurry! There are numerous strong foes lying in ambush ahead. Swiftly turn west. Hao Chen's consciousness swept over the expanse, his spirit eyes illuminating the distance with a chilling brilliance. Piercing through the darkness to discern the lurking assassins. He sensed 7 or 8 assassins of the heavenly demon realm poised to strike, ready to usher him to his demise. In a flash, the winged tiger, having detected the ambush, initially contemplated charging forth but opted to heed Hao Chen's urgent command and veered towards safety. Pursue. Beyond the northern expanse, concealed within the void, 8 formidable celestial demons lay in ambush. Upon realizing that Hao Chen had discerned their presence, they ceased their concealment and surged forth from the ether, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Hao Chen. Are there also ambushers in the west? Moreover, it seems there are over a dozen celestial demons in pursuit. Are they all affiliated with the Lord's manor? Surely not. Damn it. No time to ponder. Let's redirect the heavenly path southward and break through. Those who obstruct shall be vanquished. God stand in our way, they too shall be slain. Charge. After fleeing several miles westward, Hao Chen suddenly discovered more than 10 celestial demons materializing in the void, blocking his path. His countenance darkened profoundly, filled with confusion. Hadn't he only annihilated one, the left guard manor of the demon abyss? Furthermore, he had spared the innocents, the women and children. Those devoid of cultivation. How could such powerful foes arise? Was it vengeance for the left guard manor? Hao Chen calculated briefly. In the void across 3 directions, there were at least 40 formidable beings above the celestial demon rank, while on the ground, the number of martial emperors, martial monarchs, demon immortals, and earth demons fell short of 1,000. What Hao Chen did not realize was that the manor he had obliterated was tied to the family of the moon's raging wave, whose younger sister was deeply loved by the 3rd young master, a cousin of the 7th princess. Yet, the 7th princess did not reciprocate his affections. Had it not been for the 7th princess rescuing Hai Fei Shuang, the 3rd young master would not have been consumed by jealousy, leading to the tragic burning of Hai Fei Shuang and 5 beautiful maidens from the Immortal Academy during a midnight ancestral rite. Thus, Hao Chen's fury had culminated in the destruction of the manor. On that dark, rainy night, although the spirit eye technique allowed him to perceive objects within 1,000 feet, it could not unveil those beyond. He could only vaguely sense the number of enemies ahead through his extraordinary perception, and even so, the count of pursuers was somewhat alarming. At that moment, Hao Chen remained unaware that in a fervent pursuit of him, the lord of the raging demon realm, Yu Kuanglan, had summoned and commanded all powerful beings of the demon realm to partake in the hunt for Chen Hao. Should all those mighty beings converge, the total would undoubtedly exceed 10,000, perhaps even reach several tens of thousands. Such a multitude of demon realm elites could only be described as an overwhelming tide. Should it come to that, even if Hao Chen were to attain the status of a true celestial immortal, his demise would be inevitable. In the south, countless celestial demons had also emerged, surrounding us. If my conjecture is correct, Yu Kuanglan has mobilized all the powerful forces of Raging Wave City, even the entire raging demon realm, to pursue me. What grandeur and audacity Yu Kuanglan possesses. Under the pressure of pursuers from the east, north, and south, Hao Chen sped southward for several dozen miles, only to be astonished by the appearance of dozens of interceptors in the southern void. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. In that instant, he comprehended the source of his confusion. He had unmistakably become the public enemy of the entire raging demon realm, destined to be hunted by countless powerful beings. In that moment, Hao Chen abruptly veered into the northwestern reaches of the raging demon realm, entering the emerald-hued jungles. His tumultuous actions within the raging demon realm had certainly not gone unnoticed by the scouts of the celestial realm. The pursuit of a youth named Chen Hao had commenced. This young man had obliterated the left guard manor of the demon abyss. Chen Hao had single-handedly infiltrated the princess's manor, forcibly taking Miss Wei Air, and had vanished without a trace. Chen Hao made his way to Beihai City, where the turbulent waves of the demon realm issued a decree for an ambush, laying traps along the 80,000-mile journey. Transmission talismans fluttered back and forth through the void, relay after relay of information exchanged between the realms of immortals and demons. Following the destruction of the commanding office in the Demon Abyss Valley, the Shifeng sect received intelligence on the same day, indicating that the left guard's commanding office might have encountered an enemy clash. The 3rd Elder Tsangyun, the 4th Elder Xingyun, along with sect leader Huang Longfei and the foreign affairs elder Huang Feiying, convened with 4 gray-clad figures from the Haotian Immortal Academy in the council hall to deliberate. Chapter 986. The stirring of all sides. Had Hao Chen been present, he would have immediately recognized the several guardians, including Lu Chang, Mentor Huang Xian led Haotian, Luo Feier, and Hao Ruoxuan out for trials in the mining area, and they had not returned for several days, their whereabouts unknown. The alchemist guilds Luo Haotian and Xiao Haotian then expressed concern for the safety of Haotian, Luo Feier, and Hao Ruoxuan, scouring the Fenglin Gorge's immortal essence stone mines, yet finding no trace of them. The members of the Haotian Immortal Academy were also searching for the trio, eventually dispatching someone to Shifeng Sect to inquire about Mentor Huang Xian's situation. By the time Lu Chang and the other guardians arrived at Shifeng Sect, Huang Xian had already gone to Linyuan City, covertly entering the demon realm through the trade routes of the 2 realms, gathering intelligence on the demon realm, and seeking to rescue his cousin Haifei Xuan. Lu Chang reported the disappearance of 5 female new students during their trials to Shifeng Sect, hoping for their assistance in the investigation. Before the guardians of Haotian Immortal Academy could depart, a secret report arrived from the Demon Abyss Valley. The turbulent waves of the demon realm were pursuing a young man named Chen Hao, who had obliterated the left guard's commanding office in the Demon Abyss Valley. The specific reasons remained unclear. As discussions ensued, another secret report was presented. The night demon assassin Yi Wuhuan from the secret camp of the turbulent waves had been eliminated by Chen Hao. Who was this young man capable of stirring the turbulent waves of the demon realm into chaos? The lad is promising. He is indeed a descendant of my Xiaohao family. The Emperor Haotian was already aware of Hao Chen's deeds and was filled with delight. This young man not only unsettled the turbulent waves of the demon realm, but also exposed part of the strength of its practitioners. Old ancestor. The celestial guardians assigned to protect Hao Chen did not accompany him into the demon realm, did they? Xiao Haotian then inquired of the elder. It is perhaps for the best. Let him cause his own commotion. The true body of Emperor Haotian had remained in seclusion within the Xiaohao family, while the emperor at Beihai court was merely a projection. The emperor appeared as an ordinary elder. If one were to reverse Hao Chen's age, many would believe them to be twins. The world is peculiar in this way. Every few centuries, a mirror image of oneself emerges. In a bid to save his aunt Huang Feiying's son, Huang Xian concealed his presence and disguised himself, secretly infiltrating the demon realm. He chose to enter the Beihai city of the Beihai demon realm through the trade routes of the 2 realms, seeking to gather intelligence and rescue hostages. Outside Linyuan City lay a vast, desolate expanse, once a battlefield where Shifeng Sect had resisted the invaders from the demon realm. The alliance of the turbulent waves and Beihai demon realm had invaded the immortal world, but Shifeng Sect, leveraging its sect's strength, had driven the demons back to their homeland. The scars of war have transformed this place into a desolate wasteland, now overgrown with wild grasses and trees. At this moment, as Huang Xian stealthily advanced, his steps faltered. Glancing at the nearby thicket, he sensed 2 figures rushing toward him, seemingly fleeing for their lives. He decided against involving himself in trivial matters. Maintaining a low profile and traversing the demon realm to find his cousin was of utmost importance. Disguised and altered in appearance, Huang Xian gently shook his head. The area between the realms of immortals and demons was one of neglect, where violence and thievery occurred frequently. He had no desire to squander time on any heroic exploits. As Huang Xian muttered to himself, 2 disheveled figures appeared around a bend in the narrow path ahead. In the woods behind them, the menacing presence of a dozen shadowy figures radiated a palpable aura of death, detectable from a distance. He observed the fleeing pair, a middle-aged man and a girl of around 16 or 17. The man was bloodied and limping, clearly injured, while the young girl, dressed as a maid and possessing a fair countenance, looked alarmed. Perhaps due to his severe injuries, the middle-aged man stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, prompting the girl to support him. Panic was evident in her expressive, bright eyes. Their delay allowed the pursuers in dark clothing to close in rapidly, a chilling threat looming over them. As the enemies drew nearer, despair surged within the middle-aged man. Raising his gaze, he caught sight of a vague brown figure not far off. Seizing what he perceived as a final hope, he called out urgently, "Friend ahead, please lend your aid. I shall repay you handsomely afterward." Just as his plea left his lips, the group of dark-clad figures had encircled them, effectively sealing off the area. Huang Xian found himself within this encirclement. "Ha ha, Brother Wentao, why the haste to depart? We are all family here," sneered the leader of the black-clad figures. A martial artist at the peak of the martial emperor stage, looking down upon the beleaguered pair with a mocking grin. Upon realizing they were completely surrounded, despair deepened in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he cast a desperate glance toward Huang Xian. Though the young man appeared quite youthful, he had become their last glimmer of hope. Huang Xian frowned slightly. While the strongest among the black-clad assailants was merely at the peak of the demon emperor stage, the others, numbering over 10, were all powerful demon kings and emperors, clearly hailing from a prominent sect or family. Huang Xian was in the demon realm to seek someone, not to play the hero. He had no intention of inviting trouble upon himself. "Kid, this is the Fire Shadow Guard's business. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. If you know what's good for you, leave at once," the leader of the black-clad figures warned, his expression turning cold, unable to fathom Huang Xian's true capabilities. "Just passing through," Huang Xian replied nonchalantly, his gaze indifferent as he withdrew his attention from the hopeful young girl, adopting a demeanor of disinterest as he feigned departure. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man and the young girl instantly paled, the latter clenching her silver teeth and glaring fiercely at Huang Xian's retreating figure. It seemed incomprehensible to her that this seemingly decent-looking individual was, in fact, a coward terrified of death. The surrounding men in black, pleased with Huang Xian's perceptive actions, erupted into sinister laughter. "Friend, please lend us your aid, and I shall reward you handsomely afterwards," the middle-aged man implored, still unwilling to give up hope. "Dad, there's no need to plead with him any longer. Brother Fei Shuang has said that people like him have blood as cold as a snake. Can you truly expect a coward like him to possess the strength to drive off these thugs?" the girl retorted through gritted teeth. However, to her surprise, before her words had fully escaped her lips, Huang Xian, who was about to break free from the encirclement, abruptly halted his steps. Upon seeing him stop, the middle-aged man's expression brightened, while the faces of the black-clad figures turned ominously cold. "Kid, if you value your life, get out of here quickly," the leader of the black-clad men warned, his voice chillingly menacing. "Are you from the Hai family?" Huang Xian asked, unperturbed by the threat. As he turned to face the two, his tone laced with a hint of curiosity. Huang Xian's sudden change in demeanor left the middle-aged man and the girl momentarily stunned. After a moment, the middle-aged man cautiously replied, "I am Hai Wentao, in charge of affairs for the Hai family, and this is my daughter, Hai Laner." Upon hearing this, Huang Xian's previously indifferent expression softened considerably. He nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "In that case, you are safe now. Come with me." Seeing Huang Xian's gentle smile, Hai Wentao and Hai Lan were momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Hai Wentao hesitantly grasped his daughter's hand and hurried towards Huang Xian. Chapter 987, Concealed Depths. Impudent brat, you are courting death. Observing Huang Xian's intervention, the leader of the black-clad men narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flickering within. He barked, "Kill all three of them. Leave no trace." "Understood." The 10 or so black-clad men responded in unison, their voices low and menacing. They tightened their grips on their weapons and swiftly charged toward this direction, a palpable intent to kill freezing the surrounding air. Sensing the impending danger, Hai Wentao's expression changed dramatically as he desperately pulled his daughter Hai Lan toward Huang Xian. However, with one injured and the other lacking in strength, their speed was no match for the black-clad assailants. In mere moments, the swift leader of the black-clad men, wielding a gleaming sword, lunged forward like a striking serpent. Witnessing the approaching threat, Hai Wentao's face contorted in fear. Gritting his teeth, he turned and struck his daughter with a forceful palm, propelling her several steps forward. "Laner, run!" he shouted. Though he had pushed his daughter ahead, Hai Wentao's own momentum faltered due to the exerted force, leaving him mere steps from the deadly sword. In his current state, he stood no chance against such an attack. "Dad!" Seeing this, Hai Lan halted in her tracks and turned back, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in despair, her expression a haunting mixture of sorrow and hopelessness. The leader, clad in black, undeterred by the mournful cry, displayed a sinister grin as he fiercely lunged his sword towards Hai Wentao's back. Yet, just as his blade was about to descend, his body suddenly froze, and an overwhelming force surged through the air, crashing violently against his chest. With a grunt, the brutal impact caused the black-clad leader to spew forth blood. his body hurtling backward like a lifeless dog, skidding several paces along the ground before gradually coming to a halt, toppling his subordinates in a chaotic tangle. The unexpected turn of events left Hao Chen momentarily dazed. He abruptly raised his head to behold a youthful face adorned with a warm smile before him. "It's all right now," Huang Xian said gently, his expression soothing. "Thank you, young brother." At this juncture, even Hao Chen, despite his previous ignorance, comprehended that this seemingly young man possessed remarkable strength. A wave of exhilaration surged within him as he expressed his gratitude. The girl named Hai Lanner also stood agape. Her wide eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed upon the individual she had just deemed a coward, now revealed to possess such formidable prowess. Bah! At that moment, the black-clad leader struggled to rise, his face pale as he coughed up blood, casting a venomous glare at Huang Xian. "You audacious brat! How dare you thwart my plans?" As he spoke, his subordinates began to rise one after another, drawing their weapons with malicious intent directed at Huang Xian. Facing the approaching throng of over 10 men, Huang Xian remained impassive, taking a measured step forward as he coldly declared, "Advance one step, and you shall perish." His words elicited a chorus of mocking laughter from the black-clad men. Despite Huang Xian's display of skill, they believed their numerical superiority rendered them invulnerable, unperturbed even by a practitioner of the immortal realm. Moreover, they were up against a mere youth, thus their advance was inevitable. Observing the unfolding scenario, Huang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of ferocity flashing across his gaze as a fierce aura quietly surged within him. "You two, simply stand behind me," he instructed without turning to the two companions at his side. "Young brother, the leader is at the peak of the martial emperor stage, and among them, there are two others at the mid-stage. Their strength is formidable. Though I am injured, I am still a practitioner at the initial stage of the martial emperor. Are you certain you wish to face them alone?" Hao Wen's expression shifted slightly, sensing Huang Xian's intent to confront them single-handedly. He could discern that Huang Xian's cultivation should be at the mid-stage of the martial emperor, but taking on all the black-clad men alone would be no easy feat, however. Before he could finish his sentence, the youth before him transformed into a streak of lightning, darting forth with terrifying speed, rendering Hao Wen's words unspoken. The slender figure plunged into the midst of the black-clad men, weaving through them with the swiftness of a flash. Amidst the chorus of short, anguished cries, black-clad men continually fell to the ground, some collapsing inexplicably, their faces instantly turning a deep shade of black. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slender silver needle gleaming ominously upon their necks, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. In an instant, the previously raucous thicket fell eerily silent. Hao Wen and Hai Lan stared wide-eyed at the numerous corpses strewn across the ground, rendered speechless. They felt as though they had merely blinked. And when their eyes opened again, the group of black-clad assailants that had been pursuing them lay stiff on the ground. This gruesome scene sent a shiver down their spines. And despite the blazing sun overhead, cold sweat streamed uncontrollably down their foreheads. The once ferocious leader of the black-clad men now wore a visage akin to a duck egg, his eyes filled with terror. It took him a moment to regain his senses, and he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, "What? What have you done?" At the moment Huang Xian made his move, the leader had only seen flashes of cold light before his over a dozen subordinates fell. Their deaths marked by such horrific brutality. Huang Xian cast a cold glance at him, raising his palm, with ethereal energy swirling around it. Who are you?" "I am a subordinate of Lord Huayingui." The leader quivered, his limbs shaking, his speech faltering, utterly incapable of mounting any defense. In response, Huang Xian shook his head, slicing through the air with his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of ethereal energy. The black-clad leader finally regained clarity, but as he attempted to counterattack, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and soon darkness enveloped him, causing him to topple backward. Witnessing the former belligerent leader of the black-clad men transform into a lifeless body in the blink of an eye, Hao Wen and Hai Lan could not help but inhale sharply. At that moment, they comprehended that this young man was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. "Fear not, esteemed guests. It is all resolved," Huang Xian said with a smile, having effortlessly dealt with the assailants. Upon hearing this, Hao Wen, who had been bewildered, regained his composure, a glimmer of reverence flashing in his eyes as he hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. "Young brother, I cannot thank you enough for your timely intervention. Do not mention it. I am merely a passerby. By the way, I share a slight acquaintance with the brother you referred to as Fei Shuang, Huang Xian replied, supporting him with a smile. At this, Hai Wentao was taken aback, and after a moment, he responded incredulously, You know my young master, Hai Fei Shuang? I am Tsang Bei, a friend of Hai Fei Shuang, Huang Xian said, his expression shifting momentarily before he shook his head, offering a false name. Seeing this, Hai Wentao's face lit up with joy, yet soon his gaze flickered, and he hesitated, seemingly on the verge of saying something but found it difficult to articulate. Chapter 988. No Mercy, Part 1. Hai Lan, being younger, had fewer reservations. She suddenly grasped Huang Xian's arm, her voice urgent, Young sir, since you are a friend of Fei Shuang, I implore you, please save the Hai family. What exactly is going on? Huang Xian inquired, his expression shifting slightly. Are you concealing something from me? Upon hearing Huang Xian's inquiry, Hai Wentao, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, offered a bitter smile and replied, Not long ago. The Hai family was unexpectedly ambushed by a group of men in black, who kidnapped both the young master and young mistress. Who would dare to bully the Hai family? Huang Xian furrowed his brow, tentatively questioning, could it be that the Hai family has had a previous conflict with these men in black? It is the third elder. Hai Lin. Hai Wentao reluctantly nodded. Although he did not state it outright, it was evident that internal strife within the family had emerged, a common occurrence in large families. What about the others now? Huang Xian inquired. At this question, a flicker of sorrow crossed Hai Wentao's face as he responded. After the Hai family was ambushed by the men in black, we fought our way through in a desperate attempt to survive. Several elders led the rest into a small ravine, but they were surrounded by the assailants. I was fortunate enough to be out gathering firewood at that time, but eventually, the men in black discovered us, and we were pursued here. Young master, everyone from the Hai family is currently trapped there. If they fall into the hands of the men in black, I fear the worst may befall them, Hai Lan added, her voice trembling as she spoke, her teeth biting down in distress. Upon hearing their accounts, Huang Xian's expression darkened slightly as he asked, What is the strength of the attackers on the Hai family? Please tell me. Hai Wentao's demeanor grew grave as he replied, The attackers, who call themselves the Fire Shadow Guards, are the dark enforcers of the Fire Shadow sect. To ensure the complete extermination of the Hai family, they have even dispatched an immortal practitioner, one at the mid-stage of the human immortal realm. At this point, Hai Wentao cast a glance at Hao Chen, realizing that their only hope now rested entirely on the shoulders of Hai Fei's friends. A mid-stage human immortal is rather formidable, Huang Xian remarked, his expression shifting as he contemplated the situation. Upon hearing this, Hai Wentao's face fell, his body seemingly drained of all strength, and he appeared considerably despondent. Hai Lan, too, clenched her delicate hands, remaining silently grim. Yet, before their despair could fully take hold, a calm voice from the young man broke through, causing both of them to look up in surprise, their faces, once filled with despair, now rekindled with a glimmer of hope. Let us go meet this mid-stage immortal practitioner, Huang Xian stated solemnly. Meanwhile, in a distant ravine, a gathering of the elderly, the weak, and children huddled together, their tattered clothing betraying their dire circumstances. This group of over 70 individuals, both adults and children, bore pallid faces, clearly showing signs of injury. They clutched their artifacts tightly, their eyes fixed intently on the mountain pass ahead, where shadows could be seen moving faintly. What shall we do now, master? The men in black have sealed off all escape routes. It seems they intend to eliminate us completely. A young man, around 30 years of age, expressed with concern as he surveyed their desperate situation in the ravine. In response, a middle-aged man in a blood-stained gray robe slowly turned around. It was Hai Yun, the head of the Hai family from Lingyuan City. Now, all we can do is wait and hope that Wentao and Lanner manage to escape smoothly and convey this news. The Shifeng Gate must surely have a familial bond with the Hai clan and will likely extend their assistance. Hai Yun scanned the faces of the crowd, filled with hope as he spoke. Just as his words fell, the elder beside him suddenly changed countenance, his gaze sharply directed towards the mountain pass. And he spoke in a hushed tone, Patriarch, there is movement among the men in black. Upon noticing the activity of the black-clad figures, the group hastily prepared for confrontation. Haha, if you know what is good for you, hand over the immortal king pill, and I shall show mercy, sparing your life, cackled a middle-aged man with grizzled hair. stepping onto a rock outside the mountain pass. Surrounding this grizzled-haired man were dozens of men in black, their sinister gazes sweeping over the members of the High Clan within the pass. You may desire the immortal king pill, but how can I trust that once I hand it over, you will indeed release us? Haiyun's voice rang out, cool and resolute. I swear, as long as the immortal king pill is surrendered, I shall release everyone. The middle-aged man declared with fervor. This man, with his gray hair, was none other than Hai Lin, the third elder of the High Clan from Linyuan City. I have witnessed the ruthless methods of this third elder on numerous occasions. Haiyun remarked with a hint of mockery. Patriarch, I have stated that if you voluntarily hand over the immortal king pill, I shall not harm a single member of the High Clan. What say you? Hai Lin grinned amiably. Is that so? Haiyun mused for a moment before replying. In that case, please wait a moment while I confer with a few elders nearby. Haha. The illustrious patriarch still requires consultation with the elders. Haiyun, do you take me for a mere child? I am well aware that you have pinned your hopes on those two escapees. Your strategy is not as clever as you imagine. A wounded steward accompanied by a young girl trying to elude the pursuit of the Shadow Guards? It is nothing short of a farce. They are likely already traversing the path to the underworld awaiting you. At this moment, Hai Lin's expression turned icy as he said, Patriarch, I do not have the luxury of time. I will grant you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Hand over the immortal king pill, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The murderous intent emanating from Hai Lin enveloped the entire mountain pass, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Upon hearing these threatening words, the faces of the High Clan members all changed dramatically. Patriarch, at this juncture, we must take a desperate gamble. Otherwise, we will have no opportunity at all. An elder beside Haiyun spoke solemnly. Wait here. I will confront Hai Lin. You two shall deal with the black-clad men accompanying him. Haiyun instructed the two elders beside him. Then, pointing at the two young men standing nearby, he commanded, Hai Feng, Hai Long, you are to protect the elderly, the infirm, women, and children as they retreat to the back of the mountain pass. Do not look back. No, Patriarch, I cannot abandon you. Hai Feng vehemently objected upon hearing this. This is an order. Now is not the time for sentiment. I have already lost my son. I cannot allow any more misfortune to befall you. If you young individuals find yourselves in dire straits, and the immortal King Dan falls into the hands of the adversary, the entire Hai family will be doomed. And the ancestral efforts of hundreds of years will be seized by rogues. At this moment, Haiyun earnestly counseled the younger generation of the Hai family. Hai Feng, his voice hoarse with urgency, exclaimed, Our lives belong to the family head, and the Hai family has only ever produced heroes who died in battle, never cowards who surrendered. Chapter 989, Unyielding Resolve, Part 2. The 10 or so young cultivators of the Hai family, hearing Hai Feng's impassioned declaration, tightened their grips on their swords and magical artifacts in agreement. Despite the pallor on their faces, there was no trace of fear, only a resolute determination to fight to the bitter end. Witnessing this indomitable spirit among the Hai family, Hai Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he ultimately nodded firmly. He then clutched a palm-sized token tightly to his chest. For the honor of the family, they would fight to the death. Slowly drawing his sword from his waist, Hai Yun unleashed a powerful aura characteristic of a mid-stage celestial being, and with a fierce shout, he charged directly towards the mountain pass. To the death, shouted the young cultivators alongside Hai Yun in unison. A torrent of fierce energy surged forth. Although they appeared somewhat weak individually, together they formed an imposing presence. Truly a case of an egg striking a stone, seeking one's demise, sneered Hai Lin, standing atop the rocks, before issuing a cold command, leave none alive. As the command echoed, the 10 or so figures clad in black behind Hai Lin surged forth, attacking the Hai family members. Meanwhile, Hai Feng and Hai Long led the charge, swiftly retreating with the women, children, and elderly safely secured in the center, aiming for the mountain pass behind. The black-clad figures stationed at the mountain pass, upon witnessing the advancing throng, hurriedly attempted to intercept them. Die, you disgraceful members of the family, roared Hai Feng, cleaving the first black-clad assailant in two. The young cultivators of the Hai family braved the onslaught, fighting valiantly to buy precious time for the women, children, and elderly to escape the mountain pass. With a cacophony of clashing forces, the fierce celestial energy erupted in all directions. Despite their numerical disadvantage, The Hai family members exhibited greater morale and cohesion, successfully repelling the enemy's onslaught through their united front. "You two, go down and deal with Hai Yun," Hai Lin commanded, furrowing his brow at the two subordinates remaining by his side. The two swiftly descended, joining forces to attack Hai Yun. Seeing this, Hai Yun's expression grew grave as he prepared to defend with all his might. As for the two cultivators tasked with escorting the women, children, and elderly to safety, he would personally handle that. After issuing his order, Hai Lin let out a sinister laugh, his figure transforming into a shadow as he darted past the crowd towards the rear of the mountain pass. However, Hai Yun intercepted Hai Lin, while Hai Feng and Hai Long seamlessly engaged the two black-clad assailants. With his sword in hand, Hai Yun surged forward, aiming directly for Hai Lin's heart. "Overestimating yourself." Hai Lin's eyes glimmered with disdain as he sharply curved his hand, akin to an eagle's claw, and directly grasped the sword. The offensive of Hai Yun suddenly froze, and his expression changed dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to retract his treasured sword, but the opponent's claws, akin to gigantic pincers, held the sword immovably in place. "In the early stages of the immortal realm, you dare to act so arrogantly before me." With a cold laugh, Elder Hai Lin swung his arm fiercely, causing Hai Yun's sword to be violently dislodged from his grasp. With a resounding thud, Hai Yun's sword fell away, and Elder Hai Lin lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike to Hai Yun's chest with his palm. "Pooh!" Hai Yun immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body propelled several yards backward, crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing their master Hai Yun being forced back, the members of the Hai family were instantly struck with panic. After repelling Hai Yun, Elder Hai Lin moved swiftly forward. Seeing this, the Hai family members hurried to assist, yet before they could intervene, a sudden, violent gust of wind knocked them back, causing them to cough up blood. In a matter of moments, Elder Hai Lin let out a sinister laugh and strode toward Hai Yun. As Elder Hai Lin approached, the onlookers were consumed with anxiety. Not only were they no match for Elder Hai Lin, but they were also entangled with other cloaked figures, rendering them unable to escape. "Hai Yun, I warned you that you could not flee." Elder Hai Lin sneered, standing before Hai Yun. "Hand over the immortal king pill obediently, and I might grant you a complete corpse." "Did you truly believe that obtaining the immortal king pill would earn you your master's favor?" Hai Yun's complexion was somewhat pale, yet there was not a trace of fear to be seen. "You need not trouble yourself with that." His cold voice echoed as Hai Lin grasped the air, seizing Hai Yun's sword with ease. What a fine sword! To perish beneath it would not be a disgrace to the master's name. Elder Hai Lin smiled lightly, only for his gaze to suddenly chill as he brought the sword down toward Hai Yun's head. At this sight, the faces of the Hai family members paled in horror, their hearts sinking as Hai Feng and Hai Long anxiously found themselves thwarted by two cloaked figures. Hai Yun felt no fear, no sorrow, only a sense of helplessness and reluctance. As the sword approached, surrounded by astonished gazes, it drew nearer to Hai Yun's head. Just when everyone believed Hai Yun was doomed, a sudden rush of wind echoed from the heavens above. The despairing Hai Yun and the onlookers, who had closed their eyes in dread, opened them wide at this moment. Gazing upward, with the sound of rushing wind, a figure darted forth like lightning, a shadow resembling dark lightning crashing into the sword. With a resounding bang, the sharp, piercing sound rang out, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze. They beheld a sword positioned protectively before Hai Yun, as his own sword was driven deep into the ground. The unexpected turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Sensing something amiss, Hai Yun abruptly turned his head, only to see a figure emerging slowly from the thicket. Especially the members of the Hai family focused intently on this individual, as behind him stood the previously fleeing Hai Wentao and Hai Lan. Evidently the reinforcements summoned by Hai Wentao and Hai Lan. In other words, this individual now holds the key to their very survival. "My dear friend, this matter pertains to the grievances between myself and the Hai family, and I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening." Perhaps the earlier display of strength intimidated Hai Lin, for he dared not act recklessly, retreating a few steps as he spoke in a low voice. "What a pity. I share a bond with the head of the Hai Yun family, and thus cannot comply with your wishes," Huang Xin remarked nonchalantly, choosing not to engage further as he approached Hai Yun to inquire, "Are you unhurt?" Upon detecting the concern in his voice, Hai Yun, who had not shed a tear even in the face of death, suddenly felt a sting in his nose, his eyes misting as he responded, "Thank you. I am fine." Huang Xin, having traveled incognito and concealed his identity, could not reveal himself, thus treating his kin as mere passersby. That is good to hear. I shall take charge of the forthcoming matters. Huang Xian smiled, stepping forward to shield the others behind him. As the two conversed, the members of the Hai family hurriedly gathered around. Hai Feng and Hai Long exchanged astonished glances at Huang Xian, whispering to Hai Wentao, who had just returned. Is this the ally you found? Indeed. Before Hai Wentao could respond, Hai Laner emphatically nodded. Brother Hai Feng, it is this person who saved both my father and me. With him here, we shall be safe today. However, he does seem rather young. Hai Feng murmured with some skepticism. The young master may be youthful, yet his prowess is formidable, Hai Laner retorted, seemingly disapproving of Hai Feng's judgment based solely on age. Observing this, Hai Feng offered a wry smile. Naturally, he wished for the individual before him to possess greater strength. Yet, practicality must also be considered. Achieving the early stages of human immortality before the age of 30 is already commendable. If one were to reach a level capable of contending with those in the mid-stages of human immortality, it would be nothing short of a prodigious feat. As the crowd engaged in hushed whispers, Hai Lin had fixed his dark, brooding gaze upon Huang Xian since his appearance. Although he discerned that Huang Xian's realm was not particularly high, an inexplicable aura of danger emanated from him, which was precisely why he had refrained from acting immediately. My friend, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Fire Shadow sect? Do not blame me for not forewarning you. There are certain powers you simply cannot afford to offend, Hai Lin cautioned, his expression flickering as he spoke, his tone laden with menace. I had no intention of interfering in this matter, Huang Xian replied, shaking his head. However, before Hai Lin could revel in his relief, he witnessed Huang Xian turning towards the members of the Hai family and stating calmly, with me here, no one shall harm them. Upon hearing this, before Hai Lin could respond, a black-clad elder at the initial stage of human immortality beside him sneered, such arrogance. I am eager to see what abilities you possess. As he spoke, the elder cast a glance at Hai Lin, who nodded in agreement, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, propelled himself off the ground, brandishing a spear aimed directly at Huang Xian. Be careful, that is the left protector of the Fire Shadow sect, possessing the cultivation of the initial stage of human immortality, Hai Laner urgently warned. Yet, Huang Xian merely stepped forward, unhurriedly retrieving the mad demon sword that was planted in the ground, his demeanor betraying no concern for his opponent. The arrogant young fool, perish. A sinister glint flickered in the eyes of the cloaked elder as he lunged fiercely at Huang Xian. At that moment, however, Huang Xian suddenly sprang into action. A tremor coursed through his body, and an intense aura erupted from within him. He raised the mad demon sword with fervor, colliding it violently against the long spear. A resounding clang reverberated through the air, and in a spectacle of astonishment, the elder, at the early stage of the celestial realm, was sent flying several yards like a ragdoll, crashing heavily to the ground. The previously murmuring crowd fell into a stunned silence, gazing at the elder, who had been so easily vanquished. Disbelief painted the faces of all present, leaving them momentarily dazed. To defeat a practitioner at the early stage of the celestial realm with a single strike was simply astonishing. The despair that had once clouded the faces of the Hai family members was now ignited with boundless hope, while across from them, Hai Lin's expression darkened considerably. In truth, it was not only them. Even Huang Xian himself was taken aback. The recent series of battles had indeed augmented his strength. Yet he was still merely at the early stage of the celestial realm, while he could certainly contend with those of equal standing. To dispatch an opponent so decisively was beyond his expectations. It appeared that only through practical combat could one rapidly enhance their prowess and cultivation. Huang Xian mused inwardly. As Huang Xian pondered, Hai Lin's eyes narrowed. Although he was at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, it was no small feat to defeat someone at the early stage with a single blow. This individual's power might very well rival his own, concealing his true capabilities. Perhaps he was even at the late stage of the celestial realm. How could such a prodigy emerge from Linyuan City without his knowledge? This was indeed a miscalculation. Grinding his teeth, Hai Lin's expression flickered with uncertainty. What now? Will you still make a move? At that moment, a cold voice jolted him back to reality. Hai Lin raised his head abruptly to meet the calm gaze of the young man before him. His countenance shifted as he recalled the orders from above, ultimately clenching his fists tightly. Young man, Your talent is indeed formidable, but I advise you to refrain from provoking forces that you cannot afford to offend. Hai Lin threatened, his words tinged with reluctance. Are you finished? Huang Xian maintained a tranquil demeanor as he listened, then raised the mad demon sword, pointing it directly at Hai Lin. Calmly, he declared, if you are done, let us engage. I have no time to waste on idle chatter. Very well. At Huang Xian's words, Hai Lin, filled with fury, laughed grimly. If that is the case, then I shall oblige you. Let us not waste time with words. Huang Xian shook his head in resignation, gripping the mad demon sword tightly. With a powerful stomp on the ground, his body transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards Hai Lin. Such speed elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Observing Huang Xian's incredible swiftness, Hai Lin's expression grew even more grim. With a cold snicker, he retrieved a pair of glimmering gauntlets from his storage ring. After donning them, Hai Lin took a decisive step forward. His sharp claws infused with the might of a celestial practitioner, ready to meet Huang Xian's mad demon sword head-on. The crisp clash of metal reverberated through the air, emanating from the point of contact between the two combatants. A fierce surge of energy erupted, causing the ground beneath Huang Xian and Hai Lin to fracture. Amidst this brutal exchange, Huang Xian was forced to retreat several steps, whereas Hai Lin merely staggered back half a step, quickly regaining his footing. It became evident that Hai Lin was not as he appeared. His prowess was not inferior to my own, suggesting he possessed the formidable strength of a peak mid-stage immortal practitioner. How amusing it is that someone with merely mid-stage immortal cultivation dares to display their skills before me. After their initial skirmish, Hai Lin discerned certain oddities, and with a dismissive smile, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Huang Xian paid no heed to his taunts. With a sudden, decisive step, he propelled himself forward once more, wielding the dark, formidable demon sword. As he swung it, a series of oppressive sonic booms filled the air. Just as he was about to enter Hai Lin's attack range, he abruptly shifted his body to the side, deftly redirecting the demon sword towards Hai Lin's head. During their previous encounter, Huang Xian had gauged his opponent's capabilities. The peak mid-stage immortal's strength was indeed formidable. Yet Hai Lin's aggressive style revealed a lack of speed. This allowed Huang Xian to unleash a relentless assault, fully capitalizing on his own swiftness. Aware of his disadvantage, Hai Lin chose not to evade. Instead, he retaliated with powerful punches, his sharp claws effectively parrying Huang Xian's strikes. The dazzling display of attack and defense ignited sparks, the clanging of metal resonating like a symphony. Their battle was intensely fierce, initially dismissive of Huang Xian's mid-stage immortal prowess. Hai Lin was now astonished to find that his own celebrated endurance in combat offered him little advantage. Was it possible that this man had intended to confront him head-on from the start? A mid-stage immortal against a peak mid-stage immortal, and yet neither yielded ground. This stalemate could not persist. A moment's misstep could lead to dire consequences upon his return. As such thoughts raced through his mind, Hai Lin's expression darkened with ferocity. Chapter 991, The Fatal Strike, Part 1. Enough of this, boy, Hai Lin declared, forcefully deflecting the demon's sword with his fist before stepping sharply to the side. Vulture Claw? As his command echoed, the vulture claw atop his gauntlet suddenly elongated and expanded, imbued with concentrated immortal energy, resembling a ferocious beast with razor-sharp fangs. Die, brat, Hai Lin sneered, launching a powerful punch. The vulture claw crashed down onto the demon's sword, the immortal energy exploding like a bomb. Boom. The deafening sound reverberated like thunder, forcing those nearby to instinctively cover their ears, their faces etched with disbelief as they watched the scene unfold. Such a fierce technique caused Huang Xian's countenance to shift. He gripped the violently trembling demon sword tightly, each step back fracturing the ground beneath him. After retreating more than 10 paces, the demon's sword was violently wrenched from his grasp, skewering into the nearby ground at an angle. Excellent. At the moment when the mad sword slipped from Huang Xian's grasp, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd of black-clad figures. In stark contrast, the members of the Hai family could only sigh in dismay, disappointment flickering across their faces. Do not worry. He will not lose, Hai Lan'er declared, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Huang Xian. Let us hope so, Hai Feng replied, his expression filled with concern. Unsure of where Hai Lan'er derived her confidence in this stranger, Huang Xian staggered back a few steps before finally regaining his footing. casting a reluctant glance at the mad sword. It seems your earlier victory over my subordinate was merely a stroke of luck, young man. However, you have now forfeited your chance to leave, so surrender your life willingly. The third elder, Hai Lin, cloaked in a black mask, twisted his neck confidently, grinning menacingly at the swordless Huang Xian. Looks like it's time to get serious, Huang Xian mused internally, dismissing the verbose elder. With a sudden thrust, he stamped his foot on the ground and, in the blink of an eye, closed the distance to the rebellious third elder, Hai Lin. Go, he commanded, and with a flick of his wrist, several concealed projectiles shot forth from his sleeve. Humph, mere tricks. Hai Lin's expression shifted as he unleashed a torrent of celestial energy. With a series of piercing sounds, the seemingly indestructible steel claws of the third elder were pierced by the flying projectiles, cracks spreading across their surface, ultimately covering the entire claw. In that fleeting moment, Huang Xian's fist, enveloped in celestial energy, struck with tremendous force. Preoccupied with the projectiles, Hai Lin could not muster enough celestial energy in time and was forced to hastily counter with a punch, meeting Huang Xian's blow head-on with his talons. The impact echoed through the air, startling the onlookers. Suddenly, a sound of shattering filled the air, and they were horrified to see that Hai Lin's talons had been utterly crushed by Huang Xian's punch. It is worth noting that the talons, forged from star iron, were indeed formidable. Yet, Huang Xian's celestial power was overwhelmingly potent. The projectiles, crafted from a rare material by Huang Longfei of the Shifeng sect specifically for Huang Xian's survival, had already placed tremendous strain on the talons. Following this, the full force of Huang Xian's punch proved too much, leading to their inevitable destruction. This boy possesses incredible strength. I truly underestimated you. Were it not for my slightly weakened spiritual awareness, I might have perished here today, Hai Lin thought grimly, gazing at the ruined artifact with a mixture of dread and astonishment. His expression flickered, and with gritted teeth, he suddenly concentrated his celestial energy into a punch. A surge of energy coursing through his arm. Bang! At this very moment, a muffled explosion reverberated within, causing Hai Lin's body to convulse violently. His complexion flickered between shades of pale and ashen, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The consciousness erupted. The figure clad in black, wiping the blood from his lips, bore a face twisted with rage, resembling a ferocious tiger, strikingly terrifying. He had not anticipated that Huang Xian would be so insidious, concealing a burst of consciousness within his punch, intending to use it to bring about his demise. You little wretch, today you must perish. With a face contorted in malice, Hai Lin extended his left hand, seizing Huang Xian's illusory hand that had not yet retracted from the void. The power of celestial essence rapidly coalesced around his right fist, instantly forming a formidable strike aimed directly at Huang Xian. Should this blow connect, even a cultivator at the peak of the human immortal stage would likely suffer grievous injuries. At that moment, Huang Xian struggled desperately against the grip of the phantom hand, yet despite his efforts, Hai Lin's grasp was as unyielding as a vice. Since we are to fight to the death, I shall see what prowess you possess. Unable to escape Hai Lin's formidable grip, a surge of fury welled up within Huang Xian. With a mere thought, the armor of celestial essence rapidly enveloped his form, establishing a robust defense. Simultaneously, a malevolent glint flickered across Huang Xian's face. His right fist trembled slightly, enveloped in a swirling aura of consciousness, and he struck fiercely at Hai Lin once more. Their arms sliced through the air, imbued with a terrifying force that elicited a sense of trepidation in Hai Lin. Huang Xian did not attempt to thwart Hai Lin's assault. He was clearly adopting a lethal stance, willing to wager his life against his opponents. Such arrogance. Hai Lin sneered derisively at Huang Xian's desperate demeanor, a cruel smile flashing across his face. A mid-stage human immortal dared to contend with a peak-stage opponent. Was this youth's mind addled by folly? The members of the Hai family, witnessing Huang Xian's audacity to confront Hai Lin head-on, were visibly shaken, including Hai Laner, who had once been confident in Huang Xian's abilities, now wearing a mask of concern. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, the two fists finally collided, accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the air. Whether disciples of the Fire Shadow sect or members of the Hai family, all held their breath, eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on the clash of these two titans. They understood that this exchange would determine the victor. While Hai Lin might face defeat, it was highly probable that the young man would meet his end on the spot. For even the Hai family found it hard to believe that a mid-stage human immortal could inflict severe damage on a peak-stage counterpart. And they could hardly fathom that Huang Xian could withstand Hailin's full-force strike. As Huang Xian's fist connected with Hailin's body, the celestial essence radiating from his strike suddenly quivered, releasing a peculiar wave at its center. At the emergence of this silent, yet potent energy wave, the space surrounding Huang Xian's fist began to warp. Upon realizing the strange energy entwined within Huang Xian's punch, Hailin's expression shifted to one of shock. Chapter 992, A Deadly Strike, Part 2, Boom. In the next moment, their fists came crashing down upon each other's forms, leaving both their faces significantly paler in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the two individuals, who had previously been as tumultuous as a thunderstorm, suddenly came to a standstill. The hard stone ground beneath their feet cracked and spread like a web. The two groups of onlookers fell silent at this juncture, their gazes fixated on the unmoving pair. This stillness lingered for several breaths until the third elder of the Hai family, Hai Lin, trembled slightly, followed by Huang Xian, whose complexion flushed crimson and blood spurted from his mouth. Witnessing Huang Xian's bloodshed, the hearts of the Hai family members sank profoundly. Had they truly lost? Hai Feng sighed heavily, his face etched with despair. The crowd behind him wore somber expressions, enveloped in a silence that bore the weight of shattered hopes, plunging them into utter desolation. Had they indeed failed? Hai Lan'er clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful eyes unwaveringly fixed on Huang Xian's face, her body trembling slightly in confusion. Yet, at a certain moment, a jolt coursed through her, and a smile blossomed on her countenance. For she had distinctly seen Huang Xian in the arena, offering her a gentle smile reminiscent of their first encounter, warm and splendid. Before the gaze of the multitude, the seemingly defeated Huang Xian suddenly coughed twice, then slowly moved aside to retrieve the frenzied demon sword. He turned to face the dark-clad individuals present. As Huang Xian pivoted, the still and motionless Hai Lin abruptly collapsed, his face a ghastly shade of white, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. Eyes widened in disbelief. They swept over Hai Lin's body, eventually settling on his chest, which was already caved in, revealing the mangled remains of his insides. Gasping at the sight of the fallen third elder, the surrounding crowd felt their scalps prickle with dread, their faces awash with horror as they inhaled the chilling air. Huang Xian's gaze fell upon them, igniting boundless terror among the members of the Fire Shadow Gate and the Hai family's traitors. They had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless young man could unleash such cruelty. "Run!" someone shouted, and amidst the ensuing chaos, over 30 dark-clad figures fled in utter disarray, their pallid faces betraying their fear of Huang Xian's pursuit. Seeing this, Huang Xian turned with great difficulty to face Hai Lan'er, his mouth stained with blood, yet he managed to offer her a smile. "Hai Lan'er, it's all right now." Just then, darkness enveloped him, and as he fell backward, he felt someone rush forward to catch him. Upon awakening, Huang Xian found himself lying in a spacious tent, evidently belonging to the Hai family camp. Gasping, he struggled to sit up, a sharp pain piercing his chest that made him draw in a sharp breath. The full force of a peak-stage celestial strike was indeed formidable, had it not been for the protective magic silk armor he wore, which mitigated some of the blow's power. That punch could have very well claimed his life. Reflecting on the pain in his chest, Huang Xian couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. The eternal demon silkworm armor grants immunity to celestial energy attacks, yet proves utterly ineffective against mental assaults. Should Hailing employ such an attack, Huang Xian might find himself in a perilous situation, facing mutual destruction with Hailing as they both descend into the abyss. Upon awakening, Huang Xian commenced his cultivation to heal his wounds. The series of intense battles had left him considerably injured. However, his robust foundation ensured that his core remained unscathed. With his eyes gently closed and thoughts swirling, he consumed a healing pill and gradually entered a state of meditation, his breath slowly returning to normal. This state persisted for over 3 hours. When Huang Xian finally opened his eyes again, the pain in his chest had significantly diminished, and the pallor of his face had faded, leaving him looking revitalized, hardly resembling the severely injured individual from moments before. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled the lingering fatigue, a smile gracing his lips. The numerous battles had indeed proven beneficial, and this breakthrough felt as effortless as a flowing stream. His wounds healed, It was time to bid farewell to the Hai family. After slightly regulating his breath, Huang Xian rose and walked directly towards the tent's exit. 2 guards stood outside. Upon seeing Huang Xian emerge, their expressions were a blend of reverence and gratitude. Young master, the family head is inside the tent discussing matters with the clan members. Shall I summon them for you? No need. I shall go myself, Huang Xian replied with a smile, proceeding toward the tent indicated by the guards. Yet, as he approached, his formidable mental acuity picked up on the sounds of heated debate within. Should you recklessly invade the demon realm, discovery will undoubtedly lead to your demise, Hai Yun urged. Worry etched across his face. There is no need for further discussion. My resolve is firm. I must venture into the chaotic demon domain to retrieve Fei Shuang. Hai Feng insisted stubbornly. Sighing, Hai Yun seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Hearing this, the others inside the tent fell silent, their faces shadowed with concern. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, a clear voice resonated from outside the tent. I happen to have some free time. I shall wander into the demon domain for a couple of days to find Fei Shuang and bring him back. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes snapping towards the entrance to see Huang Xian stepping in with measured grace. You are awake. Upon seeing Huang Xian approach, Hai Lanner's face lit up with joy as she hurried over, her concern palpable. Feeling the genuine care emanating from the young woman before him, Huang Xian was momentarily warmed, nodding with a smile. Unlike Hai Lanner, the others, while pleased, were also struck with astonishment. To their discerning eyes, it was evident that Huang Xian's injuries had healed considerably, and his aura was markedly stronger than before. It appeared he had achieved a breakthrough. Having withstood a punch from a peak-stage human immortal, he had recuperated in just a day and even managed to advance his cultivation. Such feats were truly remarkable. Family head. Esteemed elders of the Hai family, if you trust my abilities, I will venture into the demon domain to find Fei Shuang, Huang Xian stated, noting their astonished expressions. Hai Yun, somewhat skeptical, inquired, do you understand formations? A little, Huang Xian replied modestly. Huang Xian replied with a smile, affirming that he possessed not only a rudimentary understanding of formations, but also considerable expertise. However, upon hearing this, the expressions of Hai Feng and Hai Long remained tinged with doubt. While they acknowledged Song Bei's remarkable cultivation talent, they understood that formations were not to be trifled with. Many formations and barriers had been established between the realms of immortals and demons, filled with traps and mechanisms. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. I trust him, suddenly interjected Hai Lan as the group hesitated. Yet Hai Feng was poised to speak again. No need for further discussion. Do the 2 elders possess a better solution? Hai Yun interrupted him, turning to Huang Xian and declaring, I trust young Master Song Bei. Since the head of the family has made up his mind, I have nothing further to say, Hai Feng acknowledged, looking toward Huang Xian. Song Bei, follow me. Hai Yun instructed, casting a glance at Huang Xian. After stepping away from the tent for a distance of 100 paces, he abruptly turned and confronted Huang Xian, saying, the mad demon's sword belongs to Huang Longfei. How is it in your possession? Huang Xian was taken aback, realizing that certain items could indeed reveal a person's identity. He stepped forward and bowed deeply, saying, Nephew pays his respects to uncle. You little rascal, upon seeing the mad demon's sword, I knew it was you. Your aunt has shared your circumstances with me every time she secretly visited. Ever since you entered the Immortal Academy, I have lost track of your situation. You did not come to Linyuan City just to see me, did you? Hai Yun inquired candidly. My purpose here was twofold. First, to ascertain who had abducted my cousin Fei Shuang, and second, to check on my uncle. Furthermore, the demon realm is using my cousin as leverage, coercing my aunt to act as an informant for their intelligence agency regarding the Shifeng Gate. My mission is to traverse Linyuan City and infiltrate the neighboring Quanglan City to seek my cousin's whereabouts and seize the opportunity to rescue the hostage. For now, I must conceal my presence and identity. Too many people could jeopardize my covert entry into the demon realm. Huang Xian explained every detail of his purpose in Linyuan City to Hai Yun. Knowing you are going to rescue Shuang puts me at ease. Hai Yun finally sighed in relief. I have already grasped the situation. Delaying here for a day would hinder our journey. I must depart immediately. Otherwise, time may bring unforeseen changes. With that, Huang Xian swiftly departed from Hai Yun. Chapter 993. The Merchant Caravan Bodyguard, Part 1. After bidding farewell to Hai Yun, Huang Xian hastened for nearly an entire day, pausing only briefly to eat provisions. By dusk, he arrived at a town named Ziyue, situated 1,000 miles from Linyuan City. This town was far more prosperous than Dongxing Town and Xia Town. The streets were lined with taverns and shops, bustling with activity. After wandering for a while, Huang Xian entered a rather lavish tavern. Not particularly discerning when it came to food, he opted for this more upscale establishment instead of a small eatery, primarily because the tavern's high foot traffic would facilitate his inquiries for information. On the second floor, seated by the window, Huang Xian ordered several dishes, indulging in a solitary feast with a sense of contentment. Earlier, he had inquired with the tavern's attendant about news regarding Quanglan City, but the attendant only knew its name and not its precise location. However, he did provide a potential lead. In the bustling town of Ziyue, merchants frequently traverse the paths, some even heading towards Quanglan City, providing an opportunity to inquire further. In times of peace, the dual realms permit unrestricted commerce between the celestial and demonic worlds. The demon realm, suffering from a scarcity of food, elixirs, and garments, finds an abundance of such wares in the celestial realm, while the celestial realm's demand for spiritual herbs and medicines remains largely unfulfilled in the demon realm. When it comes to crafting magical artifacts, those produced in the demon realm tend to be clumsy and oversized, while the celestial realm produces delicate and exquisite items, particularly favored by the women of the demon realm, who are also quite attached to various everyday necessities. Thus, a vibrant trade has emerged, establishing a commercial route between Linyuan City in the celestial realm and Quanglan City in the demon realm. Huang Xian remained unhurried, sipping his drink as his consciousness expanded to search for valuable information. Suddenly, a conversation at a nearby table captured Xiang Yun's attention. Seated at a table adjacent to Huang Xian, two merchant-like individuals were engaged in discussion over their drinks. Brother Yueguang, the journey to Quanglan City is quite distant, and I have heard that bandits occasionally appear along the way. We must exercise caution, remarked a middle-aged man clad in a brown robe. Indeed, I have considered this matter. The cargo is rather precious and must be safeguarded. I am preparing to hire a few more guards to ensure our safety on the road. What about you, Brother Fangliang? Are you not hiring some guards as well? Yueguang expressed his concerns. I share the same intention. Investing in safety is a wise approach. Fangliang nodded in agreement. The two continued discussing business matters, which no longer piqued Huang Xian's interest, yet he had already resolved his course of action. Shortly thereafter, Fangliang and Yueguang settled their bill and departed from the tavern. Huang Xian also rose, settled his account, and followed closely behind them as they exited. Once outside the tavern, Fangliang and Yueguang parted ways, and Huang Xian discreetly trailed Yueguang to an inn. Observing this, Huang Xian concealed his presence and transformed into a refined young man, also taking up residence in the same inn. The following morning, a crowd gathered before the inn. Huang Xian noticed a sign posted outside, which read, "Hiring guards for merchant caravan." Clearly, merchant Yueguang was recruiting bodyguards for his caravan, offering generous compensation. Although many were drawn to the notice, none approached to apply at that moment. After observing for a while and preparing to step forward, two men clad in gray attire suddenly appeared in front of the sign. Noticing this, Huang Xian paused temporarily. "Are you here to apply for the merchant caravan guard position?" A youthful examiner standing by the recruitment sign inquired as they approached. "We are from the Hua family, here to apply for the guard position," one of the men in a black robe declared. "Ah, brothers from the Hua family, welcome. Might I request a demonstration of your skills for our assessment?" The examiner proposed. "Naturally, an evaluation of one's abilities is essential for an application," the black-robed man replied. "Very well." The black-robed man then swung his hand in a blade-like motion toward a nearby wooden post. With a resounding crack, the post was severed cleanly, as if struck by a sword, falling to the ground like a thick tree trunk. The examiner for the recruitment of caravan guards, upon witnessing this scene, changed his expression dramatically, followed by a surge of joy. He promptly exclaimed, "Excellent skills. Congratulations to both of you on your employment. Please take a moment to rest aside." However, the examiner did not call upon the other individual for a further demonstration, likely believing that they would not be significantly inferior in skill. The middle-aged man from the Hua family, clad in a black long robe, displayed a proud demeanor as he surveyed his surroundings before taking a seat. Huang Xian, observing the prowess of the man in black, nodded inwardly, acknowledging that his skills were commendable among cultivators. After waiting for a while, without anyone else stepping forward to apply, Huang Xian finally emerged from the crowd, approaching the examiner. "Esteemed sir, are you also here to apply for the position of bodyguard?" The examiner, taken aback by Huang Xian's refined appearance, hesitated, realizing that this was a recruitment for guards and not for clerks. "I am Tsang Bei, here to apply," Huang Xian said, bowing respectfully to the examiner. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, speculating how this seemingly gentle youth did not appear to be a deeply skilled cultivator. The middle-aged man from the Hua family could not suppress a smirk, while the young man beside him fell into contemplation, sensing a familiar essence emanating from this refined young man. Where had he seen this figure before? After a moment of internal struggle, the young man beside the middle-aged man was unable to recall where he had encountered this visage. Huang Xian remained silent, simply waving his hand to strike the remaining half of a wooden post, which instantly shattered into a pile of wood shavings. The examiner, astonished by this display, quickly said, "Ah, master, please have a seat." The crowd erupted in gasps of surprise, realizing that this seemingly frail youth was, in fact, a formidable expert. The Hua brothers exchanged glances with Huang Xian, but did not display any signs of astonishment, as they understood that severing a wooden post was far more challenging than merely smashing it to pieces. Huang Xian, of course, possessed far greater strength. However, being a person of modesty, he sought to keep a low profile during this recruitment for the sole purpose of reaching Quanglan City without drawing unwanted attention. The recruitment for guards continued for nearly half a day. Aside from Huang Xian and the Hua brothers, several other martial cultivators attempted to apply, showcasing a few flashy techniques. Yet none caught the examiner's eye. Those who frequently traveled the trade routes possessed basic skills, and as lunchtime approached, a middle-aged man resembling a steward emerged from the inn. Glancing at Huang Xian and the Hua brothers before stating, "The recruitment for guards concludes here for today. Please, follow me." "Wait. I would also like to apply for the position of guard. I wonder if you are still accepting applicants." A young man dressed in a white silk robe, brandishing a sword, suddenly pushed through the crowd to stand before the examiner. This young man's appearance was remarkably handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth. His voice clear and melodious, though he bore a somewhat alluring quality that lacked masculinity. Upon closer inspection, the crowd was rendered speechless, realizing that this youth was indeed a woman disguised as a man. However, if she were to revert to her true form, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Huang Xian was taken aback upon recognizing this young individual, for she was, without a doubt, a cultivator. Chapter 994, The Caravan Bodyguard, Part 2. At this moment, the young man cast a seemingly casual glance at Huang Xian, his eyes glinting with cunning. Just as the examiner, preparing to tidy up the sign, was taken aback by the arrival of another individual, he turned to the middle-aged man, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Excuse me, young sir, might you demonstrate your skills?" The examiner inquired, glancing at the young man upon receiving the nod from the steward. The examiner had almost revealed that the young man was disguised as a male, but he caught himself. The crowd, upon hearing this, could not suppress their amusement, with the Fire brothers bursting into hearty laughter. The young man, noticing their expressions, felt a surge of indignation. A flush crept across his face as he snorted in silence, merely drawing his sword and performing a dazzling display of swordsmanship. As the blade struck another wooden post, the brilliant display vanished, leaving a flurry of wood shavings in its wake. A hush fell over the crowd, their mouths agape in astonishment at the prowess of this seemingly delicate beauty. No one dared to mock the young man in disguise any longer, for they realized that should that sword find its mark upon them, it would be no trifling matter. Even the Fire brothers, who had earlier been laughing, now wore serious expressions. Only Huang Xian remained unchanged, seated quietly, lost in his thoughts. "Humph." The young man, observing the reactions of those around him, wore a satisfied expression, yet could not help but cast a fierce glare at Huang Xian, who remained unfazed. "Such remarkable skill. Young hero, welcome to our Yu family caravan." The examiner, taken aback yet elated, recognized that with such a master among them, the safety of their caravan was assured. The middle-aged steward then ushered Huang Xian and his companions into an inn, leading them to a private room. As it was already lunchtime, a lavish banquet had been arranged, with a middle-aged man seated in the prominent position, none other than the merchant Yu Guang. Upon seeing the group, Yu Guang promptly rose to greet them with great enthusiasm. After they took their seats, he briefly introduced the situation of the caravan, mentioning that the steward was named Yufeng. This caravan's primary purpose was to transport a shipment of clothing, grain, and medicinal herbs to Bihai City. A handsome reward awaited them upon their safe arrival. The four companions introduced themselves simply, sharing only their names, as the transaction was strictly business, devoid of any deeper connections. The elder of the Fire Brothers was named Hao Chen, his younger brother was Hao Er, and the young man in disguise was called Lan Fei. After the introductions, Yu Guang raised a toast to the four. During the meal, the Fire Brothers frequently toasted to Lan Fei. Whether out of admiration for her skill or perhaps her beauty remained unclear. Though Huang Xian was surprised that a woman would serve as a bodyguard for the caravan, he refrained from probing further, his attention captured by the sumptuous feast before him as he indulged in the meal. The Fire Brothers, observing Huang Xian's apparent naivety, could not help but express their disdain. Lan Fei, noticing Huang Xian's gluttonous demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, yet soon displayed a keen interest, frequently asking him questions. Huang Xian could only respond with a few words, feeling somewhat at a loss. The brothers of the Hua family, feeling ignored by Lan Fei, directed their enthusiasm toward the rustic Song Bei, their resentment palpable as they gritted their teeth, casting unfriendly glances at Huang Xian as well. After finishing their midday meal, Yufeng called upon everyone to tidy up and prepare for departure. Shortly thereafter, the caravan, comprising over 60 individuals, set forth in grand procession. The entire convoy included 10 beast-drawn carts, 7 of which were laden with crates of supplies. The remaining 3 wagons housed Yu Guang and Yufeng, one carried essential provisions, and another accommodated several female relatives. The rest of the members rode tamed beasts, with Huang Xian and his companions also mounted on their own tamed creatures. Traversing the center of the caravan, naturally, the beasts they rode were procured by themselves. The towns along the merchant road between the realms of immortals and demons were replete with such resources. Prior to the caravan's departure, Huang Xian and his companions had acquired their tamed beasts in Ziyue town, with Lan Fei, lacking funds, having his beast financed by Huang Xian. Exiting Ziyue town, the caravan leisurely followed the trade route leading to the demon realm. At this pace, they would reach the demon realms by high magic domain and enter by high city in approximately 3 days. However, Huang Xian was indifferent, as he currently had no specific destination in mind. Songbei, you aren't truly here to serve as a guard for the caravan, are you? Or do you harbor ulterior motives? Huang Xian mused, lost in thought, when Lan Fei unexpectedly appeared beside him, conveying the message telepathically. Lan Fei, you can't genuinely be here as a guard for the caravan, can you? Huang Xian inquired, a hint of annoyance creeping in as he noticed Lan Fei's interest. Humph, I asked you first. Why do you return the question to me? Lan Fei retorted, momentarily taken aback, pouting slightly, and appearing somewhat miffed. Well, I intended to visit Bihai City for leisure, but lacking knowledge of the route, I had to join the caravan, Huang Xian admitted, somewhat at a loss for words. Yet perceiving no malice from Lan Fei, he shared his thoughts. Lan Fei responded to Huang Xian's answer with surprise, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard an absurd tale. Their telepathic conversation had suddenly drawn attention, and the rest of the caravan cast puzzled glances at the duo, particularly the Hao brothers, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Realizing something was amiss, Lan Fei quickly covered his mouth, prompting a faint smile from Huang Xian. What is so amusing? Lan Fei glared at Huang Xian. In truth, I reside in Bihai City. I merely ventured out for leisure and happened to notice the caravan seeking guards, which piqued my curiosity. Lan Fei explained as Huang Xian remained silent. Upon hearing Lan Fei's words, Huang Xian felt a stir of intrigue, since they were headed to Bihai City. It was the perfect opportunity to inquire about the city's particulars. Time passed swiftly, and soon night fell, with no nearby towns. The caravan set up camp in the wilderness. Yufeng had thoughtfully arranged 3 tents for the 4 of them, 1 for the Hao brothers, and 1 each for Huang Xian and Lan Fei. Inside the tent, Huang Xian organized the information he had gathered from Lan Fei regarding Bihai City before stepping outside to practice several martial forms. Through the recent skirmishes, the art of body refinement has proven to be immensely beneficial. Traveling with the merchant caravan during the day is rather inconvenient. Thus, one must compensate for it at night. After practicing his boxing techniques, Huang Xian returned to his tent and retrieved a set of the Blue Sea Demon technique from his storage ring to study. preparing to master this demonic cultivation method before entering the demon realm. Although the journey with the Yu family caravan was leisurely, it was not particularly swift. Huang Xian practiced diligently along the way, gradually enhancing his cultivation and drawing ever closer to breaking through to the earth immortal realm. Lan Fei frequently sought out Huang Xian for conversation, and while Huang Xian was initially indifferent, he soon found himself intrigued. Through their discussions, Huang Xian gained a deeper understanding of the demon realm, a knowledge previously gleaned primarily from various texts. Meanwhile, the brothers from the Hua family harbored growing resentment during their journey, as Lan Fei had never engaged them in conversation, while Huang Xian appeared to be favored. This young man's martial prowess was modest, and though he was somewhat more handsome than the brothers, he hardly matched up to Lan Fei's stature. For cultivators, the foremost consideration remains the level of cultivation. They were determined to demonstrate their prowess to Lan Fei when the opportunity arose. However, as days passed without encountering a single bandit, the Hua brothers found their skills rendered useless. Huang Xian and Lan Fei were aware of the brothers' sentiments, but chose not to dwell on them, for although they traveled the same path, they belonged to entirely different worlds. Chapter 995, Unexpected Conflict, Part 1. On a certain day, as the Yu family caravan ventured into the territory of the demon realm, traversing a mountain hollow, a sudden commotion arose from behind. "Please halt, merchant caravan." The voice, initially distant, quickly approached, and two figures leaped over the crowd to block the caravan's path. The onlookers soon discerned that the two were clad in black. One was a gaunt elder with piercing eyes, while the other was a robust individual with long, flowing black hair, a dark demon. Upon witnessing the obstruction, the caravan immediately halted, its members gripping their weapons, faces etched with vigilance, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. Huang Xian furrowed his brow upon seeing the black-clad figures. They were not ordinary cultivators, but formidable beings of the celestial realm. He had anticipated a smooth journey to Blue Sea City, free of significant troubles, and did not expect celestial beings to set their sights on the caravan. Turning to Lan Fei, he noticed her calm demeanor belied a flicker of recognition in her eyes towards the two figures, which sparked his curiosity. "May I inquire, esteemed elders, the purpose of your obstruction of the Yu family caravan?" At some point, Yufeng had disembarked from the carriage and approached the front of the caravan. In business, it is essential to maintain amiable relations, and though two black-clad individuals blocked their path, it was prudent to refrain from rash actions until the situation was fully understood. "This matter does not concern the caravan. I kindly request Miss Lan Fei to step forward for a discussion," the emaciated elder said impatiently. Upon hearing the words of the emaciated elder, Yufeng could not help but be momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. The safety of the merchant convoy was of utmost importance to him, and it appeared that this was merely a personal vendetta, unlikely to pose a threat to the caravan. The Hua brothers, however, exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with opportunity. Without hesitation, Hua Chang leapt forward to confront the two cloaked figures, while Hua Er, unable to restrain Hua Chang, hurriedly followed suit. "If you seek to trouble Miss Lan, you must first contend with me," Hua Chang declared coldly. "Humph." The lean elder furrowed his brow at the sudden appearance of this rash youth, letting out a disdainful snort. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, rendering everyone immobile. Huang Xian's heart sank in terror. It was indeed the work of two formidable beings from the demon realm. "If you wish to retrieve the treasure, please follow me." Lan Fei finally spoke, and with a glance at Huang Xian, she leapt into the depths of the forest. The two demon realm experts exchanged looks and promptly followed her. The Hua brothers felt the surrounding pressure lift, regaining their freedom of movement, and they exhaled in relief, silently acknowledging their fortune. Unbeknownst to them, it was customary for celestial beings not to target mortals, a principle upheld between the realms of immortals and demons. Witnessing Lan Fei and the two demon experts depart, Huang Xian recalled the glance she had cast his way. With a resigned shake of his head, he leaped after them. After spending some time together, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to the situation, especially since they were merely two demon immortals, a challenge he believed he could manage. The Hua brothers pondered briefly before following closely behind Huang Xian into the forest. At that moment, the four bodyguards they had hired were remarkable individuals. Yu Guang, having dismounted from the carriage, stood beside the steward Yufeng. Observing Lan Fei and Huang Xian depart one after another, he contemplated for a moment and commanded, "The caravan shall rest here." Although this matter did not directly concern the convoy, it involved the safety of its guardians, and he dared not leave hastily. After all, Lan Fei, Huida, Huaer, and Song Bei had previously acted as protectors. Angering them could lead to unpredictable consequences. Huang Xian ventured into the woods and arrived at a clearing, where he found Lan Fei standing opposite the two cloaked figures. He said nothing, simply positioning himself beside Lan Fei, who greeted him with a faint smile. At that moment, the whole brothers also arrived at the clearing. Although they did not stand directly beside Huang Xian and Lan Fei, they kept their distance from the two cloaked figures, choosing instead to observe from the periphery, akin to spectators at a duel. The lean elder frowned slightly upon seeing Huang Xian and Lan Fei together and, with a wry smile, remarked, "We heard that Miss Lan was with the Yu family caravan, so we came to welcome you. The technique known as ghostly shadow demon suppression in your hand is a treasured heirloom of the Gong family. After you have perused it, we hope you will return it to us." Upon hearing the elder's words, Huang Xian stroked his chin, realizing that Lan Fei had likely stolen something of theirs. However, judging by the demeanor of the two demon experts, they did not dare to exert too much pressure. Perhaps Lan Fei held significant connections. Previously, during his exchanges with Lan Fei, he had attempted to glean insights into her lineage but had received little useful information. However, the technique of ghost shadow demon slash had once captivated Huang Xian when he encountered it in the ancient texts of the three realms. It was indeed remarkable, albeit lacking in detailed exposition, leaving its true nature shrouded in mystery. Esteemed head of the Wen family, my interest in this technique is merely scholarly. If you would engage us in combat using the ghost shadow demon slash, should you emerge victorious, I shall return it to you. What say you?" Lan Fei chuckled as she addressed the gaunt elder. The elder exchanged glances with the black demon before turning his gaze back to Huang Xian, replying, "Then it is settled. I trust that Miss Lan will not renege on her word. Let us commence." At this moment, Lan Fei produced a long azure whip, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a mid-grade celestial artifact, the Azure Dragon Whip. Huang Xian glanced at Lan Fei, contemplating her apparent regard for him. Yet noticing her nonchalant demeanor towards the outcome of the duel, he felt unconcerned. "Miss Lan, allow me to spar with you," declared the gaunt elder as he brandished a black dragon spear. Lan Fei remained silent, elegantly twirling the Azure Dragon Whip towards the elder, who, upon witnessing this, adopted a serious demeanor and began to counter with the black dragon spear. "Friend, let us also exchange a few blows," said the robust and somewhat unseemly black demon, as he suddenly drew forth a pitch-black long spear to face Huang Xian. Observing that Huang Xian was merely a practitioner, he refrained from initiating an attack. Sensing the demon's hesitation to strike first, Huang Xian recognized this as an invitation for him to make the first move. Without hesitation, he summoned forth a flood dragon spear, infusing it with his spiritual energy and directing it forward, transforming the spear into a colossal serpent that lunged at the black demon. The black demon, startled by the serpent's formidable presence, quickly shed his initial disdain, murmuring incantations as his spear morphed into a water dragon to confront the giant serpent. Thus began an aerial clash between serpent and dragon. From the outset of the confrontation, Huang Xian discerned that although the black demon was merely at the mid-stage of the demonic celestial realm, his strength far surpassed that of the peak late-stage human celestial elder. Hailin, as the battle raged on, Huang Xian's momentum surged, propelling him to the initial stage of the human celestial realm. After a considerable duration of combat, the black demon found himself secretly astonished. While Huang Xian's cultivation did not surpass his own, his prowess was undoubtedly impressive. As this was not a life-and-death struggle, the black demon retained some formidable techniques yet to be deployed. Huang Xian, too, refrained from revealing his ultimate skills, as both combatants remained unhurried. The crux of the battle lay with Lan Fei and the gaunt elder, in contrast to the fierce skirmish between Huang Xian and the black demon. The duel between Lan Fei and the gaunt elder unfolded with breathtaking intensity. The Azure Dragon Whip flowed like water at times, entwining and coiling, while at other moments it struck with the sharpness of a blade, aiming for vital points. The gaunt elder wielded his black dragon spear with sweeping grandeur, exuding an extraordinary presence. Despite the whip's cunning nature, it struggled to breach the defenses of the black dragon spear, which, in the interludes of their entangled duel, unleashed black wind blades towards the opponent. The black wind blades clashed against their respective manifestations of demonic energy, sending ripples through the air, yet failing to breach their defenses. For the time being, neither party could gain the upper hand, though beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, indicating that their spiritual energy was indeed being taxed. Although Lan Fei was engaged in combat with the emaciated elder, her attention remained fixated on Huang Xian's situation. After all, Huang Xian's cultivation was merely at the early stage of the human immortal realm, rendering him somewhat weaker than the black demon. However, upon witnessing that Huang Xian showed no signs of defeat, a trace of joy flickered across Lan Fei's face. Chapter 996, Unexpected Conflicts, Part 2. Yet, just as Lan Fei reveled in her moment of triumph, the two members of the Hua family suddenly sprang into action. Hua Chang charged towards the emaciated elder to assist Lan Fei in battling her opponent. Meanwhile, Hua Er seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Huang Xian, resulting in a chaotic melee among the 6 individuals, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Gradually, the battle reached a fever pitch. The emaciated elder, overwhelmed by the combined forces of Lan Fei and Hua Chang, was the first to retreat from the fray. Hua Chang's heroic rescue of Lan Fei was a success. Was Hua Er's ambush against Huang Xian merely born of jealousy? As Huang Xian grappled with the black demon, Hua Er, wielding a pitch-black demon spear, suddenly surged towards Huang Xian. The black demon, noticing the shift in focus, immediately sidestepped. Hua Er confronted Huang Xian, his gaze turning icy. Zhang Bei should not be Huang Xian. In the immortal realm, you and I alike possess formidable forces as our backing. Back in the Lihua sect's immortal origin stone mine, I still held some reservations about you. But now, entering the demon realm, we are equally matched. With such a lackluster opponent, you dare to be so audacious before me? Truly seeking death. Before his words faded, Hua Er was already in motion. An overwhelming aura surged forth, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage human immortal realm, instantly enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, Hua Er's speed was unparalleled, akin to a black specter, appearing abruptly before Huang Xian. The instant Hua Er made his move, Huang Xian had already sensed the impending danger. Though he did not shift his position, an oppressive force erupted from him, wildly sweeping towards Hua Er. Even with Hua Er's strength, he felt approximately 20% of his power suppressed under Huang Xian's fierce pressure. This domain technique is indeed impressive, but alas, it is of no use against me. Hua Er's voice was frigid as he clenched his palm, gathering a tremendous force within the spear. Subsequently, a pitch-black beam shot forth from the spear tip like a meteor. Just as this dark beam was about to strike Huang Xian's head, several icy rays appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of him. These icy rays were Huang Xian's secret flying needles, surging forward to meet the black beam head-on. A deep, resonant impact echoed as the black beam swiftly shattered and dissipated. Hua Er unleashed his spear technique, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The demon spear in his hand seemed to come alive, radiating black light, as if veins of azure blood coursed within. Each thrust of the spear was suffused with despair, executed with his most lethal techniques. After breaking through the first deadly assault, Huang Xian had no intention of confronting Hua Er's demon spear head-on. His body left behind a series of afterimages, evading Hua Er's swift attacks with remarkable agility. It was as if the stars themselves were shifting beneath his feet, the cosmos in a dance of transformation. What? Is your only recourse to evade? Hua Er mocked Huang Xian outwardly, while inwardly he sought a flaw in Huang Xian's defenses. He understood that in a direct confrontation, Huang Xian could never be his equal. If he could calculate Huang Xian's trajectory, he would undoubtedly be able to deliver a fatal blow to him. However, unbeknownst to him, after leaving the Lihua sect's Xian Yuan stone mine, Huang Xian's cultivation had soared. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of human immortality. And at this moment, he was troubled by the inability to find a sharpening stone, when suddenly, Fire Lai presented himself. When Fire Air unexpectedly launched his attack, Huang Xian discerned the clues from his aura and recognized him as the fire supervisor of the Lihua sect's Xian Yuan stone mine. Similarly, Fire Lai had deduced that the familiar figure he had encountered during Huang Xian's battle with the Black Demon was indeed Huang Xian from the Immortal Academy. While Fire Lai wielded a formidable magic spear, he was utterly incapable of even catching a glimpse of Huang Xian's shadow, rendering his efforts pointless. Nevertheless, he remained composed, meticulously noting every move Huang Xian made. Unfortunately, he could not uncover any patterns, making calculations impossible. Such exceptional footwork. Fire Lai lamented, witnessing the bizarre movements of Huang Xian. It was not entirely his fault for being unable to decipher them. For Huang Xian had integrated the Yun Dun step, a profound technique mastered by the Emperor Xiao Hao under the guidance of Hao Chen. Thus, it was beyond Fire Lai's capacity to unravel this extraordinary skill. At that moment, Fire Chong suddenly launched a surprise attack on Huang Xian, unleashing a domain of spears that enveloped him. His intention was to aid Fire Lai in thwarting Huang Xian's movements, thereby providing Fire Lai with an opportunity to eliminate him. Shameless. Despicable. Lan Feier exclaimed in outrage upon witnessing this scene, directing her ire at Fire Chong. Cease this at once. This technique belongs to me as well. As she spoke, Lan Feier retrieved a manual from her storage ring and tossed it to the lean old man. Thank you. The emaciated figure in black gratefully accepted the manual, expressing his appreciation for Lan Feier's generosity. The lean old man was the head of the Gong family, a lineage descended from a powerful demon emperor, armed with the manual of ghost shadow demon suppression. He had achieved remarkable feats for the northern Gong family during the battles in the demon realm. Many coveted this technique, eager to glimpse its secrets, and Lan Feier was no exception. She had infiltrated the Gong family to steal the manual, but was discovered and subsequently pursued. However, Lan Feier had cleverly evaded her pursuers by following a merchant caravan to the immortal realm. Now, having learned of Lan Feier's whereabouts, the family head, Gong Wan, personally led the black demons to await her along the merchant route, biding his time to reclaim the manual. The reason Lan Feier returned the manual so readily was that she had only pilfered a half-completed scroll and had always intended to study it before returning it to the Gong family. At this moment, in an effort to win favor with the lean old man, she decided to return the manual to him. However, Huang Xian had already engaged in a fierce confrontation with Fire Lai, and it was not a matter of simply withdrawing. Suddenly, Huang Xian launched a concealed weapon directly at Fire Lai's body, taking advantage of Fire Lai's evasive maneuver to swiftly pivot and charge towards Fire Chong. Aware that he was no match for Huang Xian, Fire Chong immediately fled the battlefield. Enraged, Huang Xian pursued him relentlessly, intent on delivering retribution upon this despicable scoundrel to assuage his wrath. With Fire Chong fleeing ahead and Huang Xian in hot pursuit, Fire Lai followed closely behind. Lan Feier tossed the half of the Ghost Shadow Demon Suppression Manual to the lean figure in black. As they spoke, they turned to search for Huang Xian and the others, only to find them long gone. As Huang Xian chased after Fire Chong, he felt an increasing chill and darkness enveloping him the deeper he ventured into the demon realm. Huang Xian realized he had entered the demon realm, a place where the chilling atmosphere and darkness prevailed, surrounded by the terrifying essence of dark attribute demonic energy. Although he had never delved deeply into the demon world before, he had sensed its aura at the boundary of the abyssal valley. After an indeterminate period of frantic flight, during which he lost sight of Hua Chong and felt no trace of his pursuers, he exhaled a heavy breath and quickly sought a concealed spot to rest. There was no doubt, this was indeed the demon realm. After resting for an hour, Huang Xian disguised himself once more, masking his presence before setting off again. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late. Along the way, Huang Xian extended his spiritual awareness to scan for Hai Fei Shuang and the members of the Hua family, but found no trace of them. Instead, he detected numerous demons, further solidifying his belief that he had ventured deep into the demon realm. However, these demons were of low cultivation and possessed minimal intelligence, failing to pique his interest. They could not possibly have kidnapped Hai Fei Shuang, so he pressed onward without a backward glance. 3 hours later, Huang Xian finally halted, having detected a nearby tribe. This tribe of demons was numerous and adorned in rudimentary defensive armor. Thus, he concluded that this demon tribe was a gathering of higher-tier demons. Stealthily, Huang Xian infiltrated the tribe, launching surprise attacks on isolated demons to extract information from their memories. After a day, Huang Xian confirmed that he had indeed entered the domain governed by the Lord of the Azure Sea, Yi Bihai. The extent of Lord Yi Bihai's dominion was unclear to the tribe's demons. Within this Azure Sea demon realm, there existed numerous tribes of varying sizes, with the Kunshan and Beima tribes being the largest and most powerful. The tribe he encountered was merely a vassal of the Beima tribe. It was astonishing to discover the intricate social structure established by the demons. Huang Xian exhaled another heavy breath, realizing that since he had entered the demon realm, he must gather any information related to Hai Fei Shuang. To his disappointment, nearly every demon in the tribe was oblivious to the location of Abyssal Valley and had no knowledge of Yuquangwan. Through soul-searching low-tier demons, Huang Xian learned that multiple lords ruled within the demon realm, yet the names of these lords were beyond the ken of the tribe's lesser demons. So that was it. Huang Xian suddenly understood. He immediately devised a plan to reach the Beima tribe based on the memories of the low-tier demons. 2 days later, he entered the Beima tribe. To avoid drawing the attention of other demons, he promptly altered his appearance to resemble that of the low-tier demons. This tribe was colossal. It boasted at least several 100,000 demons. Huang Xian felt a surge of emotion within. Although the tribes of the demon race seem relatively sparse compared to the cities of the human race, numbering only in the hundreds of thousands, each male adult among them is a genuine warrior. They are robust and fiercely combative. If they were to compete with human cultivators of the same realm, it is undeniable that these demon warriors could easily overpower their human counterparts. Huang Xian exhaled a breath of frustration. He had previously rehearsed how much strength he could wield in this realm. The conclusion he reached was that he could only exert 60% of his power at the same level, meaning that if he suppressed his cultivation to the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, he would only be able to utilize 60% of that power. Here, his abilities were severely constrained. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not afford to expose his true identity. The consequences of such exposure would be dire. Huang Xian silently reminded himself to be cautious, lest he inadvertently reveal his identity. In addition to the suppression he faced, there was another critical reason for his caution. He had ventured deep into the lair of the enemy. The sheer number of demons here was staggering. He could only imagine the relentless pursuit he would face if his identity were unveiled, with countless demons hunting him to the ends of the earth. Just the thought of it made his head spin. Now, lost in this unfamiliar territory, Huang Xian could not find the route to Beihai City. He resolved to familiarize himself with the area, with the solitary hope of locating his cousin, Hai Fei Shuang, and escaping this place to return to the immortal realm. Huang Xian was acutely aware that, given his current cultivation, he was no match for a lord. Here, a mere flick of a finger could easily defeat him. Since he had arrived, he decided to make the best of his situation. Unable to find a path to Beihai City, he began to wander within the Beima tribe, intending to observe its strength in secret. Knowledge of both self and enemy is the foundation for victory in every battle. After mingling in the Beima tribe for 3 days, Huang Xian discovered that it was one of the most basic units of the demon race, akin to an administrative village, comprising several settlements. It was said that the demon emperor of the northern domain, Beigong Feiyue, commanded thousands of such basic units. Huang Xian gasped upon calculating the implications. If this were true, it would mean that Beigong Feiyue controlled a population of several billion demons. The sheer magnitude of the demon race's strength was staggering. Perhaps I could incite discord among the lords, causing them to expend their resources and energies on internal strife, thereby diverting their attention from the immortal realm. Huang Xian contemplated this strategy, but soon realized that the likelihood of successfully instigating such conflict was nearly non-existent. Even if he could provoke a skirmish among the lords, it would be trivial and unlikely to trouble Beigong Feiyue significantly. Deciding not to dwell on these complexities, he resolved to remain in this area for a while longer. Hoping to gather useful intelligence, Huang Xian muttered to himself. Huang Xian had been lurking in the northern desert tribe for over 10 days, discreetly gathering intelligence in search of Hai Fei Shuang's whereabouts. The more he learned about the strength of the demonic realm and its inhabitants, the more his brow furrowed with concern. If the realms of demons and immortals were interconnected without any established formations or barriers, the human race in the immortal realm would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the demons. In terms of power, even if all cultivators from the first to the sixth heavens were combined, they would still be no match for those from the seventh heaven of the demon realm. The fecundity of the demon race was astonishing. Huang Xian speculated that their numbers had already surpassed 100 billion, a figure that was several times greater than that of the human race. Their reproductive speed was rapid, allowing them to quickly recover from significant losses on the battlefield. Moreover, once a demon reached adulthood, they could rival the strength of human martial artists, whereas humans in the immortal realm only reached maturity at 16. while demons achieved adulthood at 14. Despite the existence of trade routes between the two realms, very few demons engaged in commerce. They were accustomed to a life of leisure and did not bother to calculate and scheme. Huang Xian understood that his current task was to locate Hai Feishuang and escort him back to the immortal realm. With only the knowledge that Hai Feishuang had been captured as a hostage by the demons, his exact location remained a mystery, forcing him to roam in search of information. Before arriving in the demon realm, he had presumed that it lacked any valuable resources beneficial for human cultivators. However, upon entering the northern desert tribe, he discovered that the demon realm was rich in rare spiritual herbs, medicinal elixirs, and materials for refining artifacts. The demons, lacking proficiency in pill concoction and artifact crafting, were oblivious to the preciousness of these resources. If he could procure some rare spiritual herbs, medicinal elixirs, and refining materials, he could return to the immortal realm and enlist the help of alchemists and artisans to create celestial pills and artifacts to combat the demons. Huang Xian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Even if he could not enhance his cultivation here, he could still acquire valuable resources from the demon realm. With sufficient resources in hand, he could better defend against the incursions of the demon race. 2 days later, Huang Xian uncovered a piece of intelligence. The Lord of the Wild Waves and the Lord of the Azure Sea had allied to send a special envoy to the northern desert to convene a tribal alliance conference with nearby tribes. Given that the northern desert was close to the immortal realm, the purpose of the envoy's gathering in this location raised questions. Huang Xian could not discern the truth, so he resolved to remain for some time to gather more information. After mingling in the northern desert tribe for several days, he finally awaited the arrival of the envoy. He observed many uniquely shaped demons, varying greatly in size. However, just as he assumed the envoy's gathering was a preparation for an invasion of the immortal realm, an unexpected event unfolded. During the tribal alliance conference of 2 neighboring territories, a contingent stormed into the venue. What was happening? Could this be an internal power struggle among the demons? Witnessing the overwhelming number of demon soldiers, Huang Xian gasped in astonishment. His gaze flickered as he extended his consciousness, probing the surroundings to ascertain where safety lay and where danger lurked. In recent days, he had engaged with the demonic clan and learned that the northern desert tribe was guarded by at least 100 formidable demon warriors. The prowess of the demon elite in this region was abundant, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Should the demons discover his identity as a member of the human race, he could only beseech the heavens for mercy. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the void, causing the ground to tremble violently, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Alarmed, he noticed that the demons had encircled him from the southeast and southwest, leaving only the northern route unblocked. Initially inclined to advance northward, he reconsidered, realizing that those who surrounded the venue would undoubtedly recognize the north as a potential escape route. If the demons could strategize to encircle him from the southeast and southwest, would they truly overlook the north? This was undoubtedly a scheme. The audacity to employ such petty tricks was laughable. Although Huang Xian would not fall for such ruses, his brow furrowed as he witnessed numerous demons fleeing northward. However, he had no intention of warning them. Instead, he focused his mind and made his way toward the eastern side of the northern desert tribe. Previously, he had scouted this area and knew it to be a gathering place for the elite of the envoy. Paradoxically, the most perilous locales often harbored the greatest safety. Huang Xian was not interested in observing how the envoy's experts confronted those besieging the northern desert tribe. His sole desire was to draw closer to the demon elite for their protection. His reasoning stemmed from his experiences in the human realm. Logically, the more concentrated the experts, the more fortified their defenses would become. However, as he approached the envoy, he was taken aback to discover that chaos reigned within their ranks. Experts were engaged in fierce combat, mercilessly turning on one another. Some injured warriors attempted to flee, only to be ambushed from behind by other demon experts. A wave of horror washed over Huang Xian as he realized his previous assumptions were misguided. This was likely an internal conflict. Unfortunately, he had found himself ensnared as a casualty of the infighting. As the encirclement gradually constricted, upon noticing Huang Xian's presence, several streaks of light surged towards him at an alarming speed. Their intentions were malevolent. Those who approach with ill intent do not come in peace. The ominous aura emanating from these figures made it painfully clear that they sought to eliminate him. Cursed fate! Huang Xian sighed, and in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself away at great speed. Hua Lai and Hua Chong, having come to the demon realm for clandestine meetings, encountered Huang Xian just as they were about to rendezvous with a slender figure in black and a dark demon. The two demons soon realized that their counterparts were entangled in a personal vendetta, and to silence any potential witnesses, Hua Lai and Hua Chong conspired to lure Huang Xian deeper into the demon realm, intending to capture him as leverage against the Shifeng sect. Unexpectedly, Huang Xian managed to escape, prompting Hua Lai to enter the Baihai Lord's estate to devise a plan to capture him alongside Yi Baihai. The Night Azure Sea and Moonstorm had long conspired, utilizing the deft hands of the Moon Fairy to stabilize Hao Chen, deftly steering him away from the clutches of the Storm City. Upon reuniting with Huang Xian, they swiftly captured him. As Hao Chen made his way to Azure Sea City to meet Huang Xian, Moonstorm and Night Azure Sea set an intricate web of traps to ensnare both Hao Chen and Huang Xian. When Huang Xian realized that the incoming figures were those of the fierce and formidable Fire Flame and Fire Strength, he understood that the approaching envoy and the assault on the Northern Desert Tribe were all orchestrated for him. However, as he surged forth, he encountered a diminutive figure ahead, a child remarkably akin to a 10-year-old human girl, a little fairy with striking resemblance. Huang Xian was taken aback. After infiltrating the Northern Desert Tribe, he had scarcely seen anyone resembling the human form. Even those from the demon clan who had shrunk in stature retained some semblance of their own race's characteristics, never appearing entirely human. Upon witnessing the fierce battle ahead, the little fairy seemed momentarily paralyzed with fear, her body motionless, wide eyes fixed on the approaching figures. Should he rescue her? If he chose not to intervene, the little fairy would surely perish under the overwhelming pressure of the powerful combatants. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Xian resolutely decided to save the demon girl. "Come with me. There are villains outside," he shouted urgently to the little fairy. Before his words had fully left his lips, he dashed to her side, scooping her up in his arms, and transformed into a streak of light, racing eastward. The girl, her eyes ablaze with indignation, could only glare in fury, utterly powerless to act. "Who is this fool that has appeared? Damn it, I'm furious," she gasped, immediately spitting several mouthfuls of black blood. Observing the demon girl's distress, Huang Xian swiftly sealed her acupoints to prevent the chaotic demonic energy from wreaking havoc within her. "Do not fear. Once we escape, you will be unharmed," he reassured her while extending his consciousness to assess their surroundings. Although the western direction was also fraught with danger, as numerous demon clan experts were engaged in a brutal conflict, Huang Xian's mental probe did not detect any other powerful demons further west. He deduced that the eastern path was a safe haven. If he could maintain his swift escape towards the eastern side, he believed he could successfully evade capture. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, he continued his flight toward the eastern edge of the Northern Desert Tribe, encountering no demon experts attempting to impede his progress. Remarkably, within less than half an hour after his departure, those who had surrounded the Northern Desert Tribe had slaughtered all present at the Alliance meeting. Chapter 999, Relentless Pursuit, Part 1. Captain Hai, we have lost all trace of the little fairy and Huang Xian. A burly man with piercing eyes like lightning listened intently to the report from one of his subordinates at the Northern Desert Alliance's location. After hearing this report, Captain Hai furrowed his brows in concern and promptly instructed his subordinate to ascend into the void to search for the whereabouts of Huang Xian and the little fairy. "You must find the little fairy and Huang Xian. Even if they are dead, bring back their bodies." Commander Hai exhaled a heavy sigh, his mind racing with thoughts as he issued a menacing warning. Particularly concerning was the young girl. Should she perish, her true form, a serpentine dragon, would be revealed. Meanwhile, Huang Xian, situated 100 miles away, remained oblivious to these developments, believing he had merely rescued an ordinary demon girl. Once he confirmed the absence of any demon presence in the vicinity, he settled cross-legged to recuperate and regain his strength. The demon girl beside him glared with fury, her eyes wide with indignation. "Do not look at me like that. I am not your enemy. I am here to save you," Huang Xian explained to her. He subsequently released several of her acupoints, allowing her the freedom to speak. "I do not require your assistance," the demon girl retorted coldly. Huang Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, realizing that she likely harbored resentment towards him for failing to save her family from the hands of other demons. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes as he surmised that her anger stemmed from this very grievance, prompting her to vehemently reject his help. Hastily, he sealed her acupoints again to silence her. I understand you have just endured a tremendous upheaval. Your emotions must be in turmoil. Please, take some time to rest, he said, and before the words had fully left his mouth, he decisively struck her unconscious. He then resumed his meditation, focusing on restoring his strength. This operation had been meticulously orchestrated by the leaders of the Storm Lord and the Azure Sea, rallying the elite from both territories to ensure its success. They surrounded the entire tribe of North Underworld, intent on eradicating all life within. Moments later, Commander Hai issued the order to massacre the village. In an instant, the tribe was engulfed in agonizing screams, resonating with despair. Huang Xian, accompanied by the young girl, journeyed eastward into the Azure Sea Forest. This forest, shared between the Storm and Azure Sea Demon realms, comprised 60% of the territory belonging to the Azure Sea, with only 40% under the Storm's domain. The vast expanse of the Azure Sea Forest could hide 1,000 or more souls, akin to a single drop in the ocean. Both Hao Chen and Huang Xian considered seeking refuge within its depths, while Yi Bihai and Yu Kuanglan recognized it as an excellent sanctuary from pursuers. As Huang Xian sped towards the edge of the Azure Sea Forest, thousands of formidable beings suddenly emerged from above and below, blocking his passage. It's over, he thought, his complexion paling as he felt utterly powerless to resist. With foes in front and pursuers behind, he found himself trapped with no escape. Suddenly, a dark figure streaked through the air, a flash of white light cutting through the crowd at the forest's edge, creating a circular opening through which Huang Xian and the young girl vanished without a trace. As Hao Chen veered northwest, he spotted two figures approaching, only to find that thousands of strong adversaries had surged forth to intercept them at the edge of the Azure Sea Forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his mentor, Huang Xian, accompanied by the young girl. Xiao Chui, it's time to act. Prepare the starship for battle. At this moment, as life and death hang in the balance, Hao Chen is oblivious to revealing his trump card. Suddenly, he summons his fully armed starship, and a group of eager young girls and handsome boys, brimming with determination, instantly activate the Cloud Rift artifact. Huang Xian, this is Hao Chen. Do not reject my power. Hao Chen's voice resonates within Huang Xian's consciousness. All right, comes the unwavering response as Huang Xian awaits his impending fate. What seems like an eternity passes in the blink of an eye. The blinding light from the explosion sears the eyes, and the unexpected blast shocks everyone present. Before they can regain their composure, the starship darts into the verdant jungle, vanishing without a trace. Seizing the moment of dazzling light, Hao Chen unleashes his inner strength, swiftly following the starship into the thicket. It is a gamble of life itself. Fortunately, Hao Chen emerges victorious. The sudden brilliance causes either temporary blindness or instinctive avoidance of the glaring light, plunging the onlookers into a state of disorientation and halting their spells. However, this interruption is fleeting, never exceeding 3 breaths. It is within this brief window that Hao Chen safely slips into the forest, just as he melds into the underbrush. Thousands regain their senses after 3 breaths, descending into chaos. Instinctively, they hurl their artifacts towards the source of the light, and those pursuing Huang Xian and Hao Chen, arriving at the jungle's edge, are caught off guard by a deluge of artifacts raining down upon them. The assailants, taken by surprise, instinctively retaliate. In an instant, the edge of the verdant jungle transforms into a hellish battleground. Hao Chen seizes Huang Xian by the collar as he clutches the young girl, and the trio races deeper into the thicket, relentlessly fleeing. After what feels like an eternity, no one has pursued them into the lush jungle. Hiss! As Hao Chen's consciousness sweeps back, he gasps in horror. To describe the periphery of the jungle as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would not be an exaggeration. The denizens of the demon realm, inherently unruly, are now caught in a cycle of mutual slaughter. Since the errors have begun, they consider it better to continue down this path of destruction, ensuring that none remain to bear the blame for their actions. Not a soul is spared. The marauders who had just laid waste to a village, in relentless pursuit of Huang Xian, soon find themselves annihilated by those lying in wait at the jungle's edge. We must hurry. Huang Xian, extending his awareness, perceives the chaos outside the forest. Soon, the combatants will regain their faculties and direct their wrath towards the jungle, prompting Huang Xian to urge Hao Chen onward. Huffing and panting, Hao Chen and Huang Xian, dragging the young girl along, sprint through the foliage. Their excessive exertion has nearly depleted their celestial energy, leaving them drenched in sweat and breathless. We cannot stop. Sensing the relentless pursuit behind them, Huang Xian continues to push Hao Chen to run through the woods. Were it not for the thick trees providing cover, they would have long been overtaken by the demonically enhanced pursuers. Where has that damned brat run off to? We are deep into the jungle now. The leader of the celestial demons, cursing incessantly, continued the pursuit alongside his companions. Had it not been for the increasingly dense foliage obscuring their vision, he would have soared into the skies and swiftly discerned the whereabouts of that young scoundrel. Alas, fatigue had overtaken him. He could run no longer. Huang Xian, breathless, leaned against a grand tree, perspiration streaming down his face. Occasionally glancing back with a look of palpable anxiety,